The story begins in Tanvan City. A young man of humble birth and ordinary talent, named La Tu, was sitting in the martial hall cultivating. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, I've been studying here for 3 years, yet my cultivation is only at the second level of body refinement. I become the dead last waste of the entire martial hall. If I still can't break through by the end of this term, I'll definitely be expelled from the martial hall, and for the rest of my life, I'll only be a commoner of the lowest status. La Tu clenched his fists and resolved himself. I absolutely cannot be expelled from the martial hall, or my whole life will be ruined. Suddenly, nearby came the voice of a girl named Lu Vuhan, surrounded by a crowd as she shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Startled, La Tu instinctively looked toward the sound and blurted out, "Is someone outside?" That sounded like Lu Vuhan. Elsewhere, Truong Hao was leading a group of lackeys, looking at Lu Vuhan with a sly and arrogant expression. I've been pursuing you for 2 months now, so stop pretending to be cold and give me a chance. Lu Vuhan turned around and said loudly, Truong Hao, I'll say this one more time. I'm not interested in you, so get out of my way. Seeing that Lu Vuhan wanted to leave, the 2 lackeys immediately blocked her path. Hey, don't be in such a rush to leave. Truong Hao also stepped forward and wrapped one arm around Vuhan's waist. Lu Vuhan, I'm already at the 4th level of body refinement now. Are you really not going to show a 4th level body refinement expert any respect? Furious, she struggled free from Truong Hao's arms and shouted, "Take your filthy hands off me. If you dare do anything to me, the Lu family will never let you off." Watching everything from the side, La Tu also felt indignant. Damn it, those bastards actually dare treat senior sister Lu like this. Truong Hao gave a cold laugh, his face full of contempt as he replied, "The Lu family? Other people may fear your Lu family, but our Truong family doesn't. Today I'll take you somewhere deserted and make you mine. Your Lu family definitely won't dare make a big issue of it. And when that happens, aside from marrying me, you won't have any other choice." Though Lu Vuhan was in a weaker position, she refused to yield. In your dreams, Truong Hao still wore a playful grin. You've got quite a strong personality, but that's exactly what I like. Then he ordered his lackeys, you lot, tie her up and take her away. L'as-tu shooted? Stop. But in truth, he hesitated a little, unsure whether he should step forward to protect Lu Vuhan, because he himself had the lowest cultivation in the entire martial hall. Lu Vuhan felt as if she had grabbed hold of a life-saving straw and thought happily, I'm saved, there's someone else here. Truong Hao turned around and saw it was La Tu and immediately mocked him. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's our dead last loser. One of the lackeys chimed in too. I heard this guy has a crush on Lu Vuhan. What? Is he trying to play the hero and save the beauty? Lu Vuhan's face clearly showed disappointment and worry as she looked at La Tuesday. Why is it La Tu? He's so weak, he can't help me at all. Truong Hao sneered wickedly, pointed at La Tu with a smug expression, and ordered one of his lackeys, a 2nd-level body refinement trash dares, stick his nose into my business? Lie high, show him what happens to meddlers. The lackey cracked his knuckles to loosen up, then immediately obeyed Truong Hao and charged at La Tuesday. You piece of trash, let Grandpa here see how many punches you can take. Then he lunged forward and threw out a move, forcing La Tu to take a defensive stance. But he was still sent flying and slammed hard into the wall. Looking at his fist, Lai Hai said disdainfully, no way, you couldn't even block one punch? And you still dare try to play hero and save the beauty? Truong Hao walked over to La Tu, who was sprawled on the ground, and shouted, trash like you will be expelled from the martial hall at the end of the term and spend your whole life as a lowly commoner. What do you have to fight me with? La Tu raised his head, his face dark and grim. Then he used all his strength to launch a counterattack at Truong Hao and shouted, let Lu Vuhan go. When Truong Hao saw that La Tu still dared resist, he immediately flew into a rage. You still dare fight back? Today I'll make sure you remember this for the rest of your life. He lashed out with a lightning-fast kick, sending La Tu flying into the wall behind him so hard that cracks spread across it, then sneered coldly, you overestimate yourself. Though La Tu had been beaten until his whole body trembled, he still slammed his fist into the ground in furious, stubborn defiance. Truong Hao was surprised by his hard-headed attitude, and his expression turned vicious. Well now, this lowly piece of trash has some tough bones. Let's see how many moves you can endure today. Suddenly, someone appeared. It was Elder Wong, and he shouted loudly, what are you all doing here? Fighting privately? Do you think your cultivation is already good enough? If you have time to play around like this, then hurry up and get back to training. Truong Hao obediently listened and bowed to Elder Wang, but still did not forget to glare at La Tuesday, "Consider yourselves lucky." After that, he turned around and left with his lackeys. La Tu let out a disdainful snort. Elder Wang glanced over once, then also turned and left. Lu Wuhan looked at La Tu, hesitated for a moment, then coldly said, "Thank you," before turning and walking out the door. Only La Tu remained in the martial hall, sitting there alone in thought. La Tu, oh La Tu, you've secretly loved her for 3 years, and the one time you gathered all your courage to step forward, it ended up like this? Even if Truong Hao had beaten you to death today, she probably would have forgotten all about it soon enough. In pain, La Tu bit down hard and said, "You're truly pitiful." Then he let out a loud cry of agony as the jade bead hanging around his neck suddenly fused into his chest. La Tu tightly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself inside a space surrounded by countless rays of light. In the distance, La Tu saw a huge beam of light shining straight at him, piercing directly into his chest. La Tu cried out in pain as those beams of light continuously swirled around him. A Bagua diagram appeared, followed by a small book called the Life Meridian Map. Clutching his head, La Tu gritted his teeth and endured the pain as a massive amount of information about the supreme treasure, the life and death pearl, suddenly flooded his mind. What is this Life Meridian Map? Did all this information come from that life and death pearl? But what exactly is this life and death pearl? Wasn't it just an ordinary bead that Father picked up in the mountains years ago? He discovered that several positions in the diagram's meridians were emitting a faint glow, and they seemed to correspond exactly to the places where Truong Hao had injured him. It seemed that as long as he circulated his inner chi to repair the dim areas in the Life Meridian Map, he would be able to recover from his injuries. Returning to reality, La Tu tried circulating the aura he had just comprehended, and the meridians inside his body began to spread outward. Clutching his injured body, La Tu forced himself back to his room. Although his inner chi had been completely depleted, more than half his injuries had already recovered. If my cultivation weren't so low, I probably would have fully recovered already. This is truly miraculous. Pushing open the door and entering his room, La Tu followed the information the bead had given him and discovered that not only could he heal injuries, he could also use the Life Meridian Map to improve the low-grade cultivation methods he had learned before. He sat down and began circulating his energy. His eyes were like yin and yang, absorbing energy, forming a stream of life and death polar chi. La Tu opened his eyes, overjoyed. Success. This is the life and death polar chi. My fate has changed now. At the Martial Hall's training grounds, everyone was sparring when La Tu strode over boldly, cracking his knuckles to loosen up. His injuries had fully healed, and the effects of his cultivation were extremely obvious. It felt as though he was about to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Everywhere La Tu passed, the people around the training grounds threw him scornful looks. Wasn't this guy beaten senseless by Truong Hao and his men yesterday? Another person mocked with a sneer. I heard this brat likes Lu Wuhan. When he saw Truong Hao pestering her, he rushed out to play hero and save the beauty. A poor little nobody from a lowly commoner background like him should take a piss and look at his own reflection first. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The more they talked, the harsher they became. Lu Wuhan is the precious eldest daughter of the Lu family. How could she ever take a fancy to a lowly commoner like him? He really doesn't know his place. La Tu endured it all and continued walking toward the fighting stage, thinking as he went, if cultivation methods can be improved, then martial skills are also just another way of circulating inner chi. I wonder if they can also be upgraded and improved. He let out a long breath, then suddenly unleashed a move with astonishing momentum. 1st grade martial skill, charging bull fist. Sure enough, martial skills could also be improved through the Life Meridian Map. His 1st grade martial skill, charging bull fist, resembled a fierce dragon rushing out as it directly shattered one of the pillars of the fighting stage. Debris flew everywhere, and one of the fragments landed in his hand. Catching the fragment, La Tu said in a low voice, "This is made of black ironwood. It should take at least the 4th level of body refinement to break it, but I'm clearly only at the 2nd level. After improving my cultivation method and martial skills, has my strength really increased this much?" Suddenly, one of Truong Hao's lackeys came over and shouted, "Get lost! Are you blind?" Don't you see young Master Chuang is here? When Latu saw Chuang Hao approaching, a look of disgust appeared on his face. The people around them fearfully backed away to make room. Chuang Hao stepped forward and continued to sneer mockingly. Well, you lowly piece of trash actually dares show your face in front of me again? Wasn't yesterday's beating enough for you? He pointed at his raised right foot, his tone unbearably arrogant. Kneel down, crawl around here 3 times like a stray dog, and then lick this young master's shoes clean. Otherwise, this young master will beat you up again today. Lai Hai cracked his knuckles, looking vicious as he said, "Brat, are you mute? Young Master Chuang is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? Get on your knees like a good boy." As he spoke, Lai Hai reached out to force La Tu to obey. Unexpectedly, La Tu grabbed his wrist with one hand and, channeling his strength, twisted hard, snapping it on the spot, causing Lai Hai to let out a miserable scream. "You lowly bastard." Filled with fury, La Tu spoke in a powerful, commanding voice. "You bite at anyone you see and spew filth from your mouth. Calling you a dog would be an insult to dogs. Get lost." La Tu then kicked Lai Hai flying. Chuang Hao and everyone present were stunned. None of them had expected the dead last student of the martial hall to possess such terrifying power. Chuang Hao roared angrily, "You dared hit my man? Today you're dead for sure. Even if the heavens themselves descend, it won't save you. Taste my 3rd grade martial skill, Eagle Claw Technique." He instantly launched the technique, but La Tu showed no weakness and struck back. "Trash this, trash that. Today I'll let you have a taste of being beaten senseless by the very trash you keep talking about." The 2 attacks collided, and Chuang Hao had not expected La Tu's strength to be so fierce. But he still stubbornly barked, "Ignorant fool. Do you think I'm like that idiot from before?" Seeing that Chuang Hao had already fallen into a disadvantage, yet still refused to admit defeat, La Tu said angrily, "The ignorant one is you." Then he unleashed the true power of Charging Bull Fist. His strength completely suppressed Chuang Hao, injuring the other man's arm so badly that he clutched it and cried out, "My hand." Everyone present was dumbfounded at the sight. What's going on? Chuang Hao was actually forced back by La Tu, and La Tu's momentum was still surging like a rainbow. As he continued pressing the attack against Chuang Hao, l'attitude proudly upright, secretly pleased. The life and death polar chi not only improves my cultivation method and boosts my combat strength, it also forms the dual poles of life and death. Life chi can nourish and repair the life meridians, while death chi can injure and destroy them. In this battle, I'm practically unbeatable. Chuang Hao had been beaten badly, his whole body trembling non-stop as he retreated in terror. He could not believe that La Tu's power had become so profound. La Tu had no intention of letting him off either. He leaped into the air and drove a heavy kick into Chuang Hao's chest, directly breaking 2 of his ribs. After that, just like Lai Hai, Chuang Hao was kicked flying, landing sprawled on the ground and sending the entire crowd into an uproar. My God, am I seeing things? Is that really La Tu? He actually defeated both Lai Hai and Chuang Hao. Usually they're the ones beating other people. Although Chuang Hao had been beaten so badly he could not even stand, he still viciously cursed La Tu's day. "You little beast, you dared hit me? You're finished. You lowly commoner. I'll make you pay dearly for this. Threatening me? Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough." Fearless, La Tu stepped forward and kicked him again as he said, "Lie there quietly for me." This kick ground Chuang Hao's face into the dirt and knocked him out cold. La Tu turned and walked away, head held high and full of confidence. This Chuang Hao relies on his family background and has always been arrogant, so he will definitely seek revenge. But as long as my strength and cultivation rise fast enough, the martial hall will certainly value and nurture me. At that point, even the Chuang family won't dare oppose the martial hall, because throughout Yunlong County, everyone knows that behind the martial halls of the major cities and towns stands the Xiaoya sect. Even though the battle had ended, the crowd of onlookers still felt deeply shaken. How is this possible? Chuang Hao is at the 4th level of body refinement and has already reached the stage of tempering sinews and refining bones. La Tu was only at the 2nd level of body refinement, and it even looked like La Tu only used 2 moves to defeat Chuang Hao. Returning to his residence, La Tu sat down and began thinking about his future plans. I absolutely can't become complacent just because I defeated Chuang Hao. If I remember correctly, Chuang Hao also has an older brother at the 5th level of body refinement, and that's precisely why he dared to be so overbearing. That man will definitely look for a chance to take revenge. But hiding isn't the answer. I need to raise my strength as quickly as possible, especially since the annual examination will begin in 3 months. La Tu closed his eyes and began cultivating the life and death polar chi. Comprehending the life and death polar chi might help him get through the present crisis. Soon after, he happily discovered that he had successfully cultivated to the 4th level of body refinement. Without the life and death pearl, he would never have dared dream of such speed. But after reaching the 4th level, the pace slowed down again. It seemed that the effect of a first-grade cultivation method was just too poor. Even after being improved, its effect was still limited. If he wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation, he needed a higher-grade cultivation method. According to the Martial Hall's rules, once a martial student reaches the 4th level of body refinement, he is qualified to enter the library pavilion and choose a 2nd-grade martial art. Looks like I have to make a trip there. The moment he stepped outside, La Tu ran into Chuang Hao's older brother, who was standing there with his arms crossed, waiting for him. "Lowly commoner, so you finally dare come out." La Tu was equally impolite as he shot back. "Where did this mad dog come from? Barking nonsense here." That instantly enraged the other man. "You dare insult me?" La Tu pointed at him and mocked. "You're Chuang Hao's older brother, Chuang Hai, right? He was defeated by the trash he keeps talking about and ended up like a dog trampled underfoot. As his older brother, that naturally makes you a dog too." Chuang Hai's face turned purple with rage. "You're courting death." Suddenly, a burst of force erupted from behind him, startling La Tu. Inner chi released outside the body. At minimum, that meant a martial student at the 7th level of body refinement. La Tu raised his hand to block one of Chuang Hai's attacks. Feeling the power of the 7th level of body refinement, La Tu inwardly marveled. As expected of the 7th level of body refinement, whether in speed or strength, he's far stronger than I am. Seeing that La Tu had not been greatly affected, Chuang Hai was also a little surprised. "I didn't expect you not to be knocked down. You lowly commoner actually dared injure my useless little brother. It seems you really do have some skill. The Martial Hall forbids killing, but since you crippled my brother's 2 hands, I'll cripple all 4 of your limbs and break every tendon and bone in your body." La Tu's expression turned grave, and he quickly calculated his chances. The 7th level of body refinement was indeed difficult to deal with, but if I can directly damage his life meridians, it's not impossible to fight him. A group of people gathered around and began discussing excitedly. "Isn't that Chuang Hao's older brother, Chuang Hai?" Just now, inner chi was glowing around him. Could it be that he's already broken through to the 7th level of body refinement? I heard that martial students at the 7th level of body refinement are qualified to enter the library pavilion and choose a 3rd-grade martial art. That's really enviable. Someone else recognized La Tu's day. Isn't that La Tu? 2 days ago, he injured Chuang Hao, and now Chuang Hai has personally stepped in. La Tu is in trouble this time. He's done for. That's the 7th level of body refinement. Chuang Hai walked toward La Tu and pointed at him. "Once I cripple you, a cripple unable to practice martial arts will definitely be expelled from the martial hall. And once you're outside the martial hall, my Chuang family can crush a lowly commoner with no standing in the martial world like you as easily as turning over a hand." Just as he was about to rush forward and teach La Tu a lesson, a voice suddenly cut in. "Stop right there." Chuang Hai halted and turned to look. They only saw an exceptionally graceful beauty walking over. It was none other than Luke Mong Dao. Everyone present instinctively bowed respectfully, and Chuang Hai was no exception. He bent over and said, "Greetings, Teacher Luke." Luke Mong Dao stepped forward and rebuked him. "Your name is Chuang Hai, right? As a 7th level body refinement martial apprentice from the intermediate class, you came to the beginner class to throw your weight around and bully the weak. Is that something a martial artist should do?" Chuang Hai hurriedly explained, "Teacher Luke, you've misunderstood. It was La Tu who injured my younger brother. As his elder brother, it was only right for me to come and seek justice for him." Luc Mondao glanced at La Tu, puzzled. He's actually reached the 4th level of body refinement. Just a few days ago, he was only at the 2nd level. Could it be that after all that build-up, his martial talent has finally been unearthed? Folding her arms across her chest, she said loudly, "Ordinarily, as an instructor, I shouldn't interfere in disputes between students. But the fairness and integrity of the martial hall do not permit anyone to act recklessly. If you want to compete with La Tu, I won't object. 3 months from now, during the examination, if La Tu can enter the intermediate class, I won't interfere. But for now, get back and train hard for me." Chuang Hai was indignant inside and thought, the martial hall has always turned a blind eye to fights between students. This Luke Mong Dao is obviously protecting that bastard. answered. But he had no choice except to agree. Aggrieved, he said, "Fine, then I'll let you live 3 more months." After saying that, he turned and left. The surrounding crowd continued discussing it. "I'm so jealous. This Latu is really surprising." Even Elder Luke has started paying attention to him. Another person chimed in, "Jealous? Then go beat up Truong Hao and see what happens." Truong Hai is at the 7th level of body refinement. Even if La Tu reaches the 7th level and enters the intermediate class 3 months from now, he still definitely won't be able to beat him. He'll still be dead for sure. La Tu ignored these words. He bowed and thanked Luke Mong Dao. "Many thanks, Teacher Luke, for helping me out just now." Luke Mong Dao gave him a bright smile and replied warmly, "To make a breakthrough at a crucial moment after lying low for so long proves you do have some potential. Focus on your cultivation and do your best to pass the exam in 3 months." With that, she turned and left. Looking at her retreating figure, Lot too had a strange feeling. Why do Teacher Luke's life meridians feel somewhat off? He raised a hand and rubbed his forehead, sinking into thought. A martial artist in the Qi realm was incomparably stronger than a body refinement martial apprentice. "I can't help with anything right now. The important thing is to quickly choose cultivation methods and increase my strength." Inside the library pavilion, Latu flipped through books as he evaluated them. Martial manuals came in many kinds, but they could basically be divided into 3 categories: cultivation methods, martial skills, and movement techniques. These 3 complemented one another and formed the foundation of a powerful martial artist. He had to find the methods most suitable for himself. Running his hand over a row of books, La Tu analyzed them. 2nd grade cultivation method, muscle and bone tempering art. 2nd grade martial skill, dragon tiger fist. 2nd grade movement technique, inch step. The first floor only offered 2nd grade martial arts. Higher level cultivation methods could only be obtained after entering the intermediate class. Looking at the books, La Tu sighed. Still, even 2nd grade manuals were once something I desperately longed for. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. La Tu turned and recognized the person. It was Lu Vuhan. Looking concerned, she asked, "La Tu, did you come here to choose a cultivation method?" La Tu turned his face away and ignored her. Seeing that, Lu Vuhan moved closer and said in surprise, "Your cultivation has already reached the 4th level of body refinement, but just a few days ago you were still." La Tu turned to her and said, "Miss Lu, thanks to your good fortune, I was able to break through during my fight with Truong Hao." After hearing that, Lu Vuhan waved her hand, wanting to explain. About what happened that day, I should thank you. I thought you were fine, so Before she could finish, La Tu turned and walked away. "No need to thank me. I still need to go back and cultivate. Farewell." Lu Vuhan quickened her pace and chased after him, not letting him leave. "Hey, La Tu, don't be in such a rush. This year's examination is coming soon. What are your plans?" La Tu answered, "Naturally, to break through to the 5th level and then enter the intermediate class." Lu Vuhan did not seem to have much confidence in him. In a gentle tone, she said, "But La Tu, you're already 16 this year, aren't you? There are only 3 months left. Isn't that a bit?" She did not continue. Changing her wording, she said, "How about this? If you don't pass and have nowhere to go, you can come to our Lu family. I'll arrange for you to become a guard. What do you think? La Tu snil dawadli. A guard for the Lu family?" He thought, if it were the old me, I definitely would have considered it seriously. But now, when I stood up for her at the 2nd level, I didn't see her showing this much concern. Then he said to Lu Vuhan, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lu, but there's no need for you to worry about this. I will definitely pass the examination 3 months from now." At that moment, Su Fei's voice came from behind Lu Vuhan. "Did I hear that right? You think you can reach the 5th level of body refinement in just 3 months? Lu Vuhan, don't tell me you don't know this guy is a famous martial arts trash. He trained for years and only made it to the 2nd level of body refinement, becoming a laughingstock to countless people. He got lucky and broke through once, and now he's bragging shamelessly. What a joke." After hearing this, Latu realized he didn't even know the person in front of him, so he asked, "Do I know you?" Su Fei's tone remained full of contempt. "Of course you don't know me, because you're not qualified to know me at all. Let me give you one piece of advice. Know your place. Vuhan can never have any kind of relationship with a lowborn commoner like you." Lu Vuhan couldn't listen anymore and shouted, "Su Fei, stop talking. La Tu helped me before. Don't talk about him like that." Then she said to La Tu, If you fail the examination in 3 months, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Take the letter to the Liu family, and someone will arrange a position for you. But Latu paid no mind to this letter full of pity. He turned and walked out of the library pavilion, saying as he went, "No need. I still have to go back and cultivate. Farewell." Su Fei looked at his back with disdain, refusing a favor when it's offered. Wuhan, stay away from low-born people like this in the future. If fighting weren't forbidden in a library pavilion, I would definitely have taught him a lesson today. After leaving the library pavilion, Lot 2 walked while thinking, now that I have the cultivation manuals, if I could use pills and formations like the children of great families do, then within a month, I could at least reach the 6th level of body refinement. But whether it's pills or formations, both require a lot of money. Once I've mastered these 3 methods, I should think a way to make money. He arrived at the Demon Hunter Guild. The moment he walked in, he discovered experts everywhere. Body refinement martial apprentices at the 8th and 9th levels could be seen all over, and there were even martial artists in the Qi realm. In a corner, without Latu noticing, a group of people were pointing at him, their eyes filled with disgust and scorn. Latu walked up to the counter and said to the senior sister there, "Hello, senior sister. I want to register as a demon hunter." A burst of mockery came from behind him. Hey, is this kid serious? At most, he's only at the 5th level, right? Even weaker than the one before. And he's a martial hall student too? What's wrong with these little brats? The senior sister at the Demon Hunter Guild also had little confidence in Latu. So she asked in return, "Little brother, registering as a demon hunter is no joke. You have to pass the examination before we can grant you the qualification." Hearing this, Latu confidently said, "When does the examination start? I want to take it." The senior sister said, "Seriously, little brother, the Demon Hunter examination doesn't just look at cultivation level. It values actual combat even more. What you'll be facing is a first-rank demonic beast, not an ordinary wild beast. Why not come back after your cultivation is a bit higher?" Zhao Yang walked over from behind and said, "Yo, since this classmate of mine is so confident, let him take it. If he wants to go die, why stop him?" Latu couldn't help frowning in confusion. He asked back, "And who are you?" Zhao Yang arrogantly replied, "Remember this. Your grandfather here is named Zhao Yang. I heard you brat offended, young Master Chuang." Latu observed his strength and thought, 7th level of body refinement. Looks like he's from the advanced class. After hearing Zhao Yang say that, he immediately understood why he had come looking for trouble. "So you're one of Chuang Hai's lackeys too? Quick to bite anyone you see." Hearing that, Zhao Yang immediately snapped back. "You worthless trash sure have a big mouth. I heard young Master Trong try to teach you a lesson last time, and only because teacher Luke stepped in were you spared. Otherwise, you'd already have been crippled." His eyes darkened. "This time, no one can protect you. If you've got the guts, join the Demon Hunter examination with me." "Well, do you dare?" Latu looked at Zhao Yang without the slightest fear and said, "Sure." "Then what are we betting?" Zhao Yang thought to himself, this poor brat from a lowly background has probably only practiced 2nd grade martial skills, and his cultivation is lower than mine. There's no way he can win. So he said, "Considering a pauper like you probably doesn't have any money to wager, how about this? The loser kowtows and apologizes to the winner. How about it? La Turiplaid, no problem." Zhao Yang spread his arms and shouted loudly, "Good." Everyone here heard that, so don't you dare hide like a coward. The people from the Demon Hunter Guild gathered around to watch the excitement. Hey, martial hall students fighting among themselves. This will be fun. That's right. We all heard it. Neither side is allowed to deny it. After hearing their exchange, the senior sister said no more and simply told them, "All right, follow me." When they arrived, an old man sitting on a tall rock looked down and asked, "How many?" The senior sister stopped and explained, "Even the lowest level demon hunter examination requires you to face at least one simulated 1st-rank demonic beast with strength equivalent to a 5th level body refinement martial apprentice. But in real combat, even a 6th level body refinement martial apprentice without killing experience may not be a match for a demonic beast. I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you want to challenge it?" Zhao Yang confidently said, "I want to." The onlookers at the Demon Hunter Guild began discussing excitedly. "Oh my, as expected of a martial hall student. He's really gutsy. He probably doesn't know that 2 days ago, some guy at the 7th level nearly got bitten to death by a simulated demonic beast, right?" Though his beard and hair were white, the old man remained sharp-minded as he watched the situation below. After a moment of thought, he pointed at the arena and called out, "Stand up there." Zhao Yang confidently leaped onto it. Flame appeared in the old man's hand as he prepared to set up the formation, while saying, "Once the formation is activated, everything you experience inside will be basically no different from reality. If you don't want to die, shout immediately. As long as you do it within 3 breaths, you'll be able to leave the formation." Zhao Yang clenched one fist into his palm and shouted confidently, "Start." As soon as he said it, the flames in the room burned more fiercely, and 2 ironback demon wolves appeared inside the formation. The people below recognized the monsters and began discussing loudly. Someone said in surprise, "Oh, this time it's 2 simulated ironback demon wolves?" Another person who had fought this kind of demon wolf before said, TSK, this Marshall Hall kid is going to suffer now. This kind of demonic beast is not easy to deal with. Their bones are tough. The demonic beasts simulated by the formation were almost no different from real ones, and all of them were extremely cunning. He's surrounded from front and back now. Let's see how he handles it. Everyone watched the battle with great interest, and someone suggested, anyone want to place bets? Bet on whether he wins or loses. Soon, calls for wagers rang out one after another. The starting stake was 200 taels of silver. Some bet 100 taels that he would lose, while others bet that he would win. Standing below the stage with his arms folded, Latu analyzed the situation and thought, no life meridians. Looks like I can't use that move against them. On the arena, Zhao Liang held the upper hand. Fighting 1 against 2, he unleashed Luo Light Fist and struck one demon wolf hard in the head. When the second demon wolf saw this, it pounced from behind, but Zhao Yang dodged, though the clothes on his back were ripped open. Seeing Zhao Liang's strength, the crowd sighed in admiration. Not bad. That kid has practiced at least a 3rd-grade martial skill. No wonder he dared to take on 2 demonic beasts. No matter how much the spectators discussed it below, it did not affect the situation in the formation. The demonic beast, Zhao Liang, had just evaded, shook its head, and once again lunged at him while he was entangled with the other demon wolf. The atmosphere grew even more heated, and in the end, Zhao Liang delivered the finishing blow, shattering the 2 demon wolves. The crowd cheered and jumped up. Good, great, pay up, pay up. Damn it, what rotten luck. I didn't expect this kid to have such a high-grade martial skill. Afterward, a staff member of the Demon Hunter Guild congratulated him. Congratulations on passing the examination. In a moment, I'll go get your Demon Hunter badge. Zhao Yang was naturally extremely arrogant. He jumped down from the stage and flaunted his victory before La Tu as he mocked him. Trash, it's your turn now. Get ready to kowtow and apologize to me. La Tu ignored him and leaped onto the arena. The old man asked him how many he wanted, and La Tu replied, I want to challenge 3. Hearing that, the people below the stage immediately began laughing at him. 3? Did I hear wrong? A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He's too impulsive. Isn't he only at the 6th level of body refinement? If he really passes, Wang Yun, will twist my own head off and let him use it as a football. I bet 500 taels of silver that he'll definitely lose. Zhao Yang said disdainfully, even I at the 7th level found it exhausting to deal with too. Brat, just wait to kowtow to me. Looking at the 3 ferocious demon wolves roaring before him, La Tu used Fierce Tiger's stance to charge forward, knocking the wolf pack back with an explosive blast. The people below the stage were stunned. What is this? Is that Dragon Tiger Fist? How can it have such power? Zhao Yang was overwhelmed with shock and could not believe his eyes. How is this possible? That's only 2nd-grade Dragon Tiger Fist, yet its power is even greater than my 3rd-grade Luo Light Fist. 2 demon wolves swept past La Tu, madly lunging and biting in rage, but La Tu easily dodged them every time. The spectators recognized the movement technique. Could that be inch step? And it seems he's already trained it to the proficient level. Inch step? Isn't that the movement technique famous for being difficult to comprehend? He's trained ordinary Dragon Tiger Fist to this level, and with inch step on top of that, could this kid be a martial arts genius? Someone stared at the battle and cried out, it's not just that. Look, he clearly has the chance to attack again, but he isn't making a move. He's using the demon wolves to hone his martial skills. La Tu recalled the days of bitter cultivation and sighed inwardly. A 1st-ranked demonic beast is only this much. My desperate training this past month wasn't in vain. With one strike, La Tu hit the demonic beast in the chest and said, "Let's end it here." Then he used Soaring Dragon Stance and charged at the demon wolves. Break. At this point, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Below the stage, those who had mocked La Tu began shouting in confusion. "What's going on? He actually won like this? Pay up, haha." Zhao Yang was flustered and panicked, unable to accept reality. Impossible. Obviously he's only at the 6th level of body refinement. How could this be? The old man above announced, passed the examination. Walking down from the stage, La Tu said to Zhao Yang, "Senior brother Zhao Yang, according to our agreement before the match, shouldn't you be kowtowing and apologizing now?" Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yang replied, "You brat surnamed La, don't push things too far." La Tu spread his hands and said, "You were the one who proposed the wager. Or do you intend to go back on your word?" Everyone here is watching. The crowd instantly shifted with the wind. Just moments ago, they had been praising Zhao Yang, but now they immediately switched to supporting La Tu, shouting one after another, "That's right. Hurry up and kowtow. This guy better not try to welch on the bet. We've been waiting all this time." Naturally, Zhao Yang refused to actually kowtow. Both anxious and furious, he said, "Leave some room for others, so you'll have room to meet again in the future." La Tu, don't push your luck. Zhao Yang's lackeys also started shouting, "That's right. La Tu, you've already won, so why make things difficult? We're all Martial Hall students. We'll see each other sooner or later. If you really force Zhao Liang to kowtow and apologize, isn't that going too far?" La Tu immediately retorted, "If the loser were me, would you let me off?" Those words struck right at the weak point, and the students were instantly left speechless. The ones who had just been shouting loudly now only dared to mutter in low voices. La Tu had no intention of letting Zhao Yang off. He said, "Now, kneel down and kowtow to me immediately." Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you really want to make an enemy of me to the bitter end?" A mocking smile curved at the corner of La Tu's lips. "Why didn't I see you thinking about that just now? Stop talking nonsense and kneel down to kowtow." Unable to bear such humiliation, Zhao Yang charged fiercely at La Tu and launched an attack, roaring, "I'm going to cripple you. La Tu nambli dojed," then unleashed the Soaring Dragon Stance, smashing a punch toward Zhao Yang. Still stunned, Zhao Yang blurted out, "You dodged that?" Then he threw out a weak punch to block. The result was obvious. Zhao Yang was sent flying off the arena. La Tu pinned his head down and said coldly, "Kneel." Zhao Yang let out a miserable scream, and La Tu continued to rebuke him. A real man should dare to act and dare to take responsibility. After that, he strode away openly. The crowd behind gathered around Zhao Yang, chattering in his ears. Zhao Yang actually lost that badly? Being humiliated in front of everyone dealt him a huge blow. His eyes filled with intense hatred, and he slammed a fist in the ground, swearing, "La Tu, if I don't avenge this, I swear I am not a man." At Tuyo Mountain, who would have thought there was such beautiful scenery outside the city? Standing on a high tree branch and surveying the area, La Tu could not help but sigh. "This is my first time coming out to hunt. I hope I can gain something." Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent leaking from the grass and immediately became alert. Killing intent, no matter what it was. La Tu slashed directly toward the target and the surrounding trees. "I don't care what it is. Take my sword first." With a slicing sound, the head of a black-spotted venomous snake was severed. Holding the snake head in his hand, La Tu examined it. A black-spotted venomous snake. Its venom sac and gallbladder are both fairly good spoils. The life and death pearl could help him detect nearby living beings more easily, making hunting at least twice as easy. "I need to work a bit harder over the next few days." During the hunts that followed, La Tu kept obtaining spoils. Standing on a tall tree, he summed up his gains from the past 2 days in the forest. "In the last 2 days, I've earned several taels of silver, and my cultivation has also stabilized at the 6th level of body refining. But this still isn't enough. I need to work even harder next." Suddenly, a loud crash came from one corner of the forest, drawing La Tu's attention. He sensed a powerful demonic beast. Judging by this commotion, it's definitely no ordinary beast. But La Tu was not afraid. He leaped over a boulder and rushed quickly to the scene, only to discover an iron-tailed demon tiger locked in battle with a group of people. The demon tiger swung its claws. One of them managed to dodge, but was still pressed to the ground by its paw. The others cried out in panic of "Fie." The demon tiger swept its tail toward the rest, sending all of them flying. Then it closed in on a man wielding twin axes, and someone shouted a warning, "Big brother, be careful." La Tu sprang into the air, striking the demon tiger with a palm. The man with the twin axes looked at him and said, "Thank you, little brother." My name is Vindai-san, but first, we need to deal with this demon tiger. The tiger immediately pounced at the two of them, but both dodged aside. Vindai-san swung both axes and used the mountain-cleaving axe, while Latu unleashed the fierce tiger stance. Their combined attacks wounded the tiger and left it dazed for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Latu rushed forward with the soaring dragon stance and landed a heavy blow on the tiger's head. Seeing the tiger knocked to the ground, Vindai-san was astonished and praised Latu. "Little brother, you're incredible." Then, Vindai-san analyzed, as expected of a peak second-rank demonic beast. "It took all three of my strikes landing on the same spot to kill it. Looks like I need to train even harder." Latu suddenly stiffened, looking toward the distant bushes, and discovered an archer aiming at him. Vong Van said to his elder brother, "That kid is only at the 6th level of body refining. A Phi died because of this demonic beast. We can't let someone else steal the tiger's corpse." Crossing his arms over his chest, Latu showed no intention of backing down as he retorted, "I killed the demon tiger. Why should I hand it over to you?" Vong Van snorted coldly, ignorant of what was good for him, and said disdainfully, "You just got lucky and landed the final blow. Without my big brother, how could a tiny 6th-level body refining brat like you defeat an iron-tailed demon tiger?" Seeing Vong Van act so arrogantly and rudely toward his lifesaver, Vindai-san shouted angrily, "Shut up. If it weren't for this little brother, I would have died under that beast's claws just now. He saved my life, and I, Vindai-san, will remember it. This demon tiger is his to deal with as he pleases." Latu remained silent, watching Vindai-san's group leave, and thought to himself, "This Vindai-san has decent character. He's not like the others." Vindai-san ordered his men, "Let's go." On the road, Vong Van was scolded by his elder brother. Vong Van put those thoughts away immediately. That little brother's strength is extraordinary. His background is likely not simple. Besides, he saved my life. We cannot repay kindness with ingratitude. Though unhappy inside, Vong Van could only suppress his emotions and say, "Big brother is right." As night fell, Vindai-san's group sat around a bonfire, but two people seemed to be missing. Vindai-san asked, "Where did Vong Van and Truong Han go?" One of the subordinates answered. Vong Van said he wanted to see if there was any prey around, and Truong Han went with him. Vindai-san had a bad feeling, his face full of worry. "This is bad. Those two bastards must have gone after that little brother. Something terrible is about to happen." Elsewhere, Latu carried the demon tiger's corpse on his back as he walked, thinking, "It's already this late. Looks like I'll have to find a safe place to spend the night." Suddenly, a streak of light shot toward Latu's day. Someone was clearly trying to assassinate him, but luckily he dodged quickly, and the streak slammed into a tree trunk with a loud explosion. Turning toward the direction it had come from, Latu saw two men with swords standing in the distance, and asked, "What do you two mean by this?" In an arrogant tone, Vong Van said, "Kid, stop playing dumb. You know what we want. Leave the goods and get lost. Latu is fast darkened." But he replied fearlessly, "And what if I don't?" Vong Van pointed at himself and said, "Then don't blame us for being rude." Latu let out a scornful snort. "You want my things? You think two ungrateful pieces of trash like you are worthy?" Growing impatient, Vong Van pointed his sword at Latu and said furiously, "Kid, since you refuse to appreciate kindness, don't blame us for being merciless." At that moment, whether by coincidence or not, Zhao Yang also appeared. Standing in the distance, he said, "I didn't expect it to be this lively. Mind if I join in?" Latu, it seems your popularity is really terrible. I'm not the only one who wants to make a move against you. I don't want your possessions. I only want this brat, Latu's life." Latu showed no fear at all. Rolling his wrist, he said, "Looks like there's another one in a hurry to die." Vong Van shouted, "Attack." Zhao Yang immediately charged forward, while Truong Han fired arrows from afar. Countless arrows shot over, but Latu's movement technique was agile, and he slipped through the rain of arrows without a scratch. He used the afterimage sword and somersaulted with the momentum, meeting Zhao Liang head-on. Zhao Liang shouted, "Latu, D." The two forces collided violently. However, Latu's power was clearly on a whole different level. Latu lightly leaped back, moving so fast that even Vong Van blurted out, "What fast movement?" He thought to himself, "Why is this kid so fast when he's only at the 6th level? Take my sword." Vong Van spun around and slashed behind him, only to hit empty air. Latu appeared behind him and struck with a fierce tiger stance, knocking the sword from his hand and sending it flying into a distant tree. Then La Tu leaped into the air, looking down at Vong Van from above as he declared majestically, "You think the likes of you can ambush me?" He twisted and dodged the 3 chained arrows that Truong Han fired in a sneak attack. Seeing Vong Van killed, Truong Han broke out in a cold sweat. "Vong Van is dead. My arrows are completely useless too. Run. I have to run. Zhao Liang leped at La Tu." But before he could even touch him, La Tu dodged away. Panic overtook him as he thought, why has this La Tu gotten so much stronger? His doubt turned to fear. When he saw La Tu attacking from behind with sword in hand, he cried out in horror, "Don't come over here." But before the words had even finished, La Tu's sword pierced through his chest, and Zhao Liang died by La Tu's blade. Looking at his sword, La Tu said, "I've killed someone, but this still isn't over." In the forest, Truong Han fled desperately, cowardly and terrified. He ran while thinking in confusion, too terrifying. How can a teenager be this strong? Could he really have an extraordinary background, just like Big Brother said? Then doesn't that mean? Before he could finish thinking, La Tu's sword arrived and ended his life. Planting his sword into the ground, La Tu said, "It's all over. I've been out for several days already. It's time to go back and cultivate for a while. The assessment is about to begin. After the assessment, it'll be my match with Truong Hai on the martial practice grounds." All the martial hall students had already gathered, standing below the stage. La Tu looked at the crystal sphere placed solemnly on the table. That crystal sphere was an array used to test cultivation. Once inner chi was infused into it, one's cultivation could be judged based on the sphere's reaction. Everyone was anxious, uncertain whether they could pass the assessment, but La Tu alone showed no fear at all. He recalled the array set he had previously bought. "Give me a first-grade spirit gathering array and some chi nurturing pills." La Tu cultivated rigorously in the forest. Looking at his palm, he said, "Thanks to the life and death pearl improving my physique, my cultivation speed increased greatly, which is why I was able to break through to the 7th level of body refining in such a short time." 2 students walked up beside La Tu and mocked him. "Isn't this La Tu? So he's that La Tu? He's really got some nerve." Another leaned over and whispered, "Truong Hai is a genius of the intermediate class. I heard that after secluded cultivation some time ago, he already broke through to the 8th level of body refining. If Instructor Luke hadn't protected him, La Tu would have been crippled by Truong Hai back then." Another said, "I heard Truong Hai gave up the assessment to advance to the advanced class, just so he could wait for La Tu to enter the intermediate class, then take revenge for his younger brother and teach that brat a lesson." La Tu said nothing and stepped forward. An elder standing on the stage ordered everyone to keep quiet. Those taking this year's assessment, step out of the line. In the crowd, La Tu and Truong Hai's younger brother, Truong Hao, stepped out. The people behind them all wore sinister smiles, mocking him in every possible way. Turning back, Truong Hao said to his brother, "Brother, once La Tu passes the assessment and becomes an intermediate class student, when you fight him then, the martial hall teachers won't have any reason to stop it anymore." Full of confidence, Truong Hai said, "Don't worry. I gave up this assessment precisely to avenge you. I have to teach that brat a lesson this time." After that, the assessment began. The first person was Yin Tong, who passed smoothly. In the next several rounds, many people failed. When it was La Tu's turn, the people below the stage kept ridiculing him. "I heard he's just an ordinary student from the intermediate class, yet he dared provoke the children of the Truong family." La Tu disappeared without a trace before this. I bet he was scared and ran off. Once he embarrasses himself in the assessment, we'll have a good show to watch. Haha, even if this brat somehow gets lucky and breaks in an intermediate class, Truong Hai is still waiting to deal with him. La Tu ignored all of it, and with a serious expression, placed his hand on the crystal sphere. The crystal sphere suddenly erupted with a massive burst of power. Even the elder couldn't help exclaiming in shock, "9th level of body refining?" Hearing this, everyone below the stage froze in astonishment. Then the elder steadied himself and said, "Not the 9th level of body refining, the 7th level of body refining. His inner chi is incredibly pure. Though his cultivation is only at the 7th level, it rivals the 9th. Even I almost misjudged it just now." The people below the stage cried out in shock. "That's fake, right? 3 months ago, that brat's cultivation was several levels below mine. When did La Tu reach the 7th level? And his inner chi is so pure that it can rival the 9th level." Lu Wuhan also found it hard to believe and thought to herself, "No wonder he didn't accept my recommendation. How could a genius like him lower himself to become someone else's guard?" Standing below the stage, Truong Hai became furious from shame. So what if you're at the 7th level of body refining? Today, I'll still cripple you all the same. So you'll understand the difference between a great clan's heir and a commoner like you. When it was the next person's turn, Latu had already finished his assessment and jumped down from the stage. After the assessment ended, the crystal sphere was carried away. Enraged, Truong Hai leaped onto the arena and shouted, Latu, last time Instructor Luke stepped in, now you and I are both intermediate class students. Do you dare fight me again? Those below the stage were still full of malice toward him, mocking him as they said, who told him to show off like that? He's just a dirt poor brat from a common family. What's the use of having higher cultivation? Truong Hai's cultivation is higher, and he also has superior martial skills supplied by his family. That's right. Who knows what special method Latu used to raise his cultivation anyway? Latu still ignored the gossip and leaped up to where Truong Hai was standing. Truong Hai still arrogantly reminded him, Latu, don't think that just because you're at the 7th level of body refining, you can compare with me. I'll show you just how huge the gap between us is. I told you before to admit your guilt, and you refused. Now, even if you kneel and beg me, I won't spare you. You'll spend the rest of your life lying in bed. With an icy expression, Latu asked back, so what you're saying is, you want to cripple me? Truong Hai immediately answered, that's right. A lowly commoner like you. As long as I don't kill you, the Martial Hall can't do anything to me. Latu krukt a finger in provocation. Fine. If that's the case, come on then. Trash. Don't get too arrogant. Truong Hai charged forward and threw a punch at Latu, but Latu dodged in a flash. The two fought fiercely. Truong Hai attacked harder and harder, but every strike was evaded by Latu. The people below the stage were astounded, saying, Latu's movement technique is actually this exquisite? Could it already have reached minor mastery? No, Truong Hai can't even touch the corner of his clothes. It's probably already reached major mastery. Ridiculous. He only knows how to dodge. He doesn't dare face Truong Hai head-on at all. Seeing that Latu only evaded without attacking, Truong Hai roared angrily, damn it, do you only know how to dodge? You cowardly little commoner. He swept out with a kick, but this time Latu did not dodge, and instead directly raised a hand to block it. Truong Hai rejoiced inwardly. This brat isn't dodging anymore. At once, he unleashed the mountain-breaking palm straight at Latu, but in the blink of an eye, Latu changed his move and counterattacked. Truong Hai sensed that something was wrong, and sure enough, Latu used the soaring dragon stance and directly smashed Truong Hai to the ground. Walking up to him, Latu raised his fist and asked provocatively, this is how you plan to cripple me? Truong Hai seemed unable to accept reality, unable to believe that he had lost to someone he had always looked down on. Impossible. How could I lose to a lowly commoner like you? Godi. With that, he lunged forward with both hands, only to be seized by Latu's day. He truly did not know his own limits. Truong Hai instantly fell into panic. How could this be? Could Latu's inner chi really rival the 9th level? Latu snapped both of Truong Hai's arms with crisp cracking sounds. His arms dangled limply, the bones already shattered. Immediately afterward, Latu sent him flying several meters away with a punch, saying as he struck, now do you understand the gap between us? Lying paralyzed on the ground, Truong Hai asked in terror, Latu, what are you trying to do? Latu stepped on his chest and said, of course I'm giving back exactly what you intended to do to me. Although both his arms have been crippled, Truong Hai still had enough strength to shout a threat at Latu. You dare. My father is the head of the Truong family. If you dare touch me, you'll die without a whole corpse left behind. Even if your father were the son of heaven himself, I still wouldn't be afraid. Latu coldly shot back, then stomped down hard on Truong Hai, making him let out a shrill, agonized scream. High above, two people had witnessed everything. The Hall Master asked Elder Trang, you say this boy named Latu, though his cultivation is only at the 7th level of body refining, but his internal energy can actually rival the 9th level? The Elder confirmed to the Hall Master. More than 3 months ago, Latu was only at the 2nd level of body refining. For someone of common birth to have reached such a level of cultivation, he truly is a rare genius and worthy of focused nurturing. The Hall Master gave the order, and the Elder accepted it. At the Zhang residence, after Zhang Hao and Zhang Hai's father learned that his son had been beaten, he angrily slammed the table and shot to his feet, flying into a rage. What a vicious hand. He actually crippled all of Hai's meridians. If I do not avenge this, then I am no man. Zhang Hao knelt on the ground and said to his father, Father, you must seek justice for Big Brother. His father furiously kicked Zhang Hao in the chest and shouted, You beast! Isn't this the result of your arrogance and bullying at the martial hall. Man, the scene shifted to the second floor of the library pavilion. As Latu walked, he mentally listed the third-grade martial arts there. Mountain splitting, peak severing palm, azure dragon sword art, gale sword art, crescent moon sword art, heaven and earth staff art. There were far fewer here than on the first floor. Third-grade martial arts truly were precious. Every one of them was enticing, but what he needed most was not swordsmanship or combat techniques, but an internal art. Only internal arts were the most fundamental foundation. A peak third-grade internal art was even better than the improved tendon transforming and bone forging technique he had developed. Suddenly, an elder walked over and reminded him, "Are you sure you want to choose this cultivation method? Kid, your talent is not bad, but this cultivation method is extremely difficult to master. In the past 800 years, only 3 people in the martial hall have succeeded in cultivating it. Don't waste this opportunity to choose a martial art." Lot 2 bowed in thanks for the elder's reminder, but said firmly, "I've already decided. If I'm going to cultivate something, then naturally I should cultivate the best." The elder could only sigh helplessly. "Since you insist, then go ahead and try." Returning to his residence, Latu began cultivating the technique he had just chosen. In 800 years, only 3 people had mastered it, yet he succeeded in only half an incense stick's time. Overjoyed at his success, he thought that with this cultivation art, plus Dragon Tiger Fist and Inch Step, once his movement technique reached great completion, he might even be able to fight a cultivator in the Chi-Si realm. Latu rode to Baki Mountain outside Qingyan City, his expression serious as he thought to himself, "My strength is now much greater. Deep mountains and vast marshes are no longer as dangerous to me as before." He leaped off his horse and took out the map he had bought from the Demonic Beast Hunter Association. The map showed that the yellow region was suitable for those at the 8th level of body, refining, and below. The red region was suitable for teams led by Chi-Si realm cultivators, and the black region was dangerous enough that even Xiantian martial artists had to tread carefully. Latu looked toward the towering mountain ahead. That was the red region. Although Baki Mountain was classified as a red zone, it contained many first-ranked demonic beasts, while second-ranked beasts only appeared deeper inside. As long as he was careful not to venture too deep into the mountain's interior, there should be no problem. He led his horse onward and passed by a group of people on the road. The man in the lead turned and looked at Latu, his eyes filled with killing intent. With a cold snort, he made Latu instantly vigilant. "Who is that? That look definitely isn't friendly." The two sides passed each other just like that. The leader then said to his subordinates, "Brothers, this brat is our target this time." One subordinate asked in confusion, "Boss, what kind of background does this kid have for the Zhang family in the city to pay such a high price to hire us?" The boss explained, "I heard he crippled the second son of the Zhang family head, but that has nothing to do with us. We take the money, we kill the man." But the subordinate worried, "That brat is a martial hall student. If something happens," the boss crossed his arms and cut him off seriously. "Then clean it up properly. As long as none of you leak anything, a body refining kid like him being targeted means certain death. No one will know it was us. Unless..." The subordinate understood immediately. "Don't worry, boss. We know the rules." On the mountain, wild winds howled. Latu hid in the grass, staring at a beast that was feeding. The beast's eyes were savage and alert, eating while constantly watching its surroundings. Latu used his technique to see through the beast's acupoints. "I found its weak spot." He burst out from the grass, sword in hand, slashing down from the air. The beast noticed and leaped up to counterattack, but Latu dodged. It swiped at him with its claws. Latu blocked with his sword, then kicked it in the belly. As expected, thick hide and solid flesh. But this still isn't enough. The beast was almost completely unharmed. It roared and retreated, then charged viciously at Latu again. Latu bent low and slipped under its belly, then struck its weak point with a sword thrust. The beast collapsed to the ground dead, staring at the corpse. Latu thought, compared with humans, wild beasts are indeed limited in cunning. They basically rely only on instinct to fight. He pulled out the beast's claws and fangs and put them in his cloth bag. The moment he finished handling it, he sensed something strange. It was that group again. Through the dragon eye, Latu saw the group at the foot of the mountain drawing closer. It seemed they really were targeting him. The boss suddenly flew forward, but fortunately Latu had already hidden behind a tree. The boss walked over to the beast's corpse and angrily stabbed its head, letting out a cold snort. He warned his men to stay alert. This brat was able to kill a black armored wolf. He's no ordinary opponent. Be careful. Then he ordered a trusted subordinate, "Veen Dai's son, you go gather the spoils. That brat can't have gone far." Everyone else split up and search. The moment you find him, signal immediately. Veen Dai's son accepted the order. Hidden in the shadows, La Tu pondered. Judging from their tone, this doesn't sound like Veen Dai's son is avenging his brothers. Someone must have hired them. The one who wants me dead must be Truong Hai and the Zhang family in Qingyun City. I'm a Marshall Hall student, so these men must all be desperate outlaws. La Tu continued observing their positions and discovered that they had spread out. So he decided to catch one first and question him. Like a whirlwind, he rushed out. Veen Dai's son sensed him and turned around. Who's there? So it's you. La Tu thrust his sword swiftly, determined to subdue him in a short time and not give him any chance to send a signal. Their weapons collided, sparks flying as dust billowed everywhere. Overpowered, Veen Dai's son stumbled backward again and again, crying out in shock. What tremendous strength! Knowing he was no match, he was just about to fire a signal flare when La Tu moved faster and pressed his sword to his throat. If you dare send a signal, your life is over. Cold sweat poured from Veen Dai's son, and he did not dare move. Such fast movement. Speak. Who sent you to track me? Before La Tu could get an answer, he was attacked from behind. He shifted to dodge, only to see that the leader had arrived with his men, smugly saying, "Kid, I knew you were hiding somewhere nearby." La Tu realized he had fallen into a trap. The other side had used Veen Dai's son as bait. Archers hidden in the trees unleashed a barrage of arrows. La Tu dodged quickly and fled. The leader shouted, "We can't let this fat piece of meat slip away." After him, as he chased, Chun-Hu cursed, "How is this brat so fast? I'm a dignified Chi-Si realm martial artist, and yet I can't even gain an advantage in movement." He ordered his men to spread out and search. Keep their distance, and be ready to send signals at any moment. La Tu hid in a tree and used his penetrating vision to locate each person. 5 left. Only Chun, who is in the Chi-Si realm. The others are all at the 9th level of body refining. Since you want to make a move, then I won't be polite either. La Tu silently appeared behind one of the subordinates. The man was still complaining. Just my luck. How can a brat at the 7th level of body, refining, be this troublesome? Sensing something, he swung his sword and cut a snake in half, thinking it was La Tu, only to realize it had just been a false alarm. At that instant, La Tu's sword arrived, cutting through the man's weapon and finishing him off. Looking at the sword in his hand, La Tu thought, in all martial arts under heaven, only speed is unbreakable. For left, his gaze sharpened like a blade. Heavy rain began pouring from the sky. Chun-Hu looked up and cursed angrily. This rain came at the worst possible time. It's just a 7th level body refining waste. And after wasting so much time, we still haven't found him. Useless trash, all of you. Suddenly, a silver iron arrow shot down and landed at his feet. Chun-Hu recognized it as Chun Ping's arrow and turned to look at La. "Tuesday, you killed him?" La Tu replied coldly, "Not just Chun Ping. Right now, only you are left." Chun-Hu laughed arrogantly. "Kid, you got guts. Instead of running, you came right to my door. Since you want to witness the power of the Chi-Si realm, I'll oblige you." La Tu landed lightly on the ground as Chun-Hu charged in with his spear to kill. Chun-Hu's weapon and La Tu's clashed fiercely, but La Tu seemed to fall into the disadvantaged position, shaken so hard that he had to retreat repeatedly. As expected of a Chi-Si realm martial artist, in raw power, he completely suppresses me. Pressing his advantage, Chun-Hu sneered proudly. "You think a little movement skill is enough to fight me? Saves me the trouble of tracking you down." He launched attack after attack, forcing La Tu to dodge constantly, unable to counter at all. A moment later, La Tu's sword was struck and broken in two. Chun-Hu drew back his spear and laughed loudly, proudly showing off his weapon. This gale-piercing spear is a low-grade human rank weapon. As soon as he spoke, he chopped his spear down at La Tu, but La Tu evaded it. Only now did La Tu truly begin his counterattack, unleashing Tiger Strike. Chun-Hu looked down on him completely and sneered. "Try to wound me in exchange for your life? You miscalculated. I'm wearing low-grade human rank armor. How could a 7th level body, refining brat like you possibly injure me?" But what he never expected was that La Tu's Tiger Strike would send him flying with a single punch. Immediately after that, La Tu knocked the spear out of his hand and followed with Soaring Dragon Strike, smashing it straight into Chun-Hu's abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Chun-Hu was sent sprawling backward. He could not believe what had just happened and cried out in shock. "Impossible! My armor, my Chi-Si protective aura. How could this be?" Chun-Hu lay sprawled on the ground, and before La Tu could even finish him off, he had already breathed his last in utter terror. La Tu smiled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked into the distance. Finally, the last one is dealt with. At the weapons shop, Latu strode up to the counter carrying Chun Hu's spear. He slammed it heavily onto the table, and the shopkeeper froze in shock, looking at Latu's dark, furious expression. He was so frightened he did not dare utter a word, only scratching his head with a stiff, awkward smile. After Latu left, the shopkeeper picked up the spear, his face full of confusion. Elsewhere, Latu had returned to the forest where he often trained. Sitting on a large rock, he set up a spirit-gathering array and began cultivating. Streams of green aura spread out from his body. Suddenly, Latu's eyes lit up, and the fluctuations of the formation grew stronger and stronger. As expected of a top-tier third-grade internal art, after I visualized and modified it using the life meridian diagram, the cultivation effect of pure yang art has become even stronger. Together with the spirit gathering array, nourishing chi pills, and the essence of the mountain forest vegetation. This forms the dual polarity chi of life and death. Once I reach the 8th level of body refining, and my cultivation becomes even purer, with these two streams of polar chi, no one below the chi si realm will be my match. Latu ended his cultivation and stood up, gazing into the distance as he murmured, I wonder how the current me compares to the elites of the Martial Hall's advanced class. The scene shifted to the Zhang family estate in Qingyun City. The head of the Zhang family furiously smashed a vase and roared, Trash! A bunch of trash! Isn't Chun Hu a Chi Si realm martial artist? And he still failed against a brat in the body refining realm. A subordinate hurriedly reported, not only did Chun Hu fail, he even lost his life on Baki Mountain. His gale-piercing spear was sold to a weapons shop, and his corpse was also discovered on Baki Mountain. Hearing this, the Zhang family head grew even more enraged. Trash! This matter has been exposed, the subordinate replied. There has been no movement from the Martial Hall in recent days, so there probably isn't any problem. Latu returned to the Qingyun City Martial Hall, thinking as he walked, according to the rules of the Martial Hall, now that I've reached the 8th level of body refining, I can, just like when I reached the 7th level, choose another 3rd grade martial art. The students passing by whispered among themselves. Latu seems to have gotten stronger again. I can even feel pressure from him. Another chimed in. Could he already be at the 8th level of body refining? I've only felt this kind of pressure from 8th level martial artists before. The other person refused to believe it. Impossible. A month ago, he was only at the 7th level. As usual, Latu ignored them and kept walking forward. Suddenly, an elder appeared and startled him. It's not the Chi Si realm. It's a Xiantian realm martial artist, he thought to himself. Student Latu Grits LD. As he bowed, he thought inwardly, this is no ordinary Martial Hall elder. He is probably the one in charge of the Demon Hunter Assembly Assessment. Elder Trang smiled kindly and pointed ahead. Come with me. Latu obediently followed him. At a spacious residence, Elder Trang sat down and invited Latu. Sit. I am an elder of the Martial Hall. We have met before. I heard that you chose pure yang art from the library pavilion. Latu replied, Yes, LD. I can see that your cultivation has already reached the 8th level. Breaking through one level in 1 month is not only a sign of talent. It seems you have also successfully cultivated pure yang art. Latu nodded in acknowledgement. Chang looked down lie. Good. To cultivate it successfully within a month, no one in Qingyun Martial Hall can compare with you. Even in Yunlong County, you could rank among the top 10. Then his tone changed, and he probed, Are you confident about the martial competition 2 months from now? Latu scratched his head and said modestly, I just reached the 8th level. I'm afraid I may not be able to beat the senior brothers of the advanced class. Elder Trang advised him, with your talent, the Martial Hall will do its best to nurture you. But if you want better cultivation methods or more resources, you'll have to fight for them with your own strength. After the conversation ended, Latu left deep in thought. The annual martial competition was always a chance to compete for resources. In these 2 months, I've already chosen the Thunderbolt sword art, but first I need to pick a good sword. Latu went to the weapons shop and quickly found one he liked. 600 origin chi stones for one sword. Not bad. Now buy some pills. He continued on to the pill shop, stroking his chin as he considered the prices. The pills are good, but the prices. Just as he was thinking, someone entered and called out loudly, Shopkeeper, do you have Ice Spirit pills? It turned out to be Luke Mong Dao, the Martial Hall instructor who had once saved him. Looking troubled, the shopkeeper said to her, 3rd grade pills can only be found at the Array Masters Guild. My little shop at best carries 2nd grade pills. Please forgive me, miss. Disappointment filled Luke Mong Dao's face, and she turned to leave. All right, I'll go look somewhere else. Suddenly, a violent headache struck Luke Mong Dao, and her body lost balance as she staggered and nearly fell. Oh no! Latu rushed forward in time to catch her. The moment he touched Luke Mong Dao, he felt that her body was burning hot. Luke Mong Dao said weakly, "Latu, take me away." Latu lifted her onto his back and shot out like lightning. "Instructor Luke, where are we going?" Luke Mong Dao answered, "Back to my residence." Latu did not dare delay and carried her at full speed, causing passersby to turn and stare. A faint light flashed in Latu's eyes as he saw through the acupoints in Luke Mong Dao's body and thought to himself, the extremely hot aura in her body is definitely not normal. When they returned to Luke Mong Dao's small courtyard, she lay on the bed to rest for a while before waking up. She said politely to Latu, "Latu, thank you." Latu replied, "Instructor Luke, there's no need to be so polite. It's what I should do. What happened to you just now?" Luke Mong Dao covered her face somewhat awkwardly, thinking to herself, "I nearly didn't make it through today. I've also run out of ice spirit pills." She explained a lot, too. "I was born with the fire yang, severed meridians. Every 7 days, I have to endure the agony of my body being scorched. Since childhood, I've mainly relied on ice-attributed pills to suppress it, but their effects have grown weaker and weaker, and I've already used them all up. Even if I had more, I'd only have 2 years left at most." Latu clenched his fists tightly, then proposed, "I have a way. Instructor Luke, can you let me take a look for you?" Luke Mong Dao recalled the scene of Latu carrying her back, then refused, "You can't treat my illness. There's no need for your help." Latu hurriedly explained, "Instructor Luke, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely mean no offense. Besides, your severed meridians aren't in curable condition, right?" "How do you know that?" Luke Mong Dao asked with a frown, recalling how Latu had brought her back and covered her with a blanket. Her consciousnness had been hazy earlier, but she was certain he had not used internal chi to examine her body. So how could he know? Latu explained, "I know a little medicine. Just now, I noticed this scorching aura spreading from your heart meridian. Instructor Luke, I'm sure you've already sought out martial grandmasters or famous physicians, but none of them could help. Why not let me try? They'll need to think it through carefully first." Luke Mong Dao agreed to his request, but did not forget to warn him, "Fine, then I'll trouble you. But don't go touching me improperly." Latu helped her sit steadily on the bed, then took Luke Mong Dao's hand. Touching a woman's hand made Latu a little shy, and as he looked at Luke Mong Dao, he thought to himself, no wonder Instructor Luke's attitude changed earlier. In her current state, she really is soul-stealingly beautiful. Latu calmed his mind and felt her pulse. At a glance, Luke Mong Dao could tell that Latu had absolutely no experience treating others, and thought to herself, that posture alone shows he's not professional. But forget it, I'll just let him try. Latu stared intently at Luke Mong Dao, his eyes bright, making her feel a little embarrassed. Latu said, "Instructor Luke, there's a searing force gathered in your heart meridian. I can't guarantee I can cure it. I can only try." Latu held Luke Mong Dao's hand and began treating her. His life and death dual polarity chi flowed out accordingly. Luke Mong Dao gave a slightly shy hum. Latu thought to himself, my life and death dual polarity chi is absorbing the scorching aura in her heart meridian. Watching Latu treat her, Luke Mong Dao grew a little worried. If that fire can be drawn out, I'll be free of these severed meridians. But even I, a Chi Si realm martial artist, can barely endure it. He's only at the body refining realm. So how could he withstand it? Should I stop him? Suddenly, a surge of fire chi leaked out and scorched the room. Luke Mong Dao felt utterly drained, her gaze turning hazy. Unknowingly, she rested her head on Latu's lap and fell asleep. After absorbing the power of the flames, Latu said, "I'm sorry, instructor. I absorb part of the power, but my cultivation is too low. I still can't completely resolve it." Luke Mong Dao revealed a disappointed expression, and Latu comforted her. "But if I absorb it a few more times, it should work." Hope lit up in Luke Mong Dao's eyes. "Really, Latu affirmed réalité. But not today. Just now, I couldn't completely control the firepower leaking out." Luke Mong Dao recalled how she had just been resting her head on Latu's lap and blushed scarlet with embarrassment. She said, "I'll go call someone to repair the room. Latu, go rest in the room next door. I'll go out and buy you a robe. Your clothes weren't burned away just now, but they were damaged." After she walked out the door, Latu watched her back and sighed. Instructor Luke isn't just beautiful, her figure is beautiful too. And when she smiles, she's even more beautiful. Then he sank into thought, absorbing Instructor Luke's erupting flames just now allowed me to gain insight into the great Tao of life and death. Fire is the origin of life, but also the origin of destruction. Rebirth through burning flames is life. Burning all seas to ash is death. He immediately became wildly overjoyed. I actually broke through to the 9th level of body refining, and I even awakened fire-attributed inner chi, the kind of true chi only Chi C realm martial artists should have. The body refining realm originally has no attributes. Only upon reaching the innate realm can one awaken them, yet I actually did it ahead of time. Moreover, because Latu had just comprehended the flames of the great Tao of life and death, this kind of flame could even be divided into the flame of life and the flame of death. He controlled the life and death dual polarity chi within his body to deduce and contemplate it, and discovered that his body could not continue absorbing more. He had to first refine the flame power he had absorbed from Instructor Luke before he could continue. The fire-yang sever meridians were an incurable disease for Instructor Luke, but for him, they were a tremendous aid, even more effective than using pills. When Luke Mong Dao returned from buying things, Latu said to her, "Instructor Luke, I'll come treat you again in 7 days." Seeing Latu keep calling her instructor, Luke Mong Dao fao so mewat dit split. Turning away, she said, "I'm only 21. I'm not much older than you." Blushing, Latu asked her, "Then should I call you Sister Luke or Sister Mong Dao?" Being called older sister by Latu also made Luke Mong Dao feel a little embarrassed. But in the same cool tone, she replied, "Call me whatever you like, just don't call me Instructor Luke." Latu scratched his head and smiled. "Got it." And with that, the conversation between the two ended. On the way back, Latu thought to himself, helping Sister Mong Dao treat her illness let me break through to the 9th level of body refining, but in these last 2 months, I still need to hone my skills to raise my strength. At the very least, I have to train my Thunderbolt swordsmanship to the level of great mastery. Latu headed to Baki Mountain and stood before the gate of Baki Village. At that moment, elsewhere, a noisy commotion came from outside the Zhang family residence. A Zhang family subordinate shouted loudly, "Who dares offend the Qin Yun sword family?" It turned out to be Captain Han of the Azure Armor Guard. His face gloomy, his tone decisive as he said, "The Zhang family head, Zhang Xiaoxiong, is suspected of plotting the murder of a Martial Hall student. The Azure Armor Guard is handling the case. All unrelated persons, step back." Zhang Xiaoxiong stepped out and said, "Captain Han, barging into my Zhang residence without evidence. What exactly do you mean by this?" Captain Han did not want to waste words and directly gave the order. "Under Elder Trang's command, I am here to arrest Zhang Xiaoxiong. If anyone resists, kill without mercy." As Zhang Xiaoxiong was taken away, a man standing nearby witnessed everything and muttered, "I've finally waited for this day." This man was actually Zhang Xiaoxiong's younger brother, and a sinister, cold smile appeared on his face. "I want my dear older brother to bear all the blame, and no one will be able to bail him out." Afterward, he ordered, "Men, send people disguised as my brother's subordinates to capture Latu's father." The scene shifted to the Martial Hall's Martial Arena, where all the students had already gathered below. Standing in the back, Latu heard everyone discussing, "If you make the top 10, the reward is pills and origin chi stones. The top 5 may be accepted as disciples by an elder, and the top 3 will not only receive guidance from the Hall Master, but also earn the right to choose one 4th grade martial art." Another person curiously wondered who would take first place today. Latu only listened quietly, then walked toward the arena in silence and thought, "In these 2 months, I went to Sister Mong Dao several more times to absorb flame power, and the purity of my inner chi has already reached the peak of the 9th level of body refining. Besides that, I've been constantly training my skills at Baki Mountain. After being modified, my Thunderbolt swordsmanship has reached great mastery. Let's see whether I have what it takes to win the championship." Suddenly, the crowd cried out excitedly, "The Hall Master has arrived." They saw the Hall Master riding on clouds as he flew toward the high platform. The people below buzzed with discussion. Walking through the air, this legendary method has already surpassed the innate realm. The elder who had spoken with Latu last time had long been waiting for the Hall Master, and respectfully said, "Hall Master, you've arrived." Below the stage, Latu was filled with admiration. I wonder when I'll be able to possess that kind of strength. Then the elder announced, silence. The auspicious hour has arrived. Remember this. In martial competition, blades and swords have no eyes. Injuries are allowed, but killing is forbidden. Otherwise, your qualification will be revoked. You will be expelled from the martial hall and imprisoned for 10 years. The tournament will use a lottery match format. Those who draw the same number will fight on stage. I now declare, the grand martial competition begins. Another judge in charge of the drawing said, all students, step forward one by one to draw. The students formed a long line and waited to draw lots before going on stage. Beneath the stands, everyone cheered for the competing students. Lot 2 drew number 98 on arena number 3. He looked toward the arena and saw that the match for number 97 was about to end. He thought to himself, it's almost my turn. That match ended, and it was his time to go up. The elder shouted, arena number 3, number 98, step onto the stage. Facing Lot 2 was a tall, thin man with brown hair. He leaped onto the arena, folded his arms across his chest, and carried himself with an arrogant air. The people below praised his movement skill and cheered him on one after another. Lot 2, however, simply hopped lightly onto the stage without any showiness like his opponent. The other man asked, you're Lot 2, the one who crippled Zhang Hai some time ago, right? Lot 2 said nothing and merely nodded. Number 98 then engaged him. His cultivation was about the same as Lot 2's, and he thought to himself, does this Lot 2 think that just because he beat Zhang Hai, he can act like no one is beneath him? We're both at the 7th level of body refining. I refuse to believe I'm weaker than you. Number 98 launched his technique and charged confidently at Lot 2, but Lot 2 merely sidestepped lightly and avoided the attack, then rushed in and blasted him flying with a single punch, saying, I saw through your movements already. At that moment, the elder loudly announced, arena number 3, Lot 2 wins. Hearing the result, Lot 2 left expressionlessly, while that opponent sat on the ground, furious, cursing, damn Lot 2. If not for your luck, my flying knife would have hit long ago. On the high platform, the martial hall master and the elders exchanged remarks. Look at that great mastery movement technique, precision down to the finest detail, extremely refined. In the next few matches, Lot 2 easily gained the upper hand and defeated his opponents one after another. But the martial hall disciples below the stage were unconvinced, envious, and sneering. Kid, you're way too arrogant. What? You're only relying on good movement skills. Just wait until you run into a true expert. Let's see whether your movement technique will still be useful then. Elder Trang on the high platform announced, the 3rd round begins. Another elder said, prepare to draw lots. The bell rang, and the referee shouted, arena number 2, arena number 13. This time, Lot 2's opponent was an expert who used a spear. Below the stage, people kept mocking Lot 2's day. This Lot 2 is really unlucky. I can't believe he ran into Lin Jie in the 3rd round already. Hearing this, Lu Wuhan spoke up in his defense. No matter what, Lot 2 dared to enter the competition, and he's already won 2 rounds. Su Fei naturally refused to accept that, and said to Lu Wuhan, he's just lucky. The last 2 he met were weaklings. Then he gritted his teeth and thought, that hateful Lu Wuhan actually dared mock me for not daring to compete. Sooner or later you'll marry into my Su family. Let's see how I deal with you then. The scene shifted to the elders and the hall master. An elder said, I didn't expect Lot 2 to meet Lin Jie so soon. The hall master lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said, don't underestimate that child. Lot 2 is no simple one either. Luke Mong Dao, standing behind, also spoke up, I agree with the hall master. Lot 2 can win. Hearing that, the elder turned back in surprise. Oh, does this kid have some secret I don't know about? In the audience, everyone chattered among themselves. Lin Jie is definitely taking first place this year. Lin Jie, crush that brat and show him that our advanced class isn't on the same level as trash like Zhang Hai. Lin Jie stood there with his arms folded and said, you're no match for me. If you don't want to suffer, get down on your own. Lot 2 showed no fear whatsoever upon hearing this and kept walking forward. Seeing no reaction from him, Lin Jie shouted, looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Then he launched the first attack, thinking to himself, is this kid saying my punch has no force, or is his movement technique really that miraculous? It seems Lot 2 isn't simple. Immediately after, he used Heavy Shadow Fist to attack Lot 2, forcing Lot 2 to retreat again and again. Seeing this, the crowd shouted, Lin Jie is amazing, as expected of one of the top experts in the advanced class. How could Lot 2 compare? The home master evaluated a second-grade inch step cultivated to great mastery, with movement technique precise down to the finest detail. Not bad, not bad. But Lin Jie's strongest skill is his near-crisis spear technique. I wonder how far La Tu has trained his thunderbolt swordsmanship. Below the stage, Lin Jie thrust his spear and attacked first, only to be counterattacked by La Tuesday. La Tu knocked him back, shocking everyone beyond belief. 9th level of body refining? How is that possible? 2 months ago, he was only at the 8th level. What's even more terrifying is that 5 months ago, he was only at the 2nd level of body refining. That kind of cultivation speed is practically a miracle in Qinyan City. Even the elders said in shock. But if it were in Yunlong County or the Xiaoyao sect, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. Both Luke Mongdao and the Hall Master showed approving expressions. Amid everyone's exclamations, La Tu reminded the referee that it was time to announce the result. The referee could hardly believe his own eyes, but he still shouted loudly, "La Tu wins." After jumping down from the arena, La Tu thought to himself, after this battle, I'll definitely catch the attention of the upper ranks. Maybe I can even be exceptionally admitted into the elite class and obtain martial resource privileges. The referee announced that the next matches were about to begin and all contestants should prepare. As La Tu walked past, he heard everyone discussing, La Tu's strength is definitely enough for the top 5. I wonder how he compares to Zhao Qi Shuang, who's ranked 4th. I think Zhao Qi Shuang is stronger. La Tu's martial art level isn't good enough. Another group was also talking about him. La Tu might even become a Qi Si realm martial artist by age 18. That would qualify him to participate in the selection, and if he passes, he could become an outer disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Why don't you just say he's even more incredible and will become an inner disciple before 25? Su Fei said to his cousin, "Cousin, you have to avenge me. Before, this La Tu made me lose all face in front of Lu Wuhan." Su Fei's cousin happened to be La Tu's next opponent, and he said, his fist art and movement technique are good, but I don't know how his swordsmanship is. Up to now, in this tournament, he still hasn't used the sword on his back. Su Fei said jealously, his swordsmanship definitely sucks. Cousin, be ruthless when you fight him later. Su Fei's cousin also answered with complete confidence. Pretending to be righteous, Su Fei said, "Don't worry, cousin. Once I become family head, I definitely won't forget your share of the benefits." His cousin laughed loudly, but inwardly sneered with contempt. "Once I reach the Qi Si realm, even if I can't become an outer disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, I can still join the city guard army." What does your Su family amount to? You only reach the 7th level by relying on a useless, drug-taking rich brat. Su Fei's cousin, much like the red-haired man from before, strode aggressively onto the stage and said, "I heard you practice thunderbolt swordsmanship. Dare to compete with me? But beneath my 7-star saber art, you won't have any chance of entering the finals." He gave La Tu a sinister, cold laugh, full of contempt, but La Tu replied coolly, "You want me to draw my sword? Then we'll have to see whether you're worthy of it first." The man gave a cold snort and assumed his stance, then struck first with a quick draw technique. Its power looked tremendous, yet it failed to injure La Tu at all. La Tu deftly evaded it, and praises immediately rose from below the stage. What great movement! As expected of La Tu, the movement technique he's shown in this tournament is simply marvelous. Do you think that means he can keep dodging? The opponent then used another move, 7 stars, seizing water, the technique he was proudest of. He laughed arrogantly to himself. "This is my strongest strike. La Tu, even if you don't die, you'll be gravely wounded." But he had underestimated La Tu too much. La Tu lowered his body and dodged with ease, making the man's expression change in shock. He dodged it. Then La Tu unleashed the soaring dragon form, perhaps because it had fused with the flames he absorbed from Luke Mongdao's meridians. His soaring dragon form transformed into a mighty fire dragon, which charged out forcefully and smashed his opponent off the stage. Even his sword flew from his hand. The watching crowd both praised La Tu and ridiculed the loser. This La Tu doesn't just have amazing movement. He stays calm in danger and is steady and composed. His opponent had achieved great mastery in a 3rd-grade martial art. If not for that, he probably wouldn't even have been able to do anything to La Tu's movement technique. The defeated man seemed unable to accept reality, his body trembling in fear. Impossible. Impossible. La Tu looked toward the arena and thought, then the only truly strong opponents left next are. He turned his gaze toward two people, one wielding a broadsword and the other a spear. Then he turned his head and looked at a white-haired young swordsman with his hair tied high, refined and scholarly in appearance, standing in the middle with a sword in hand. La Tu thought to himself, so it really is these people. This is the final round of the martial tournament. I hope the three of you won't disappoint me. The first match was between the saber user and the spear user. Of the two, the saber wielder charged first, but the spear user suppressed him with a single move and forced him entirely onto the defensive. Soon after, the saber user was struck and coughed up blood, leaving him no choice but to admit defeat. La Tu and the white-haired youth stood below the stage, watching the battle. Then the elder shouted, "Fong Hien truck La Tu onto the stage." The two of them leaped onto the arena at the same time. Fong Hien truck raised his fist toward La Tu and confidently declared, "I'll defeat you within 3 moves." In a taunting voice, La Tu answered, "Then I'd like to see how exactly you plan to beat me within 3 moves. Then open your eyes and watch carefully." As he spoke, he drew his sword from its sheath and rushed at La Tu's day. The people below the stage cried out in alarm. What speed! That's the 3rd grade movement art, shifting forms and changing shadows. But La Tu showed no fear at all. A smug sneer appeared on his face as he said, "What good is speed by itself?" Then he advanced while observing Fong Hien truck's movements, dodging every attack. The Hall Master, seated high above and watching the match, suddenly sprang to his feet and said, "Impressive, La Tuesday. To cultivate a 2nd grade martial art to the point that it rivals 3rd grade talent. What a monster." The people below the stage were also filled with doubt at what they saw. Did he really only cultivate a 2nd grade martial art? Why does it feel like even Fong Hien truck's 3rd grade movement art is inferior to his? On the arena, La Tu blocked his opponent's sword, and the Hall Master said in astonishment, "Swordsmanship at the level of great mastery? He learned it only 2 months ago and already mastered it." Then La Tu claimed victory and pointed his sword at Fong Hien truck. The latter stammered in shock, "I concede." Even the Hall Master could not help but sigh in admiration. He cultivated the pure yang physique to its peak, and in just 5 months rose from the 2nd level of body, refining to the 9th. In 2 months, he brought the Ben Lei sword art to great mastery, and even his 2nd grade movement art reached great mastery. Below the Chi Si realm, he is invincible. Since Fong Yen Truck had lost that match, he had to fight the saber user who had earlier been defeated by the spear user, and in the end Fong Yen Truck won. Both of them were panting heavily and drenched in sweat, because their strength was almost evenly matched. Next, the final match to determine first place began. La Tu and Hua Thursday Sin prepared to take the stage. Without any delay, the two immediately stepped onto the arena. Unlike the ones before him, Hua Thursday, Sin was not arrogant. Instead, he carried the bearing and composure of a true gentleman. On the arena, Hua Thursday, Sin raised the long spear that had defeated countless opponents and said, "I am 18 this year. This is my last time participating in the martial tournament. I hope you won't disappoint me." Latu was no less imposing. Drawing his long sword, he said, "I won't disappoint you either. Besides, I'd also like to experience your spear art for myself." Then the elder shouted, "The match begins." Holding his spear, Hua Thursday, Sin charged forward and said, "Make your move. I won't hold back." Gritting his teeth, Latu used his sword to block Hua Thursday Sin's fierce and heavy strike, and could not help exclaiming, "As expected, your spear art is formidable." At the very moment La Tu was distracted, Hua Thursday Sin attacked downward from above, making him cry out, "Not good." He had no time to parry it away, and could only drive the inner force in his body to erupt through his arms, forcibly taking Hua Thursday Sin's spear strike head on. The two streams of power collided, and Hua Thursday Sin fell into a disadvantage, shaken back several steps. Enraged, Hua Thursday Sin said, "Damn it, what powerful inner force." The Hall Master also praised him without restraint. Such strong inner force. Even if La Tu has reached the 9th level and cultivated a 4th grade internal art, his inner force should not be this powerful. Stroking his beard, the Hall Master thought to himself, "It seems he has successfully cultivated pure yang art." The battle between Hua Thursday Sin and La Tu continued in a deadlock. As he fought, Lot 2 calculated inwardly. Although I can suppress him with my inner strength, I might as well use Hua Thursday Sin's spear art to temper my own movement technique and swordsmanship. Hua Thursday Sin used the Liuli Cold Light spear to struggle against him, and La Tu met it head-on without the slightest intention of yielding. The two forces clashed again, and still no winner emerged. The people below the stage watched in awe and kept exclaiming, "They've already fought more than 40 moves at full strength. Both sides have such deep inner force. They've already reached the 60th move." After more than 60 exchanges, Lot 2 finally seized an opening and knocked the long spear from Hua Thursday Sin's hand. "Thank you for yielding," he said. Shocked at his own defeat, Hua Thursday Sin asked, "How can your inner chi be stronger than mine? Unless you cultivated pure yang art." Lot 2 answered politely, "That's right. Senior brother Hua, your spear art is truly powerful. I only managed to win by relying on the inner chi of pure yang art." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in shocked discussion. "What? Latu cultivated pure yang art successfully?" In the past 800 years, only 3 people have succeeded with that third-grade cultivation method. The Hall Master rose and announced the result. "This match goes to La Tu. The number 1 of this martial tournament is La Tuesday." Everyone present cheered in congratulations. 10,000 victories to La Tu. "Well done, La Tu. You're the pride of commoners like us." Standing in the back, Luke Mongdao was also happy for him and thought, La Tu has now become the most talked about figure in all of Qingyun City. It won't be long before he leaves Qingyun City and heads for Yunlong County, or even the entire Tianwu Kingdom. The scene shifted to Lot 2 entering the inner depths of the martial hall. Under the elder's guidance, he was granted a private audience with the hall master. Kneeling, he saluted. Student Lot 2 greets the hall master and all elders. The hall master said to him, "Lot 2, you took first place in the tournament. These are your rewards. Bring them up at once." 3 maidservants stepped forward carrying items covered with red cloth and stopped in front of Lot 2. The first maidservant lifted the red cloth, revealing a token. The hall master said, "This is your first reward. With this token, you may enter the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion and freely choose any 4th-grade martial art you want." Latu was secretly delighted. "I can choose freely? Then my internal art, martial skills, and movement technique can all be upgraded to the 4th grade." The maidservant unveiled the second item, a bottle of chi pills. The hall master continued, "This is your second reward, a 2nd-grade condensing chi pill. After taking it, it can help your cultivation break through to the peak of the 9th level of body, refining, and step into the Chi Si realm." The second item was extremely valuable, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on Latu's face. He hurriedly reached out to take it, thinking this 1 2nd-grade pill is worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. For an ordinary martial artist to break through into the Chi Si realm, besides accumulation, they would need half a year to a full year of constant impact against the Dantian. With this pill, I could succeed in 1 attempt. The hall master raised a hand to stop him. "Notarus, there's a 3rd reward. This is a 2nd-tier spirit gathering array. It can increase your cultivation efficiency 4-fold. Lot 2 cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Hall Master, for the reward." The Hall Master replied, "This is not my merit. It is what you deserve." Then he added, "There is one more matter. Bring him up." 2 men escorted the tightly bound Zhang Xiaoxiong forward. The moment Lot 2 saw him, anger flashed across his face. An elder below the stage said, "This man is Zhang Xiaoxiong, head of the Zhang family. He once sent people to hunt you down and even sent men to try to capture your family. But they were intercepted by the martial hall, and he was arrested." La Tu glared furiously at Zhang Xiaoxiong and said, "You deserve to die. Even death would not be enough to atone for your crimes." But the hall master stopped him and reminded him, "La Tu, I understand your anger, but there is something I must remind you of." Though furious, La Tu remained calm and listened to the hall master's advice. The Zhang family has an old ancestor who serves as an outer sect steward in Chu Daomon, and with your talent, you will certainly enter Chu Daomon in the future, so. Though the hall master did not say it outright, La Tu understood and continued, "So that Zhang family ancestor will definitely seek revenge. But even so, if I spare Zhang Xiaoxiong, will they remember my mercy? And after I leave, won't Zhang Xiaoxiong seize the chance to make a move against my family?" Hall Master, I have thought it through. I don't care what kind of backing they have. I will absolutely never forgive anyone who wants to harm my family. His eyes were sharp and filled with hatred as he made his decision without hesitation. After hearing this, the Hall Master showed his approval and ordered, "Very well. Drag him out." Though his mouth was gagged, Zhang Xiaoxiong struggled desperately, as if he had suffered some enormous injustice, but it was useless. He was dragged away. The Hall Master then said, "But from now on, you must be careful, especially after joining Chu Daomon. Our Qingyun City Martial Hall will no longer be able to protect you." La Tu thanked the Hall Master. He knew very well what he had to do next. At Luke Mong Dao's small courtyard, La Tu, as usual, absorbed the fire yang severed meridians. Flames overflowed, making the surroundings scorching hot. Both of their clothes were singed a little. Luke Mong Dao suddenly said, "Although it's only once every 7 days, every time it still feels embarrassing. I'm going to change into another set of clothes." After changing, she pushed the door open and came back in, only to see La Tu still seated on the bed, cultivating the fire energy. She smiled faintly and thought, "Once my fire yang sever meridians are cured, it will also be time for me to return." In just half a year, he has gone from the 2nd level to the 9th level of body refining, and even mastered pure yang art. Later, he may even have the chance to cultivate a Xiantian cultivation method. Pure yang art is actually a complete 8th grade martial art. When that time comes, he will surely be able to secure a place for himself in Chu Dao sect. After controlling the fire energy, La Tu opened his eyes and found Luke Mong Dao staring at him. She immediately turned her head away, leaving him a little confused. As for Luke Mong Dao, it was as if she had been caught peeking, and she shyly avoided his gaze. La Tu got off the bed and said to her, "Mong Dao, once I cultivate to the Qi realm, it should only take 2 or 3 more treatments to completely cure your fire yang sever meridians." Luke Mong Dao was a little surprised when she heard this, because it meant the two of them would only be able to meet a few more times. She blurted out, "So soon?" Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly changed her tone. "I mean, are you sure?" A disappointed, troubled look appeared on her face as she thought, "Why is my heart beating so wildly? Could it be because once I'm cured, I won't be able to stay by La Tu's side like this anymore?" La Tu reassured her, "Of course I'm sure. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Luke Mong Dao brushed back her hair and said awkwardly, "Nothing's wrong. I'm just a little tired." La Tu did not suspect anything unusual in her behavior and replied, "Then get some good rest. In the next few days, I need to enter seclusion and break through to the Qi realm. Sister Mong Dao, I'll be going now." Then he waved goodbye, leaving Luke Mong Dao staring after his back as she softly replied, "All right." La Tu was now the #1 disciple of the martial hall and had a new residence as well. Sitting on a large bed, he cultivated his technique, then took out a shining golden pill and said happily, "It's time to break through to the Qi realm." Then he swallowed the pill he had just received. The pill immediately took effect, and rings of radiance spread around his body. La Tu murmured the incantation, "Pure yang in one breath. Let all meridians connect. Open for me." The first step of opening the Dantian was completed, but what is this? Is this the Qi realm? He wondered whether he had truly advanced into the Qi realm, because the life and death dual poles within him were somewhat different from ordinary ones. But afterward, he confirmed that he had succeeded. Clutching his chest in delight, La Tu said, "The life and death pearl is truly miraculous. Ever since I obtained it, whether in battle or cultivation, it has given me tremendous help." Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. A hand using Qi force pushed the door open and entered, carrying an extremely solemn air. Seeing this, La Tu thought to himself, "Why has the servant at the Hall Master's side come here?" The man smiled and said to him, "Young Master La, the Hall Master invites you to the martial hall." La Tu got off the bed and asked, "Why is the Hall Master looking for me?" The man, his face full of wrinkles, gave a dry laugh and replied, "Reporting to Young Master, the Hall Master of the Martial Hall of Tan Thatch City has brought a talented young girl to pay a visit. Several people from Qingyun City have already been defeated by her." "I understand." As he spoke, La Tu rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought. Although they were all talents nurtured by Chu Daomon, competition between different martial halls was perfectly normal. As the #1 of Qingyun City, he indeed had the duty to answer the challenge. At the Marshall grounds, students of Qingyun Marshall Hall and Tan Thatch Marshall Hall were engaged in a contest. Seeing that his own student held the upper hand and had defeated many opponents, the hall master of Tan Thatch Marshall Hall became proud and wanted to make a wager with the hall master of Qingyun. I heard your Qingyun Marshall Hall has produced a genius who cultivated pure yang art. Why don't we make a bet? The Qingyun Hall master asked with an unhappy expression. What do you want to bet on? The other man slyly tried to win back the item he had lost years ago and answered, how about betting the blue star bracelet that you won from me 3 years ago? Neep Deep had already defeated many Qingyun City students. She stood there proudly with her hands on her hips, making the students below the stage angrily mutter, this is too much. She keeps aiming for people's faces. Once or twice could be a coincidence, but 4 times in a row is obviously deliberate. Although the student defeated by Neep Deep was filled with hatred, he could only do so helplessly, trembling with anger as he said, damn it. The students below the stage were also full of indignation. Winning is one thing, but humiliating people afterward? Does she really think Qingyun City has no one? Seeing this, the Qingyun Hall master fell silent and thoughtful. Neep Deep was a beautiful young girl, but her expression was full of attitude, and in a provocative tone she said, does Qingyun Marshall Hall have no experts? A bunch of trash can't even beat a woman like me. The hall master of Tan Thatch Marshall Hall turned to the Qingyun Hall master and said, she's just a child and doesn't know better. Please don't be offended. Suppressing his anger, the Qingyun Hall master said, you dared bring people here to challenge Qingyun City. She's that 17-year-old genius who already became a Qi realm martial artist, isn't she? Then he looked toward Neep Deep on the stage and inwardly worried for La Tu, unsure whether La Tu was a match for this girl. Then the servant beside the hall master led La Tu to the arena. The moment the surrounding crowd saw him arrive, they cried out joyfully, La Tu is here. La Tu is the champion of our Qingyun Marshall Hall tournament. He can definitely do it. Neep Deep turned her head and looked at him, arrogantly pointing at him as she asked, so you're the number 1 of Qingyun Marshall Hall? I wonder if you can even take one move from me. La Tu now understood why she was so arrogant and said, a Qi realm martial artist. No wonder you're so overbearing. The hall master was also somewhat pleased to see La Tu arrive and asked him, La Tu, are you confident you can deal with this talented girl Neep Deep of Tan Thatch Marshall Hall? La Tu answered decisively with a single word, yes. The students behind him also felt proud of him and praised him. La Tu has broken through too, as expected of the number 1 of our Qingyun Marshall Hall. Seeing La Tu step forward, the hall master confidently turned back to the Tan Thatch Hall master and said, you wanted to bet with me just now. I agree. If Neep Deep wins, I'll return the blue star bracelet to you. The Tan Thatch Hall master snorted disdainfully and replied, if La Tu wins, I'll give you a bottle of Xiantian pills. Both hall masters were full of confidence in their own students and set a major wager. On the stage, Neep Deep said in a somewhat surprised tone, I didn't expect a Qi realm martial artist like you to appear among the trash of Qingyun City. Then she drew out her long spear and arrogantly declared, there aren't many people worthy of making me use my spear. La Tuesday, you have that qualification. So even if you lose in a moment, you can still be proud. Then Neep Deep shot forward like a gust of wind, making even La Tu exclaim, what speed? The two of them immediately fell into fierce battle. But Neep Deep was struck in the chest by one of La Tu's palm attacks and staggered backward in shock. La Tu mocked her. With that little strength, you still dared come to Qingyun City and cause trouble? You're not even qualified to make me get serious. The Qingyun City students below the stage cheered gleefully for him. Ah, well said. Isn't she just a Qi realm martial artist? What's so amazing about that? As expected of the number 1 of our Qingyun Marshall Hall. Humiliated in front of everyone, Neep Deep roared in fury. How dare you look down on me? Take this. Neep Deep charged at La Tu once again. She used both saber and sword techniques, but La Tu counterattacked with Dragon Tiger Fist, leaving everyone below the stage stunned. La Tu's body was actually able to withstand blades head-on, and Neep Deep was no exception, secretly shocked. What dense true chi? After that, she was continuously forced to endure La Tu's relentless chain of attacks, able only to defend and unable to strike back. The entire situation had been completely turned around by La Tuesday smugly. He asked Neep Deep, heaven's favored daughter, are you still not admitting defeat? Having no other choice, she could only curse. Bastard. Right after that, La Tu struck out with a palm and sent Neep Deep flying off the arena. Seeing La Tu win so quickly, the Hall Master of Qingyun proudly laughed and glanced at the Hall Master of Tan Thatch, saying, "Haha, well fought. Many thanks to Hall Master Tan Thatch for gifting me the innate pill." Defeated by La Tu, Neeptu Deep had no choice. Turning back, she spat out, "La Tu, remember this well. Just you wait. One day, I will defeat you." After that, she and the Hall Master of Tan Thatch left not only in defeat, but also had to hand over the innate pill to the Hall Master of Qingyun according to their agreement. Back at the Martial Hall, the Hall Master was grinning from ear to ear and said to La Tu with satisfaction, "Huh, La Tu, this time you preserved the honor of my Qingyun Martial Hall. This blue star bracelet is what I won from Hall Master Tan Thatch. It belongs to you now. Don't underestimate this bracelet. It was forged by a third-grade array master. Once activated with true Qi, it forms a defensive barrier. Anyone below the 7th level of innate realm won't be able to break it." La Tu accepted the treasure and happily thanked the Hall Master. The Hall Master walked down the steps and approached La Tu, continuing, "Now that you've reached the Qi realm, there are some things you should know. In 3 months, the Xiaoyao sect will begin its entrance examination. You can decide for yourself whether you want to go or not." La Tu asked, somewhat puzzled, "If I don't succeed this year, can I still go next year?" The Hall Master replied, "Of course you can." Feeling that there would be plenty of opportunities, La Tu said confidently, "Then I'll take part as well." The Hall Master smiled in satisfaction and said, "Good. I also hope you succeed on your first try. Train hard, and when the time comes, I'll inform you." After their conversation ended, La Tu walked out of the hall doors, full of confidence as he murmured, "With my current strength, it's about time for me to leave this city and head for a wider world." 1 month later, in Luke Mong Dao's small courtyard, she was absorbing fire energy together with La Tu as usual. When they finished, Luke Mong Dao said, "La Tu, thank you." La Tu replied, "No need to thank me." He stared at Luke Mong Dao, a trace of sorrow on his face, and thought to himself, "Actually, I've also gained a great deal from Sister Mong Dao. It's just that I'm about to leave." He felt somewhat reluctant to part. Luke Mong Dao also wore a mournful expression as she told him, "La Tu, I have to leave too. Leave Qingyun City." La Tu quickly asked, "Sister Mong Dao, you're leaving? Where to?" She answered, "The Xiaoyao sect." Hearing that Luke Mong Dao was going to the Xiaoyao sect, which was also where he would soon be taking the entrance examination, La Tu could not hide the joy in his heart and blurted out, "Sister Mong Dao, in 2 months I'll also be going to take the entrance examination. We'll meet again at the Xiaoyao sect then. Take this bracelet as my gift while we're temporarily apart." La Tu gave her the precious bracelet that the Hall Master had rewarded him with, showing just how much Luke Mong Dao meant to him. Luke Mong Dao also promised to wait for him, replying, "I'll wait for you at the Xiaoyao sect for 2 months. 3 days after that conversation, La Tu received a letter from Luke Mong Dao. It read, "I've left. I'll wait for you at the Xiaoyao sect." Mong Dao. Holding the letter, La Tu thought to himself, "I'll go find you." He rode swift as the wind toward the city of the Xiaoyao sect. On the city wall, 3 people were staring at La Tu as he entered the city. The one in the middle said, "He's only at the 1st level of Qi Si. Isn't Master making a mountain out of a molehill by sending the 3 of us? Be careful. Don't let the Martial Hall get hold of anything." "Don't worry, senior brother. We understand." La Tu rode into the Baki Mountain forest while thinking, "I really envy the Hall Masters for being able to fly through the air. But with my current strength, I can already go deep into Baki Mountain to temper myself." Suddenly, he pulled the reins and came to a stop, the horse neighing sharply, because La Tu sensed that someone was following him. Images of 3 shadowy figures secretly pursuing him flashed in his eyes. La Tu immediately identified them as one at the 7th level of Qi Si and 2 at the 5th. Then he leaped into a tall tree to observe, while the 3 pursuers remained completely unaware as they continued after him. La Tu suddenly spoke, startling the 3 into stopping. "Why have you 3 been following me all this time?" They halted and turned toward the tall tree where La Tu stood. At once, all 3 drew their swords, and one of them said, "I didn't expect you'd be able to discover our whereabouts. But since you're about to leave this world, there's no need for you to know too much." At the same time, La Tu also drew his sword and said, "Fine then. I just hope you'll still be this arrogant in a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-haired and silver-haired assassins rushed forward. And the silver-haired one arrogantly said, "Give up your useless struggle." Latu immediately unleashed a sword technique, sending out a stream of true chi that struck both of them, causing them to cry out in shock. Such powerful true chi. Is this kid really only at the first level of chi? See? Latu followed up with the 9 swords of thunder, severing the silver-haired man's sword. The black-haired man clutched his throat, his face twisted in pain as he struggled to breathe. And then both of them collapsed beneath Lot 2's swordsmanship. Only the final man with purple hair remained. But faced with the deaths of his 2 brothers, he showed no fear at all. Perhaps he was the strongest of the 3. And he said confidently, "Brat, I didn't expect that although you've only just stepped into the first level of Chi Si, you'd already possess such strength. But today, you are fated to die here." He began to execute his sword art, green light wrapping around his body before he leaped up and charged at La Tu. La Tu did not sit there waiting to die either, but circulated his inner power to counterattack. He thought to himself, "This man is at the 7th level of Chi Si, his true Chi is highly condensed, and the martial art he cultivates is at least 5th grade and already at major completion. Just who sent this level of expert after me?" In a single moment of carelessness, the purple-haired man thrust his sword forward. Fortunately, La Tu blocked it in time. Seeing that La Tu seemed to be falling into a disadvantage, the purple-haired man confidently said, "Kid, you won't survive today." Then he unleashed the Heavenly Wolf Moon Sword, and a ferocious green wolf pounced toward La Tu's day. At the same time, La Tu executed the 9 swords of thunder, 9 sword shadows like clones rushing toward the purple-haired man, followed by a loud explosion. In a thick cloud of smoke, La Tu unexpectedly knocked the sword from the purple-haired man's hand. His opponent sneered, "So you've actually grasped an attribute of true chi, but your cultivation is too low. You'll still fall into my hands." Then La Tu unleashed Tiger Dragon Fist, while the purple-haired man answered with mountain-splitting fist. The 2 forces collided, and the purple-haired man fell into the disadvantage, his hand throbbing with pain from the impact. Unable to believe it, he looked gloomily at his injured hand and said, "Impossible. I clearly forced you back. So why am I the one who got hurt?" La Tu flicked away the sword in the purple-haired man's hand and pointed his blade at him as he asked, "Who sent you?" However arrogant the purple-haired man had been before, he was now just as cowardly. Fearing death, he bargained with La Tu, "If I tell you, will you spare me? As long as you guarantee you won't kill me, I'll tell you everything." La Tu pressed the tip of his sword to the man's face and said, "You're not qualified to negotiate with me." Frightened, the purple-haired man confessed everything. "Master sent the 3 brothers to Qingyun City. My master is Zhang Luliang, an outer sect deacon of the Xiaoyao sect. You can't do anything to me, or else the Xiaoyao sect and my master won't." Before he could finish speaking, La Tu sent him off to the king of hell with a single sword strike. Looking up at the flock of birds flying freely overhead, "L'as-tu snorted coldly? Zhang family patriarch, is it? Once I reach the Xiaoyao sect, I'll make sure to repay you properly." At that moment, La Tu searched the 3 men and found 2 swords and a ring. Laughing as he said, "2 low-grade human tier swords and 1 mid-grade. Shouldn't I thank that Zhang family patriarch for giving me gifts?" Suddenly, the furious roar of a giant beast rang out, frightening the birds into scattering. La Tu was startled as well, turning his head to look back as he thought, "Just one roar carries this much power. It's probably a 3rd-rank demonic beast or higher. I'd better leave first." Then, borrowing the force of a leap, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only the corpses of the 3 assassins strewn across the ground. He arrived by a nearby stream, its water clear and cool. With his hands on his hips, he muttered to himself that when the 3 disciples Zhang Luliang had sent failed to return for so long, the old man would definitely grow suspicious. By the time I join the Xiaoyao sect, I'm afraid there'll be no shortage of trouble. He scooped water up to wash his face, calculating as he did so. But since Mong Dao knowingly chose to go even though there was a tiger on the mountain, then I can only head toward the Tiger Mountain as well. As long as I perform outstandingly and receive key cultivation, my status and position will be able to surpass that old Zhang patriarch, that outer sect deacon. 2 months later, a giant eagle circled through the sky, carrying 2 people on its back, the Hall Master of Qingyun and La Tuesday. The Hall Master said to him, "You little brat, you almost missed this year's Xiaoyao sect disciple examination. Luckily, I have my third-rank demonic beast mount, the Black Cloud Eagle. Latu explained to the Hall Master. While I was training in Baki Mountain, I was ambushed by 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. The Hall Master was deeply shocked after hearing that, and immediately said in fury, "It must have been that old bastard Zhang Luliang. It really wasn't easy for you to come back alive." Then, as if realizing something, the Hall Master looked at Latu in astonishment and asked, "You've already reached the 2nd level of Qi Si?" Latu scratched his head and humbly replied, "I just happened to break through by luck in a desperate life-and-death situation." The Hall Master nodded approvingly. After that, the third-rank demonic beast Black Cloud Eagle swooped down, and the Hall Master pointed at the city ahead as he introduced it. "This is Yunlong Commandery." The two landed in Yunlong Commandery, and the Hall Master led Latu inside. A large crowd was already there to receive them. "Oh, Hall Master Qingyun has arrived. That person is Latu, right? The 4th person in the past 800 years to cultivate pure yang art successfully. Looks like Qingyun Martial Hall's luck isn't bad." The Hall Master felt proud of his disciple and laughed heartily in courtesy. "Ha, everyone, I arrived a little late. Fortunately, I haven't delayed anything." Then the Hall Master said to the attendants there, "Please take the disciple of my Qingyun Martial Hall to rest. I'll handle the registration for the examination myself." In the rear courtyard, Latu was walking when someone suddenly blocked his way. "Kid, stop right there." With his arms folded across his chest, the man asked, "You're Latu?" Latu asked in return, "I just got here, and someone's already looking for trouble." On hearing that, the man flew into a rage, pointing at Latu's face as he said, "Do you think that just because you cultivated pure yang art successfully, you're some kind of expert?" Seeing the two arguing and seemingly about to fight, the surrounding crowd immediately began discussing it. "That's Yuan Feishan from Gaoi City. I heard he really likes Neep Chu Deep from Tan Thatch Martial Hall. Earlier, when Neep Chu Deep went to Qingyun City to challenge someone, she was defeated by Latu's day." Another person mocked, "So he's trying to win a beauty smile, huh? Ha, let's just enjoy the show." Seeing that the other side was deliberately provoking him, Latu didn't waste words and asked directly, "What do you want?" The man smugly held up 3 fingers and said, "You bullied my little sister, Chu Deep. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times loudly, I'll let you off once." Latu mocked him. "Are you sure you're a match for me?" The man's face turned livid with anger when he heard that, and as he charged forward, he shouted, "Kid, looks like you refuse to submit. Then this young master will just beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." As soon as he spoke, he threw a punch and lunged in, but Latu easily dodged, making him inwardly startled. "I heard this guy's movement technique and swordsmanship are exceptional. I need to deal with him carefully." He had only just finished feeling self-satisfied when Latu struck out with a palm as fast as lightning, causing him to cry out, "What?" In the blink of an eye, the man had already been blasted several meters away. The watching crowd hadn't even had time to react and began asking in shock, "What happened? Did any of you see what just happened?" A green-haired youth mocked. "Wasn't Yuan Feishan supposed to be at the 2nd level of Qi Si with a 4th grade fist technique at major completion? And Latu only broke through to the 1st level of Qi Si 2 months ago, didn't he?" Having lost face in front of everyone, Yuan Feishan became even more enraged and charged at Latu again, roaring, "Kid, how dare you humiliate me like this?" But before long, Latu sent him flying with a kick, and the spectators gasped in amazement. So fast. Seeing that the other man had fallen to the ground and couldn't get back up, Latu simply walked away. By a table covered in pastries, several beautiful young women were sitting and chatting, among them Neep Chu Deep. The green-haired girl beside her said, "Chu Deep, I just got back and already heard that Yuan Feishan tried to stand up for you and got beaten up by Latu instead." Proudly picking up a pastry, Neep Chu Deep said, "It's not like I told Yuan Feishan to provoke Latu's day. I wanted to feed him with my own hands." The green-haired girl said admiringly, "Neep Chu Deep, you really are a fatal beauty. But your strength and Yuan Feishan's are about the same. So you probably can't beat Latu either, right?" Having her defeat brought up again made Neep Chu Deep angry. She gave a cold snort and said, "I will definitely defeat him." The scene shifted to the rear courtyard where Latu was staying. He was seated in cultivation, the 2 extremes life and death chi swirling around him. As he cultivated, he thought, "Ever since breaking through to the 1st level of Qi Si, the life and death pearl has given me the life and death state map. As long as I thoroughly comprehend the first step, I'll be able to further perfect the life and death seal. He happily looked at the two extremes life and death chi in his hand. One night passed, and the bell of Yunlong Commandery rang out, waking everyone. All the candidates participating in the examination gathered in the square. Someone announced that the entrance examination was about to begin, and the Martial Hall students, together with the 18 Hall masters, headed to the examination grounds. At the martial arena of the Xiaoyao sect, everyone buzzed with discussion. The Xiaoyao sect only accepts 3 people each year, yet every year, so many still come. That's right, I heard there are quite a few experts here today. Besides those from the martial halls, there are also other geniuses. The Wang family of Yushan has a 16-year-old genius who already reached the 2nd level of Qi Si. I just wonder how the martial hall students compare. The great doors opened, and a man stepped out to introduce himself. This old man is Zhang Luliang, outer sect deacon, and I am in charge of the entrance examination. Then he leaped up and declared, "Now everyone will line up and enter the examination in order." Hearing this name, La Tu was startled inwardly. Zhang Luliang is the Zhang family patriarch who sent those 3 disciples to Qingyuan City. The examinees one by one placed their hands on the scoring tablet. 17 years old, 2nd level of Qi Si, 6 points. Su Ping, 2nd level of Qi Si, 16 years old, 9 points. When it was La Tu's turn, he pressed his hand down and it displayed 3rd level of Qi Si, 18 years old, 9 points. Seeing that La Tu was listed at the 3rd level, everyone cried out in surprise and began discussing it. Why is there someone at the 3rd level of Qi Si? No, that can't be right. This guy's true Qi fluctuations are clearly only at the 2nd level. So why is it showing 3rd level? Could the stone tablet be broken? Hearing the commotion, Zhang Luliang took La Tu's examination token and glanced at it. Qingyuan Martial Hall, La Tuesday. On hearing this name, his heart sank. If La Tu is here, then doesn't that mean my 3 disciples failed? He glanced at the hall master in the distance and gave a cold snort. Immediately, he seized the chance to falsely accuse La Tu and declared, at only the 2nd level of Qi Si, yet using underhanded means to trigger a 3rd level result. So young, yet already walking the crooked path. His qualification for the examination is revoked. The whole venue erupted, and people began noisily discussing it. What? Disqualified? I told you this guy was cheating. The hall master stepped forward to demand justice for La Tu, pointing at Zhang Luliang as he said, "Zhang Luliang, don't go too far." Relying on his status as an outer sect deacon, Zhang Luliang suppressed the hall master. "I am an outer sect deacon and also the chief examiner. Is hall master questioning my decision?" The two argued fiercely. Unable to contain his anger, the hall master pointed at Zhang Luliang's face and said, "What gives you the right to strip La Tu of his qualification?" Zhang Luliang retorted, "This old man has already said it. He used despicable tricks, so naturally he should be disqualified." The hall master cursed disdainfully. "Bullshit. La Tu cultivated pure yang art successfully. His true chi is denser and purer than others of the same realm. A situation like this is perfectly normal." Everyone cried out in shock. What? This guy cultivated pure yang art successfully? Isn't that the famously difficult cultivation art? Zhang Luliang continued, making things difficult. Hall Master Qingyuan, you saying he mastered the pure yang skill is only your side of the story. I want to verify it myself. The spectators and examinees were even more shocked. Isn't this too much? Having a martial artist's meridians examined was no different from placing his life in someone else's hands. Zhang Luliang's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort as he began circulating his power. Purple aura enveloppé La Tu. He said, "I want to see for myself whether you really mastered the pure yang skill." La Tu could not move and could only curse. "You old bastard, this is personal revenge under the guise of official business." Just then, Luke Mong Dao arrived with 2 maidservants and shouted, "Stop! I can testify that La Tu really has mastered the pure yang skill." When everyone saw Luke Mong Dao, they all bowed and addressed her as Miss. And even Zhang Luliang was no exception. La Tu thought to himself, what status does Mong Dao actually have in the Xiaoyao sect? Luke Mong Dao walked up to Zhang Luliang and said, "Deacon Zhang, I'm testifying on La Tu's behalf. You don't have any objections, do you?" Though unwilling, Zhang Luliang could only lower his head. Since Miss has personally come forward as witness, this subordinate naturally dares not object. "But I am the chief examiner for this entrance test, so it must be handled fairly. Let lest I fail the sect master's trust. Deacon Zhang, are you saying that my interference is making things difficult for you? Luke Mong Dao asked in return. Zhang Luliang answered in panic. This subordinate would not dare. Luke Mong Dao did not press him further. In that case, I'll watch how Deacon Zhang handles this fairly. It was true that Lot Tu had mastered the pure yang skill. Zhang Luliang could no longer cancel Lot Tu's qualification. So he said, since Miss has testified for you, the cultivation test counts as passed. 8 points. Luke Mong Dao had effectively saved Lot Tu twice. He said nothing, only stared at her with a puzzled look. Luke Mong Dao sat down on a chair brought by her maidservants, and the people around began whispering about her identity. Who is that beauty? To make even the chief examiner so frightened? I heard she's the daughter of the outer sect master. How does Lot Tu know her? Those who had passed the first round stood below the arena as Zhang Luliang announced. The second test begins, martial skill assessment. Scoring will be based on the grade of the martial skill and the level of mastery. After that, people went on stage one after another. Third grade martial skill, small success, 6 points. A person named Su Ping stepped onto the stage. Fourth grade movement skill, great success, 9 points. This drew constant praise from the crowd. Then it was Lot Tu's turn to go on stage. He held a long sword, his gaze sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Lot Tu began to perform his sword art, green light crackling around him like lightning, shocking everyone. Fourth grade sword art at perfection. Luke Mong Dao smiled with satisfaction below the stage, thinking, this guy really does exceed everyone's expectations. Zhang Luliang, meanwhile, became even more wary, thinking that the threat from this boy was growing by the moment. Suddenly, someone descended from the sky with a loud laugh. Haha, what a fine seedling. Having mastered the pure yang skill and also a fourth grade martial art to perfection. This person was the sect master, and everyone hurriedly bowed in respect. Luke Mong Dao also stood up and saluted. The sect master landed and said, no need for formalities. I will personally preside over the rest of the entrance examination. Seeing her father step in, Luke Mong Dao secretly rejoiced and thought, this is the Lot Tu I mentioned to father. I know about the grudge between him and Zhang Luliang, and I know he is my lifesaver. I must protect him. With the sect master present, Zhang Luliang could do nothing and could only accept reality, no longer able to make trouble. Lot Tu's fourth grade martial art at perfection earned 10 points. But Zhang Luliang was bitter inside as he thought. The outer sect master status is so exalted. What kind of luck does this brat have? The next day, the sect master announced the examination rules. Today is the second day. The content is entering an array that tests willpower. The longer you endure, the higher the score. After that, the participating examinees entered the array one after another. Someone standing outside commented, I heard this array pattern was inscribed by 13 fourth-tier array masters of the Xiaoyao sect. Its value is unbelievably high. Suddenly, blazing flames erupted inside the array, but this was only the opening and did not have much effect on everyone. In the second round, arrows rained down, and the crowd all around cried out non-stop, while Lot Tu merely folded his arms across his chest and thought, this illusion really is hard to distinguish from reality. The next stage surprised him a little. He found himself standing in a gigantic cauldron of boiling water. The other examinees screamed, thinking they were about to be boiled alive. But Lot Tu remained firm, arms folded, holding his ground. Standing outside, even the sect master was somewhat impressed with Lot Tu's day. He said to his daughter, Mong Dao, this Lot Tu really does have good talent and strong will. He has already passed 9 levels of illusion. I wonder whether this boy can hold out to the very end. Hearing this, Luke Mong Dao was full of confidence and believed Lot Tu would definitely pass. So she told her father to just wait and see. The final illusion was a massive explosion. The people around were all shaken to the ground and could not get up, but Lot Tu alone held firm to his will, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The sect master seemed very satisfied and thought to himself. He even blocked the final impact on the will. At only the second level of the Qi-Si realm, yet possessing a will comparable to the innate realm. Once he matures, he is sure to accomplish something. My silly daughter doesn't even know how to hide her feelings. But if this boy wants to be worthy of her, he'll have to become even more outstanding. The illusion array had not yet ended. Most of the examinees had already come out. Some were clutching their chests. Some had to be supported. Only Latu remained inside the array. His body trembled violently, yet he still endured with difficulty, absolutely refusing to yield. After the array ended, everyone lined up in a row and waited for the examination deacon to announce the results. The scoring for this illusion array test is as follows: 1 point for each illusion layer passed. Latu recève 10 points. Zhang Luoyang's expression was gloomy. Though upset by Latu's brilliant performance, he still resentfully announced, "Rest for 4 hours." After that, the final contest will begin. The winner can seize all the accumulated points of the loser. After resting at the testing grounds, Latu faced off against a dark-skinned man with long reddish-brown hair. That man showed no fear when facing Latu's day. On the contrary, he laughed confidently. "I didn't expect my luck to be this good, meeting you first." Then the two immediately engaged in fierce battle. Below the stands, two people discussed. He's Zheng Kuan from Gaoi City, at the second level of the Qi realm, and he's also cultivated a 4th-grade body-tempering martial art. He once defeated someone at the 3rd level of the Qi realm. Latu might actually lose to him. The moment the purple-haired youth finished speaking, Zhang Kuan was defeated by a single palm strike from Latu. The surrounding spectators' expressions changed drastically. The 4th-grade martial art Zhang Kuan cultivates is bronze iron bones, with incredibly strong defense. Yet he couldn't even withstand one punch from Latu's day. It's not that Zhang Kuan is too weak, but that Latu is too strong. His fist technique and movement skill are already so formidable. Just how strong must his best swordsmanship be? Below the stage, Luke Mong Dao looked at Latu, her face full of pride. The sect master also turned and said, "Mong Dao, your eye for people is not bad." She blushed and covered her mouth. "Father, I haven't even said anything yet." The sect master interrupted. "No one understands you better than I do. Do you think I can't see what's in your heart? But if he wants to be worthy of my daughter, he must enter the inner sect." After the match ended, Latu jumped down and walked over to Luke Mong Dao's side, staring at her as he thought. "Sister Mong Dao said she would wait for me at the Xiaoyao sect. Now I've come." Luke Mong Dao, being stared at by Latu, also looked a little shy. Zhang Luoyang announced the rules for the second round. The second round of matches begins now. The person with the highest accumulated points gets priority in choosing an opponent to challenge. If successful, they can take the other party's rank. In the end, the 3 remaining people will become official outer sect disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. 2 other arrogant youths jumped out and competed to choose their opponents. "I want to challenge Su Ping. I want to challenge Wang Can." In the end, both were miserably defeated and sent flying off the arena. Then it was Nipchu Deep's turn to challenge. She leaped onto the stage, strode aggressively toward Latu, and said, "I want to challenge you." Latu accepted without fear. "Make your move." As usual, Nipchu Deep attacked first, thrusting her spear toward Latu, but Latu dodged it. Her expression darkened as she thought, "Too fast." The people below the stage also cried out in shock. 4th-grade movement skill at perfection. Then Latu unleashed Fierce Tiger Feast, knocking Nipchu Deep straight off the arena. She had lost again, but refused to concede, shouting, "I won't give up. Next time I still want to challenge you." After several rounds of matches, only a few people remained in the arena, including Latu's day. The challenges were nearing their end, and only the top 3 remained. A blonde-haired youth raised his hand and said, "I withdraw." The people below the stage showed understanding. Makes sense. He's already in 3rd place anyway, and he specializes in movement skill. He might not be able to beat Wang Can, who's in 2nd, let alone Latu, who also excels in movement skill. Wang Can raised a sharp treasured sword and pointed it at Latu's day. "I want to challenge you, Latu." He was Latu's next opponent. The crowd below burst into discussion. Wang Can's 4th-grade blade technique has reached great success, and what he cultivates is also the Wang family's inherited 4th-grade internal art. He might be able to force Latu to draw his sword. Besides, Wang Can is at the 3rd level of the Qi realm, so the strength of his inner Qi is no weaker than Latu's. Wang Can said, "A few months ago I was training in the back mountain when I discovered a ruin while slaying demonic beasts, and obtained this upper-grade human-ranked treasure blade." Resting the blade on his shoulder, he said to Latu, "I also obtained a 5th-grade blade technique and movement skill. Both have reached small success, so use your full strength." Latu replied calmly, "A 5th-grade martial art is nothing special." Wang Can retorted, "What arrogance! Later, when blades and swords have no eyes, I advise you to admit defeat. He charged at La Tu and shouted, La Tu, you're only bringing humiliation on yourself. La Tu drew his sword from its sheath. So this is all a 5th grade blade technique amounts to. Then sword light flashed and struck Wang Can in the chest. Wang Can and everyone else were stunned. The crowd broke into uproar. What just happened? I didn't even see him draw his sword, only heard the sound. I can't believe even Wang Can's 5th grade blade technique lost. Wang Can could not accept the truth. He threw a punch and charged at La Tuesday. How could I lose? First place is mine. No one can take it from me. I'm going to kill you. La Tu met him with a punch, thinking, this guy's already lost his mind. Better knock him out directly and stop the nonsense. At that very moment, Zhang Luliang suddenly appeared and shouted, stop. Then with one palm, he knocked Wang Can back. While with the other, he launched a killing strike at La Tuesday. La Tu instantly understood his intent. This old bastard wants to use the chance to strike in secret. Although La Tu did his utmost to defend himself, he was still struck until he coughed blood and was injured. Hall Master Qingyan rushed over and caught him, furiously shouting, Zhang Luliang, you've got some nerve. Zhang Luliang pretended to be blameless and said, what does Hall Master mean by that? I only separated them to prevent the two from injuring each other. On the arena, a subordinate of Hall Master Qingyan reported, Sect Master, several of La Tu's meridians have been severed. He accused Zhang Luliang of using public office for private revenge while acting as examiner, and asked the Sect Master to punish him severely. When Luke Mong Dao heard that La Tu's meridians had been severed, she panicked in fear. Wang Can and Zhang Luliang, however, quietly smirked to themselves. People below the stage also whispered, one palm did this much damage. La Tu is about to be crippled. La Tu's face also became extremely grim. Zhang Luliang continued to argue, Sect Master, La Tu's injuries were not caused by me, but were sustained in his fight with Wang Can. Pointing at La Tu, who was clutching his chest and coughing blood, he said, he is only at the 2nd level of the Qi realm, yet he was able to defeat Wang Can at the 3rd level. He must have used some forbidden technique that harms his own body. The Hall Master could not hold back and cursed. Old dog, Zhang Liang went on. It's understandable that young people hunger for fame, but on what grounds are you pinning this on me? These words completely enraged the Sect Master, who waved his hand and ordered, black-robed protectors, seize Zhang Luliang. Zhang Luliang refused to admit guilt and kept crying injustice. He was forcibly pinned down to await the Sect Master's judgment. Do you take this Sect Master for blind? Or do you think my 9th level spirit refining cultivation is fake? Throw him into the water prison. Once the investigation is clear, cripple his cultivation and pierce his clavicle bones. Latulei in bed recovering. Thinking, that old bastard is truly vicious. He secretly severed 21 of my meridians. If an ordinary martial artist couldn't find heavenly treasures, he'd really be finished. At that moment, Luke Mong Dao entered the room. Seeing that La Tu was awake, she hurriedly said, La Tu, you're awake. After Zhang Luliang was taken away, you were unconscious for nearly a whole day. The Sect Master also walked in. Oh, La Tu is awake. La Tu and Luke Mong Dao both saluted in turn. The Sect Master said to La Tu, the examination is over. You placed first, and you are now an outer sect disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. The Sect Master took out a green jade bottle. This is a 4th grade medicinal pill, lake water pill. It can reconnect severed meridians. Once your injuries improve, I will send someone to expel the cold, inner Qi Zhang Luliang left in your body. La Tu expressed his thanks. And the Sect Master looked at the youth on the bed and said, no need to thank me. As her father, helping you is only natural. Then he said to Luke Mong Dao, all right, Mong Dao, come back with me first. Watching the two leave, La Tu thought, Sect Master Lu seems unwilling to let me have private contact with Mong Dao. Does he think a single 4th grade pill is enough to repay the favor? But I never thought of asking for anything in return. 3 days later, Luke Mong Dao brought someone to visit La Tuesday. Are your injuries any better? I asked Father to invite Elder Zhao to help remove the cold poison for you. During the treatment, Elder Zhao said to La Tu, boy, your talent is not bad, but your training time has been too short. This old man advises you, don't get too close to Mong Dao. La Tu understood what he meant and replied, "Elder means my cultivation is too low and my strength too weak, right?" Elder Zhao nodded. "That's right. If your strength were powerful enough, you could do as you pleased and wouldn't need to worry about the undercurrents in the inner sect. Sect Master Lu asked me to pass on a message to you. Only if you can become the #1 outer sect disciple and enter the inner sect will you barely qualify to be worthy of his daughter." La Tu saluted the elder, then said to Luke Mong Dao, "Mong Dao, you said you would wait for me at the Xiaoyao sect. Now I've come." Luke Mong Dao's cheeks flushed red, and she stammered shyly. La Tu took her hand and said, "Now that I'm here, I will definitely rise and make something of myself, gaining enough strength and status to be worthy of you." At that moment, Zhang Luoyang passed by under escort from 4 guards. Luke Mong Dao looked at La Tu and said worriedly, "La Tu, I'm sorry. It's not that father didn't want to punish Zhang Luoyang, but no one expected that Zhang Luoyang had somehow built ties with the inner sect." La Tu smiled gently, full of understanding, saying that he did not blame the sect master at all. After all, an intersect elder had personally stepped forward to guarantee him. So Zhang Luoyang was allowed to continue serving as an outer sect deacon without having his cultivation crippled. After returning home, La Tu cultivated while thinking that Zhang Luoyang had repeatedly tried and failed to murder him. So the man would definitely not let the matter rest. Moreover, he now had an intersect elder backing him, and the status of an intersect elder was naturally above that of the outer sect master. He opened his eyes and looked happily at his own hands. 3rd level of the Qi Si realm. After finishing his cultivation, La Tu went to practice martial arts. He did not notice Luke Mong Dao walking in and was only thinking, "I've been using Qi refining pills continuously these past few days, and the effect has been quite good." Next, La Tu began practicing a 5th grade martial art. At that moment, Luke Mong Dao called out to him. Seeing her approach, La Tu just stared blankly at her, so much so that she blushed crimson and said, "Have you looked enough?" La Tu immediately looked at lui, teasing, "Even a whole lifetime wouldn't be enough for me to look at you." Teased by La Tu, Luke Mong Dao grew even more shy and said, "All you've got is that glib tongue. Later, come with me to pick out your martial arts reward." Seeing how intimate the two were, the people around them grew jealous and began to sneer mockingly. "What does this country bumpkin have that made Miss Mong Dao take a liking to him? He's really a toad lusting after swan meat." Luke Mong Dao brought La Tu to Xiaoyao Pavilion and introduced it to him as they walked. Xiaoyao Pavilion has 2 floors. The first floor contains 5th grade martial arts, while the second floor holds 6th and 7th grade ones. Only core intersect disciples are allowed to obtain those. The two entered, and Luke Mong Dao continued. "Right now, you can only choose from the first floor. If in the future you come across some martial inheritance that you don't need, you can deposit it in Xiaoyao Pavilion, and you'll receive a certain reward as well." After looking around inside, the two went back out together. Mong Dao said, "Now that you have the Aurora sword art and the 10 direction after image movement technique, focus on cultivating well from here on. I'll be waiting for you." La Tu replied firmly, "I won't make you wait too long." Luke Mong Dao also had no intention of letting him catch up to her easily, and half-jokingly said, "Thank you for curing my Fire Yang bloodline. I was already a genius to begin with, and now I definitely can't let you catch up. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate, so, senior brother La Tu, you'd better work hard too." La Tu agreed, and the two made a promise. From that day on, La Tu became even more diligent, practicing tirelessly from sword arts to martial skills, and even attending the elders' lectures. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. One day, as La Tu was walking and thinking, he recalled that an elder only lectured once a month, and today happened to be that day, so he decided to go listen. The moment he pushed open the door, La Tu ran into 2 men standing in the entrance, blocking his way, one with his hair tied up, the other with long, loose hair. He felt that ever since entering the sect, his luck had truly been terrible, always being troubled by older disciples. The man with the tied-up hair spoke first. "You're La Tu, the top scorer of this year's entrance examination?" La Tu countered, "What business do these 2 senior brothers have with me?" The long-haired one answered, "Nothing much. We just came specifically to let you know that from now on, you'd better stay away from Miss Luke." The other chimed in, "Kid, learn to behave. That way, life in Xiaoyao sect will be much easier for you." La Tu could tell the two had come with bad intentions, and his tone turned cold as well. "What happens between Mong Dao and me is none of your concern." Seeing La Tu's tough attitude, the man with the tied-up hair became furious from embarrassment. He strode forward, jabbed a finger at La Tu's chest, and said, "Kid, you've got some nerve. Don't think that just because you took first place in the exam, you're anything special. At the outer sect, a mere second-layer Chi C cultivation is nothing but bottom-tier trash. Latu slapped his hand away and gave a scornful smile. I happen to think your 6th-layer Chi C cultivation isn't worth much either. Seeing that Latu actually dared to mock him, the man grew even more enraged. Insolence, believe it or not, I can cripple you with a single casual move. The long-haired man reminded him, Jiang Dongxing, stop wasting words and just do it. Don't worry, young Master Yun. I'm making my move now. Jiang Dongxing let out a sinister laugh and slammed a punch into the ground, shattering a huge slab of stone. Right after that, he unleashed Thunderburst Fist at Latu, but Latu merely leaned aside and dodged, then backhanded him across the face and barked, "Get lost!" Jiang Dongxing, with his tied-up hair, slid a long distance across the ground, drawing gasps and discussion from the surrounding crowd. That attack was so fast. He really is Latu, the top scorer of this year's entrance examination. His reputation is well-deserved. Lin Jingyun brought Jiang Dongxing here to make trouble. Could it really be because of Miss Mong Dao? After the strike, Latu coldly walked past Lin Jingyun. But Lin Jingyun immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Stop right there." He tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but to his surprise, Latu flashed behind him like lightning, leaving him no time to react. Taking advantage of the opening, Latu kicked out, and a protective barrier suddenly appeared around Lin Jingyun. But even with that shield, he was still blasted away by Latu's inner force. Latu had forced back Lin Jingyun, whose cultivation was several minor realms higher than his own, and the surrounding spectators were stunned beyond belief. Is this kid some kind of monster? 2nd-layer Chi C. Yet he forced back Lin Jingyun of the 7th layer. Judging from the fluctuations of his true Qi, could he already have reached the 3rd layer of Qi C? The two men had been beaten badly by Latu and were furious beyond measure. Latu pointed at himself and laughed contemptuously. What's wrong? One of you isn't enough, so now the two of you want to come at me together? Jiang Dongxing charged again and roared, "Kid, I'm going to cripple you." The move he unleashed manifested into the illusion of a giant bear. But suddenly Latu fired a stream of golden, true Qi straight into his chest. Jiang Dongxing looked utterly confused. I clearly didn't even see him move. Lin Jingyun raised a sharp long sword and threatened, "Latu, I'll make you wish you were dead." Latu gave a disdainful, "Oh," and said, "You've said so much nonsense." "And then what?" Lin Jingyun pointed a sword at him. I challenge you to a duel. We'll settle this on the life and death arena." When everyone heard that Lin Jingyun wanted to drag Latu onto the life and death arena, they were all shocked. Latu threw the question back at him. "Are you sure you want to go to the life and death arena with me? Do you dare not?" Lin Jingyun provoked him. Latu didn't even spare him a glance. He turned and walked away. What's there not to dare? Lin Jingyun then led the way, and the two headed for the dueling arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Dongxing took it upon himself to spread the news everywhere. Latu, the top disciple of this year's entrance examination, is going to fight Lin Jingyun to the death on the life and death arena. Everywhere the news reached, startled cries followed. What? Has Latu gone mad? I heard Lin Jingyun lost face after causing trouble, and now he's heading to the life and death arena for a death match. At the life and death arena, both Latu and Lin Jingyun had already arrived, and the crowd packed the place tight. Luke Mong Dao came with Latu and said anxiously, "I heard you agreed to duel Lin Jingyun. I rushed here the moment I came out of seclusion. Why did you accept? I know you're strong and gifted, but after all, you haven't been cultivating for long." Lin Jingyun ranks very high among the 1,000-plus outer sect disciples. He's extremely strong. The more Luke Mong Dao spoke, the more worried she became. Seeing this, Latu took her hand and leaned close to whisper in her ear. Such intimate behavior, making Luke Mong Dao blush deeply. "Don't worry, I know my limits. Do you know why Zhang Luliang had to personally step in during the examination? He once sent a 7th-layer Qi Si disciple to Qinyun City to intercept and kill me. In the end, that man stayed in Qinyun City forever and never made it back." Luke Mong Dao was greatly startled after hearing this. "You mean you can defeat a 7th-layer Qi Si expert, and even 2 5th-layer Qi Si experts as well? La tu vois confident expression. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, I wouldn't be stupid enough to agree to a duel with him." He looked just like a child, proudly showing off his achievements, making Luke Mong Dao break into a smile through her worry. Holding Luke Mong Dao's hand, Latu looked at her with with deep affection. If I want to stay by your side, I still have a long road ahead of me. Too shy to meet his gaze, Luke Mongdao said, Really? Then once you get on the stage, don't you dare get scared. La Tu replied, You must be joking. If I were scared, would I have come here? Just entertain everyone. Hearing his sweet talk and feeling his wandering hands, Mong Dao huffily said, Stop getting handsy. But inwardly, she felt sweet as honey. In the distance, Lin Jingyun saw the two holding hands. Consumed by jealousy and hatred, he could only curse inwardly. La Tu, I'll make you wish you were dead. Just now, Deacon Zhang gave me 2 treasures and instructed me to kill you no matter what. He let out a smug snort, convinced that with Zhang Luoyang backing him, victory was certain. Looking down at his palm, he thought to himself, No matter how monstrous this brat is, I won't lose. Up on a high floor, Zhang Luoyang sat leisurely drinking tea. Young people are hot-blooded and far too immature. They can't stand provocation. He set down his teacup, his face full of scheming malice. Boy, did you think that just because the sect master protects you, you could sleep soundly without worry? Today, you've personally handed this old man an opportunity. There are plenty of ways for me to kill you. He then struck the bronze bell and declared, The time has come. Outer sect disciples La Tu and Lin Jingyun. The life and death duel now begins. The two on the stage took their stances. Below the stage, Luke Mongdao thought to herself, This life and death duel must be that old bastard fanning the flames from behind the scenes. She let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Lin Jingyun made the first move and rushed forward. On the arena, 3 phantom doubles of Lin Jingyun actually appeared. Luc Mongdao criait out anxieusely. La Tu. Lin Jingyun slashed at La Tu with his sword. But La Tu's figure shattered apart like a broken mirror. That's not right. That was an after image, someone below the stage exclaimed. In the next instant, La Tu appeared like a ghost and drove a heavy punch into Lin Jingyun's left eye, sending him flying. The battle was unfolding so quickly that the crowd could barely react. What move did La Tu just use? Lin Jingyun had clearly dodged that punch, so why was he still injured? He's obviously only at the 3rd layer of Qi Si. Clutching his bleeding face, Lin Jingyun thought in fury and grievance. Just now, I almost thought I was going to die. Forget it. I can only use the treasure Deacon Zhang gave me. Seeing that he was no match for La Tu, he decided to play dirty. He activated the treasure, leaped into the air, and shouted, La Tu, you're dead today. The treasure fired out several streaks of flowing light in a continuous bombardment toward La Tu's day. La Tu moved with incredible speed, twisting and turning to dodge every attack. Reaching the edge of the arena, La Tu abruptly turned and unleashed 10 direction after image. The spectators below stared at the arena full of La Tus, their eyes swimming. Are those after images or clones? How can there be so many? When the treasure destroyed every single after image, another fierce beam of light blasted toward La Tu's real body. La Tu narrowed his eyes and used flashing light sword. His long sword instantly expanded and blocked the treasure's attack. The collision of the two forces triggered a violent explosion. La Tu dropped to one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood, supporting himself with his sword. Seeing La Tu cough up blood, Lin Jingyun laughed madly in triumph. Ha, La Tu, so what if you block my magic treasure? You're already at the end of your strength. It's your fate to lose at my hands. Luke Mongdao was frantic with anxiety and shouted angrily, Lin Jingyun, if you dare lay a hand on La Tu, I will never let you off. At that moment, Zhang Luoyang stepped forward to block Luke Mongdao and said, No need to worry. With me here, that girl from the Luke family can't do anything to you. But if you still don't make your move. Zhang Luoyang lowered his voice, urging Lin Jingyun to finish La Tu off. Lin Jingyun immediately raised his sword, ready to deal the killing blow. Luke Mongdao leaped onto the arena and shouted at Lin Jingyun, but Zhang Luoyang struck to stop her and blasted her back off the stage. Zhang Luoyang even put on a show of impartiality and said, Miss Luke, I am responsible for maintaining fairness in life and death duels. No one is allowed to interfere. Luke Mongdao exposed his true face in front of the crowd. Zhang Luoyang, don't think I don't know what tricks you've been playing behind the scenes. Get out of my way. Zhang Luoyang still pretended to be righteous. As the outer sect deacon, maintaining the rules is my duty. I hope Miss Luke will not make a mistake. Furious, Luke Mongdao drew her long sword and pointed it at him. But a hand stopped her, and it was the sect master. The sect master said, Dower, don't be rash. Seeing her father arrive, Luke Mongdao clutched at him like a drowning person grabbing driftwood and pleaded, Father, please save La Tuesday. However, The sect master turned his head and said sternly, "As the master of the outer sect, I cannot break the rules. Luke Mong Dao, perhaps this time I can't protect La Tu either." Lin Jingyun raised his long sword high, his face full of satisfaction as his scheme neared completion. With a sinister smile, he said, "La Tu, it's over." Luke Mong Dao shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear watching the man she loved die before her. But La Tu was not so easy to kill. Just before Lin Jingyun could strike the fatal blow, La Tu moved first and drew his sword, killing him instead. Clutching his throat, Lin Jingyun collapsed to the ground and died in utter shock. He had truly believed victory was already in his hands. La Tu stepped down from the arena without saying a word. Luke Mong Dao anxiously called his name and hurried forward to support him back. Though Zhang Luoyang felt incomparably bitter over the failure of his scheme, he still had no choice but to announce the result according to the rules. Looking at Lin Jingyun's corpse, he said, "The winner, La Tu." On the way back, La Tu turned to Luke Mong Dao and said, "Mong Dao, thank you." Still deeply worried about his condition, she said, "I'm taking you back to treat your injuries." After returning to his room, La Tu sat cross-legged cultivatins. Mong Dao and the sect master stood nearby. The sect master asked, "You nearly died on the life-and-death arena. Do you resent me for not intervening to save you?" But contrary to what the sect master expected, La Tu showed no resentment at all. Instead, he spoke with great understanding. "Sect master, you are only acting according to the rules. And please don't worry, I didn't cure Mong Dao's fire yang severed meridians in order to demand repayment." The sect master turned the question back on him, then immediately looked toward Mong Dao, standing at the side with a dark expression, and said, "We don't want repayment? It seems. What you want is the kind of repayment that is hardest for me to give." Just as La Tu was wholeheartedly devoted to Luke Mong Dao, he said, "Sect Master, Elder Zhao once told me that as long as I become number one in the outer sect and enter the inner sect, you will no longer oppose me and Mong Dao. Is that true?" The sect master had indeed said such words before, but seeing that La Tu was still heavily injured, he replied meaningfully, "I did say that, but the situation is different now. Boy, take care of yourself first. Here are some pills and origin chi stones. Heal up first, then cultivate properly. Mong Dao, come with me." The sect master tossed him a bottle of pills, then took Luke Mong Dao away. She still looked back at La Tu with lingering reluctance. Looking at the bottle of pills in his hand, La Tu murmured, "The situation is different. Zhang Luoyang was released last time. Could it be connected to the inner sect? It seems my strength is still far from enough." Outside, Luke Mong Dao kept looking back in La Tu's direction and called out, "Father!" But the sect master did not say much. "Come with me. I'll give you an explanation." Back in the room, the two sat facing each other, and the sect master said to his daughter, "Mong Dao, do you know why a mere outer sect deacon like Zhang Luoyang is important enough for an inner sect elder to step in, making it impossible for me to deal with him?" Luke Mong Dao looked completely puzzled after hearing this. "Your daughter does not understand." The sect master continued. The sect master returned from a 9 Phoenix mountain range heavily injured, and now he doesn't have much time left. Luke Mong Dao stood up, already understanding her father's meaning. The sect master is grievously wounded and near death. Then wouldn't those inner sect elders? The next situation would be impossible to predict. The sect master went on to explain, "Our Xiaoyao sect has been able to dominate Yunlong Commandery entirely because of the sect master's martial cultivation suppressing all others. Right now, this news is being kept under wraps, and you absolutely must not leak it. As for the struggle among the inner sect elders, the balance has already changed. Among the inner sect elders, aside from me, the leading powers are Kong Qingyu and another elder, Di Sigu. As for whom he supports, that goes without saying. And Zhang Luoyang is Elder Di Sigu's man." After hearing her father's explanation, Luke Mong Dao suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Luoyang was released. "But father, what does this have to do with me and La Tu?" The sect master explained in even greater detail to his daughter. "There are 9 inner sect elders in total. Your master has the support of only 2 of them, and Di Sigu also has 2. The remaining 3 inner sect elders are 3 brothers. Normally, they remain neutral, but now they have begun leaning toward Di Sigu, and recently, these 3 gave me a condition." Hearing this, Luke Mong Dao, being clever by nature, had already realized something. The sect master added in a troubled tone, "Mong Dao, I'm sure you've already guessed. One of those elders has a grandson in the inner sect named Go Jin Chuan, whom all 3 elders are very fond of. A few days ago, that elder came to me and said that his grandson has admired you for a long time. If the two of you were to marry, he would persuade his two brothers as well. Luke Mong Dao's face filled with sorrow and fear. Father, do you want to turn me into a bargaining chip in a power struggle? The sect master comforted his daughter. Mong Zhao, you know that I have never forced you, nor would I oppose any of your thoughts. Back then, your fiery Yang severed meridians could not be cured, and you had to rely on the ice-hard art of the Tian Shan Snow Valley to cultivate. But their condition was a marriage alliance. You refused, so you ran to Qingyun's city, and I did not force you. But this time, if your grandmaster loses the competition, not only will our branch be suppressed, I fear that both you and I may be in mortal danger. Luke Mong Dao was caught in a dilemma between her family and love. The sect master continued, as your father, I naturally cherish you the most. If you truly like that boy La Tu and want to be with him, I will arrange for you and him to leave Yunlong County. And remember this well, never come back. Luke Mong Dao clenched her fists, turned, and walked away, leaving behind only one sentence. Father, let me think about it. The sect master watched her departing figure and sighed. Mong Dao, don't blame me. The scene shifted to La Tuesday. He was looking at the treasure he had just seized and said, good thing I pretended to be badly injured back then and made Lin Jingyan lower his guard. Who would have thought that inside his storage ring there would be a third-grade defensive array treasure? How could an outer sect disciple possibly have the wealth and power to possess things like these? That old man Zhang Luliang must have been pulling strings behind the scenes. It was the Zhang family that went after me first as well. That old fellow's methods are truly sinister and vicious. He snorted in disdain. Everyone in the Zhang family is cut from the same cloth. Then he walked to the window, looked at the star-filled sky, and let his thoughts wander. Zhang Luliang is acting this arrogantly. It seems Xiaoyao sect, especially the inner sect, must have run into trouble. That is the only reason an outer sect deacon like him would dare openly oppose the outer sect master without being punished. Talent alone cannot earn respect. Strength is still what matters most. Early the next morning, La Tu cultivated diligently as usual. Suddenly, someone came looking for him. Young Master La, someone sent something for you. Please open the door. The messenger handed him an item wrapped in red cloth and said, Young Master La, someone outside asked me to deliver this to you. He opened it to look, and inside was a glittering golden hairpin. The moment La Tu saw it, he was shocked and shouted sternly, Who told you to bring this here? Seeing how fierce he was, the messenger grew a little flustered and answered, reporting to young Master La, I don't know either. The other party was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. After saying that, the man left, leaving La Tu alone staring at the hairpin in deep thought. Could something have happened to my sister? Could someone have made a move against my family? I wonder how the palace master of Qingyan Hall is doing. He promised before that he would protect my family. As he hurried toward the estate, he muttered, I need to see the palace master of Qingyan Hall at once. But he immediately stopped, rested his chin on his hand, and pondered. No, Qingyan City is too far from Yunlong County. Even riding the palace master's black feather eagle would take 3 days. I'd better go to the Hunters Guild first. When he arrived at the Hunters Guild, it was packed with people. La Tu placed a medal on the table and said, This is my badge. The female steward at the counter smiled and replied, Sir, how may I help you? La Tu answered with an icy expression, I want to know the fastest way to get to Qingyan City. The stewardess informed him, the guild can provide the 3 fastest methods. The first is to ride a second-grade demonic beast, which will take about 5 days. The second is a third-grade demonic beast, which takes 3 days. Both methods can guarantee your safety. What about the third method? Let's you ask it. The female steward replied, the third method is to use a teleportation array. You can reach Qingyun City in an instant, but the minimum requirement is a 2-star hunter, and it also requires 200 low-grade origin chi stones. Use this. La Tu tossed a bag of low-grade origin chi stones onto the table. Seeing this, the female steward answered, Yes, sir. I will arrange it for you immediately, just as the woman had said. He arrived in Qingyun City in an instant. Even La Tu could not help exclaiming, So this is Qingyun City already? Someone stepped forward to lead the way for him. Sir, please follow me. On the way, he noticed that someone was tailing him and thought, someone is watching me. Could it be that old man Zhang Luliang again? He glanced at 3 men in the corner pretending to admire the scenery. After that, he deliberately walked into an alley. A black-haired man with a scruffy beard ordered, Follow him. But in the very next moment, all 3 of them froze. Because the moment they saw La Tu enter, he had vanished. In panic, they cried out, This is bad. Where did he go? Suddenly, Lot Tu's long sword struck out, knocking the two men in the back to the ground. He pointed his sword at the remaining one and interrogated him. Speak. Who sent you to follow me? What are you doing in Qingyan City? Terrified, the man confessed it was outer sect Deacon Shun Gaojian. Latu used his sword to pick up a token engraved with the word Xiaoyao sect. His eyes turned sharp and furious. As expected, disciples of Xiaoyao sect. After that, he ended the lives of all three men, put on a bamboo hat, and left. Shun Gaojian is an outer sect deacon. His strength is no weaker than Zhang Luoyang's. For now, I am not his match, and the other side has definitely made preparations. I need to investigate the situation first. Meanwhile, at Qingyan Martial Hall, the person seated in the Palace Master seat was no longer the previous Palace Master, but someone else. A subordinate entered carrying the three corpses Latu had killed and reported, Palace Master. These three bodies were found in a small alley not far from the Hunters Guild. It seems Latu has returned. The new Palace Master sat on the throne and said, looks like that brat came here through the teleportation array. Take a squad of Azure Armored Guards to keep watch at the Hunters Guild. The moment you see Latu, strike directly. Understood. The subordinate accepted the order. Then the man darkened with anger and shouted, drag these three corpses away. 3 pieces of trash couldn't even defeat a newly admitted disciple. Latu arrived at the Hunters Guild in Qingyan City and said to a woman, Miss, I want to see Elder Nantion. The woman asked in return, Sir, may I ask what relation you have with Elder Zhuang? I can pass along a message for you. Just tell him this junior is Latu's day. Upon hearing the name Latu, the woman immediately recognized it. Elder Zhuang gave instructions that if Latu comes, he is to be taken directly to see him. Please follow me. Elder Zhuang is in the rear courtyard. As he followed the woman out the door, he heard a group of people nearby discussing. A squad of Azure Armored Guards just arrived outside. What are the people from the Martial Hall doing at the Hunters Guild? I heard some things have happened at Qingyan Hall recently. In any case, private fighting is forbidden in the Hunters Guild. Forget the Azure Armored Guards. Even the master of the Martial Hall would not dare act recklessly here. After hearing their discussion, Latu understood the situation clearly and thought as he walked, it seems Shun Gaojian already knows I am here. However, the Hunters Guild's background doesn't seem simple either. I thought the Azure Armored Guards would barge in and search directly. When they arrived, the woman said, Sir, this is the place. Please go in. Latu stepped into the room, removed the bamboo hat from before his chest, and respectfully saluted the 2 people seated inside. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Elder Zhuang. The 2 seemed to have already expected Latu to come, and there was not the slightest surprise on their faces. Elder Zhuang spoke first. Latu, you really did come. The Palace Master and I have been waiting for you. Immediately after that, the Palace Master informed him, you're in serious trouble. 3 days ago, Shun Gaojian came carrying a handwritten order from the Sect Master and directly stripped me of my authority as Palace Master. He also ordered the arrest of your parents and sister. When Latu heard this, it felt like a bolt from the blue. In disbelief, he said, an order from the Sect Master? How is that possible? The Palace Master continued, exactly. I can't make sense of it either. With Master Lu's status and power, why would he need to go to such trouble for someone like you? He could have dealt with you directly in Xiaoyao sect. Learning that the father of the girl he loved had secretly plotted against him like this, Latu trembled with rage all over and thought bitterly, why does it have to be him trying to deal with me? The father of Luke Mong Dao, Lu Feichen. Back when the Palace Master had brought Latu to Xiaoyao sect, he had already noticed that he and Luke Mong Dao were in love with each other. Now that the girl's father had ruthlessly made a move against him, the Palace Master could not help but ask with some confusion, Latu, if I remember correctly, you and Miss Lu weren't. With a dejected expression, Latu shook his head and explained, Sect Master Lu never agreed. Before, he even gave me pills and told me to stay away from Mong Dao. The Palace Master lifted his teacup and sighed helplessly. Then what are you planning to do? Latu cupped his hands, pleading, I asked the Elder and the Palace Master to help me save my family. However, the Palace Master and Elder Zhuang each explained their own difficulties and why they could not help him. I am from Xiaoyao sect. I cannot help you deal with Xiaoyao sect, although I am an elder of the Martial Hall. With this old man's cultivation, even if I acted, it would amount to nothing. Seeing that the 2 people he trusted most could not help him, Latu did not harbor any resentment. Instead, he said gratefully, many thanks to the Palace Master for previously helping look after my family, and thank you as well for not directly arresting me and handing me over to the Martial Hall. Elder Zhuang turned to look at him and smiled. Kid, although I can't help you, I know someone who can. On hearing this, Latu was overjoyed like a drowning man who had grasped a floating log and quickly asked for guidance. Please enlighten me, Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang said, the palace master cannot act because of the martial hall, but there is such a person in the Hunters Guild. There are quite a few strong experts in the Hunters Guild. As long as you can pay, it's possible. Seeing Elder Zhuang hesitate to continue, Latu hurriedly asked, please teach me, Elder Zhuang. How can I invite an expert from the Hunters Guild to help me? Elder Zhuang replied, I will report your matter to those above and see whether any Grandmaster is willing to accept it. As long as the reward is suitable, you will receive their help. Tu boed gratefully. Then I must trouble Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang politely returned the gesture. It's only a small matter. The news was sent out, and a flying sword shot back from afar to where Tu and the palace master were standing. Elder Zhuang withdrew the flying sword and said, the guild master already knows about this. Right after that, Elder Zhuang discovered with some surprise he only wants one 6th grade martial art in exchange for agreeing to help. Hearing the condition set by the guild master, Tu confidently pointed to himself and replied, I have a 6th grade martial art. I agree. The palace master was also extremely shocked to learn that he possessed a 6th grade martial art and exclaimed, Kid, this is no joke. A 6th grade martial art is enough to found a martial clan that can be passed down for generations. Elder Zhuang was likewise astonished. Looks like you, kid, have had another stroke of fortune. Tu smiled modestly and said, I just encountered a bit of good fortune in Baji Mountain before and gained a little. I have no way to repay the kindness of you 2 seniors. So I ask you to accept this cultivation method as a gift. As he finished speaking, he used spiritual force to send the 6th grade martial art toward the 2 of them. He thought to himself, in these circumstances, not only did these 2 seniors not capture me and deliver me to the martial hall for a reward, they even helped me think of a solution. That is already a tremendous kindness. Faced with such a precious treasure, the palace master and Elder Zhuang hesitated somewhat. So Tu urged, seniors, there is no need to refuse. Besides, palace master, you have been stuck at half a step into the spirit refining realm for a long time. With this 6th grade martial art, you will certainly be able to become a spirit refining realm expert. Seeing how sincere he was, the palace master agreed. Very well, then I will not refuse any longer. I will help you send a reply to the guild master. Afterward, Elder Zhuang used spiritual force, and the flying sword once again flew off to relay the message to the guild master. A short while later, the person who had agreed to help Tu, Yi Xiangdo, arrived. When everyone saw him, they immediately knelt and cried out in unison, Greetings, Guild Master. But the person the Guild Master wanted to see was not the Palace Master and Elder Zhuang, so Yi Xiangdo had them withdraw first. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Tu politely saluted once more and introduced himself. This junior is Tuesday Greetings, Guild Master. The Guild Master also introduced himself. This old man is Yi Xiangdo. I already know about your matter. I can help you rescue your family from the martial hall, but what I need, have you prepared it? Without the slightest hesitation, Tu took out a mid-grade 6th rank inner cultivation manual called Qingyuan Art. The guild master accepted the book and flipped through it while saying, Kid, you need not worry. For this kind of mission, what we value most is our reputation. If we take your item, we will do your job for you. Closing the book, he continued, it truly is a 6th grade cultivation method. Other than rescuing your family, what else do you need this old man to do? If there are no additional tasks, I will not make another move. Tu added, if anyone wants to kill me, I ask that Senior also protect the safety of me and my family. Stroking his beard, the guild master said, that is not a problem. Tu continued, second, after rescuing my family, I hope Senior can escort us out of Qinglong County. Hearing this, the guild master immediately waved his hand in refusal. I cannot agree to that. You yourself can leave through the teleportation array, but your family cannot. However, I can promise to protect them within Qingyun City in the name of the guild, though you'll need to pay additional compensation. The guild master raised one finger and set the condition. To protect your family for 1 year, you must pay 1,000 low-grade origin chi stones. Upon hearing this, Tu clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking the price was truly steep, equivalent to a mid-grade human rank weapon. But he could only agree. Then he pulled a large bag of low-grade origin chi stones from his chest and said, I want my family protected for 10 years. Seeing this, the guild master was somewhat surprised as well. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this kid to be so wealthy. Looks like there is no need to worry about him becoming greedy for money. When the conversation ended, Yi Xiangdo walked out first, with La Tu following close behind. Everyone who saw Yi Xiangdo bowed in salute. Suddenly, someone called out to stop La Tu's day. He turned his head and immediately recognized the other party. You're from the Zhang family. The man stepped forward and introduced himself. That's right, I'm the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaohai. Come to think of it, I still have to thank you for helping me kill my elder brother. Otherwise, I would never have been able to sit in the position of family head. Oh, right, I forgot to thank you. Actually, it wasn't my elder brother who ordered the arrest of your parents and sister before. It was me. Upon learning the truth, La Tu's face turned dark as he said furiously, It was you? I could kill Zhang Xiaoxiong. So after saying all this to me, aren't you afraid I'll kill you too? The man laughed mockingly with smug arrogance. You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly here. Kid, don't think hiding in the Hunter's Guild means you can sleep peacefully. I'll have your parents and sister brought here. As long as you don't come out, I'll make them die one by one before your eyes. Hearing how the other party had kidnapped his family and was still acting so arrogantly, La Tu was enraged to the extreme. With a confident expression, he said, You want me to come out? Fine, then I'll come out. With that said, he stepped outside without the slightest fear. Zhang Xiaohai looked at La Tu's back and thought, Young people really are impulsive. I can hardly wait to see him walk out and die. Outside stood a squad of elite Azure armored guards, fully equipped in armor, surrounding La Tu tightly with sword points aimed straight at him. Then Zhang Xiaohai gave the order, Azure armored guards, hear my command, capture La Tu's day. If he resists, kill without mercy. Everyone immediately rushed forward. La Tu held his long sword and stood ready. That despicable Zhang Xiaohai hid in the corner, not daring to show himself, and only shouted loudly, Kid, just wait obediently for death. The moment he finished speaking, La Tu had already killed a guard in an instant. His movements were as fast as lightning, shocking the Azure armored guards. Immediately after that, he began harvesting lives one after another. 2 guards watched their companion fall in an instant and were so frightened that they stood rooted to the spot, their faces full of terror. The entire squad of guards died one after another at his hands, and Zhang Xiaohai trembled all over as he watched, pleading with a shaking voice, I'm the master of Qingyun Martial Hall. You can't make a move against me. Taking advantage of La Tu's momentary distraction, Zhang Xiaohai chose the best strategy, running away and abandoning the guards to save himself. However, a streak of light quickly caught up to him. It was La Tu's day. Zhang Xiaohai, you won't escape. In an instant, La Tu appeared in front of him and swung his long sword. Zhang Xiaohai only had time to let out a miserable scream before his throat was cut, and he died on the spot. La Tu stood before the martial hall, the long sword behind him having just slain more than 30 men in the blink of an eye. Inside the martial hall, Elder Zhuang and the palace master witnessed everything. Elder Zhuang exclaimed in shock, Is this really La Tu? Over 30 Azure armor guards were no match for him. The palace master was filled with doubt. A 3rd-level Qi cultivator has this kind of strength? His talent is truly terrifying. Why would the sect want to kill off such a genius? Guild Master Yishiando was also inwardly alarmed and thought, no wonder Lu Feichen insisted on making a move against La Tu. If they made an enemy of such a genius, then once he matured, it would surely bring endless trouble. At that moment, a burst of urgent hoofbeats rang out. Another squad of Azure armored guards charged over on horseback and shouted, La Tu, how dare you? Surrender at once. La Tu showed no fear at all. He rushed straight at them and shot back. You want me to surrender? With one rise and fall of his sword, La Tu killed 2 men in an instant. Another man swung his blade at him, but La Tu leaped up and dodged it. Taking advantage of the momentum, he kicked the man off his horse, sent his weapon flying, then swung his sword and severed the long spear of another guard. He landed lightly and said proudly, Just the likes of you? Even the guild master at the side could not help praising him. Good boy. Even a 7th-level Qi cultivator can't stop you. But La Tu felt no pride. Instead, he said with some difficulty, I never wanted to make a move. After all, the Azure armored guards once helped me before, but I don't want to die either. Right after that, the leader of the Azure armored guard stepped forward carrying a broadsword and roared sternly, La Tu, stop right there. Look who these people are. If you don't want them to die, then surrender immediately. The other side had actually taken La Tu's family hostage to threaten him. Knowing he had fallen into a desperate situation, La Tu could only ask Yishiando for help. Senior, I beg you to save my family. As for these Azure Armor Guards, I'll deal with them myself. The guild master answered and rose to his feet. With a single move, he blasted the group away, safely rescuing Latu's father, mother, and older sister. The leader of the Azure Armor Guards turned around and shouted furiously, "Who dares interfere with the Azure Armor Guards?" Then, one of the guards cried out in terror, "Leader, that kid is charging over." The leader ordered everyone attack, but Latu was as fast as lightning. Before they could react, he said coldly, "You forced me to do this." Then he swung his long sword and slaughtered every remaining Azure Armor Guard. His sword was drenched in fresh blood, and corpses lay scattered all across the ground behind him. Fearing something might happen to their son, his parents called out Latu's name with tears in their eyes. His father, mother, and older sister ran to his side, and Latu's family was finally reunited. He comforted them, saying, "Sis is fine now. Father, mother, don't worry." Elsewhere, Guild Master Yi Xiangdo turned to look at the injured Azure Armored Guard leader. Having been gravely wounded by Latu, the man could only support himself with his blade. Then Yi Xiangdo looked at Latu and said, "Let's go. I'll take you all out of here." Suddenly, the city gates swung open, and the man who came out was the very one who had previously sent people to assassinate Latu, the new palace master of Qingyan City. He walked toward the guild master, cupped his hands, and said, "Senior, are you Guild Master Yi Xiangdo?" Yi Xiangdo replied, "I am." The new palace master continued, "Guild Master Yi is a martial Dao grandmaster, and this junior would not dare offend you. But may I ask one thing? This Latu is someone my Xiaoyao sect wants to capture. Could Guild Master Yi hand him over to me?" Somewhat surprised, Yi Xiangdo asked back, "So you even know about the bounty mission for my Hunters Guild?" The Palace Master answered with a sinister expression, "Of course I know." The Guild Master calmly replied, "Since you know, then you should understand why this old man is here. You can go back and tell Lu Feichen that if he wants the man, he can come to the main branch of the Hunters Guild in Yunlong Commandery and ask for him." He was shocked that Latu had actually paid such a price to hire the Guild Master, and thought to himself, "Isn't this kid supposed to come from an ordinary background?" Yet he actually has enough money to hire a martial Dao Grandmaster. In the end, he could only watch helplessly his prey that had already slipped into his hands escape, gloomily staring as Latu left with his family. Lu Feichen looked at the intelligence slip and cursed in fury. Damn it, that brat survived again and even saved his family. Latu actually managed to hire a Grandmaster level expert. Then he ordered his subordinate, "You may leave first." Burning the letter with fire, Lu Feichen said angrily, "No wonder that brat rose so quickly. In just half a year, he went from second-level body tempering to third-level Qi Si. He must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity. If I had known, I would have acted directly in Yunlong Commandery. But the Hunters Guild can't protect Latu forever. Unless he leaves Yunlong Commandery, I absolutely cannot let him live." Then he sat down in frustration and shouted, "Men?" Two subordinates immediately appeared, knelt, and said, "Please give your orders, Sect Master." Resting his chin on one hand, he thought with a scheming look, "Dour, don't blame me. As long as Master seizes the position of Sect Master, I'll have a chance to break through to the Martial King realm." The scene shifted to the Hunters Guild, where Yi Xiangdo introduced Latu, saying that the person inside was the Guild Master of the Yunlong Commandery branch of the Hunters Guild. Hearing this, Latu thought to himself, the Tianwu Kingdom has 8 prefectures and 13 commanderies, with 1 branch per commandery. To govern an entire commandery, the branch guild master's strength must be extraordinary. Then Yi Xiangdo pushed the door open and entered. Inside sat a blonde-haired man in a green robe, reading a book in his chair. As the two entered, they paid their respects to the branch guild master. With a gentle bearing, the branch guild master looked at him and said with a smile, "Boy, are you the youth old you was talking about? The one who used 3rd-level Qi Si cultivation to kill a 7th-level Qi Si opponent?" Confidence shone across Latu's face like the aura of a chosen protagonist, and he answered briefly, "Yes, that was this junior." The branch guild master continued, "I didn't expect that in just half a year you would rise from 2nd-level body tempering to 3rd-level Qi Si." Seeing Latu's dark expression and how worried he seemed, the branch guild master laughed loudly, easing the tense atmosphere. "Haha, young man, don't worry. I'm not interested in your fortuitous encounter. I called you here today because Old Yi recommended you to me. He feels that you not only have talent and opportunity, but that you are also very hardworking." Somewhat surprised, Latu turned to Yi Xiangdo and asked, "Recommended me?" Stroking his beard and giving him a sidelong glance, Yi Xiangdo said, "I just thought you, brat, were to my liking, so I recommended you to the branch guild master." The branch guild master continued, "According to the preliminary grading of geniuses, you are yellow grade lower tier. In the 70 years I have guarded Yunlong Commandery, you are the first genius worth nurturing that I have discovered. Don't disappoint me." The branch guild master looked at him, full of expectation. But Latu did not understand what he meant and asked blankly, "What is this internal member genius ranking?" Yi Xiangdo explained to him, "For the Hunters Guild to stand firm in this world, it naturally needs strong experts to support it. And strong experts naturally all grow step by step from geniuses. Internal members are divided into two types, externally recruited and personally cultivated. I belong to the externally recruited type. After my strength met the requirements, I passed the review and became a member. As for personally cultivated members, that's someone like you, accepted as an internal member before you've fully grown." Latu immediately asked about the benefits of becoming a member of the Hunters Guild. "Then what are the benefits of becoming an internal member of the Hunters Guild?" Yi Xiangdo laid them out for him. "First, your family will be protected unconditionally. Second, because your evaluation is yellow grade lower tier, at your current cultivation, you can receive 3 martial arts manuals one time." The branch guild master added, "Boy, you may not lack 5th or 6th grade martial arts, but once you reach 7th level Xiantian, you will be able to choose a 7th grade martial art." Hearing this, Latu was somewhat astonished and asked, "What? I can actually obtain a 7th grade martial art?" Yi Xiangdo sighed helplessly, with a trace of envy in his tone. This is the difference between geniuses and externally recruited members. Genius members are valued more highly than outside recruits, but you will be evaluated every year. If you fail to meet the target, they will stop nurturing you. After hearing all the benefits and the rules, Latu gave his answer to the guildmaster's offer. "I agree to join." Yi Xiangdo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Boy, now that you've agreed to become one of us, protecting your family's safety is part of the rules, so there's no need for the previous payment anymore." Although the guild master intended to return that enormous sum of money, Latu was not upset in the slightest. Instead, he gladly declined it. "Senior Yi, I joined the Hunters Guild after issuing that mission. It can't be calculated that way, so let's forget about returning it." The two guild masters seemed extremely satisfied with this newly recruited talent. Though they said nothing, it was written plainly on their faces. Then the branch guild master stood up and introduced himself. "Then let me introduce myself as well. The branch guild master of Yunlong Commandery, Wen Tianhong." Latu also said respectfully, "Latu greets Guildmaster Wen." Then all three of them laughed heartily. Next, Guildmaster Wen Tianhong asked him seriously, "Latu, you're probably very curious why Lu Feichen wants to make a move against you, aren't you?" Latu remained silent, lowering his head and thinking sadly. "Although Sectmaster Lu once told me, and Luke Mong Dao, to keep our distance, and simply did not approve of us being together, it shouldn't have reached the point where he would suddenly try to kill me." Wen Tianhong continued, "Some time ago, the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect returned gravely injured from the Jiufeng Mountains. Judging carefully, I'm afraid he won't last more than half a month before he dies." Hearing this news, Latu and Yi Xiangdo looked at each other. Holding up 2 fingers, the branch guild master said, "Once the old sect master dies, it will naturally trigger a struggle for the position of the new sect master. Among the contenders with the strongest support are DC Gui and Kong Qingyu. Lu Feichen is one of the most favored disciples among the younger generation." Even after hearing this, Latu still did not understand what this had to do with him. "But what does that have to do with me?" The branch guild master explained, "The Xiaoyao sect has 3 intersect elders who are sworn siblings. One of them, Go Hongyi, has a nephew who is pursuing Lu Feichen's daughter. Now do you understand? Now that the cause has been investigated clearly, don't go risk your life trying to find Lu Feichen. This is your personal matter, so the guild cannot interfere directly. We can only provide intelligence." But Latu still stubbornly pressed on, "Then can I issue a bounty mission through the guild to hire a martial king expert for protection?" Ever since Latu had spent money to buy 10 years of peace for his family, Yi Xiangdo had taken notice of him. Even now, he still wondered exactly what kind of opportunity that boy had encountered to possess such wealth. Then Yi Xiangdo tossed him a booklet and said, "Fine then, this is the price list. Take a look for yourself. Latu took the booklet and looked toward the distant mountains, thinking that he had to meet Luke Mongdao at least once. Lu Feichen's eyes were filled with fury as he held a letter in his hand. Just as he was reading it, a figure appeared at the door. It was none other than Lu Feichen's master, Kong Qingyu. Seeing his master arrive, the disciple bowed. "Greetings, master." Kong Qingyu said to Lu Feichen, since Guildmaster when he stepped forward, it wouldn't hurt for us to go meet him in a while. In a voice full of hatred, Lu Feichen replied that after reading the letter just now, he had already sent a reply to Guildmaster Wen. He simply had not expected that he had underestimated that brat La Tuesday. That brat had actually managed to hire Guildmaster Wen. But after hearing this from his disciple, Kong Qingyu remained completely unmoved and answered calmly, "Let's wait and see first. Once Guild Master Sheng Huafeng of the Formation Guild arrives, we'll go to the restaurant and meet this La Tu you've been talking about." The scene shifted to La Tu standing before Sheng Huafeng. In front of him, Wen Tianhong said, "Since you've brought out a 5th grade pill, a low-grade Earth-rank battle sword, and a 5th-tier formation treasure, I will naturally help you make this trip, but you will still be the main party involved." "Yes, many thanks, Guildmaster." When Tianhong continued, "Boy, for someone of ordinary birth to be able to produce treasures like these, even this old man can't help envying your fortuitous encounter." Then the Guildmaster pushed the door open and entered. Inside sat 3 people, Guildmaster Sheng, Lu Feichen, and Lu Feichen's master. Both master and disciple stood up to greet Guildmaster Wen. Only Guildmaster Sheng remained seated with folded arms. With a single glance, he saw the issue clearly and asked Wen Tianhong, "For you, Guildmaster Wen, to personally show up. This kid must be a genius member you just recruited." As Wen Tianhong pulled out a chair and sat down, he said, "And what does that have to do with you, Guildmaster Sheng?" Then he introduced him to Lok Tuesday. "This is the branch guildmaster of our Yunlong Commandery Formation Guild, Sheng Huafeng." Looking at the two of them, Sheng Huafeng arrogantly questioned Wen Tianhong. "The 4 great guilds, Formation, Alchemy, Forging, and Hunter, have rules. They are not allowed to interfere in personal grudges. So how do you explain your actions today, Guildmaster Wen?" When Tianhong looked at him and chuckled. "Oh, then how do you explain why you, Sheng Huafeng, are sitting here today?" Taking a sip of tea, Sheng Huafeng said, "Elder Kong and I are on good terms. I was worried that you might use your cultivation to bully others, so I came over to take a look. To be able to hire a 4th-level martial king like Guildmaster Wen, your family fortune is no ordinary thing. It seems the opportunity you obtained was no small one." Latu did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Lu Feichen and thought, "That sinister old man is doing this on purpose, making people think I have treasures on me, so others will target me." Then he began to explain, "Senior flatters me. I was only lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of some 1st-level martial king expert." Then he recalled the past. "Back then, I happened to encounter a 7th-level martial king deep in Baki Mountain, and he was even a 5th-tier forging master, but I cannot say that." Seeing that the conversation was drifting off topic, when Tianhong reminded them, "Enough of this. La Tu asked me to come because he has something he wants to make clear in front of Luke Mongdao. It was already written in the letter. Where's she?" When his daughter was mentioned, Lu Feichen grew somewhat guilty and was visibly startled. La Tu es faz darkend. Though filled with anger, he still showed respect to the father of the woman he loved and said, "Sectmaster Lu, I already know the full story of why you want to kill me. I don't want to say much more about it. Right now, I only want to see Mong Dao once." However, Lu Feichen flatly refused and slammed the table as he shouted no, seeing how uncooperative he was. Latu's patience was nearing its limit. "Sectmaster, don't go too far. The hatred between us runs as deep as the sea. If not for Mong Dao, I would not have invited Senior Wen to accompany me today. I would have directly asked him to come after you." Hearing this, Lu Feichen was livid. He sprang to his feet, releasing a powerful aura from his whole body, and shouted, "You dare threaten me?" At that moment, when Tianhong folded his arms across his chest and snorted coldly, "Lu Feichen, who exactly are you trying to throw your weight around in front of?" When Tianhong did not even need to move, a powerful crimson-purple aura surged out from within his body. That pressure was overwhelmingly strong, directly blasting Lu Feichen back. He staggered, then crashed into his chair, but he still refused to yield and kept cursing, "You want to see my daughter? Dream on. You will never see her again for the rest of your life." Latu had endured enough. He had grown utterly disgusted with this old man. Saying no more nonsense, he got straight to the point. Sect Master Lu, what exactly will it take for you to let me see Mong Dao? Lu Feichen calculated inwardly. I absolutely cannot let Mong Dao meet this boy. If she finds out that I once sent people to hunt La Tu down, then her marriage to go Jin Xuan will fall through, and I won't be able to become an intersect elder either. A cold, sly, sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, I advise you to give up. Mong Dao has already made her decision. She agreed to get engaged to go Jin Xuan in 3 days. Hearing that his beloved was about to be engaged, La Tu could no longer hold back. He slammed the table and shot to his feet in fury. Mong Dao would never do such a thing. You really are a beast, using your own daughter as a tool to fight for power and profit. How dare you insult me? Lu Feichen had not expected La Tu to speak to him like that. He was about to strike, but after guiltily glancing at Guild Master Wen Tianhong beside him, he held back. Grinding his teeth, he crossed his arms with an ugly expression and snapped back. This is a matter of my Lu family, a matter of the Xiaoyao sect. It is not your place to interfere. Seeing the tension in the air, Sheng Huafeng spoke up to calm Lu Feichen and his master. Old Khan, little Lu, both of you calm down a bit. Our guild master Wen is busy with official duties. He can't possibly abandon the mess in Yunlong Commandery and spend all day following this brat around. Can he? Guild Master Wen Tianhong immediately replied, that is none of Guild Master Sheng's concern. La Tu, let's go. The two of them immediately left, ending the conversation. Back at the Hunters Guild branch, Wen Tianhong sat in his chair and looked at La Tu across from him, saying with some regret, because of the guild's rules, I cannot interfere in the internal affairs of other factions, so I couldn't help much today. Take this back. However, la tuvore no resentment. Instead, he laughed openly and replied, no need. If not for you stepping in, if I had gone there myself today, I probably wouldn't even know where I'd end up buried. Wen Tianhong was an upright man and did not want to take someone else's things for nothing. So with a sweep of his sleeve, he sent out a streak of light and said, since you say so, I won't stand on ceremony, but I also can't take your things for free. This is a 3rd grade, shape-shifting, bone-changing pill. After taking it, you can alter your appearance for 20 hours. You can use it to sneak into the outer sect of the Xiaoyao sect. A small blue medicine bottle flew into La Tu's hand. Looking at the bottle, La Tu said, thank you, Guildmaster. After that, La Tu transformed his appearance into that of a handsome, refined young gentleman and slipped into a forest, the place where Lu Feichen had confined Luke Mong Dao. La Tu stopped in front of a dense thicket and thought to himself, found it. Mong Dao's courtyard is right here. Sure enough, Lu Feichen had stationed many guards around Mong Dao. He activated his Heaven Eye ability and saw through the layout of the confinement area, carefully assessing the situation. When he looked inside the house, La Tu saw Luke Mong Dao sitting blankly at a stone table. He calculated inwardly, these guards all look fairly capable. Lu Feichen really went to great lengths to guard against anyone coming to see Mong Dao. Luckily, there are no immortal martial experts here. There's still a chance. He darted to the entrance of the place where Mong Dao was being confined, but a guard stepped in front of him and barked. Who goes there? The sect master has ordered that anyone approaching this place must verify their identity. La Tu glanced at the other 2 guards, and, hearing the guard captain's words, thought to himself, Lu Feichen actually even prepared against me disguising myself. He immediately smiled and said, I'm only here to visit Miss Lu. But the guard remained wary, saying, is that so? Then come with me. La Tu touched his transformed face, his expression sinking. This 3rd grade disguise pill will be seen through if I encounter an immortal martial expert. I absolutely cannot let them take me away. Seeing that he could no longer keep up the act, La Tu decisively drew his sword and, in an instant, killed that guard. The other 2 guards noticed something was wrong, drew their swords, and charged over, shouting, how dare you? You dare attack someone in the Xiaoyao sect? Seize him. La Tu kicked the tightly locked door, flying open. Even though he had changed his appearance, Luke Mong Dao recognized him at a glance and cried out in shock, La Tu. But her joy only lasted for a moment. Remembering that there were still many guards in the house, she hurriedly shouted, this is bad. La Tu, run. This is a trap my father set to deal with you. The surrounding guards all rushed out, swords in hand, surrounding La Tu. But this did not trouble him. With only a few moves from La Tu, accompanied by cries of pain, he was already standing in the middle of the guards. Every one of them had been beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen. La Tu gave 2 light coughs and said, you can't stop me. He rushed to Luke Mong Dao's side, grabbed her hand, and said, Mong Dao, come with me. Your father. Before he could finish, Luke Mong Dao burst into tears and interrupted him regretfully. Latu, I heard what my father did to you. I am sorry. I never knew he would do something like that, but I can't go with you. Hurry and leave. My father will soon learn what happened here. He secretly placed a restriction on me. I found that no matter where I try to run, he can always find me. While the two were talking, shouts came from afar. Someone bold enough to break into the Xiaoyao outer sect. Hurry and protect Miss. A fellow disciple has been killed. Capture the murderer. Both of them were startled, and Luke Mong Dao shouted, La Tu, hurry and go. With the situation urgent, La Tu had no choice but to retreat first. He could not take her with him. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, Mong Dao, wait for me. I will definitely find a way to save you. He leaped through the window, only to run straight into a guard rushing in. The guard pointed at him and yelled, The culprit is here. Luke Mong Dao ran to the doorway, anxiously watching his back. La Tu, you must stay safe. La Tu sped forward. With a large force, Lu Feichen had planted an ambush, shouting behind him, After him! Don't let this madman escape. La Tu rushed with all his strength toward the main gate, calculating inwardly, as long as I get out of the Xiaoyao sect, I'll be safe. As long as I enter the Hunters Guild in Yunlong Commandery, the Xiaoyao outer sect won't dare do anything to me. At the gate of the Xiaoyao sect, a sword-wielding man had already been waiting there and blocked his way. Bold thief, do you think our Xiaoyao sect is a place you can come and go from as you please? As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword. La Tu's movement technique was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he dodged the strike and charged forward. The move was powerful, but it did not so much as touch a single hair on his head. Just as he was about to escape, La Tu suddenly looked up into the sky and cried out in alarm, Zhang Luliang. Zhang Luliang descended from the sky and landed directly in front of La Tu's day. Little brat La Tu, today you've finally fallen into this old man's hands. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you used a shape-shifting, bone-changing pill? Ridiculous. Today you stay here. The moment he finished speaking, he struck La Tu with a palm. La Tu was too slow to evade and took the hit. Clutching his badly injured shoulder, he glared with hatred. Zhang Luliang, you old bastard, that was vicious. Floating in the air, Zhang Luliang spread his arms arrogantly. Lu Feichen couldn't deal with you. It seems your fate was always to die by this old man's hand. Enduring the pain, La Tu sprang away. If I want to leave, you can't stop me either. Listen well, all of you. It won't be long before I return for revenge. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, catching everyone off guard. The duck had already reached their mouths, yet it still flew away. Gnashing his teeth, Zhang Luliang said, This brat has escaped again and again. Let's see how long you can keep running. The scene shifted back to the room where Luke Mong Dao was being confined. Lu Feichen stood behind her, watching her stand at the doorway and stare in the direction La Tu had fled. He opened his mouth hesitantly. Daya, father. Fear had already taken root in Luke Mong Dao's heart toward him, and she replied coldly, I already know everything that happened earlier. You don't need to explain. I will obey your arrangements. There is no need to say anything else. With that, she turned and went back into the room. Seeing his daughter leave, Lu Feichen waved his hand. Four masked men in black immediately appeared and answered in unison. Sect Master, he ordered, pass down my command to the 18 Azure Feather Guards of Yunlong. Keep a close watch on the Hunters Guild. The moment La Tu appears, report it immediately. Everyone acknowledged the order and withdrew. Lu Feichen's face darkened as he thought to himself, Forgive me, Mong Dao. Once I become an elder under the Grand Master and sit on the sect leader's seat, I will make it up to you. La Tu successfully escaped back to a cultivation room in the Hunters Guild. He handed a pouch to a pink-haired woman and said, Here are spirit stones and my identity token. I need a cultivation room. Frowning, he examined his own strength as he walked. My cultivation is still not enough. I need power to protect the important people by my side. While La Tu was healing and cultivating the room, Guild Master Wen Tianhong walked in and asked with concern, La Tu, how was your recovery here? Have the injuries on your body improved? La Tu stood and bowed. Thank you for your help, Guildmaster. If not for the shape-shifting, bone-changing pill you gave me, I would never have been able to blend into the outer sect. I'm afraid I would have been captured the moment I showed myself. The Guild Master comforted him. Everyone has their own path to walk. In this world, strength is ultimately supreme. Your future is still long. Right now, the most important thing is to improve your strength. At the very least, you must reach the innate martial master realm. Otherwise, you will only remain as powerless as you were today. Keep it up, young man. The Guild Master patted his shoulder and waved as he left. Bowing, La Tu said, Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Guild Master. After the Guild Master left, Lot 2 clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, and reproached himself. Meng Dao, I'm sorry. I'll break through as quickly as possible and come back to save you. Talent is not everything. Zhang Liang's talent is far inferior to mine, yet his cultivation is far above mine. He sat down and closed his eyes in meditation. All kinds of moves appeared in his mind, while green light shrouded his body. As he cultivated, he thought, even if his martial realm is inferior to mine, he can still crush me with sheer cultivation. If I want to defeat Zhang Liang, I have to raise my cultivation as quickly as possible and once again use my martial realm advantage to beat him. Latu's will grew even firmer, and in his mind he continuously practiced all kinds of techniques, from barehanded combat to sword arts. The scene shifted to Luke Meng Dao's bamboo cottage. Lu Feichen sat in a chair, frowning as he looked at his daughter lying on the bed. The first thing Luke Meng Dao said after waking up was, "Father, Latu." Seeing that his daughter's first question after waking was about Latu, Lu Feichen hurriedly said, "Latu escaped into the Hunters Guild. He's safe for now," knowing that the man she loved was unharmed. Luke Meng Dao let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "Father, I agree to marry Go Jinchuan. Please stop targeting him, all right." Seeing how haggard his daughter had become because of this matter, Lu Feichen casually replied, "All right, I promise you I won't pursue this any further." That was what he said on the surface. But inwardly, he sneered coldly. Let that brat Latu off? He already completely hates me now. How could I possibly let him go so easily? Damn Hunters Guild. After 1 month inside the Hunters Guild cultivation room, the lid of a pill bottle floating in the air opened by itself. Latu was cultivating as the pill bottle revolved around him. While circulating his chi, he thought, I've now reached the 7th level of the Chi Si realm. With my martial realm and life and death chi, perhaps I can fight Zhang Liang now. Latu walked to the window and pushed it open, gazing at the distant sky as he thought, now I can go to the Xiaoyao sect and take a look. I must find a chance to save Meng Dao. At that moment, Guildmaster Wen Tianhong suddenly appeared, walked to where Latu was standing, and called out to him. Seeing the Guildmaster there, Latu asked in confusion, "Guildmaster Wen, were you waiting for me to come out of seclusion? Did something happen?" With a grave expression, the guild master informed him of the situation. I only just received the news as well. Last night, a sudden upheaval broke out in the inner sect of the Xiaoyao sect. The sect master of Xiaoyao passed away unexpectedly. Before Lu Feichen could marry off his daughter to Go Jinchuan, the battle for the position of sect master erupted. Kong Qingyu was defeated, and Lu Feichen was gravely injured. Luke Meng Dao was stranded outside, and there are rumors that Go Jinchuan will soon force her into marriage. Hearing this, Latu cried out in alarm. What? I was only in seclusion for a month. How did the situation change so quickly? Thank you for bringing me the news, Guildmaster Wen. I have to go save Meng Dao. If I cause a great disaster soon, Guildmaster Wen, you may expel me from the Hunters Guild. Then Latu took his leave. I'll be going first. For the sake of the one he loved, Latu willingly gave up the place that could have guaranteed him absolute safety. Like a gust of wind, he rushed away and landed in Yunlong City. Looking at the sight before him, Latu thought in shock, what happened to the outer sect? The outer sect was in complete chaos, a horrifying scene. He stopped to look for a moment and said, I hope I'm still in time. Then he slipped into the place where Lu Feichen and Luke Meng Dao were hiding. The 2 guards outside did not notice him. He landed in the courtyard and rushed toward the main door, hurriedly pushing it open and shouting, Meng Dao. Luke Meng Dao was startled to see someone burst in, but when she heard the familiar voice calling her name, she joyfully sat up. Recognizing him, she turned and said, Latu, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Latu walked to the bedside where Lu Feichen was lying and said, your father. He looked at Lu Feichen lying on the bed, a huge wound on his chest. With difficulty, Lu Feichen called Latu's name. Luke Meng Dao ran over to help him sit up. Weakly, Lu Feichen said to him, Latu, I know you hate me in your heart, and I do not deny the things I once did. But Meng Dao likes you. Take her away from the Xiaoyao sect and care for her well in my place. He was trembling all over from merely sitting up to speak. Only after Latu agreed did he let himself collapse back, heaving a sigh of relief, then left his final words to his daughter. I'm sorry, Meng Dao. In my desire to break into the king realm and secure the elder's position, I let ambition cloud my mind. From now on, take good care of yourself. Covering her face, Luke Meng Dao cried soundlessly for her father. Lu Feichen continued, follow Latu's day. At least then you will have someone to rely on. Once I'm gone, where else can you go? With trembling fingers, Lu Feichen pointed downward and said, "This is a Leiwu token. You can take it to Dohai Commandery and join the Leiwu sect." Understanding Lu Feichen's meaning, La Tu said, "Sect Master Lu, rest assured, I will spend my whole life taking care of Mong Dao." Suddenly, Lu Feichen coughed up a mouthful of black blood and forced out his final words. "Then I can die without regret." After that, Lu Feichen passed away forever. Luc Mong Dao cried out miserably for her father. "L'as-tu gently conforted, Luc Mong Dao?" After all his scheming, this was still the end he received. "I hated him, but I promised him. This has nothing to do with you, Mong Dao. I will take good care of you. Mong Dao, your father is gone. Before he left, he hoped you would live well. We must leave the Xiaoyao outer sect at once." Sobbing in La Tu's arms, Luke Mong Dao said, "I want to bury father on the mountain north of the city. When I was little, he used to take me there to play." La Tu immediately agreed. "All right, I'll take you there." But the moment the two stepped out the door, someone who had already been waiting outside blocked their path and said, "You two want to leave the Xiaoyao sect?" Seeing who it was, Luke Mong Dao frowned and said in disgust, "Go Jin Chuan." The man said with a lewd grin, "Mong Dao, although we never got engaged in time, Uncle Lu already told my grandfather that he would marry you to me. How could I let you leave just like that? I want to take care of you for the rest of your life." Go Jin Chuan smugly said, "This was only meant as a precaution, but who would have thought this brat would deliver himself right to my door? Heaven truly favors me." One of his subordinates chimed in, "Young master, should we notify the others in the outer sect and Elder Go, and have them send more experts over?" Go Jin Chuan immediately looked displeased. These two are only at the 5th level and 9th level of the Qi Si realm. This young master is an innate martial cultivator. Dealing with them will be as easy as turning over my hand. Or are you doubting this young master's strength? The subordinate immediately lowered his head and admitted his fault. "I wouldn't dare. Young master is at the 1st level of the innate realm. Capturing these two would be effortless." Go Jin Chuan waved his hand and said, "Without Lu Feichen, Luke Mong Dao, you're nothing but a lowly wench." He continued to humiliate her. "Back then, when I pursued you, you still acted all cold and aloof. Now you're destined to be mine. Once I'm tired of playing with you, I'll reward you to these subordinates." Hearing this, the subordinates repeatedly thanked Goat Jin Chuan. "Thank you, young master." Luke Mong Dao was enraged beyond measure. She cursed, "Go Jin Chuan, you beast. Who knows how many female disciples from the outer and inner sects have been ruined by you already?" Go Jin Chuan burst out laughing. "Haha, Mong Dao, don't say that. If not for yesterday's incident, we might have been married in a few days." Then he hypocritically advised her, "Mong Dao, I suggest you stop resisting." Furious, Luke Mong Dao was about to draw her sword when La Tu said, "I'll get you out of here. In a moment, just follow me and charge forward. Don't worry about anything else. This is still outer sect territory of the Xiaoyao sect." Then La Tu rushed forward and cut down Go Jin Chuan's subordinates. Seeing his men defeated so easily, Go Jin Chuan angrily cursed them as trash. Looking at La Tu charging toward him, he said, "This brat really is extraordinary, but he truly doesn't know the meaning of life and death. This young master is an innate realm expert." Then he struck out with a palm to meet La Tu head on. La Tu was secretly shocked as well, as expected of an innate martial artist. If my martial arts realm weren't high enough, and if my cultivation hadn't broken through 2 levels this month, that palm strike alone would have seriously injured me. Go Jin Chuan roared, "Break." Then he poured all his strength into an attack at La Tu, but what he hit was only La Tu's afterimage. Just now, La Tu had nearly pierced Go Jin Chuan with his sword. Watching the long sword flash past his face, Go Jin Chuan thought to himself that this boy was bizarre and that he needed to bring in other intersect experts. In the instant Go Jin Chuan lost focus, La Tu drove his sword straight through his abdomen. Go Jin Chuan cried out in horror. How is this possible? He actually possesses the power attribute? Then he collapsed to the ground. Luke Mong Dao asked in astonishment, "La Tu, Go Jin Chuan was a 1st layer innate martial artist. How did you kill him?" La Tu did not hide anything and replied, "After you returned to the Xiaoyao sect, I cultivated in the deep forest near Qingyun City and encountered a fortunate opportunity." La Tu thought to himself that even he had not expected condensed death Qi turned into flame to be so powerful. Luke Mong Dao grabbed La Tu's hand and urged, "Forget it. La Tu, let's go quickly." Go Jin Chuan was Elder Go's precious darling. Once he dies, that old man will definitely sense it. We have to leave the Xiaoyao sect at once. Leave Yunlong Commandery. Sheathing his sword, La Tu said, "That's right. We can't stay in Yunlong Commandery for long." Then he turned to Luke Mong Dao and said, "Mong Dao, I'm afraid we won't have time to bury your father. Luke Mong Dao fell silent for a moment, then said, I know. Once my cultivation breaks through in the future, I will personally bury my father. When they reached the city gate, La Tu stopped Luke Mong Dao and said, we can't go to the Hunters Guild. The Xiaoyao sect will definitely go there to block us. We'll cross the Guanlei mountain range and head to Dohai Commandery. Luke Mong Dao avet? All right. Having sensed the bad news of Go Jinchuan's death, Elder Go sped over at once, throwing back his head and crying to the heavens, my dear grandson. The old man roared in fury, men, find Luke Mong Dao's whereabouts for me. Someone behind him stepped forward and said, Elder, Luke Mong Dao couldn't possibly have broken out alone. That brat La Tu is probably with her. The white-haired old man said, he's a genius member of the Hunters Guild. I'll bring men to the guild and block him there, in case that brat tries to take Luke Mong Dao away through the teleportation array. Elder Go tossed out a command token and said, take my token. Other than Yunlong Commandery City, the Hunters Guild branches in the other towns and cities must all obey my orders. Tell Wen Tianhong that my grandson's death must be avenged, and tell him to think carefully before he acts. The white-haired elder gave a cold laugh. Yes, Elder Go furiously crushed the object in his hand. Luke Mong Dao, La Tu, I will take your heads to honor my grandson's spirit. Half a month later, La Tu said to Luke Mong Dao, half a month has passed. By now the Xiaoyao sect has probably realized we never went to the Hunters Guild, and they're surely searching everywhere for us. Removing her veil, Luke Mong Dao said to La Tu, let's enter the Guanlei mountain range quickly. This range stretches across 3 commanderies, and there are quite a few heavenly treasures and demonic beasts inside. La Tu dismounted and said, be careful. Quite a few powerful experts venture in here for treasures or hide in seclusion. Suddenly, La Tu sensed a powerful pressure, and Luke Mong Dao looked up at the sky. This powerful aura is coming from above. Drawing his sword, La Tu said, could it be an expert from the Xiaoyao sect chasing us down? Luke Mong Dao let out a sigh of relief. It's not the Xiaoyao sect's pursuers. It's Marshal King Yiyang, a powerful wandering cultivator. I met him once before when I accompanied my father. Luke Mong Dao kept staring at the figure above, and La Tu said, the Guanlei mountain range really is a treasure mountain. Powerful experts gather here, and with the demonic beasts inside, the dangers must be endless. But we have no choice but to enter the mountains. Luke Mong Dao removed her veil and said to La Tu, don't worry. I may not progress at the monstrous speed you do, but I, Luke Mong Dao, am also a genius of my sect. In the Guanlei mountain range, La Tu had already killed many demonic beasts, their corpses strewn all over the ground. Removing her veil, Luke Mong Dao said, we haven't even gone very deep into the Guanlei mountain range yet, and we've already encountered several third-grade demonic beasts. Folding his arms and looking at those beasts, La Tu said, it's thanks to the life and death pearl's ability to sense life that I was able to avoid the territories of those 4th-grade demonic beasts. Then La Tu noticed human figures and turned to her. Mong Zhao, someone's coming. Soon after, 3 strangers approached. The one in front was a man who introduced himself. I am Zhang Haifei. These are my companions, Tian Guanyao and Miao Feifei. La Tu greeted them. I am La Tu, and this is Miss Lu. May I ask what business the 3 of you have with us? Zhang Haifei warmly said, Brother La, Miss Lu, the 3 of us have taken the liberty of disturbing you because we'd like to invite you both to join our team. I wonder what you think. We discovered a fire yang tree, but beside it is a 3rd-grade demonic beast, the azure-winged demon serpent, whose strength is comparable to a 4th-grade demonic beast. Hearing this, La Tu pondered the fire yang tree and the azure-winged demon serpent for a moment. The fire yang tree can be used to refine pills for breaking through to the innate realm. It would be useful to both Mong Dao and me. However, setting aside whether there really is a fire yang tree, even if there is, it probably won't be easy to obtain. When the time comes, these 3 will definitely make their move. Seeing that La Tu was still thinking, Zhang Haifei raised his hand and said, Brother La, have you made up your mind? You should know that the fire yang tree is extremely precious. I didn't dare risk spreading the news. La Tu frowned and answered, all right, we'll join the team. Zhang Haifei smiled happily. Ha, good. With the 2 of you joining us, our chances of obtaining the fire yang tree are much greater. Once it's done, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Then he immediately turned around and said, this matter shouldn't be delayed. Let's set out now and deal with that demon serpent. Feeling uneasy, Luke Mong Dao whispered to La Tu. This man is only speaking in empty pleasantries and hasn't mentioned how the spoils will be divided afterward. I am afraid. La Tu gave Luke Mong Dao a firm look. Mong Dao, I know what you want to say. I'm prepared. Seeing that the two still hadn't followed, Zhang Haifei reminded them, Brother La, Miss Lu, hurry and follow me. Worried that if too much time passed, others would discover the Fire Yang tree. La Tu did not forget to remind Luke Mong Dao, later on, remember to protect yourself. After that, the group quickly rushed toward the place where the Fire Yang tree was. When they arrived, Zhang Haifei said, that demon serpent is inside this cliff wall. La Tu looked up and asked, Brother Zhang, how do you plan to deal with the Azure Wing Demon Serpent? You should know that although the Azure Wing Demon Serpent is only a third-grade demonic beast, its strength is enough to match an innate martial artist. Crossing his arms over his chest, Zhang Haifei said calmly, no need to worry. I came prepared. I have a third-grade antidote pill that can counter the demon serpent's poisonous mist. Besides, I'm a third-grade array master. As long as I can set up an array, the Azure Wing Demon Serpent won't be a problem. La Tu and Luke Mong Dao both cried out in surprise. La Tu asked suspiciously, I didn't expect Brother Zhang to be an array master too. If that's the case, why invite the two of us at all? Zhang Haifei began laying out the array and said, I need someone to guard me while I set up the array beside it. Neither Tian Guanyo nor Miao Feifei is skilled in movement techniques. When the time comes, I'll still have to trouble Brother La Tu took Luke Mong Dao's hand and said, all right, I agree. A sly smile appeared on Zhang Haifei's face, and he said, here is the antidote pill. Brother La, be careful. I'll start setting up a killing array and a trapping array, and then you'll lure the Azure Wing Demon Serpent over. La Tu took the medicine bottle and immediately sensed something unusual. He thought to himself, as expected, there's something wrong with this antidote pill. Luke Mong Dao tugged at the corner of his robe and called his name. La Tu stroked her long hair and replied, don't worry, I'll be fine. Luke Mong Dao still urged him to act carefully. Tian Guanyo looked at Luke Mong Dao and said solicitously, Miss Lu, don't worry. Brother La is going to lure out the demonic beast, and I'll protect you in his place. Luke Mong Dao paid Tian Guanyo no attention at all. As La Tu drew closer, he could feel more and more clearly that the demon serpent really was hiding there. Looking up, he saw the demon serpent coiled around the Fire Yang tree. It sensed La Tu approaching, and immediately rocks and dirt rained down on him. The demonic beast leapt into the air, and La Tu used 10 direction afterimage to pursue it. He had already resolved to obtain the fruit of the Fire Yang tree, no matter what. When Zhang Haifei's group saw La Tu's skills, they could not help but be astonished. They had not expected this boy's movement technique to be so fast, nor his courage so great. Watching La Tu still tangled in battle with the demonic beast, Zhang Haifei revealed a sly smile and said while laying out the array, but he won't be coming back. La Tu used his afterimages against the beast, leaping up to strike the rocks, so that shattered stones fell onto the beast's wings. A plan had already formed in La Tu's mind. He had to get out of the range of its attacks. The beast seemed to sense that he was provoking it, widened its eyes, and let out a roar, then lunged at La Tu, only to have him dodge away. Miao Feifei had not expected him to evade it, and cried out in shock. He dodged it again. That brat really might make it back alive. Tian Guanyo smugly said, he's probably already swallowed that antidote pill. Even if he escapes, he won't live. Zhang Haifei picked up where he left off. Enough. Get ready. The demon serpent is coming. Then he shouted, form the array. The three of them immediately activated the array. Luke Mong Dao also joined forces to attack the demon serpent, trapping it inside the array. Zhang Haifei shouted, success, but La Tu was still inside. Realizing something was wrong, Luke Mong Dao immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Zhang Haifei. Release La Tu at once. By now Zhang Haifei had achieved his goal, so he no longer concealed anything and showed his true colors. Shut up. Your little boyfriend already swallowed the antidote pill. Even if he escapes from that demon serpent's jaws, he still won't survive. Then he started acting like a hooligan. Why not follow your big brother here instead? I'll dote on you properly. Luke Mong Dao ignored his nonsense. and only said coldly, I trust La Tuesday. Then she charged forward. Seeing that Luke Mong Dao stubbornly refused to yield, Zhang Haifei cursed, You bitch, you don't know what's good for you. He immediately drew his sword and fought Luke Mong Dao. But what he didn't know was that Luke Mong Dao was also a genius within her sect. Zhang Haifei said in shock, Damn it, I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. She doesn't even look that old. Seeing Zhang Haifei dragging his feet instead of doing something useful, Tian Guanyo urged, Come over here and help me maintain the array. I want to activate the killing array, or it won't hold much longer. He was already drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain the array's attack on the demon serpent. When he saw the serpent collapse, Tian Guanyo also slumped to the ground and let out a long breath. We did it, but lasted only a moment before the demon serpent rose again. He cried out in panic, What? He immediately turned cowardly, trembling all over as he shouted for help. This is bad. The demon serpent has broken free. You two, hurry and help me. Looking at the still roaring demon serpent, Tian Guanyo and Miao Feifei were stunned beyond belief. How is that possible? Swallowing a spirit pill, Tian Guanyo said, That brat La Tu actually didn't die. Could it be he didn't take that antidote pill? The demon serpent lunged at Tian Guanyo and Miao Feifei, knocking both of them down. Tian Guanyo cursed, Damn it. Left with no choice, he pulled out an item and said, I can only use this to trap it for now. Then he hurled it at the demon serpent and shouted, Feifei, come with me. The demon serpent was covered by the net released from that item and could not break free. Seeing this, Zhang Haifei shouted, Brother Tian, Feifei, but he failed to notice that he was still fighting Luke Mong Dao. Taking advantage of his distraction, Luke Mong Dao slashed him across the back with one sword strike, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, Luke Mong Dao was full of worry, praying, Brother La Tu, you must survive. La Tu was slashing at the demon serpent's scales with his sword, making it cry out in pain, but he still was not causing it much real damage. Seeing this, La Tu could not help but sigh. Those scales are really tough. Kneeling on one knee, La Tu said, An ordinary sword wound simply can't threaten it. Let me see what those people tampered with in the pill. Then he used the 10-direction movement technique to circle around the demon serpent, and keenly discovered that its belly was its weak point. He immediately drove his sword through its abdomen, struck in a vital spot. The demon serpent let out a shriek that rang into the clouds. Watching it curl up in the corner and gradually die, La Tu also sighed, Humph, this poison is far too vicious. Even a third-grade demonic beast could only resist for a moment before dying. Those three were truly malicious. The battle ended, and Luke Mong Dao came to his side and asked with concern, La Tu, are you all right? Seng Luke Mong Dao. La Tu's expression softened considerably as he replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. Where are they? Luke Mong Dao looked toward Zhang Haifei, who was lying motionless on the ground, and said, One was left with me. The other two abandoned their companion and ran away when the azure-winged demon serpent went berserk. La Tu's expression turned serious. Looking at the 2 fire yang fruits in his hand, he said, We can't let news leak out. Otherwise, we won't have peace in the Guanlei mountain range from now on. Besides, my revenge still hasn't been taken. As Miao Feifei and Tian Guanyo fled along the road, Miao Feifei anxiously asked, Brother Tian, Xiao Fei is still back there. Should we go back? Or just abandon him? Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in anger, Tian Guanyo replied, Go back. That brat is only at the 5th level of the Qi-Si realm. If he didn't die, then he's just lucky. But he picked the fire yang fruit, so we're going back to snatch it. After the battle, just now, La Tu had been seriously injured as well. At this moment, he was circulating his energy to heal, streams of golden aura swirling around him in a ring. Standing guard at his side, Luke Mong Dao comforted him. La Tu, just focus on healing. When he finished healing, he stood up and said, I've recovered quite a bit. It's time to settle accounts with them. No need to look for us. We're already here. No sooner had he mentioned the two than they emerged from behind a tree, clearly having waited there for a long time. Miao Feifei pointed at La Tu and Luke Mong Dao and said, Brother Tian, they killed Xiao Fei. Hand over the fire yang fruit, and then kneel beside Xiao Fei's corpse and kowtow. Tian Guanyo also pointed at the two of them, using the excuse that La Tu and Luke Mong Dao had murdered their companion as a pretext to seize the item in his hand. La Tu was neither worried nor flustered. Confidently placing a hand before his chest, he said, If you want the fire yang fruit, then trade your lives for it. Seeing that he stubbornly refused to hand it over, Tian Guanyo drew his sword and pointed it at him, preparing to attack. Brat who doesn't know what's good for him. Pay for my brother's life. Miao Feifei also drew her sword and shouted, "You must pay for Xiao Fei's life." Before Miao Feifei could even make a move, Luke Mong Dao was faster. She rushed forward first, and her sword swept across Miao Feifei's body. The move was so fast that Miao Feifei had no time to react before she fell. Tian Guanyo could hardly believe it either. Seeing Miao Feifei collapse right in front of him, he cried out, "What?" Realizing the situation had turned bad, he immediately became wary of the two of them and thought, "Damn it, this brat really did kill the green-winged demon serpent with his own strength." Tian Guanyo shamelessly abandoned his two companions and fled. But La Tu saw it and immediately gave chase. "Don't even think about running." As he fled, Tian Guanyo cursed when he saw La Tu pursuing him relentlessly. "Damn it, you're really trying to wipe me out completely? Brat, just stay trapped here." He suddenly turned around and hurled a coil of golden rope at La Tu's day. The rope spread out into a huge net that covered him, catching him off guard and trapping him inside. Tian Guanyo thought he had captured him and turned the situation around. Smugly, he said, "Brat, you're strong, but I'll spread the news that you have fire yang fruit in your hands. Just wait for the other experts in the Guanlei mountain range to hunt you down. You won't escape." But Tian Guanyo had barely finished gloating before La Tu broke free of the net. In the blink of an eye, La Tu appeared behind him like lightning. Tian Guanyo had not expected it. His face turned deathly pale and cold sweat poured down. "What?" La Tu leaped up and thrust his sword straight through his chest. Tian Guanyo died with his eyes still open. Looking at his sword, La Tu said, "So this is the Guanlei mountain range? It's even more chaotic than I imagined." Luke Mong Dao caught up and La Tu said to her, "Let's leave here first, in case those three have companions. Besides, the fire yang fruit is too important. We can't let word of it leak out." By nightfall, La Tu added more wood to the blazing fire, warming them both. Looking at Luke Mong Dao seated beside him, he said, "I have a map from the Hunters Guild. We'll cross the Guanlei mountain range and get you into the Leiwu sect. What about you?" Luke Mong Dao asked worriedly. Staring into the fire, La Tu replied, "The Xiaoyao sect's power is enormous. You can cultivate in peace at the Leiwu sect. As for me, I can adapt. The whole world is my home. I'll work hard at cultivation. La Tu, you have to be careful too. I'll cultivate near the Leiwu sect, and we'll both do our best." La Tu turned to look at her, and the two gazed into each other's eyes with deep affection. After that, the two sat hand in hand and made a promise. "La Tu, from now on, there will only be you in my heart. In the future, we'll travel the world together." At daybreak, they arrived at the border of Dohai Commandery. Standing on high ground and looking down, La Tu said, "Ahead is Zhuoxing city of Dohai Commandery. We've finally crossed the Guanlei mountain range. Once we go down the mountain, we'll reach Zhuoxing city. Go through the martial hall there and head straight to the Leiwu sect." Luke Mong Dao was reluctant to part, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "I'll work hard at cultivation. La Tu, while you're out there, remember to take good care of yourself." Holding her hand, La Tu smiled and said, "I know. If you run into trouble in there, remember to send a letter to the Hunters Guild for me." Then the two let go. Luc Mong Dao also en soi teasingly. "All right, La Tu. Next I'll have to enter the city on my own. You have to work hard too. Don't wait until I come down from the Leiwu sect after training, only to find that you can't even keep up with this young lady anymore." La Tu laughed as well. "You're the one who needs to work hard. If someone from the Leiwu sect, ranked 7th among the 12 sects of Tianwu, still ends up being surpassed by me, that would be pretty embarrassing." Luke Mong Dao snorted with laughter. Who's not a genius?" Then she leaped down the slope into Dohai Commandery. Watching her departing figure, La Tu thought to himself, "Mong Dao has entered a powerful sect like the Leiwu sect. I must work hard at cultivation too." Sometime later, La Tu was fighting a gigantic black bear. He leaped into the air and slashed downward with his sword, saying, "In this past month, I've hunted more than 100 tier 3 demonic beasts. Even against the strongest among them, I can still wound them, although I've brushed past death countless times." He landed steadily and stepped forward. As the giant bear crashed to the ground, he continued through constant tempering in life and death situations. "Along with the cultivation resources I traded for from beast materials, my cultivation has finally broken through to the innate realm." Joyfully, he looked at the sword in his hand, activated the law of origin, and said, "Now that I've reached the innate realm, I've also received a great gift, the origin law, mystic heaven transformation. It's far beyond 9th grade martial arts. It can let me unleash 2 to 5 times my power in an instant. At my current level, who in the same realm can fight me? And challenging mystic heaven transformation will also become much easier. Zhang Laoyang. Now it's time for me to return to Yunlong Commandery and settle accounts with you. He rose into the air and shot forward. But on the way, he suddenly discovered and surprised a man covered in wounds sitting beneath a tree. In a strained voice, the man pleaded, "Friend, please help me." Hearing the cry for help, La Tu stopped without much guard. Standing on a high branch and looking down, he said, "Go on." The man beneath the tree trembled as he raised a hand, seeming to have exhausted all his strength as he replied, "I hope you can come a little closer." La Tu still had not become wary and did as he said. Jumping down from the tree, he stood before the man and thought, a person on the verge of death. In this world where the strong devour the weak, I'm not some cold-blooded monster. I'll help him while I can. The severely wounded man pulled a silver half-moon-shaped object from his chest, coughed violently, and said with difficulty, "I come from the Gongsun family." Cough, cough. I was ambushed and reduced to this state. I hope, friend, that you can deliver this token to the Gongsun family. La Tu reached out to take it, saying, "If I get the chance, I'll help you deliver it." Just as he was about to accept the item, the man's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and a sinister look appeared on his face. In an instant, the man pulled out a hidden dagger and stabbed at him. Fortunately, La Tu reacted in time and dodged it. Then he thought to himself that because of the last trace of kindness left in him, he had nearly lost his life. Is this how treacherous the human heart is? La Tu felt furious that his sympathy had been exploited, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing his plot fail, the man could only try to make excuses and pretend to explain. "Junior brother, wait, listen to me." Before he could finish, La Tu punched him and sent him flying into the tree behind him. Walking over, he asked, "You're young and already about to die. I can't help you, so why did you still try to attack me?" He reached out and snatched away the token the man had mentioned, along with a red ring. He thought to himself, this man really does look like someone from the Gongsun family. The half-moon token even has a name engraved on it. Activating his spiritual energy, a purple glow wrapped around the 2 items he had taken from the man as he said, "I'll hold on to this token for now. It might be useful later." But then he suddenly sensed something and thought, this is the first time I've seen something that can't be stored in a storage ring. This guy kept it on him, so it definitely isn't ordinary. I can't figure anything out right now. My top priority is to consolidate my cultivation in the Guanlei mountain range. After thinking for a long time without result, he could only shake his head and toss the half-moon item aside. After that, La Tu took out the map and examined it, saying as he looked, "There's a gathering point up ahead where adventurers in the Guanlei mountain range rest and trade supplies. Perfect. I can stop there for a while." After reaching the gathering point marked on the map, he saw a burly bald man loudly calling for recruits. Guanlei Temple. Yongchang Pavilion is organizing an expedition to Guanlei Temple. The team is still 6 people short, and the minimum requirement is the innate realm. Hearing this, people immediately crowded around and began discussing it. Yongchang Pavilion is one of the 3 major powers. It's rare for them to recruit outsiders to explore Guanlei Temple. That's right, I heard the area around Guanlei Temple is extremely dangerous, but it's also said that even Martial King experts go there to comprehend Saber intent. Looking at the area on the map marked with a dark purple circle, La Tu said, "Dark purple means a danger zone." After all, that expert once had a secret cultivation site there, and I heard his martial attainments were extremely high. It's not just saber cultivators seeking traces of the blade arts left behind by the Guanlei expert. Even other martial experts come there because of his fame. Upon hearing this, the people around rushed to sign up. "I'm 3rd layer innate. I want to sign up too." "I'm 2nd layer innate." Suddenly, an old man with purple hair standing behind him rudely shouted, "Move aside. I want to sign up. If you're not signing up, then get the hell out of my way." The old man was about to shove him, but La Tu grabbed his wrist and said, "Who said I'm not signing up?" Then, with a casual flick, he threw the old man toward the 2 men standing behind him. A man in brown and a man in purple saw this, and without caring who was right or wrong, they took turns berating him. "Brat, everyone's here to sign up. What gives you the right to attack someone? Brat, just because you have a little skill, you think you can act this arrogantly? Isn't that going too far?" The bald strong man who had been recruiting saw the commotion around La Tu and asked what's going on over there. Looking at the people in front of him, La Tu thought coldly, "Humph, that old man made the first move, yet somehow I become the target of everyone else's anger." He became vigilant, placing a hand on his shoulder in a sword-drawing stance. Seeing the old man loudly stirring people up, urging them all to teach this arrogant brat a lesson and throw him out. La Tueuse expression d'Arkend. He drew his sword and slashed out a streak of sword chi at the two men who were about to gang up on him, shaving off half the fringe of the man in brown. The man stared in horror at his half-bald forehead and cried out, "What a fast sword. Just now I thought I was dead for sure." A blue-haired man who had witnessed everything couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really strong. We absolutely can't afford to offend him lightly. The man in brown backed away in fear and muttered softly, "He's so young. How does he have such powerful swordsmanship?" The bald strong man saw everything as well and recognized that La Tu's swordsmanship was extraordinary. He walked over, clasped his hands with a hearty laugh, and openly praised him while inviting him to join Yongchang Pavilion's team. "Haha, what a fast and sharp sword. Little brother, are you interested in joining us? We still need 3 more. La Tu returned the gesture, showing his sincerity as he replied, "Then I gladly accept." The surrounding crowd burst into discussion. "I can't believe this kid got picked too. With strength like that. Of course, Yongchang Pavilion would recruit him on their own initiative." The bald strong man continued loudly, 2 spots left. Higher cultivation gets priority. As soon as he said this, a blue-haired man and a brown-haired man stepped forward and raised their hands. "The 2 of us, please follow me." Yongchang Pavilion's team is already prepared ahead. On the way, the bald strong man asked La Tu, "Little brother, you look very young. May I ask what your cultivation level is?" "First layer innate." Hearing that La Tu was only first layer innate, the bald strong man was a little startled and thought, "First layer innate, yet he can wield such a fast sword. This kid's martial inheritance is definitely not ordinary." Thinking of this, he turned back and smiled warmly at La Tuesday. "Little brother, you truly are gifted. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you perform after joining the team." Yongchang Pavilion's 100-man expedition team is already waiting at the village entrance. "Everyone, head over there." The bald strong man waved his hand for them to move faster. La Tu silently followed behind. When they reached the village entrance in the Guanlei mountain range, the bald strong man led La Tu and the other selected people before several elders. Many people had already gathered there. "Elders, I've brought them." The strong man cupped his hands respectfully to report to the elders who had been waiting for some time. One white-haired elder looked at La Tu and asked in puzzlement, "Why is there a first layer innate martial artist here?" Then he waved it off. "Forget it, it'll do. Let them join the team." Out of nowhere, a black-haired man appeared and pointed at La Tu's face as he shouted, "Know your place and withdraw from the team. I just happen to have a friend nearby. Give up your spot." But La Tu was not someone easy to bully. Folding his arms arrogantly, he shot back, "Why should I give my place to your friend?" The black-haired man became even more overbearing, revealing a look of contempt as he shouted, "With your pathetic cultivation, you still dare question me? My friend was in seclusion nearby earlier. Now that he's broken through and come out, he's on his way here. Don't tell me you still don't understand." At the same time, a neatly dressed man with an emerald set in his forehead and a sword at his side appeared in the Guanlei mountain range. Cupping his hands, he saluted the elders. "Forgive me. Greetings to the 3 seniors and to the senior brothers and sisters of Yongchang Pavilion. I just finished my seclusion and came late." Seeing his brother arrive, the black-haired man hurried over and pointed at La Tu while complaining, "Brother, the 100-man team is already full. Your place was taken by this brat." That man was just as conceited. Looking at La Tu with disdain, he sneered, "He's nothing more than a first-layer innate brat." The 3 elders stared at this arrogant fellow without saying a word. And La Tu did not back down either. He retorted, "You're nothing more than a 3rd-layer innate piece of trash." The onlookers gasped. "One arrogant brat." Humiliated, the man turned purple with rage, drew his sword, pointed it at La Tu, and shouted, "You dare, brat." In an instant, La Tu drew his own sword. In the blink of an eye, the man was beaten into a miserable state and slammed against a nearby tree. He had never expected that his 3rd-layer innate cultivation would lose to La Tu's 1st-layer innate, and he ground his teeth in fury. "You've got nerve." An elder standing nearby had witnessed the whole process. Seeing that the man was still acting arrogantly, still daring to bark even after La Tu had beaten him until he was covered in injuries, the elder shouted, "If he hadn't shown mercy, that single strike would have taken your life." La Tu sheathed his sword. He did not continue attacking, only intending to teach the other party a lesson and curb that arrogant, sky-defying temperament. The elder continued, "To think someone can wield a fast sword like this? Good. This young friend is not bad at all. With only first layer cultivation, he can defeat those at the fourth or fifth layer just by relying on fast swordsmanship." Everyone prepared to depart. The three elders led all the selected members onto war horses and set out. The three elders rode in front to lead the way. Along the journey, Latu marveled at Yongchang Pavilion's resources. As expected of one of the three major powers, Yongchang Pavilion truly has deep pockets. These are all tamed tier 3 demonic beasts. Their market value is at least 1,000 vitality stones each. Halfway there, one of the elders ordered everyone to halt. Those in front dismount and proceed on foot into the mountain range. As Latu dismounted and prepared to move out, someone brought over supplies. "Sir, these are the supplies assigned to you." Once everyone had finished preparing, an elder announced, "Split into groups of 5 and enter the mountains. If you encounter demonic beasts, just keep advancing along the designated route, and you'll reach Guanlei Temple. Move out." On the way, Latu found himself battling a giant spider. He swung his sword at it and knocked it to the ground. Studying the demonic beast, Latu assessed a tier 3 demonic beast that lives in groups. The poison on its outer body is extremely potent. Even an innate martial artist would find it hard to survive a bite. Clearly, many of his teammates had already been poisoned by this kind of beast. After a long march, dusk began to fall. The elder then announced to everyone and loudly told them to rest for a while. In just half a day, 12 people had already died and more than 20 had been injured. The expedition's progress was far from smooth. Then one of Latu's teammates, who was guiding the way, pointed ahead and said, "It's already dark. A resting place has been prepared up ahead. Everyone, move faster." At midnight, in the stone forest, everyone was gathered around a bonfire. Rather than join the crowd, Latu leaned against a large stone pillar. Suddenly, the pillar he was leaning on let out a loud boom, and several streaks of cyan light appeared around its top, sending everyone into panic. Filled with unease, someone asked, "What's happening over there? Is the elder's formation all right?" Suddenly, from the dense brush burst forth a giant white beast shaped like a lion, with a purple mane. Everyone stared at it in horror and shouted, "A purple-maned lion beast." It leaped down from above and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy, causing a huge explosion. Everyone was terrified. A man standing behind Latu panicked. That demonic aura were no match for it all. Even the elder became somewhat alarmed and confused when he saw this demonic beast appear here. Why is this thing here? It should never have appeared in a place like this. Latu looked at the demonic beast before him. Since it did not attack him, he thought to himself, a 4th-rank purple-maned lion beast, equivalent to a demonic beast at the spirit-refining realm of a martial Dao grandmaster. Why is it here? Or perhaps there is a traitor within Yongchang Pavilion's team. Looks like I need to find a way to split off from the group. He immediately grew wary, gripping the hilt of his sword in a combat stance. Another elder standing before the demonic beast said, "Although we set up a formation to conceal our aura, it only works on 3rd-rank beasts. It's useless against one of this level. It has already discovered us." The moment he finished speaking, the demonic beast viciously smashed through the defensive barrier. As soon as it exposed everyone, they all realized the problem at once and shouted, "It's attacking the defensive formation." Everyone fled desperately for their lives. Dark clouds suddenly churned across the sky, threaded through with lightning. As they fled from the beast, everyone unleashed glowing techniques and shot forward like storm. Latu used the 10 Directions movement art, creating multiple afterimages of himself. He leaped onto a tree branch and, while fleeing, thought, "It's already broken through the defense and is chasing us." A moment later, he turned back in alarm and saw the demonic beast right behind him, having seized another unlucky victim. "I can only hide in the mountain forest to avoid it." Latu sprang forward, trying to shake it off. As he escaped, he heard cries for help from other directions. "Everyone, scatter! Someone save me!" Latu kept running forward, without even turning his head as he muttered, "Pray for your own luck." After successfully escaping danger, Latu, drenched in sweat, hid high up in a tree and thought, "For now, I should be safe. I still have a 5th-rank concealment formation disc in my storage ring. I'll rest and recover a bit first." Supporting himself with one hand, he looked up and murmured, "It should be around noon now. I need to see what to do next. Then he jumped forward, sensing something and saying, "There's an aura over here." Latu took out the route map and could not help sighing. I can't believe that after running around in a panic all night, I'm actually about to reach Guanlei Temple. That Yongchang Pavilion group is probably doomed. Good thing I took their map earlier and headed straight here. For some unknown reason, the sword on his back trembled slightly, but the movement was too faint and Latu did not notice it. Looking ahead, Latu said, "Within more than 10 miles around the foot of this mountain, I can actually sense such fierce saber energy. That sharp sword aura is resonating with my weapon. It seems to have sensed something." He continued forward, looking at the towering mountain and thinking just how high was senior Guanlei's cultivation. Who knows how many years have passed since this ancient site was left behind, yet it still carries such terrifying saber intent. He looked around and felt the intense saber intent everywhere. There isn't even a single demonic beast nearby. They were probably all frightened away by this overwhelming saber intent. Suddenly, his instincts warned him that something was wrong. Latu abruptly turned around and saw a streak of saber light slashing down from above, right where he was standing. Latu looked up toward the mountaintop and discovered a burly man carrying a saber on his shoulder, his body surrounded by rippling blue energy. Looking at that man, Latu thought, "There's no way I can block that strike." Suddenly, a killing move came crashing toward him. Latu shut his eyes tightly and shouted, "Too strong. That strike is aimed at me. I can't retreat." But all of it was only a simulation in his mind. Rubbing his chin, Latu pondered, "Although I sense that stream of saber intent and saber force, the saber image entered my mind, and the saber intent engraved itself deep into my sea of consciousness." Then Latu swept his sword horizontally and looked at it as he said, "Even if it's only an imitation and can't bring out the true will of saber intent, it's still far stronger than ordinary 5th grade martial arts. If I could also comprehend the mysteries of sword intent like that senior, my strength would rise by far more than a single realm. Right now I'm still very far from comprehending sword intent. That sword strike, just now, was only the bare surface of it." He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Latu stretched out his hand, a stream of aura dispersing from his palm. As he thought, for now, every step has to be steady. First, I must cultivate my swordsmanship to perfection. When that time comes, it will no longer be an imitation, but my own understanding of the sword Tao. He closed his eyes, recalling in his mind the scene of that man unleashing his power just now, and murmured, "Martial intent is the fusion of martial Tao and state of mind. I'm still young. My mental state is not enough to reach that level of swordsmanship yet. Looks like this can't be rushed." Suddenly, a white-haired man stood atop a high boulder with his hands behind his back and looked down at him as he asked, "So you're the innate realm brat who dared come to Guanlei Temple to comprehend saber intent? You've got some nerve. Keep working hard. I hope to meet you at the summit." Before Latu could reply, the man leaped up and lightly flew toward the mountaintop. Seeing this, Latu exclaimed in amazement, "To be able to fly through the air here, this man must be a martial king. Unlike me, who only dares to comprehend saber intent here." Latu stood silently for a moment, then thought, "Although I can't imitate saber intent, merely using it for reference is enough to deepen my own understanding of the sword Tao." Then he drew the sword from his back and charged straight toward the summit. Latu closed his eyes and comprehended, "My current self must use this stream of sword energy to temper myself." There were 2 guards on the mountain. Seeing that he wanted to ascend, they said in surprise, "What? There's actually someone else who wants to climb the mountain? Just a brat at the first layer of the innate realm. He really doesn't know the meaning of life and death. Let's see how much he'll suffer in a moment." On the mountain path, someone suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his head and crying out in agony, then vomited blood right in front of Latu. He had obviously been struck by saber intent, making Latu even more vigilant. This place truly is extremely dangerous. Willpower alone is not enough. No matter how high one's cultivation is, one can still have one's spirit annihilated by the saber intent and lose one's life. Then another person ran over to help the fallen man up, supporting him as he said, "Even a spirit-refining martial sect from the Gongsun family of Dohai Commandery failed here. It's too dangerous. Let's give up." It's terrifying. Seeing how difficult the road up the mountain was, and fearing for their lives, many others also chose to withdraw. But Latu refused to yield and kept moving forward. "I can still endure the pressure of the saber intent here. I can keep going. Forward." Step by step, he climbed higher, using his sword to block each wave of impact. Behind him, countless people collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and groaning, because they could no longer endure it. After persisting for a long time, La Tu finally drew close to the summit. There were already many people on the mountain who, like him, were on the verge of reaching the top, sitting there and resting to recover. Looking at everything around him, he thought, just one more step. Elsewhere, seeing that La Tu was actually able to reach the summit, a black-haired middle-aged man praised him as well, saying, "This kid looks to be only around 20. That swordsmanship of his just now has probably already reached great mastery." The white-haired old man he had met at the foot of the mountain also appeared here, stroking his beard as he replied, "Back then, it took this old man 40 years just to achieve minor accomplishment in palm techniques. After failing to break through further, I came to Guanlei Temple to seek an opportunity." Another red-haired man stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Guanlei Temple is near Dohai Commandery, but there are also experts from Yunlin Commandery here. That kid is probably from Dohai Commandery." Meanwhile, La Tu was still struggling to fend off wave after wave of attacks. Thinking angrily and unwillingly, "Is this really as far as I can go? I can't even reach the summit? I refuse to accept this. This is absolutely not the end point of my cultivation." He counterattacked like mad, unwilling to die here. Sweat covered La Tu's body as he declared proudly, "Whatever moves you still have, send them all at me." The moment he finished speaking, a strand of saber intent descended from the sky. La Tu raised his head and looked up without the slightest fear and smiled calmly. "So that's how it is." The surrounding people pointed at him and whispered among themselves. That kid suddenly started laughing. Has the saber intent here crushed his mind already? What a pity. However, in that instant, La Tu raised his sword in time and blocked the attack from that strand of saber intent, producing a violent explosion that shook the surroundings. Dust and smoke filled the air. When it finally cleared, La Tu was still standing there as steady as ever, completely unharmed. Everyone cried out in shock. 20 years old, first layer of the innate realm, swordsmanship at perfection, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius? That's impossible. The man in red was so frightened by La Tu's strength that he staggered backward repeatedly, panic written all over his face. After it was over, La Tu turned and was about to leave when a man in purple called out to him, "Little brother, I see your swordsmanship has reached perfection. May I ask which senior you studied under? Do you already belong to a sect?" Before La Tu could answer, the man in red pushed his way over and interrupted, "Little brother, your talent is quite good. As long as you're willing to join the Gongsun family, I can give you 10 innate pills, 1,000 origin chi stones, and a 6th grade martial art." At that moment, a woman confidently stepped forward. "My Xiaoyu sect is the strongest sect in Dohai Commandery. If little brother is willing, I can let you become a core disciple directly. Aside from the same conditions offered by the Gongsun family, once your cultivation reaches the 3rd layer of the innate realm, you will also qualify to cultivate a 7th grade martial art." Seeing him receive so many invitations, the surrounding people wore all kinds of expressions and said enviously, "This kid has struck it rich. That's a 7th grade martial art. Many spirit refining martial sects don't even possess one. I wish I could take his place and agree immediately. Many thanks for the kindness of all you seniors. But for the time being, this junior has no plans to join any sect." La Tu declined tactfully, leaving everyone present astonished. The man in red pointed at him and shouted furiously, "Kid, are you crazy? You actually turned down a 7th grade martial art. May I ask which senior little brother studied under?" The woman took a step closer and asked probingly, completely ignoring the red-clothed man who was still yelling. She thought to herself, at such a young age, his swordsmanship has already reached great mastery. Aside from talent, he must have an eminent master guiding him from behind the scenes. And for him to resist the temptation of a 7th grade martial art, his master must definitely be a top expert. Even if I can't recruit this genius into the sect, if I can form a good relationship with a powerful expert capable of teaching someone like him, that would still be worthwhile. La Tu replied politely, "My master is President Wen." Seeing that he did not explain clearly, the woman felt somewhat dissatisfied and thought, "He refuses to reveal his sect and background. That will definitely arouse suspicion in others, and he might even draw unwanted attention. Could it be that Yunlong Commandery City lies right beyond the Guanlei mountain range? If so, then the division of benefits doesn't seem quite right." As for the Monster Hunter Association, just as La Tu was thinking this, the woman seemed to realize something and immediately changed to a smiling expression as she replied to him, "In that case, little brother must be one of the internal geniuses of the Monster Hunter Association. After all, being able to study under President Wen Tianhong, your future is surely limitless." Afterward, the woman began listing all sorts of benefits of joining Lei Wu's sect in an attempt to recruit La Tu's little brother. As far as I know, your Monster Hunter Association only provides martial arts and protection. But if you join our Lei Wu sect, we can provide you with a great amount of cultivation resources. Besides, if I remember correctly, your Monster Hunter Association does not forbid its talented members from joining other sections. However, Latu meant what he said and firmly refused. For the time being, this junior has no intention of joining any sectarian force. I hope Senior can forgive me. Seeing him refuse such a good opportunity, the surrounding people all revealed jealous expressions and looked down on him. Latu repeated once again, for the time being, this junior has no intention of joining any sectarian force. I hope Senior can forgive me. Seeing this, the woman could not force him and sighed. If that's the case, then I won't press the matter. But if little brother ever intends to join in the future, feel free to come to my Lei Wu sect. This is my token. Show it to the disciples of the sect, and they will naturally lead you in. The woman handed Latu a token. Latu accepted it and then took his leave. My purpose of tempering my swordsmanship has been achieved. I also hope all you seniors will soon fulfill your own goals. Farewell. On the way back, Latu looked at his own hand and thought as he walked, my strength is still far too weak. Once people begin asking around, it will draw the attention of many. Just now I was already being probed by the perceptions of martial sects and even martial kings. If they were to learn my secret, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the long road ahead, he murmured, compared to others, the two presidents, Yi Xiangdo and Wen Tianhong, really have helped me a great deal. And although they guessed I possessed an extraordinary opportunity, they did not become greedy. They truly are highly respected seniors of the martial path. I need to return to Yunlong Commandery as soon as possible to finish handling my affairs, then find a place to go into secluded cultivation and quickly raise my strength. Latu leaped up and shot forward like a whirlwind. Elsewhere, an elder sitting in a chair looked at the information on a sheet of paper and said in surprise, in a short span of 1 year, from his second layer of body tempering to the fifth layer of the Sea of Qi, what he held in his hand was precisely Latu's portrait and records. Staring at the page, he said suspiciously, there is definitely something wrong with this brat who harmed my nephew. He comes from a poor background, yet my men discovered that this kid used a 5th-rank treasure to issue a bounty at the Monster Hunter Association, and even got Marshal Sec Yi Xiangdo and President Wen Tianhong to come forward for him. How could a Sea of Qi martial artist possibly have so many treasures? And this poor brat's cultivation speed is absurdly fast too. He must have obtained some enormous opportunity. After thinking for a moment, he shouted loudly, men. Someone immediately appeared and respectfully said, what are your orders, Elder? At once, send people to monitor the Monster Hunter Association everywhere, and also dispatch people personally to Qingshi City to keep an eye on Latu's family. Yes, I will do it immediately. The elder giving the orders was none other than Zhang Luliang. After descending the mountain, Latu sighed as he walked. That took quite a bit of time. I finally made it out of the Guanlei mountain range. The Monster Hunter Association's teleportation array really is useful. On the road home, Latu thought to himself, I wonder how father, mother, and my elder sister are doing. Ever since I entered the martial hall to train, I've hardly seen them. As he passed by 2 suspicious-looking men, they stared at him as if they had been following him for a long time. These 2 were in fact spies sent by Zhang Luliang. One of them returned to report, my lord, Latu has appeared. I saw him come out of the Monster Hunter Association. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Luliang immediately ordered the spy to use a sound transmission box to notify Intersect Elder Go Hongi. Tell the others to keep a close watch on that brat Latu for me. Latu returned home and sat around the dinner table with his family. Latu's elder sister and brother-in-law picked food for each other, full of affection and happiness. Seeing this, Latu felt comforted. Elder sister has found someone she can rely on too. It's wonderful to see the 2 of them still so loving. When Latu's mother saw that he had returned from a long journey without having eaten, she said to her, hurry and taste the dish your mother made for you. You used to love this most when you were little. Latu smiled and said, all right, mother's cooking is my favorite. I haven't had it in so long. However, his expression suddenly darkened, and by instinct he looked toward the doorway, thinking, I deliberately didn't hide my movements because I was certain someone was tailing me. I'm just waiting for you to show yourselves, and once I've finished contacting the Monster Hunter Association, I'll deal with you rats. After a period of bitter cultivation, Latu revealed a confident smile. I've gained quite a lot during this time. After that, Elder Zhuang came to visit. Latu hurried forward to greet him. Elder Zhuang, long time no see. Thank you for taking care of my family during this period. Elder Zhuang waved his hand and laughed. I'm no longer an elder of the Martial Hall. I'm now working for the Monster Hunter Association. If you want to thank someone, thank Elder Yi. He's the one who told me to come. Elder Zhuang stroked his chin, noticed that Lot 2 had advanced, and praised him. Who would have thought that back then you were only at the second layer of body tempering, merely in the Martial Hall of Qinyan City, and in the blink of an eye you've actually reached the innate realm? But then Elder Zhuang's expression turned serious. I came this time because there's something I need to tell you. Zhang Luoyang entered Qinyan City today. Go Hongyi will have him keep an eye on your family, so you must be careful in the city. La Tu thanked Elder Zhuang for the warning. After Elder Zhuang left, La Tu thought to himself, Zhang Luoyang is it? Go Hongyi clearly knows that you and I cannot coexist, yet he still sent you here. Fine, I'll kill you first. Then he sighed, still somewhat wary of Go Hongyi. But Go Hongyi is now at the Martial King realm and is also an intersect elder. He remains my greatest threat and the hardest thorn to remove. To deal with them, I can only rely on the Monster Hunter Association. The scene shifted a lot to entering President Ye's room. The moment he stepped through the door, he was greeted with praise from the president, reaching the innate realm before the age of 20. La Tu, you truly are exceptionally gifted to have attained the status of a mid-tier yellow-class genius. La Tu Bodin thanks. Many thanks to Elder Yi for your help this time. I'm deeply grateful. President, with your authority, what is the highest level special mission you can issue? The president listed them out. A low-tier yellow class can at most hire a martial king, while a mid-tier one, if the conditions allow, can hire a martial lord. Lot 2 asked in shock, a martial lord? Does our Yunlong branch actually have such an expert? As far as I know, the strongest person in the branch is Elder Wen Tianhong, a fourth layer martial king. The president explained, our Yunlong branch naturally does not, and even all 13 branches do not. But in Bachuan and the royal capital, there are experts of that level. As long as you can produce something that interests them, the association can help you invite them to act on your behalf. Then the president stared at La Tu, thinking curiously, just what kind of opportunity did this boy obtain? His cultivation has advanced at a terrifying speed, and last time he even took out a 6th grade cultivation art treasure. La Tu smiled and waved it off. I am indeed tempted, but I can't afford to hire a martial lord. And even if I could, I wouldn't do it right now. I can't keep relying on others, but I do have a 5th-rank treasure in my possession. This time, I must uproot the problem completely to prevent future trouble. After the conversation ended, Elder Zhuang escorted La Tu to the door. La Tu boed respectfully. As for certifying my genius rank, I'll have to trouble Elder Zhuang and President Yi first. When the time comes, you can come with me to Yunlong Branch City to see President Wen. Looking at the city gate before him, La Tu murmured, before I stand before the Yunlong branch, there is still one matter I must settle first. After he left, 2 people behind him stared at his back and discussed it. La Tu is about to leave the city. Hurry and report it to the elder. The rest of us will keep following him. After leaving the city gate, someone on horseback hurriedly chased after him from behind. He knew very well who that person was and what his purpose was. Turning his head, he smiled. A powerful aura followed me out of the city. Zhang Luoyang really couldn't hold back any longer and wants to make his move on me. Zhang Luoyang leaped off his horse and charged at him with a shout, Brat, let's see where you run now. Looking at Zhang Luoyang before him, Lot 2 thought to himself, an innate 9th layer martial master? Perfect. I'll use him to test the power of the move I just created. Landing on the ground, Zhang Luoyang said, Brat, you clearly knew this old man was waiting for you, yet you still dared leave the city alone. Pointing at Zhang Luoyang, La Tu sneered, I deliberately let your men report that I was leaving the city, and only then did I set out. Fist wheeze la tu isoha. Zhang Luoyang was greatly alarmed. This brat has actually reached the innate realm, 1st layer already? I didn't expect you'd enter the innate realm, but you're only at the 1st layer. How dare you speak so arrogantly to me? It seems you really did obtain some great opportunity. But now all of it belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck first, sending a palm at La Tu's day. La Tu dissolved it with ease and provoked him. Is this all you're capable of? Zhang Luoyang couldn't believe it. That streak just now was formed from my innate true chi. It should have been enough to kill a 1st layer martial artist. Though he's only at the 1st layer, his physical strength is comparable to the 5th layer in this sword realm of his. Before he could think further, La Tu gave a confident laugh and used the 10 direction after image movement art to rush toward him. Old bastard, and you still dare let your mind wander in front of me? La Tu slashed straight at Zhang Luoyang, with one sword strike. Zhang Luliang had no way to evade and could only raise his sword horizontally to block. He was forced several steps back and cried out in shock, "Great perfection in swordsmanship? How is that possible?" Covering the wound on his chest, Zhang Luliang thought, that was only his second sword? When did he reach such a level in the sword? If I hadn't reacted quickly, my chest would probably already have a huge hole through it. Zhang Luliang exclaimed, "What a fast sword. Has your swordsmanship already reached great perfection? L'as-tu repli confidently, great perfection? You underestimate me too much. What if it's full perfection?" Staring at La Tu, Zhang Luliang thought, although my cultivation is higher, against swordsmanship at the perfection realm, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. And the aura around him is extremely strange. The next moment, La Tu's figure moved slightly, and with sword in hand, he charged at Zhang Luliang, shouting, "Old bastard, even if you run now, it'll already be too late." La Tu's speed was astonishing. Zhang Luliang thought bitterly, too fast. I can't escape. I can only go all out and gamble on a slim chance. He unleashed his strongest move in an attempt to stop La Tu. Roaring brat, behold this old man's innate ninth layer cultivation. Not to be outdone, La Tu met him head on with mystic past transformation. Old bastard, taste the move I created. Sensing the power of the move, Zhang Luliang cried out in alarm, how powerful. Seizing the opportunity, La Tu's sword swept across his abdomen, and Zhang Luliang let out a miserable scream of pain. Looking at the sword in his hand, La Tu muttered, "Mystic past transformation can double my strength, and that's when paired with fast swordsmanship at the perfection realm." Looking at the defeated, Zhang Luliang collapsed on the ground. He continued, "With this kind of power, a lightning-fast strike can kill an innate ninth-layer great martial master. If I unleash my full strength, I should have enough confidence to challenge a martial sect in the spirit refinement realm. Though it's better not to be too high profile." La Tu sheathed his sword and looked toward a large boulder behind him. "President Yi, are you still not going to show yourself?" Yi Xiangdo coughed a few times and stepped out, saying, "Boy, you really do surprise me more and more. Not only did you easily kill ninth layer Zhang Luliang, you even noticed my presence." Somewhat embarrassed, La Tu answered modestly, "I only keep working hard at cultivation because I feel such pressure, but I must ask Elder Yi to keep what happened here secret, especially the matter of me leaving the city. Many thanks, Senior, for helping me in secret." After La Tu returned to the Monster Hunter Association with Yi Xiangdo stood outside the door and said, "I didn't expect you to make up your mind so quickly. I've already spoken with President Wen. Hurry in." Inside the association, President Wen Tianhong was seated in a chair. Seeing La Tu enter, he said, "So you really have reached the innate realm. When Louis spoke to me just now, I truly found it hard to believe it. Zhang Luliang was actually dealt with by you." The president then asked him, "What are your plans next?" La Tu replied, "I want to issue a mission." The two presidents exchanged glances, and when Tianhong said, "Your target is Go Hongi?" Just as he expected, La Tu took out a ring, and 10 long swords appeared from it. Raising one of the swords, he said, "That's right. The reward is 10 low-grade, Earth-rank battle swords and sabers. I don't want my family to face danger, so returning this time is precisely to eliminate any future trouble." Looking at the 10 swords before him, Yi Xiangdo couldn't help exclaiming, "A single low-grade Earth-rank weapon is worth over 10,000 low-grade Origin Chi stones. President, how many could you afford yourself?" President Wen Tianhong turned to him and said, "These are worth more than 100,000 Origin Chi stones in total, enough to move even an 8th layer martial king. Boy, your wealth truly exceeds my imagination." Then the president gathered the long swords into his sleeve and said, "All right, I'll help you issue this mission. Quickly give me your Monster Hunter medal and wait for me to appraise it." After the matter was settled, La Tu walked out the door and ran into two people talking. A man in green with a solemn expression said, "Have you heard? Something happened to our Yunlong commandery overlord, the Xiaoyao sect. Their inner sect elder Go Hongi was killed right at the mountain gate." Hearing this, La Tu revealed a delighted smile and thought to himself, that expert who accepted the mission has already taken action. He relaxed and looked up at the sky, thinking without the slightest worry, Zhang Luliang and Go Hongi have both been dealt with. At last, I no longer have to worry about the safety of my sister and my parents. Then La Tu took out a golden invitation card and said, 1 month from now will be Lu Yuan and my sister's wedding day. Only after attending the wedding can I leave without worries. He put away the invitation. his expression turning serious as he said, "A life of ease is not suited to the path of martial cultivation. My future path and theirs will no longer belong to the same world. I cannot let them fall into danger." The scene shifted. President Wen placed a token on the table and pushed it toward La Tuesday. "You are now a mid-tier yellow-class genius. After today, do you have any further plans?" Taking the token, La Tu replied, "To pursue the peak of martial arts, travel throughout the Tianwu Kingdom, or even leave the Tianwu Kingdom." Hearing this, the president took out a treasure and said, "If you have no other pressing matters, I do have something here for you. It is also an opportunity for you. The Daming Secret Realm is an ancient ruin, with the entire region covered by a great formation. It only opens once every 30 years. Only those below the Martial King realm may enter. Each time it opens, the forces within the kingdom receive a certain number of slots for their younger members to enter and seek opportunities." La Tu pointed at the item in the president's hand in surprise and asked, "President, do you mean to make me a genius member of the Monster Hunter Association so that I can conveniently enter the secret realm?" Smiling, the president said to him with expectation, "Exactly. The secret realm will not open for about another 2 years. During these 2 years, you must work hard to raise your cultivation realm." Accepting the item, La Tu said firmly, "I will not disappoint you, President." Watching La Tu's departing back, when Tianhong smiled and said, "I don't think you will disappoint me either. But I'm very curious, boy, can you truly reach the peak of the Tianwu Kingdom? Or even go farther still?" Then when Tianhong seemed to realize something and said somewhat dejectedly, "As for me, there is no hope left anymore." Outside, La Tu led his horse and looked at the stream of riders ahead, thinking, in 2 years' time, many geniuses from the Tianwu royal capital, the 8 provinces, and the 13 commanderies will gather there. He immediately mounted his horse and said decisively, "I must raise my cultivation to a higher level. My cultivation can steadily increase, but in martial Dao, my understanding of sword intent is still not clear enough. Perhaps this time I should make a trip to Guanlei Temple and have a look." On the way, La Tu leaped among the treetops as he traveled, thinking, the Guanlei mountain range is filled everywhere with 4th-rank demonic beasts. The weather isn't good right now. It looks like I should find a place to rest for a while. While searching for a place to stop, he discovered a group of people standing in 2 rows. Every one of them had a shaved head and wore the same clothes. Seeing this, La Tu said, "This is the dangerous heartland of the Guanlei mountain range. Even spirit refinement martial sect experts would not dare barge in recklessly." Standing on a tree branch, La Tu pondered in confusion. Why are there people here, and so many of them at that? How is this any different from that Yongchang pavilion group last time? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Only after they had gone far away did La Tu jump down. The scene shifted to a majestic pavilion. The ball group La Tu had just encountered was there, lined up in 2 columns. A man in the middle spoke up. "Since our friend has arrived, why not show yourself and meet us?" Turning around, La Tu cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I am La Tuesday. I happen to pass by this place. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." As he spoke, La Tu suddenly frowned, sensing something unusual, and thought, why is there a pavilion like this in a place as perilous as the Guanlei mountain range? And these martial artists, most of them are only at the body tempering realm. Too strange. No, that's not right. They're slaves. He saw that each of them had a mark on their face, and their eyes were sharp and vicious. But then they quickly returned to normal, making him wonder, these people are all slaves. 100 body tempering cultivators here, all slaves. Who brought them here, and for what purpose? The more he looked, the more improper the group seemed. And La Tu couldn't help but remain on guard. This pavilion contains a 4th-rank formation, and if my senses are correct, the pavilion itself is a formation-type treasure. Its appearance here is definitely no simple matter. The man invited him, saying, "Since you merely passed by unintentionally, friend, why not come in and have a cup of tea with me?" After hearing this, La Tu realized that this pavilion was only a 4th-rank magical treasure, not a great threat to him. He did not refuse and said, "Then I will accept your invitation." La Tu looked inside and saw a group of people staring at him with killing intent in their eyes. Above them sat a red-haired woman, exuding a cold aura, looking at him sternly. La Tu stared at the jade pendant she wore around her neck, feeling that it looked somewhat familiar, and thought to himself, I feel like I've seen that jade pendant somewhere before. Because he stared at the woman for too long, she became displeased and silently gave an order. A blonde subordinate at her side immediately understood and stepped forward, pointing at La Tu's face as he shouted, "Impudent! How dare you show such disrespect before my young lady?" La Tu hurriedly apologized and waved his hand, wanting to explain. Before he could finish speaking, that subordinate charged at him, wielding an extremely strange weapon. As he attacked, he shouted, "Brat, if you don't know what manners are, then open your eyes and apologize properly," seeing how vicious their attitude was. Latu also became angry and said, "I only looked a few extra times because I was momentarily distracted. Do you people even understand what hospitality means?" He dodged the other side's attack and said, "Do you think I don't dare fight back?" With a backhand slap, Latu struck the blonde man across the face and sent him flying into the air. Seeing him sent flying, several other subordinates stood there stunned and exclaimed, "What?" The blonde man crashed heavily to the ground, then scrambled back up and pointed at Latu as he continued cursing, "Are you looking to die? How dare you hit one of my people?" Seeing this, Latu attacked the blonde man again, kicking him several meters away as he cursed back, "A dog relying on his master's power deserves a beating." The remaining subordinates immediately drew their swords and said, "How hateful. Do you think this is some place where you can act wildly?" The woman raised her hand to stop them and said to Latu, "This young master is quite bold. You are only at the innate realm, yet you don't put other martial artists in your eyes?" Looking at the three people before him, Latu thought, counting that young woman, there are 3 of them in total. The others all emit only innate realm auras. Looking at the woman, Latu thought again, "But I can't see through this girl's cultivation at all." Then Latu answered seriously, "Before criticizing me, you should think first, did your companions put me, an innate martial artist, in their eyes? Besides, even if I do look down on you, so what?" Hearing his provocative words, the group was immediately enraged. Drawing their swords, they rushed forward and shouted, "Arrogant brat, let's see whether you really have the strength to back that up." Latu remained completely calm and threw out 2 balls of flame at the 2 subordinates. One of them asked in panic, "What kind of flame is this?" The other, after sensing it, warned, "Not good. This black flame carries a deathly aura. Everyone be careful. Disperse it at once." Soon after, Latu's flames gradually dissipated. The 2 who had just been so aggressive were now clutching their injured bodies, unable to believe that he could do such a thing. "How is this possible? A snot-nosed brat like you." Looking at them, Latu said, "I already showed mercy. Otherwise, the 2 of you would already be corpses lying on the ground." The man who had earlier invited Latu inside saw that Latu's strength could not be underestimated. Somewhat wary, he pointed at him, then turned to the woman and said, "Mississippi, although this person appears to be only at the 3rd layer of the innate realm, his strength is no weaker than ours. He may even be concealing his true cultivation with some secret art. This man's background must be extraordinary." The woman no longer made things difficult for him and began introducing herself. "May I ask how this young master should be addressed, and under whose tutelage you cultivate?" Folding his arms, Latu replied briefly, "Latu of Yunlong Commandery, from the Commandery City's Monster Hunter Association." Hearing the words Yunlong Commandery, the others found it somewhat unfamiliar. Yenuer gestured for him to sit and said, "A guest who comes is still a guest. Please sit." The others also returned to their seats. Latu replied, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." After sitting down, Latu still kept looking at the woman. He suddenly realized something and thought to himself, this jade pendant looks extremely similar to the jade piece that was in the hand of the injured disciple from the Gongsun family not long ago. The blonde man who had just been beaten up by Latu now turned around, cupped his hands, and greeted him. "Young Master La, you came to the Guanle mountain range for the Myriad Demons secret realm too, didn't you?" Latu had no idea what that was, so he asked in return, "What Myriad Demons secret realm?" Seeing that Latu knew nothing about it, the man began to explain, "It seems young Master La doesn't know about the Myriad Demons secret realm. It is the greatest secret realm among the 3 major secret realms of the Tianwu Kingdom. But it is extremely dangerous, and only by holding the secret map in the possession of Miss Yenuer of the Yen family from ancient Sword Prefecture can one find it." Hearing this, some of the doubts in Latu's heart were finally cleared up. Latu turned to look at the girl and said, "The Yin family of ancient Sword Prefecture ranks first among the 10 great martial families of the Tianwu Kingdom, and there is a martial lord in the clan. No wonder these people regard you as their leader." After witnessing Lot 2's ability, Yin Yuer also spoke to invite him. I do indeed possess a secret map. If the young master is interested, this young lady sincerely invites you to come along with us. That blond man also stood up, clenched his fists excitedly, and said, Young Master La, you mustn't miss it. In the myriad demon's secret realm, there are not only extremely mysterious ancient ruins, but also countless treasures. But of course, joining us comes with conditions. Folding his arms across his chest, La Tu asked, I do want to go, but what price must I pay? After saying that, he surveyed the place and thought to himself, if the myriad demon's secret realm is called the greatest of the three major secret realms, then it still seems a bit inferior to the nether secret realm the president once mentioned. The girl began to state the condition for joining. I have no other demands. I only need one soul-returning grass. I will take you into the secret realm, and you must find the soul-returning grass for me. As for the other treasures, whoever finds them keeps them. Hearing this requirement, Lot 2 inwardly sighed. Although soul-returning grass was only a 5th-grade spiritual herb, it was the main ingredient for refining soul recovery pills and was exceedingly rare. Yin Yuer added, if any of you have objections to young Master La joining us, speak now so we can settle it. One man spoke on behalf of the others. The level of danger in the secret realm is still unknown, so I agree to let a highly capable expert like young Master La join us. After receiving everyone's approval, Yin Yuer said, since it's settled, I will now discuss the myriad demon's secret realm with you. After that, Yin Yuer explained in detail the location of the soul-returning grass she needed. From the outside to the innermost part, the secret realm is divided into 7 regions. The soul-returning grass I need is in the 3rd region. Pointing outside the pavilion, La Tu asked doubtfully, Miss Yin, what about those martial artists? Her gaze turned sharp, and in a calm tone she said, opening the myriad demon's secret realm requires sacrificial offerings. That is the purpose of those martial artists. La tueuse expression d'arcane. He felt that her heart was far too vicious and thought, to open the secret realm, she's going to kill hundreds of people, and yet she doesn't care in the slightest. Yin Yuer looks so gentle on the outside, yet her heart is so cruel. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In the forest, everyone had gathered before an enormous bottomless pit. One man stepped forward, looked at the pit suspiciously, and said, Miss Yin, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this place. Could it be? Yin Yuer replied with certainty. That's right, this is the entrance to the myriad demon's secret realm. She tightened her grip on the jade pendant in her hand. Suddenly, Lot 2 felt something jump against his chest. Startled, he pulled open his clothes to look. It was the silver jade pendant he had obtained earlier, identical to the one in Yin Yuer's hand. Watching the jade pendant fly out from his chest, Lot 2 thought in confusion, a crescent-shaped jade pendant can actually fly? When the girl saw the other half of the jade pendant fly out from Lot 2's chest, her face darkened as she shot him a glance and asked, so the other half of the twin jade pendant is in your hands? Lot 2 answered calmly, I only got it by chance, but I don't know what it is used for. Yin Yuer threw out her own jade pendant and said, now that both halves of the twin jade pendant are here, there is no need to use a blood sacrifice to open the secret realm. She reminded everyone to get ready. Once the secret realm opens, enter immediately. The 2 jade pendants rose into the air together and emitted light as Yin Yuer began chanting the incantation to open the secret realm. Immediately afterward, a massive burst of energy erupted and opened the secret realm. Watching this scene, Latu could not help but marvel. This jade pendant actually contains such enormous power. Yan Yue leaped inside, not forgetting to urge them, everyone, hurry in. We're entering the secret realm. Everyone rushed to obey and jumped in one after another. Another person shouted, everyone, charge in together. Latu sprang down as well, silently praying that this time he would be able to improve his strength. After everyone had entered, that tremendous force plunged straight down into the pit. Upon arriving in the myriad demon's secret realm, Yin Yuer said, this is the destination of our journey. She tossed the white jade pendant to La Tu while taking back the red one for herself, and said, as far as I know, this place is extremely dangerous. Catching the jade pendant, La Tu said, many thanks, eldest miss, for returning the jade pendant. Yin Yuer turned around. We are currently in the 1st region, and I need to reach the 3rd region where the soul-returning grass is located. But as she stared at La Tu, greed rose in her heart. The Yin family only has one demon jade. Every time we open the secret realm, we need a blood sacrifice of 100 people. If I can monopolize the other piece in Latu's hand. Her younger brother stepped forward in puzzlement and asked, are we really just returning the second twin moon demon jade like this? Before he could finish, she cut him off. Just follow the plan. Looking at Latu, who was observing the surroundings, Yin Yuer sneered inwardly. This is the Yin family's secret realm, and as long as I get his demon jade, we can enter the third level without any blood sacrifice. Sauvi, Latu. Then she began to lead the way. Everyone, follow me. Ahead are the spiritual herbs of the second layer. You may harvest them as you please. Along the way, the martial artists fought many giant and dangerous monsters. Yin Yuer continued straight inward, followed by Latu and her younger brother. Latu also joined the battle. He defeated a bear, knocking it to the ground. After the bear died, a red bead flew out from its body, accompanied by a black and gold intertwined aura. Looking at the bead floating in midair, Latu let out a soft sound of surprise. A bead? He pointed at it and asked everyone, when you hunted demonic beasts before, did anything like this ever happen? Yin Yuer smiled in approval and said, your luck is not bad. This is a blood bead unique to the myriad demons' secret realm. Even a second-ranked demonic beast managed to produce one. Latu reached out and grabbed it, asking Bloodbead, what is that? Yin Yuer explained, a blood bead is the condensed essence of the demonic beasts in the myriad demons' secret realm. If a martial artist refines and uses it, it can greatly enhance body tempering effects. Another martial artist said in disbelief, I thought the first layer was full of low-grade spirit herbs and worthless monsters. But who would have thought there would be such a precious treasure as a blood bead? Looking at the blood bead in his hand, Latu thought, why would Yin Yuer bring an outsider like me into a secret realm with resources this valuable? In the direction of the Guanlei mountain range, 3 powerful experts descended from the air and looked down at the deep pit below. The blue-robed expert in the middle said, according to our intelligence, Yin Yuer stole the myriad demon's secret map and the blood demon jade. She brought hundreds of slave martial artists and rogue cultivators into this place, using 100 slaves to open the secret realm. In that case, those rogue martial masters will also become blood sacrifices. The brown-robed expert beside him folded his arms and said, as the younger sister of the family head, the clan did not treat her poorly, yet she still dared to betray the family. The scene shifted back to the myriad demons' secret realm. That group of martial artists had already killed a pack of demonic beasts and obtained quite a rich harvest. One of them laughed excitedly and said, many thanks to Miss Yin for bringing us into this myriad demon's secret realm. Each of them had received a blood bead and happily said, with just this blood bead alone, my physical body will become much stronger. Meanwhile, Yin Yuer only gave them a meaningful smile and said, congratulations. Seeing how indifferent she was, Latu thought, could it be that this eldest miss of the Yin family doesn't think much of the blood beads from the low-level beasts of the first layer? Forget it. He immediately absorbed the blood bead in his hand on the spot. Seeing this, one martial artist pointed at him in shock and cried out, the Vudra body tempering art. Little brother Lei is actually cultivating such a rare 6th grade body tempering technique. After finishing the absorption, Latu circulated his aura and said, I've only cultivated it to the completion of the first layer so far, and I must thank Miss Yin for bringing me into the myriad demon's secret realm. On the surface, Yin Yuer politely told them all to make themselves at home, but inwardly she felt extremely troubled. This Latu actually possesses such a precious body tempering cultivation method. Could he be a core disciple of some major power in nearby Yunlong Commandery or Dohai Commandery? After passing through the first region, everyone arrived at the entrance to the second region. By then, night had already fallen. Leading the way in front, Yin Yuer said, we will enter the second region from here. She turned around, stretched out a hand toward Latu, and said, Brother La, I'll have to trouble you once again to take out the silver moon demon jade and activate the teleportation array with me. Stepping forward, Latu said, no problem. Miss Yin is too polite. After that, the 2 moon demon jades flew into the air once more and merged together. At that very moment, Latu sensed that something was wrong and thought, that's not right. If I hadn't come, the Silver Moon Demon Jade in my possession would never have appeared. Yenyuer only has the Blood Moon Demon Jade, so how could she activate the second layer array? Only with the full Twin Moon Demon Jades can there be no need for a blood sacrifice. Otherwise, 100 people must be sacrificed to open the secret realm. And entering the second layer also requires both jade pendants, unless Yenyuer had planned from the start to use a blood sacrifice. In that case, the ones to be sacrificed. Yenyuer's sinister face flashed through his mind, and he thought, then the most suitable blood sacrifices would be the innate martial masters she invited in. The blood essence effect of innate martial masters would definitely surpass that of 100 body-tempering martial artists. Another martial artist noticed that something was wrong with his expression and came over with concern. "Little brother La, what's wrong?" La Tu immediately replied, "Nothing. I was just looking at these formation patterns and marveling at the methods of the great expert who created this secret realm." Then Yenyuer turned around and said, "Everyone, make your preparations. I am about to activate the formation and enter the second layer." Looking at her, La Tu cursed inwardly, truly cold-blooded. She looks like a delicate and noble young lady, yet she regards human life as worthless. After entering the second layer, they found it barren and desolate inside, with the trees all withered. Looking at those trees, La Tu sighed. Every single tree looks like a corpse. How eerie. Yenyuer glanced at La Tu and muttered in a low voice, "It seems this brat has already guessed my earlier plan from activating the teleportation array just now." La Tu stepped forward and asked for his jade pendant. "We've already reached the second layer, so give my jade pendant back first." She was just about to return it, but before La Tu could take it, another hand shot out and said, "This Silver Moon Demon Jade shall belong to me, Huang Yuanshan." The blonde man who had insulted him before now openly snatched the jade pendant for himself. Huang Yuanshan confidently declared, "My cultivation at the 8th level of the innate realm is the highest here. Something as important as the Demon Jade is best kept in my custody." La Tu raised his hand to take it back and coldly said, "Did you ask for my opinion?" The blonde man furiously threw a punch at him and roared, "Brat, hand over the Demon Jade." But before he could even touch a single hair on La Tu's head, Huang Yuanshan was met with La Tu's Xiantian art, and in an instant La Tu slashed out several sword strikes in succession. The nearby martial artists were stunned. How can he be this strong? Isn't La Tu only at the 3rd level of the innate realm? An 8th level expert like Huang Yuanshan, actually. The blonde man's body trembled. He had only managed to say one word, before collapsing to the ground. This only shocked everyone even more. Just what is this kid's background? They watched him put away the long sword resting on his shoulder and continued discussing in hushed voices. Aside from his overwhelming strength, could this kid even possess an Earth-grade battle sword? Isn't that the kind of weapon only a martial king is worthy of possessing? Looking at Yenyuer, who was standing to one side without any reaction, La Tu thought, Yenyuer isn't surprised at all. She really is not simple. Only then did she speak. "Everyone, the second region is full of 3rd-rank demonic beasts, equivalent to us innate martial masters. You must all be careful." A white-haired martial artist clenched his fists and said excitedly, "The higher the rank of the demonic beasts, the better the blood beads they condense will definitely be." Another martial artist turned to La Tu and said, "Let's hurry and set out. Little brother LA's harvest on the previous level was so great that it made me envious." Beside them, a bearded man stroked his chin and revealed a confident smile. On the first layer, he and Huang Yuanshan got the most blood beads. "This time, I won't lose to little brother La." After saying that, everyone set off. Yenyuer led the way in front and reminded them, "Stay close behind me. This second layer isn't as easy as the first." She showed a meaningful smile and added, "Above all, don't let greed blind your eyes." As they advanced, La Tu suddenly sensed something, stopped, and frowned in thought. "Wait, this is..." He stared ahead wide-eyed and thought. There are actually several hundred white lifelights representing monsters, and all of them are 3rd-rank demonic beasts. There are even dozens among them whose strength has reached the peak level, and this is only within the range of my perception. Just how many 3rd-rank and peak-level demonic beasts are there in this second layer? La Tu gripped the sword on his back and assumed a fighting stance. With some apprehension, he thought, relying on the Xiantian transformation, together with my swordsmanship and cultivation, I can fight a 9th level innate great martial master, but against so many 3rd-rank demonic beasts, I am afraid. The moment the thought ended, 3 demonic beasts charged forward first. One savage wolf with a horn growing from its forehead lunged straight at him. Latu reacted swiftly, stepping back and unleashing a counterattack. Meanwhile, the snake-like and bat-like demonic beasts on the other side were defeated by the other martial artists. One martial artist urged, "Quick, take their blood beads." That horned wolf was also easily dealt with by Latu, and a red blood bead floated up from its body. The expert who had praised him earlier came over and said, "Congratulations, Brother La. Your luck is pretty good. You got a nice harvest from the very first beast." Latu replied courteously, "I'm sure your harvest from here on out won't be small either." The man laughed, cupped his hands, and said, "Then I'll thank Brother La for your kind words." Afterward, holding the blood bead in his hand, Latu thought, "A blood bead at the innate level is enough to temper my physical body to the completion of the first layer. I might even have a chance of entering the second layer of the Vajratara body art." Suddenly, Yenyuer sensed something strange, and her heart jolted in alarm. This aura, not good. She immediately turned around and warned, "No, everyone, we must leave this place at once." Her abrupt words threw everyone into panic, and they all started asking, "Miss Yin, what happened?" Taking her 2 guards with her, she leaped onto a tall tree opposite them and explained as she moved, those 2 demonic beasts hadn't yet condensed blood beads, but their blood essence has already attracted other demonic beasts. Once we are surrounded by a beast horde, we'll be in serious trouble. Hurry and follow me. This place is full of third-rank demonic beasts. We can't face them head-on." Hearing this, everyone scattered and fled for their lives, and Latu was no exception. While escaping, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching and became alert. "Not good. Several hundred demonic beasts are chasing us. I have to think of a way to get out alive." At that moment, among the other fleeing martial artists, someone cried out in horror, "There are demonic beasts ahead too. Run." Hundreds of demonic beasts were launching frenzied attacks on the martial artists. Meanwhile, Latu had already escaped. Standing on a high tree branch, he observed the situation. "Where am I now? And I've lost track of the others too." Doubt began to arise in him. Those demonic beasts suddenly appeared far too unnaturally. It feels as if that Miss Yin deliberately lured them here. As for Yenyuer, she was standing with her 2 guards on a blood-red tree, coldly watching the demonic beasts besiege the martial artists. The man to Yenyuer's left stood with his hands behind his back and said, "These martial artists won't hold out much longer." Yenyuer revealed a deeply meaningful smile. "Where's Latu? Could those demonic beasts have already devoured him?" That guard replied, "I can't sense his aura." To confirm whether Latu is alive or dead, Yenyuer decided to go look for him. Before leaving, she instructed the 2 of them, "You 2 stay here and keep watch. See if anyone lucky enough manages to escape and deal with them while you're at it." The 2 accepted the order respectfully. Although Latu had successfully escaped, he was still far from safe, as another group of demonic beasts discovered him. With only a few sword strikes, Latu killed 3 of them. Landing on the ground, he sighed, "These demonic beasts just never end." After sheathing his sword across his back, he thought to himself, "I have to break through this encirclement." While he was pondering, he failed to notice that a demonic beast behind him was preparing a sneak attack. An eagle stabbed at him with its sharp beak, but fortunately, Latu dodged in time. Cold sweat broke out on him. "Damn it, I almost got ambushed." Then Latu struck back with a palm to the eagle's head, turned, and left. "I need to find a place to recover for a bit." Latu found a cave in the mountains. Sitting beside a boulder, he clutched his injured body and coughed a few times. He tore open his outer robe and said, "Even though my strength lets me contend with innate demonic beasts under the siege of several hundred of them, making it here alive was purely luck." Looking at the pile of blood beads he had collected, Latu let out a regretful sigh. "What a pity. Surrounded by hundreds of demonic beasts, I didn't dare risk collecting blood beads. Otherwise, I'd have at least 30 by now." He sat down cross-legged, absorbing the blood beads as he thought, "I need to absorb them quickly and recover as fast as possible." After finishing, he exhaled a mouthful of murky red and black air. The blood vitality of demonic beasts is converted into my own, but the remaining impurities make the blood vitality become turbid. Luckily, I can refine the impurities inside my body. Staring at that stream of murky air, Latu said, "That Miss Yin never mentioned this hidden danger before. The blood sacrifice, triggering a beast riot, and the hidden danger of the blood beads. Yenyuer definitely knows about all of this." As he spoke, he stood and walked to the cave entrance. Stroking his chin, Latu muttered in confusion, "She knew and still didn't warn us. What exactly is she plotting?" Meanwhile, After searching without success, Yin Yuer returned to the original spot. At her feet lay many dead martial artists, along with some who were gravely injured. A martial artist sitting on the ground angrily demanded, "Miss Yin, why did you trap us here?" Another martial artist, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to his feet and shouted defiantly, "I am a martial cultivator. Even if you capture me, I will never let you humiliate me." Seeing them continue to curse at her, Ying'er furiously activated her technique, forcing all the surviving martial artists to collapse helplessly onto the ground. The surrounding demonic beasts also fled one after another at the sight, leaving the martial artists utterly shocked. She actually drove back the beast horde. Yin Yuer, the young lady of the Yin family of Gujin Prefecture. Why does she possess such a powerful aura? What exactly is her background, and how deep is her cultivation? Covering half her face with one hand, Yin Yuer ordered, "You two, tie them up." Her two subordinates immediately obeyed. Still covering her face, she thought, if my soul weren't injured and in need of a soul restoration pill, why would dealing with you require so much trouble? Thinking of how she still hadn't found Latu, she ground her teeth in anger. Where exactly did Latu go? My divine sense has covered the entire blood-colored demon forest, and I still haven't found him. Then she lowered her hand and instructed, "Watch them. I'll be back shortly." Unwilling to give up, Yin Yuer flew off again to search for La Tuesday. As she went, she thought, because we still haven't gathered enough Twin Moon Demon Jade, even though our Yin family has controlled the myriad demons' secret realm for 1,000 years, we've still never been able to enter the 5th layer. So I must get the Silver Moon Demon Jade in Latu's possession. At that moment, Latu was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, his hands clasped before his chest. He continued absorbing and refining blood beads, and dazzling blue light radiated from all around him. Enduring the pain, Latu frowned and thought, "This is the final surge." Suddenly, Latu opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. 9th level of body refining. Thanks to the blood beads, my physical body has now broken through to the high stage of the 3rd realm of the battle body. To test its power, Latu struck the rock wall in front of him with a palm, and it split apart instantly. Looking at his fist, Latu exclaimed, "That punch didn't use true chi at all, yet it still had this much power. Combined with my high-stage battle body, I'm afraid I could withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a divine, refining martial sect master." After finishing his test, Latu got dressed and smiled confidently. "My strength has improved quite a bit." He walked toward the cave entrance, only to see a glowing formation plate floating there. He said in surprise, "Before going into seclusion, I set up a 5th grade formation, and now it's been triggered? Could it be that someone or some demonic beast has discovered this place?" He looked outside the cave and muttered, "What an overbearing soul force." Suddenly, a loud crash came from the cave entrance, as if someone had blasted it open with a technique. Rubble flew everywhere. "L'as-tu piqué à ma alerte?" No, this is divine sense. Only an expert at the divine refining realm or above could condense the power of divine sense. Amid the dust, a figure slowly walked into the cave. "I finally found you. No wonder you were so hard to locate." It was a 5th grade concealment formation. Yin Yuer stepped out of the dust and looked straight at La Tuesday. "Latu, you really do surprise me every time." Staring at her, Latu asked, "What does Miss Yin mean by this? Are you trying to make an enemy of me?" Spreading her hands casually, she said, "I want the demon jade in your hand." Latu replied coldly, "And if I refuse?" Seeing that negotiation was going nowhere, Yin Yuer said, "If you won't hand it over, then I can only take it by force." At once she activated her technique, conjuring a phoenix as she shouted, "Then don't blame me for being rude." Under her control, the flame-wreathed phoenix charged straight at Latu. Latu stepped back and met it with a punch. With that single punch, he shattered the phoenix. But because Yin Yuer's true chi was far too abundant, Latu was driven back several steps. Deeply shocked, he thought, this woman's true chi is incredibly deep and pure. Looking at the lingering true chi on his hand, Latu thought, she looks delicate, but she's actually a body-refining martial artist too. At the same time, Yin Yuer said in surprise, "Oh, you actually broke through to the high stage of the battle body." Rotating his wrist slightly, Latu replied, "Thanks to you." Sensing the changes in him, Yin Yuer thought, it seems this Latu possesses some powerful technique that lets him rapidly remove the impurities from blood beads. Latu also sensed that she was no ordinary opponent. The aura she revealed just now was only at the 7th level of the innate realm, but the purity of her true chi is far beyond what any innate martial artist should possess. and she also has divine sense. I'm afraid her true strength is enough to rival a divine, refining martial sect master. Both of them found the other difficult to deal with and prepared themselves for battle. Then the two attacked at the same time. Yin Yuer used Phoenix dance across the 9 heavens. In an instant, 9 fiery swords circled her body and shot toward La Tu. La Tu exclaimed, "What a fierce sword art! Each strike feels capable of piercing through a battle body with ease. Even with my high-stage battle body, I probably won't be able to withstand them." With that thought, he drew his sword and charged, cutting down several of her flaming swords, making even Yin Yuer praise him. "Your swordsmanship is pretty fast too. Too bad you haven't comprehended sword intent. Your realm may be high and your speed may be quick, but in the end it's still just child's play." As soon as she finished speaking, she activated another technique. A searing blaze burst forth from Yin Yuer's body and wrapped itself around her completely. La Tu leaped up and slashed his sword into the flames, only to find them parting to either side. His heart jolted, and he thought, not good. This move can't be faced head-on. He landed on the ground and looked at the sea of fire gradually closing in around him. La Tu thought, is this martial Dao intent? Such tremendous power. This is at least a 7th grade martial art. Right after that, those flames wrapped around his body and began to burn. Looking at the self-satisfied Yin Yuer across from him, La Tu thought, it's not just that. Her true chi also carries the intent of burning all things, to the point that even the true chi within my own body feels like it's catching fire with it. Seeing that La Tu did not seem overly affected, she gave a soft sound of surprise. "Looks like your true chi really is extraordinary, La Tuesday." La Tu remained silent, thinking, if it weren't for my special power of reincarnation, that last palm strike wouldn't merely have forced me back, I'd have been seriously injured. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and said, "Hand over the silver moon demon jade now, and I can spare your life." La Tu gripped his sword tightly, true chi surging around him. Holding his sword horizontally before his chest in a fighting stance, he said, "Your strength may be great, but if you want me to bow my head, this much still isn't enough." With one hand on her hip, Yin Yuer said arrogantly, "If my soul hadn't been injured, in all of Tianwu Kingdom, there wouldn't be more than 10 people who could fight me. A bug like you, what are you worth?" La Tu immediately charged forward, simultaneously using 3 moves: Shintian Transformation, 100,000 Afterimages, and Yin Yang Light. He split into countless Afterimages, combining them with sword attacks from every direction, leaving Yin Yuer unable to tell which one was his real body. Yin Yuer merely laughed softly. "Not a bad move, but try this of mine." The instant La Tu's real body thrust in, she noticed it and raised her sword to block. Yin Yuer's true chi exploded around her, and the two forces clashed without end, causing even her to feel a bit surprised. "La Tu, your strength truly exceeds my expectations, but in the end, you're still the weaker one." With that, she suddenly exerted force and blasted La Tu down to the ground. La Tu was knocked back several steps. The impact from the collision of their two powers was so great that he suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. But he wasn't the only one. Her true chi was also affected. Looking at Yin Yuer, La Tu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a slight smile, "Big sister the Yin family. Seems like you're hurt pretty badly too, aren't you?" Yin Yuer had also suffered internal injuries. Gritting her teeth, she hated that she had failed to seize the Silver Moon Demon Jade. At this moment, her true chi had already declined significantly. Clutching her chest, Yin Yuer still insisted stubbornly, "It's only because I can't use my full strength. Otherwise, how could an ant like you possibly hurt me?" Then she turned and left in anger, snorting coldly, "La Tu, next time we meet, I'll make you taste real suffering." After Yin Yuer left, La Tu could no longer hold on and dropped to one knee. He thought, luckily she was injured too, and chose to retreat. "Right now, it feels like all the meridians in my body are about to split apart. If I'd used Shintian Transformation at full power just now, this body probably would have collapsed." After calming himself, he summoned a treasure. It enlarged and sealed the cave entrance, preventing others from entering. Turning and walking deeper into the cave, La Tu sighed, "There's always someone stronger out there. That eldest young lady of the Yin family looks only a few years older than me, yet she has such strength. Could she be a martial king?" Returning to his usual cultivation spot, La Tu sheathed his sword and muttered to himself, "I thought this would just be a simple secret realm exploration, but instead I ran into a heavily injured expert of that level." Looking at his own hand, La Tu sighed. Still, she wasn't lightly injured this time either. Then white light appeared in his hand as he began regulating his true chi. Latu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. I need to heal as quickly as possible, then figure out a way to leave this myriad demon's secret realm. 3 days passed as Latu cultivated inside the small mountain cave, with spiritual power surging around him. He clenched both fists and felt that stream of true chi containing martial intent had been completely refined by his All Heavens reincarnation art. Truly a blessing in disguise. Because of it, he had instead gained insight into the mysteries of flame martial intent. He stood up and walked toward the cave entrance, suspicion rising in his heart. Where did that Yenyuer go? She hasn't come to cause trouble for 3 days. As he stepped out of the cave, he guessed, could it be that she already entered the third layer through the blood sacrifice? He leaped up, preparing to leave, and thought that without that eldest young lady of the Yin family to lead the way, he truly had no idea how to get out of the myriad demon secret realm. In any case, I'll just hunt demonic beasts for blood beads while searching for her whereabouts. After Latu had only flown a short distance, 2 demonic beasts lunged at him from both sides. Perfect timing, striking out with both palms at once. He used a powerful move to suppress both demonic beasts simultaneously. Let me test my new strength. He reached in and took out the 2 blood beads from their bodies. Ever since breaking through to the high-stage battle body, the blood beads of these second-level, innate demonic beasts were no longer of much use to him. He shook his head. After all, a high-stage battle body could even block attacks from a divine refining martial sect master, so it was only natural that ordinary innate blood beads had lost their effect. The second layer has 3rd grade innate demonic beasts, so wouldn't the 3rd layer have 4th grade divine refining demonic beasts? The blood beads there would definitely be extremely effective. Unfortunately, he still did not know the method to enter the 3rd layer. He looked up and suddenly froze. A violent force came crashing down with a thunderous boom. Looking at the smoking cave opening on the cliff wall, Latu hesitated and said, "Such a faint life, aura. It feels very familiar. Could be." He entered the cave, and sure enough, it was Yenyuer. Seeing her injuries, Latu was greatly alarmed. How is this possible? 3 days ago, when we fought, both of us were injured, but with her cultivation, she shouldn't have ended up in this state. He took Yenyuer's pulse, and under the probing of the power of reincarnation, discovered that the injuries within her body were extremely severe. There were even signs of backlash. Could it be that her old wounds had never healed? He was suddenly startled. No, that's not right. Even the soul within her sea of consciousness has been badly injured. He stood up and drew his sword, but at that moment the unconscious Yenyuer murmured, "Mother." With tears in her eyes, she called out, "Mother, don't leave me. Don't go away from me." Latu tightened his grip on his sword and once again fell into inner conflict. She has her own story too. Though she appears ruthless on the surface, she has a fragile side as well. Though most martial artists in this world are like that. But earlier, she really did want to kill me. He decisively turned to leave her to her fate, but then she murmured firmly again, "Mother, I will definitely avenge you." In the end, Latu's heart softened. He turned back, looked at her, and sighed. "Forget it. I'll save you one more time." He began channeling spiritual power to heal Yenyuer, thinking to himself, "I hope you won't be like the people of the Gongsun family before. Otherwise, you'll truly disappoint me again." In her sea of consciousness, Yenyuer's awareness was hazy. She thought, life really is unpredictable. To think I'd actually lose my life because of a battle with that guy. Then she saw a figure and reached out, calling, "Mother." Unable to stop her tears, she cried out, "Don't go, Mother, don't go. I will definitely avenge you. Don't leave me." The figure gradually faded away, and Yenyuer suddenly opened her eyes. "I have to wake up. I have to take revenge." A powerful force burst from around her body, lifting her into the air. Looking at Latu, she said, "Thank you for saving me." After landing, she still looked somewhat weak as she held her head. Latu said, "The damage to your soul has only been temporarily suppressed. You absolutely must not forcefully use your divine sense." Pointing at her, he warned, "If you pass out again, I won't be able to save you a second time." Yenyuer smiled faintly. "Latu, I still have to thank you." Crossing his arms over his chest, Latu shot back, "You're not planning to repay kindness with enmity, are you?" Yenyuer raised her hand and asked, "If you were afraid I'd attack you, then why did you save me?" Latu looked at her in silence, thinking, with her temperament, if I say it was because I saw her vulnerable side while she was unconscious and took pity on her, it'll probably backfire. Forget it. At that moment, shouting came from outside. Yin, I know you're in there. Get the hell out here. Turning to look outside the cave, Yin said, those are the two innate martial masters I brought in. There are also several martial masters I captured. La Tu asked suspiciously, what happened to them? Yin replied, I placed soul restrictions on them, so they were under my control. But my soul was injured, so the soul restrictions naturally came undone. That's why they can sense my location now. La Tu frowned and thought to himself, soul restrictions? Once someone is placed under a soul restriction, their life and death fall into another's hands. A bearded man pointed into the cave and shouted, little lady, hand over the method to Vachu the soul restriction right now. Did you ever think this day would come? Another long-haired man also spoke up. Young Master La Tu, you know what this mission did to us, don't you? As long as you hand this woman over, we will definitely remember your great kindness. Hearing this, Yin looked at La Tu, and La Tu also seemed somewhat troubled. Yin quickly tried to persuade La Tuesday, brat, don't let them fool you. That man in black is acting submissive now only because he fears your strength. She pointed at someone else and continued, that one cultivates an evil art. He slaughtered more than 300 people in a village. He's vicious to the core. Absolutely not any kind of good person. The long-haired man snorted disdainfully. They were nothing but a bunch of ants. Yin pointed again at the burly man. This one looks honest and simple, but in truth he's lustful beyond measure. In a village, he raped and robbed over 100 women, and the people behind him are all notorious villains as well. The bearded man still looked smug and retorted, we're not good people, but does that make you a good person, you bitch? You brought us into the myriad demon secret realm because you wanted to use us to activate a blood sacrifice formation, didn't you? Then he said to La Tu, young Master La, hasn't this woman offended you before as well? Yin also tried hard to argue back, blaming it on circumstance. You can only blame your bad luck. You happened to run into us when we needed to enter the secret realm, so I had no choice but to bring you in. The other side kept pressing the matter. Young Master La Tu, don't be deceived by this bitch's words. Her hands are stained with blood too. Yet she still has the nerve to criticize others. That tu considères calmement. Right and wrong had nothing to do with him. He had saved Yin but that did not mean he had any obligation to protect her forever. Besides, she really had tried to kill him before. Through this, Yin also realized the problem. Her expression tensed as she thought. This Bratzwell is incredibly firm. He isn't affected by outsiders at all. It seems a few words won't be enough to make him help me deal with these people. Yin turned to look at La Tu and tried hard to persuade him. Even with the Twin Moon Demon Jades, if we want to enter the third level, we still have to use the essence blood of martial masters for a blood sacrifice. Help me this once, and I'll tell you the secret of the myriad demons' secret realm. The long-haired man knew he could not defeat Yin so he could only try to control the situation with words. Young Master La Tu, don't believe this woman. The bearded man continued. She can use divine sense to plant soul restrictions. Her strength must definitely be at the level of a spirit refining martial lord. She's only compromising with you now because she's injured. The long-haired man kept fanning the flames. Young Master La Tu, this woman is ruthless. If you believe her nonsense, then once she recovers her strength, the first person she'll take revenge on will be you, to erase the humiliation of having once been defeated by an innate martial master. Yin was well-versed in worldly affairs. She took out a ring and thought, this brat won't listen unless he sees profit. She tossed the ring straight to La Tuesday. Inside this ring is a mid-grade earth-tier flexible sword, 30,000 mid-grade vitality stones, 1,000 high-grade vitality stones, and an 8th rank martial skill. If you're willing to help me, I'll reward you even more afterward. La Tu immediately accepted the ring, inwardly judging that Yin was truly generous. It seemed her wealth was anything but ordinary. Now that the goods were in hand, La Tu made up his mind. We weren't acquainted to begin with. If you want me to help, then only wealth like this can move me. Yin was too strong, and after the others freed themselves from their restraints, when they saw they could not win La Tu over, they grew furious and wanted to eliminate him first. Brat, if you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then we'll just have to attack together and finish you off. Yin looked at La Tu and gave him a special reminder. Don't kill them all. We still need their blood to activate the teleportation array and enter the third level. Meanwhile, the long-haired man was extremely confident. His figure flashed as he charged at the two of them and shouted, who lives and who dies is still not decided. Facing the claw wind filled with evil aura from the long-haired man, Latu remained calm as he assessed him. It seemed Yin Yuer had been right. This man cultivated an extremely sinister, blood-devouring technique, one that brought disaster upon the world. As soon as the long-haired man got close, Latu drew his sword and unleashed Nether Death Flame, forcing him back. His state of mind did not waver in the slightest. One stroke of his sword swept past the long-haired man's face, leaving him frozen and unable to move. The bearded man began to panic. The 7th level innate martial master was killed in one strike by this brat. He ordered the crowd. Everyone attack together. No matter how strong this brat is, he can't fight 8 alone. Latu showed no mercy when he made his move. He cut down one person after another and snorted coldly. As expected, a bunch of despicable, shameless villains. Realizing the gap in strength was far too great, the group retreated in terror. Run! We're no match for him. But Latu had no intention of sparing anyone. He rushed directly in front of one of them and brought his sword down. The crowd was horrified. Before they could even escape, he killed one with a single strike. Just what realm is this brat in? Yin Yuer stood behind him and watched everything. Although she had warned him earlier, Latu still killed 2 people. She said, "Even though you killed 2 of them, the 7 remaining are still enough for the blood sacrifice." Latu sheathed his sword and frowned impatiently. He thought to himself that according to Yin Yuer, without spirit refining cultivation, the formation could not be activated, so the only option was to use a blood sacrifice. Yin Yuer calmly circulated her cultivation and urged, "Let's go. We need to get to the formation quickly." The remaining young men were struck by Yin Yuer's spiritual power, and under the terrifying pressure on their bodies, they screamed miserably before their fates ran out. After finishing everything, Yin Yuer said indifferently, "I've sealed their cultivation. Latu, you lead the way. I'll follow behind and escort them." After that, the group entered the blood-colored withered forest. This place was extremely chaotic, with demonic beasts running wildly in all directions. Latu carried out the task of clearing the way very well. Any demonic beast that blocked the path was sent flying by him. Yin Yuer could not help speaking up. "You've worked hard. These demonic beasts aren't easy to deal with." All the defeated beasts dropped blood beads, and Latu casually collected every one of them. Yin Yuer secretly assessed him. This Latu looked only 18 or 19 years old, and was merely at the 3rd level of the innate realm, but his combat power was astonishing. Perhaps with a little more training, he could help her succeed in taking revenge. Latu smashed apart a huge boulder blocking the path, and a new location appeared before everyone's eyes. Yin Yuer said, "That over there is the formation leading to the 3rd level." Latu looked ahead and thought to himself, "The 3rd level is definitely dangerous. I need to raise my realm first." Latu took out several blood beads, and Yin Yuer watched from the side, thinking, "Let him be. The stronger this brat gets, the greater my chances of surviving in the 3rd level." Still carrying herself proudly, she asked, "Latu, didn't I give you an 8th rank martial art? You can try cultivating it." She added, "It's a top-grade method for tempering the soul. I was also only able to comprehend the mysteries of flame martial intent because of this martial art." Latu replied firmly, "Thank you for the reminder." Just like that, Latu cultivated diligently, and 7 long days passed in the blink of an eye. From within a blazing crimson fireball, he suddenly opened his eyes and slowly withdrew the flames. Then he turned and shook his head at Yin Yuer. "Even 2nd rank innate blood beads can't help me break through. I'm still far from reaching the peak of the battle body." Jan Yuer Eshgesh was resoluta. "Then let's enter the 3rd level first." Everyone sat surrounding the area, forming a formation, while the 2 demon jades in the air gradually drifted closer together. Latu stood with his hands behind his back and thought. It was not wrong to be kind, but that still depended on who was right and at what time. At last, the 2 demon jades above began to react, and someone cried out excitedly, "The formation has activated." Yin Yuer's face also relaxed somewhat as she said, "Everything is ready. We're entering the 3rd level." After entering, the scenery changed completely. All around them was a lush green forest, bright and beautiful under the daytime sun, utterly different from the pitch-black night before. Latu wondered, is this the 3rd level? He gripped the sword on his back tightly, his eyes sweeping the surroundings with vigilance. Why can't I sense the aura of any powerful demonic beasts? Yin Yuer frowned and instructed him tensely. On the 3rd level, all demonic beasts are at the spirit refining level. Don't go running around recklessly. Latu answered calmly, "Thanks for the concern, but I'm clearer about that than you are." Yin Yuer took out a map and said, There's an area here where soul-restoring grass grows. Spirit-refining demonic beasts each have their own territories. We have to be extremely careful to avoid being besieged. Latu folded his arms and did not object at all. Fine, then I'll trouble Miss Yenuer to lead the way. He glanced at the map, calculating inwardly. It did not mark specific locations, only the route. If he wanted to leave this secret realm later, he would still have to rely on Yenuer. Yenuer walked in front to lead the way and urged anxiously, "Let's go. The sooner we find a soul-restoring grass, the sooner we can leave the secret realm." The two traveled together, and while looking at the map, Yenuer said, "If we keep heading this way for another 2 days, we should arrive." The journey has been fairly smooth so far. Latu suddenly stopped and raised a hand. "Wait." Yenuer trusted Latu quite a bit, so she looked around and asked, "Did you notice something? Is a dangerous demonic beast approaching?" Latu warned seriously. "Ahead of us is a demonic beast whose strength is close to the 3rd level of spirit refining. We should take a detour." It was at this very moment that Yenuer realized the gap in strength between herself and Latu's day. This brat's perception range was actually even wider than hers. It seemed he possessed quite a few methods that even she did not know about. Only after quite a while did Yenuer finally sense that there really was a 3rd level spirit refining demonic beast there. But logically speaking, if someone in the innate realm used divine sense to probe a spirit-refining beast, the other party would definitely notice. She began to grow suspicious. Could it be that his strength had already surpassed the 3rd level of spirit refining? The two continued onward. After an unknown amount of time, Yenuer and Latu stood atop a tall tree, observing the situation ahead. She spoke, "Up ahead is where the soul-restoring grass grows. Back when I first came to the Myriad Demon's secret realm, this place was occupied by a 4th level spirit refining demonic beast." Thinking back on the past, she could not help showing a trace of regret. "At that time, I was still a martial king, so I simply didn't care about 4th grade soul-restoring grass." Latu said bluntly, "A 4th level spirit refining beast isn't an opponent I can handle." Yenuer also stated her plan. "Of course I won't send you to your death. You only need to lure that demonic beast away somewhere else. I'll sneak in and take the soul-restoring grass." Then, she took out a small bottle and handed it to Latu's day. "These are 3 3rd-grade pills. One explosive origin pill can raise your cultivation by 3 minor realms for half an hour. I think with your ability, that should be enough to hold off that demonic beast." Latu accepted the pills and said with interest, "Such precious explosive origin pills, and you're just giving them to me like this? Fine. I won't disappoint you." Holding the pills, Latu said to Yenuer, "I'll be responsible for drawing it away. You seize the opportunity yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped away. Yenuer revealed a meaningful smile as she jumped down from the tree branch, thinking this little brother Latu really does keep his word. Alone, Latu faced that strange demonic beast, whose whole body radiated dense death energy. He took one glance and immediately realized the problem. Wait, this beast's aura is wrong. It's a purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon, not an ordinary demonic beast. The moment he realized the truth, Latu was furious. "Yenuer, you dare to trick me." At that moment, she was hiding to one side and watching Latu's day. Not only did she ignore the terrifying beast he had to face, she had placed all her hopes on him as well. "Latu, I already gave you all 3 pills, so don't disappoint me." Standing beside the clear lake full of flowers and grass, Yenuer thought to herself, "With the soul-restoring grass, I'll be able to recover my cultivation." At this moment, Latu was doing everything he could to deal with the purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon. It launched attack after attack, forcing him to do nothing but dodge. Looking at the ground blasted into terrifying, deep craters by its strikes, Latu did not dare be careless. The purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon flew at astonishing speed and could ride the wind through the air. It was absolutely not something his 10 directions after-image movement technique could compare to. He furrowed his brows, cold sweat forming on his forehead, as he inwardly decided to take a gamble and test the strength of this purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon. Standing in midair, Latu decided to swallow an explosive origin pill, praying inwardly, "Yin, please let the pills you gave me not be fake." Latu swung his sword to block the terrifying claws of the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon, but the gap in strength was clearly too great. Clutching his chest in pain, he said, "Just as I thought. Even after taking the explosive origin pill, I still can't withstand a single move from this beast." The purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon threw back its head and roared, displaying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Seeing how dangerous the situation was, Latu decisively retreated. "Run. This purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon is definitely not an ordinary spirit-refining demonic beast. I'm completely no match for it." Latu nimbly dodged its attacks, but at this moment he felt danger all around him, and the explosive origin pill could not be used continuously. Right now, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Latu immediately turned and fled at full speed. A moment later, he saw Yenuer in the distance and hurriedly asked, "Yenuer, how much have you recovered? I'm almost unable to hold on anymore." Yet Yenuer still appeared very calm as she replied, "Sorry, the last time I came here, the one occupying this place wasn't this beast. Help me hold it off a little longer. I'm almost done." Suddenly she cried out, "Careful, that beast is catching up." Latu turned his head to look and saw the purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon approaching with overwhelming pressure. Gritting his teeth, he cursed inwardly that this beast had actually chased him all the way here. Latu decided to strike first and shouted to Yenuer, "I'll hold it back. You go now." Latu used all his strength and unleashed the seal of the heavens reincarnation. However, as soon as he made his move, the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon easily shattered his seal of the heavens reincarnation. Latu cried out in disbelief. The reincarnation seal was broken. Not only was he unable to deal with the demonic beast, he was even knocked to the ground. Though the seal of the heavens reincarnation was shattered, it did manage to break off one of the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon's horns. Latu could not help exclaiming, "The power of the seal of the heavens reincarnation really is formidable." It actually managed to cut off one of its horns. But very quickly, he held his head in distress. But that move also drained my true chi completely. He lay on the ground, unable to move, staring at the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon that was still brimming with power, and Latu could already sense his fate. His body was injured, and his true chi had been almost entirely exhausted by that last move. It seemed this time there truly was no way out. He pressed his lips together tightly, his heart full of unwillingness. Am I really going to die here? Just as Latu was about to close his eyes and give up, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. "Beast, your opponent is me." Yenuer actually stepped in front of the purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon's huge maw. Her back was straight, showing not the slightest fear. Latu called out in surprise, "Yenuer." At this moment, Yenuer seemed like a completely different person as she unleashed a powerful move, Fire Phoenix Soaring Heaven. However, faced with her flames, the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon was completely unharmed. Yenuer leaped into the air again, preparing to launch her next attack. "Vile beast, take this from me." She poured all her strength into unleashing Blazing Flame Prison. The enormous purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon was trapped inside Yenuer's barrier, but it absolutely refused to stay still, continuously ramming its head against the walls of the barrier in an attempt to break free. Yenuer struggled to hold on, as if she were about to reach her limit, yet her eyes were still filled with unwavering resolve. "I, Yenuer, will never show mercy to those who deserve to die, but to someone who has shown me kindness, I absolutely will not stand by and watch him die." Yenuer condensed her flames into a giant sword, then decisively used all her strength to slash at the purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon. The powerful strike pierced through the flame barrier and crashed heavily onto the demonic beast's body. After suffering such a heavy blow, the demonic beast had no strength left and fell into the enormous lake. Seeing the purple-scaled, one-horned flood dragon defeated, Latu smiled to himself. "Oh, looks like my luck hasn't run out yet. This Yenuer really is powerful. In just a short time, she's recovered this much of her strength already." Yenuer slowly descended to the ground, and when Latu saw her, he immediately asked, "That move just now of yours?" However, before he could finish speaking, Yenuer collapsed onto him. "Startled, l'as-tu crié out? Yen YUR. What's wrong with you? At that moment, Yin Yuer was completely drained, and blood was even flowing from her eyes. Latu hurriedly checked her condition, his heart jolting in alarm. This is bad. Using the perception of the Wheel of Reincarnation Pearl, he discovered that her life force was continuously dissipating. Earlier, she had recklessly unleashed her power regardless of the damage to her body, causing the injuries she had just begun to recover from to worsen even further. Cold sweat poured down Latu's forehead as he gritted his teeth and said painfully, "Did she do this to save me?" Latu wanted to heal Yin Yuer, but he quickly surveyed the surrounding area. A battle had just taken place here, and other demonic beasts would definitely come to investigate. He had to find a safe place to treat her. After finding a secure location, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Yuer sat cross-legged recuperating, while Latu took devoted care of her the entire time. Holding the soul-restoring grass, Latu thought to himself, fortunately, because of the lingering aura left by the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon, the nearby demonic beasts don't dare approach this lake. I picked 4 stalks of soul-restoring grass by the lakeside, and there was also the spirit refining level blood bead condensed after the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon died. Latu sat down to gather his chi, deciding to use all the remaining soul-restoring grass to treat Yin Yuer's injuries. He pondered, I wonder how long the purple-scaled one-horned flood dragon's remaining intimidation can last. If Yin Yuer doesn't wake up, I won't have any way to leave the myriad demon's secret realm either. Thinking of Yin Yuer's injuries, Latu could not help feeling curious. He had no idea who this eldest miss of the Yin family had fought for her soul to end up so severely wounded. He let out a regretful sigh. After all, the soul-restoring grass was only a 4th-grade spirit herb. Its effect on healing a martial lord powerhouse was minimal. He could only go collect more of it. Latu had to personally head out to search for additional medicinal herbs. As soon as he looked up, he saw several demonic beasts blocking his path. Damit. A few of these demonic beasts aren't content with just probing around anymore. They've come in person now. Just as the situation grew tense, a tremendous disturbance suddenly came from inside the cave. This divine sense. Could it be Yin Yuer has awakened? The commotion in the cave frightened those demonic beasts into fleeing in panic. Sure enough, Yin Yuer had awakened, and countless powerful dark red streams of aura were radiating from her body. Even standing outside the cave, Latu could feel the pressure. This aura, it's even stronger than what I felt before from Meng Yao's father and Lu Feichuan. Is this the 9th level of spirit refining, or half a step into the martial king realm? The sky gradually darkened. Yin Yuer had awakened, and the moment of parting would soon arrive. I have to go. Soul-restoring grass is useless to me now. What I need next are 6th-grade pills. Latu clearly understood how insignificant he was. His own strength was truly too weak. Between him and Yin Yuer lay a gap that was almost impossible to cross. Once they left the myriad demon's secret realm, the two of them would likely never meet again. The 2 pieces of demon jade came together once more. Yin Yuer took out a large number of blood beads. These are 16 spirit refining level blood beads I casually hunted just now. With an expressionless face, Yin Yuer tossed them all to La Tuesday. They're useless to me, so they're all yours. Latu happily accepted them. Many thanks. With these blood beads, my battle body will probably be able to break through. Yin Yuer kindly warned him, blood beads can be used to temper the body, but I should tell you about one hidden danger. Absorbing demonic beast blood beads will cause a human martial artist bloodline to become impure, affecting future advancement. It's best not to absorb too many. Latu replied calmly, thanks for the warning, but I have a special method that can eliminate those effects. Yan Yue Smeedit. That's good then. The 2 of them finally left the secret realm, and the entrance to the myriad demons' secret realm slowly closed behind them. Yin Yuer generously left some things for La Tuesday. I'm leaving. The Twin Moon Demon Jade and the secret map are yours. Once you break through to the spirit refining realm, you can come here again to obtain resources. Latu cupped his hands in salute. Many thanks, Yin Yuer said in farewell. Then we shall meet again someday. After saying that, she immediately flew away without the slightest hesitation. After everything that had happened, Latu let out a weary sigh. During these days, in the myriad demon's secret realm, although she had said nothing, he could sense that this eldest miss of the Yin family carried a blazing desire for revenge in her heart. His own strength was too weak. He simply could not help her at all. After all, she had once been a martial lord. Yin Yuer could fly through the air, while La Tu could only leave on foot. La Tu turned and walked away, unaware that Yin Yuer was still standing high above, quietly watching him. She thought to herself, alone for 300 years, with revenge as my sole purpose in cultivation. I never imagined that after only a few short days in the secret realm, I would develop feelings for a young man. How unbelievable. La Tu found a mountain cave and temporarily settled down to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged, he looked at the blood beads in his hand and began to calculate. After 2 days, he finally reached the outer region. Most of the nearby demonic beasts were only at the innate realm, so he could relax a little while cultivating his divine body. However, sudden explosions rang out from outside, shaking the night sky. La Tu hurriedly ran out and saw red and golden lights intertwined across the sky. What's going on? High above, Yin Yuer was facing 2 powerful experts alone. La Tu instantly widened his eyes in shock and shouted, Yin Yuer! The 2 people facing Yin Yuer were by no means nobodies. One was Gongsun Tianji of the Gongsun family, and the other was Lei Weilong of Leiwu sect. Yin Yuer was furious, looking at them with contempt. Just the 2 of you think you can stop this, Lord? Hearing the conversation above clearly, La Tu cried out in shock, what? He clenched his teeth, barely able to contain himself. The ones who fought Yin Yuer were actually the sect master of Leiwu sect and the head of the Gongsun family. Lei Weilong cupped his hands and said, we are only carrying out orders. Please forgive the offense. Gongsun Tianji followed up half a month ago. The 3 supreme elders of the Yin family came to our doors and ordered the sects and aristocratic families around the Guanlei mountain range to search for your hiding place. Heavenly Phoenix, Martial Lord, you should surrender without resistance. That way, we can avoid injuring you. Yin Yuer fearlessly shot back. Once this lord's cultivation recovers, I swear I will annihilate every last member of your Leiwu sect and Gongsun family. Lei Weilong burst into loud laughter. If Heavenly Phoenix Martial Lord's soul weren't wounded, how would we dare offend you? But now that your cultivation has fallen to the spirit refining realm, you are absolutely no match for the 2 of us. Gongsun Tianji shouted sternly, your betrayal of the Yin family is a capital crime. Whether you can keep your life is still uncertain. If you refuse to surrender, then don't blame us for being impolite. After setting up his formation, Gongsun Tianji noticed that something was missing and called out impatiently, Lei Weilong, why aren't you making your move? The formation flag surrounding Yin Yuer took effect, shooting out countless rays of light. At the same time, Lei Weilong brandished his massive saber and charged forward. Golden light shimmered in the sky above, making La Tu extremely anxious. His cultivation was too low, he could not fly through the air, and that old fellow Gongsun Tianji was actually a 5th grade formation grandmaster, using martial king level divine sense to set formations and kill enemies. His strength was equivalent to 3 experts of the same realm. Lei Weilong was also a powerful martial king, not inferior to Wen Tianhong. The aerial battle was extraordinarily chaotic, and before long, Yin Yuer was forced back. Unable to endure it any longer, La Tu used his movement art to leap upward, trying to interfere with the battle. He thought to himself, as expected, because her soul is wounded, Yin Yuer can only display spirit refining level strength. Facing these 2 powerful martial kings, she has no chance of winning at all. Yin Yuer's blazing fire erupted once more. Standing in the crimson flames, she gave a cold warning. Lei Weilong, Gongsun Tianji, remember this well. Don't regret it later. The fiery phoenix swiftly fled into the distance. Lei Weilong hurriedly shouted, we can't let her escape. Gongsun Tianji replied calmly. Since she used that kind of power, her soul injuries are bound to flare up. Hurry, let's chase after her. Standing atop a high rock and watching, La Tu silently swore, Leiwu sect Gongsun family. I must obtain greater strength. He clenched both fists, his resolve deepening further. Ever since obtaining the Wheel of Reincarnation Pearl, his fate had clearly changed. He had always believed he could become strong, and his heart had always been full of confidence. But never before had he felt so small and powerless as he did at this moment. I must become stronger. The next day, La Tu continued on his way and muttered as he looked into the distance, is that Guanlei temple over there? Looking at the crowd below, he began to analyze. Ordinary, innate martial artists can only move about in the outer area, at most reaching the foot of the mountain. But to go up the mountainside, the slope, or even the summit, one must at least be a spirit-refining martial sect, a martial king. or even a martial lord. Unwilling to accept that, La Tu jumped down from the cliff. But I don't want to stop here. I must force out my own potential. The moment La Tu appeared and strode into the crowd, discussions rose around him. Another young fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Actually daring to barge in here. Before long, someone stepped forward to stop him. Newcomer, halt! My young master is over there comprehending sword intent. You're not allowed to disturb him. Please take a detour. La Tu merely glanced at the arrogant fellow over there and could not be bothered to reply, which quickly made the other man impatient. Didn't you hear me? With just one glance, La Tu had already grasped the rough details of the other party. Thunder attributed true chi in Dohai County and Yunlong County. There were quite a few people who cultivated thunder-attributed true chi, but aside from rogue cultivators, the only ones here were from Leiwu sect. Leiwu sect. What a coincidence. La Tu deliberately refused to yield. What if I say I won't take a detour? The man angrily drew his saber and pointed it at him as he cursed. Impudent! If you dare take one more step, don't blame me for being rude. La Tu was not afraid in the slightest. He leaped forward and shouted scram. Seeing La Tu's finger about to touch him, the man lashed out excitedly with his saber. Brat, how dare you disrespect our Leiwu sect? The surrounding people also began mocking La. Tuesday, huh? This kid is really courting death. However, La Tu easily sent that arrogant red-haired man flying and even snapped his saber with his bare hand. The surrounding people could hardly believe it and cried out in shock. What? La Tu sneered proudly. What's so great about Leiwu's sect? Those people were horrified. How is that possible? This little brother is so young. Yet his body tempering cultivation has already reached the high-level battle body. When one person failed, the whole group surrounded La Tu and demanded, "You dare touch people from our Leiwu sect? Are you tired of living?" La Tu deliberately looked toward the man, still putting on airs, and provoked him. "I'd like nothing more than to beat all of your Leiwu sect people into a miserable state." Sure enough, that man could no longer sit still. He let out a cold snort and looked toward La Tuesday. Without hesitation, he ordered, "He disturbed my comprehension of the blade. Kill him for me." One of them loudly reminded the others, "Be careful with this brat. He has a high-level battle body." Everyone attacked together. La tu vois a contemptueux expression. You're nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. You're not even worthy of making me draw my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he executed tenfold spear residual shadow. Everyone was left dizzy and dazzled by La Tu's afterimages. What is this? Which one is the real body? Yet La Tu revealed no openings at all and effortlessly sent all of them flying. Say sorry, none of them are. After his subordinates were defeated, that man stared at La Tu and demanded, "With such ordinary strength, you dare look down on our Leiwu sect?" La Tu challenged him directly. "So what if I do?" The man, brimming with confidence in his own background, retorted, "You should know that my surname is Lei, right?" The surrounding people immediately began discussing it. Anyone surnamed Lei belongs to Leiwu's sect's core lineage. Besides, the sect master is from the Lei family too. Could this young master be? La Tu gripped the sword on his back, now finding things even more interesting. A member of the Lei family? Very good. Then I'll start collecting a little interest from you. Seeing how stirred up La Tu had become, the man surnamed Lei began to feel disbelief. Interest? You? Who exactly are you? His expression darkened, and he grew tense. This man truly did not put the Lei family in his eyes at all, and that killing intent was clearly real. La Tu no longer held back. He charged straight at his enemy and declared, "I want your life." The man surnamed Lei immediately drew his weapon to defend himself while threatening, "Boy, are you not afraid of our Leiwu sect?" La Tu sent him flying with one strike. Saw the Leiwu sect is exactly what I want to hit. The man surnamed Lei slammed hard onto the ground, and discussion broke out all around them. Young Master Lei couldn't even withstand one move. He was badly injured. Clutching his chest, he struggled to sit up and asked, "Who exactly are you? What grudge is there between us?" Young Master Lei staggered to his feet, trying to move farther away from La Tu as he called for help from the crowd. "My father is a protector of Leiwu's sect. Whoever can help me get rid of this villain, my Lei family will richly reward you." La Tu mercilessly crushed his hope. "Give it up. No one can save you." Someone appeared from behind and shouted, "Stop!" La Tu could not be bothered with him and merely let out a cold snort. Seeing that La Tu could not be shaken, the man surnamed Lei finally became truly afraid and screamed, "You can't touch me. Otherwise my Lei family and Leiwu sect will absolutely never let you go." La Tu did not want to hear any more of his babbling. He raised the long sword in his hand high. and the man surnamed Lei became so frightened that his body turned stiff. He could not utter a single word. His eyes rolled upward in terror. Someone came running from behind, yelling, "Brat, you're finished. You dare lay hands on someone from the Lei family. Do you dare leave your name?" Lot 2 turned his head and glanced at him coldly, leaving behind one name. A rogue cultivator, Shura. That man said, "Shura, I'll remember you. Today I'll report everything that happened here to the Lei family." Lot 2 firmly left behind one sentence. "Tell the Lei family of Leiwu's sect this. One day, I will trample Leiwu's sect beneath my feet and take Lei Weilong's head." The surrounding people whispered among themselves nonstop. Where exactly did this kid come from? He looks less than 20 years old, yet his tone is so wildly arrogant. What kind of existence is the sect master of Leiwu's sect? He is a martial king who rules over Dohai County. This brat is speaking utter madness. He probably won't meet a good end. The black-haired man from earlier also praised him. "Boy, you truly are arrogant and crazy enough. A newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Your courage is indeed astonishing." He lifted his spear and charged forward. But doing this is simply courting death. Lot 2 cast a sidelong glance behind him and asked calmly, "You want to use me to curry favor with Leiwu's sect?" The black-haired man stubbornly insisted on taking his life. "Arrogant brat, I'll make you regret this." Lot 2 simply stretched out a hand and blocked his weapon. Everyone exclaimed in shock. He blocked a long spear with his bare hand. This is absolutely the high-level battle body realm. The black-haired man charged again arrogantly. "Boy, don't think it's over just because of that." Lot 2 casually used a move of nether black flame, and with one simple strike, he sent the black-haired man retreating. He crashed heavily to the ground in front of everyone, and someone commented, "What a powerful body, and his sword chi is incredibly sharp." On top of that, even without drawing his sword, this kid, but the sword realm he displayed was absolutely at the perfection level. Lot 2 continued his challenge. "Is there anyone else who wants to use me to curry favor with the Leiwu sect and the Lei family? Step forward." Even after what had just happened, these people still failed to recognize their own limits and charge together. "Don't be so arrogant." Lot 2 used the afterimage move once again and mocked them. "For 9th level innate martial masters attacking me together? How brave." Sure enough, only a moment later, all of them were beaten to the ground. The spectators could hardly believe it. How is that possible? 4 9th level innate martial masters cast aside their dignity to gang up on this kid, and he still wiped them out in a single move. Seeing the dense aura swirling around Lot 2, they judged to condense such blood-red killing aura. This kid must have been fighting above his level all along. Another person stepped forward. He was somewhat older and said, "Young man, your blood is hot and your strength is astonishing. You are indeed impressive, but you should not be so arrogant." The old man then added, "Kid, you've made far too many enemies." The people around him recognized him and cried out in shock. "A half-step spirit, refining expert. That brat is in trouble now." Lot 2 did not retreat in the slightest and rushed forward to fight. Being arrogant is still better than some people who want to be other people's dogs. But his attack was quickly blocked by the old man. The old man swiftly analyzed Lot 2's move. "What a strange attack. There's actually a powerful force rushing into my body and damaging my meridians." He was forced to evade for the moment, and Lot 2 excitedly drew his sword. "Take this sword strike from me." The old man immediately regained his confidence. "A perfection-level sword art? Your sword is useless against me." But very soon he noticed something was wrong. "No, I clearly dodged it. So why does it feel like my head is about to be chopped off? Could this be sword intent?" He looked at his own hand, utterly unable to believe it. At that moment, Lot 2 charged forward like a dark dragon and unleashed Xiantian transformation. The old man cried out in horror. There's actually another move after that. A violent explosion erupted before everyone's eyes, and no one could see what was happening inside. They were terrified beyond measure. What happened? That was a dragon shadow. Then they saw only the old man lying beneath Lot 2's feet. Lot 2 said coldly, "You've lost." The old man was terrified as well and repeatedly begged for mercy. "Stop! Spare me. I'll never oppose you again." Lot 2 despised him to the extreme. "You wanted to use my head to gain favor with the Leiwu sect, and after discovering that you're no match for me, you want me to show mercy? Are you dreaming?" Lot 2 struck decisively and killed him, then loudly declared, "Who else wants to avenge the Leiwu sect? I'm ready anytime." Truly, no one dared step forward anymore. 5 ninth level innate martial masters and 1 half-step spirit refining expert. Unless a true spirit refining martial lord took action, could anyone else defeat this kid? Latu looked at those people with utter disdain. Haha, it seems that even spirit refining martial lords want to be dogs for the Leiwu sect. He turned and left. I need to leave this place first. Yet before one storm had settled, another arose. A long-haired man said doubtfully, "Where did that brat run off to?" A masked man struck toward the forest with a probing palm and realized that brat escaped. Quick, record everything that happened here and report it to the Leiwu sect. The scene shifted to the Leiwu sect on Mount Leiwu at the training plaza. The disciples were whispering among themselves. Have you heard? Not long ago, a young man named La Tu appeared in the Guanlei mountain range. With only 6th level innate cultivation, he killed a half-step spirit refining expert. That person even threatened to flatten the Leiwu sect and take the sect master's head. Many elders and protectors have already led people into the Guanlei mountain range to hunt that kid down. Lu Mingyao heard these words and murmured to herself, "La Tu? Could it really be him? I've already cultivated to the 1st level of the innate realm. With La Tu's talent, if he joined the Leiwu sect, he surely would have advanced to the innate realm too, right? La Tu, are you doing well now?" Someone walked up behind her and called, "Mingyao." Lu Mingyao greeted him in surprise. "Marshal Uncle Luo, I heard that all the protectors have been very busy lately. Why have you come here?" Elder Luo smiled and said, "Haha, I was busy with affairs before and didn't take proper care of you. If I go down to the underworld one day, I don't know how Brother Lu will blame me. Mingyao, if you encounter any difficulty in cultivation, just come to your uncle." Lu Mingyao cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Uncle Luo." She thought to herself that Uncle Luo and her father had been friends unto death. If she and La Tu could have joined the Leiwu sect together, they surely could have received Uncle Luo's care. What a pity. Elder Luo casually said to Lu Mingyao, "By the way, Mingyao, I remember when you first came to the Leiwu sect, you said there was a little brother who escorted you to Dohai County. That little brother also seemed to be called La Tuesday." Hearing La Tu mentioned, Lu Mingyao replied happily, "That's right, Uncle Luo. The La Tu, I know, not only advanced very quickly in cultivation, but his combat strength was also extraordinary." But then she could not quite believe it and denied it herself. "Still, when I joined the Leiwu sect, he was only at the 6th level of the Chi Si realm. So I'm certain that the La Tu I know and the La Tu from the intersect rumors are not the same person." Elder Luo showed an understanding expression. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'll go tell the intersect disciples. So if they happen to meet that little brother, they won't mistake him for someone else. When the time comes, we can also invite him to the Leiwu sect and thank him properly." Hearing this, Lu Mingyao's heart blossomed with joy. "Then on behalf of my friend, I thank Uncle Luo." Her face was filled with smiles, and she even said that La Tu cultivating alone outside would surely run into many troubles, with no one to guide him. Once she met him again, she would definitely guide him well. Elder Luo secretly speculated. With only 6th level Chi Si cultivation, he was able to protect Mingyao through the perilous Guanlei mountain range. This kid La Tu must be hiding quite a few secrets. And so, 3 months passed. La Tu sat atop a mountain peak, concentrating on his cultivation. He thought to himself, "I've been in seclusion here for 3 months and have almost used up all my vitality stones, yet I've only reached the 8th level of the innate realm." He stood up, feeling somewhat troubled. In the Qianwu kingdom, there were many innate martial masters, but spirit refining martial lords were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In any sect, spirit refining martial lords were core forces. Countless martial artists were stuck at the 9th level of the innate realm, unable to break through and become spirit refining martial lords. Là-tu quickly departed. He calculated that if he could break through to the spirit refining realm, then, with Yin Yuer's soul condensation profound art, he would be able to condense divine consciousness. But that would also require a huge amount of resources. Soon, he had a target in mind. Therefore, what he needed next was battle, survival amid clashes with powerful experts, and seizing new opportunities. La Tu stopped, took out a golden token, and held it forward. Dohai County branch of a Monster Hunter Association. The doors slowly opened. An elder Suo inside came to receive him. "Young Master La, this way please." La Tu cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Many thanks, Senior." He was a little surprised. A first-level spirit refining expert was being so respectful to him, but after thinking about it, it made sense. With the Monster Hunter Association's intelligence network, they surely knew what he had done in the Guanle mountain range, and had probably even verified his identity already. Elder Suo saw through La Tu's thoughts and said, "Young Master La Tu must be puzzled by this old man's attitude, right?" He continued, "Besides what you have done before, there is another reason. You are a mid-tier yellow-class genius member of our association. Within the association, your status is equal to that of a mid-stage spirit refining martial lord." As they walked toward the counter, Elder Suo asked, "Young Master La Tu, have you come to participate in the annual assessment?" La Tu did not deny it. "Exactly." Elder Suo took out a crystal ball and held him in very high regard. Pointing at the crystal ball, he said to La Tu, "Then please pour your true chi into this crystal ball and use it to test your cultivation." La Tu immediately complied. Seeing La Tu's strength, Elder Suo was astonished. According to their intelligence, 3 months ago, La Tu had only been at the 6th level of the innate realm, but now he was already at the 8th level. Stroking his beard, Elder Suo said modestly, "Geniuses like you are truly discouraging to others. Last year, young Master La hadn't even entered the innate realm, and now you're already about to catch up to this old man." La Tu immediately replied, "Senior, as a spirit refining martial lord, you must also have been exceptionally gifted. When you were young, I'm sure you made quite a few people envious as well." Elder Suo laughed. "Ha ha ha. With your age and cultivation level, young Master La, you are enough to be rated as high-tier yellow class." He pointed toward a seat and gestured, "Please rest for a while. Young Master La, raising your rank must be decided by the president. I'll go inform the branch president." The doors slowly closed, and very soon someone entered. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Elder Saw introduced him. "Young Master La, this is the president of our Monster Hunter Association's Dohai County branch, Shin Yuanan. This old man will take my leave first." Shin Yuanan looked quite interested in him. "So you're the genius La Tu, that old man when Tian Hong recruited? La Tu also boed respectfully. Junior greets senior." Thinking of this senior, La Tu thought to himself, "President when Tian Hong once said that this Dohai County branch president, Shin Yuanan, is a 5th-level martial king, far stronger than he is. Even Lei Wu Sec's strongest sect master, Lei Weilong, is only a 4th-level martial king. That so-called title of #1 expert is merely a facade." Shin Yuanan smiled and said, "A very polite kid. Not arrogant because of your talent at all." Immediately after that, he released his aura pressure toward La Tuesday. La Tu resisted with all his might. Under that pressure, his own killing aura was severed, then gathered once more. Could it be? However, La Tu was then blasted backward. La Tu and his sword were completely exposed before Shin Yuanan. Shin Yuanan nodded in appraisal. "When Tianhong's eye for people isn't bad, your aptitude truly is extraordinary." La Tu cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Many thanks to Senior for your help." Shin Yuanan said to him, "You have already grasped the basic principle of martial intent. When you can truly condense your killing aura into a sword, and when you reach the spirit refining martial lord realm and possess divine consciousness, you will be able to master martial intent." La Tu was overjoyed. "Many thanks for Senior's guidance." Shin Yuanan continued warmly, "Being able to comprehend it is because your insight is not bad. This old man merely gave you a little push along the way. To be honest, I'm very envious of old man when Tian Hong. I turned over all of Dohai County and still couldn't find a heaven's favored son like you." A young girl behind Shin Yuanan spoke up in reminder, "President, I, Lin Jiaer, am not inferior to this La Tu either." Shin Yuanan indulgently rubbed her head and thought to himself, Lin Jiaer's talent really is not bad. But La Tu is so young and already has such astonishing killing aura. Clearly, he possesses abundant combat experience and methods. Shin Yuanan took out a secret manual and said, "All right, I have personally tested your strength. La Tu, your genius rank authority has now been raised to high-tier yellow class." Smiling, he handed the item to La Tuesday. "Although I know a kid like you, who can kill a half-step spirit refining expert, definitely does not lack a martial arts grade. You should still take a look at these pure martial arts that the association is granting you and choose 3 from them. Perhaps one of them may serve as a whetstone for Jade." La Tu smiled and accepted it. "Junior understands." Shin Yuanan walked ahead, with La Tu and Lin Jiaer following behind. He said, "La Tu, now that you have chosen your cultivation method, follow me to receive the other rewards. As for vitality stones, and some weapons and equipment. You can choose them yourself. He suddenly turned around, as if remembering something. All right, in less than 2 years, the Xianyu secret realm will open. Based on the abilities of La Tu and Lin Jar, he told them, before the secret realm opens, there will be a battle to compete for entry quotas. All the forces of the 6 provinces and 13 counties will send people to participate. You two must prepare yourselves well too. La Tu pondered silently. This is the second time I've heard about the Xianyu secret realm. I wonder how it differs from the myriad demons' secret realm. Shen Yuan continued walking and instructed them. The association has information on the Xianyu secret realm. You could go get it yourselves and study it. But then he reminded them, the number of people allowed into the Xianyu secret realm is limited to 80, but our 13 counties have only been allotted 10 slots. So this will be an enormous competition among geniuses. In these next 2 years, both of you must give it everything you have. The two of them lowered their heads seriously and answered in unison, understood. La Tu's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he thought to himself, in the entire Tianwu kingdom, Yunlong County and Dohai County are merely 2 remote little counties, hardly worth mentioning at all, compared to the scale of the 6 provinces and 13 counties. This is why President Shun said the 13 counties have only 10 slots. His fists slowly tightened, whether for himself or for the people close to him. Spirit refining martial lord was not the end of his path. Only by possessing the strength of a martial king could one truly gain a foothold in the Tianwu kingdom without having to read anyone else's expression. Meanwhile, back at the Leiwu sect, Elder Luo was speaking with Lu Mengyao. Mengyao, it's not that your uncle doesn't want to help you, as your father's friend unto death. I also don't want you to suffer this humiliation, but he put on a troubled expression and said, in recent years, the power of the Tianshan Snow sect has grown stronger and stronger, and it has practically taken control of all Mu province. It has long surpassed the Leiwu sect. You can only comfort yourself with this. If you marry the young sect master of the Snow sect, you may gain unimaginable benefits. Of course, Lu Mengyao was unwilling. She immediately objected. I would rather die than marry him. That young sect master of the Snow sect is ugly, debauched, and infamous. I would rather die than marry him. Elder Luo stroked his beard and sighed helplessly. Lu Mengyao was absolutely unwilling to let others manipulate her fate. Thinking back to those past years, Lu Mengyao felt furious. Back then, her father had taken her to the Snow sect on Tianshan to treat her fiery, young, severed meridians. Unexpectedly, Bing Sin of the Snow sect not only rejected the request, but she herself was even targeted by the young sect master of the Snow sect, which was what led to the current situation. Lu Mengyao was in extreme pain. If her father were still alive, Patriarch Kong Qingyu might still be able to protect her, but now, Elder Luo was deeply troubled. I am Sora Mengyao. Your uncle Luo is only a protector of the Leiwu sect. In Dohai County, I can still be considered someone of standing, but in the Leiwu sect, when facing the Snow sect, my words carry no weight at all. He closed his eyes helplessly and said, besides, your uncle cannot decide this matter either. When the young sect master of the Snow sect heard the news about the Xiaoyao sect, he rushed to the Leiwu sect to propose marriage, and the sect master agreed on the spot. Lu Mengyao refused firmly. I won't marry him. If nothing had happened before, La Tu would definitely be by my side right now. He would definitely face this together with me. At this moment, La Tu was quietly cultivating. When he suddenly sensed something unusual, he stopped at once and said in confusion, why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Why am I suddenly thinking of Mengyao while cultivating? Could she have run into trouble? He stood up and decided to leave his room. He had already been in secluded cultivation for 2 months, and now he was at the 9th level of the innate realm. What he needed now was to condense divine consciousness, so his soul could occasionally sense fate. This might not simply be a random passing thought. La Tu walked into the courtyard, holding the jade pendant Lu Mengyao had given him, and thought to himself, this is the jade pendant Mengyao gave me before she left for the Leiwu sect. She said that in times of danger, she could use it to contact me, but it had remained silent all this time. However, the jade pendant in his hand suddenly began to emit a faint light. This made La Tu extremely anxious. The jade pendant suddenly lit up. Could it be that Mengyao really has run into trouble at the Leiwu sect? She may even be coming toward me. He quickly rushed outside, wanted to find Lu Mengyao as soon as possible. Even now, he could not help but feel attached, because Mengyao's father, Lu Feichen had caused him and Meng Yao to be unable to be together. But even if they could not become martial companions, they were still friends who had shared hardship together. La Tu rushed into the main hall and urgently asked Elder So, has anything happened recently at the Lei Wu sect? Elder So thought for a moment, then replied, The Lei Wu sect? The biggest things that have happened recently are that sect master Lei Weilong and the head of the Gongsun family failed to capture their enemy. Besides that, there's also the matter involving you in the Guanlei mountain range. Oh right, there's one more thing. He suddenly remembered. The young sect master of the Tianshan Snow sect has come to Dohai County and personally went to the Lei Wu sect to propose marriage. The one he proposed to is Lu Mengyao. She is originally the daughter of the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect in Yunlong County. In order to curry favor with the Tianshan Snow sect, Lei Weilong agreed on the spot. La Tu knew his guess had been correct. As expected, it was about Mengyao. Looking behind him, La Tu suddenly noticed something. He said to Elder So, I'm going over there to take a look. Terrified, Lu Mengyao had fled outside and was running quickly through the crowded street, muttering, As long as I join the Monster Hunter Association, the people from the Lei Wu sect definitely won't dare touch me. While fleeing, she suddenly ran into the person she had been longing for day and night and immediately cried out, La Tu. He hurried forward to meet her and asked with concern, Mengyao, are your injuries serious? Behind Lu Mengyao, a group from the Lei Wu sect was chasing closely after her. La Tu looked at them and assessed, one at the 9th level, two at the 8th level. They're all innate martial masters. This Lei Wu sect. The leader of the Lei Wu sect group shouted, Lu Mengyao, as a core disciple, you dare betray the sect? Surrender now and come back with us to receive punishment. La Tu shouted back boldly, Get the hell out of here. Another one retorted, Who the hell are you? Trying to play the hero and save the beauty? You dare interfere in the affairs of our Lei Wu sect. Then the group rushed at the two of them together, utterly arrogant. In all of Dohai County, no one has ever dared act so wildly in front of our Lei Wu sect. Get him! La Tu drew his sword and reminded her. Mengyao, step back a little. He frowned and said, Childish. The three men were swiftly defeated by him. Only then were they shocked, speechless. Why you? You're actually a 9th level innate martial master too. Pointing a La Tu, one demanded, Who exactly are you? How dare you attack our Lei Wu sect so viciously? La Tu asked in return, What do you think? Only then did the scar-faced man feel calamity looming over him, fear rising in his heart. Could he be that boy who's been wanted recently? Looks like he's guessed who I am. But it doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. In any case, I'll be leaving here soon with President Shan to save their lives. The Lei Wu sect men hurriedly turned and ran. But La Tu had no intention of letting them go and pursued them relentlessly. Things have already come to this. Do you really think you can still escape? The scar-faced man weakly begged, Please, spare me. La Tu soid no merci. And thrust straight through his body. Lu Mengyao asked him in great confusion. Earlier, the Lei Wu sect spread word about a young powerhouse who appeared in the Guanlei mountain range. Was that really you? She looked at La Tu, secretly sizing him up. In such a short time, he's actually broken through to the 9th level of the innate realm. Just how many dangers has he gone through during this time? Lu Mengyao casually probed. By the way, La Tu, back then when you refused to return to the Lei Wu sect with me, was it because you were worried that one day Uncle Luo would? La Tu did not answer. He simply sheathed his sword and said indifferently, Let's go. Don't stay here. We're heading to the Monster Hunter Association. A trace of inferiority rose in Lu Mengyao's heart. Sure enough, I was too sheltered before, too naive. I'm not even as capable as La Tu, who's several years younger than me. Walking behind her, La Tu said, The Lei Wu sect lost 3 innate martial masters here. They'll soon send spirit refining martial ancestors. We need to get into the association quickly. Only after they reached a private space did La Tu ask, Mengyao, what exactly is going on with the young sect master of the Tianshan Snow sect? Lu Mengyao recounted sadly, I originally had outstanding talent, and my father placed great hopes on me. But just as my cultivation was advancing rapidly, I suddenly developed the Fire Yang Severed Meridians. My father took me to the Tianshan Snow sect, hoping their secret technique could suppress it, but they refused unless I married their young sect master. Back then I refused. So this time the young sect master of the Tianshan Snow sect came to the Lei Wu sect to propose marriage and force me to marry him, which is why I risked escaping from the sect. La Tu comforted her. As for the Leiwu sect, don't worry. In a Monster Hunter Association, let alone the young sect master of the Tianshan Snow sect, even the royal family of the Tianwu kingdom wouldn't dare act recklessly here. Lu Mingyao looked full of guilt. Latu, I'm sorry about what happened before. La Tu shook his head. Let the past stay in the past. As long as I'm here, I'll guarantee your safety. He also told Lu Mingyao, in a while, I'll be going to Qinghe County to participate in the quota competition. Lu Mingyao asked in surprise. You mean the competition for the 9 Nether Secret Realm? I heard that all the major forces of the 13 counties will send their most outstanding disciples to participate in that battle. Latu said, that's right. When the time comes, come with me. As long as you stay by my side, with President Shun here as well, even if Lei Weilong comes in person, he won't dare touch you. At that moment, the scene shifted to the main road outside the association. Elder Luo was observing their movements. Someone said, the 3 spirit refining martial ancestor protectors of our side, plus dozens of martial artists, have already surrounded this place. That brat and Lu Mingyao definitely won't get away. Someone else said, the Monster Hunter Association has always protected martial cultivators under heaven, and the association also has rules forbidding killing. But I refuse to believe they'll stay inside forever. One man bowed and reported, 3 protectors. The 2 of them are not in the association's reception hall, and no one has used the teleportation array to leave the city today, either. Elder Luo's expression turned solemn as he speculated. Could that brat have been recruited by the Monster Hunter Association as a genius member? If he's not in the front hall, then he can only be in the rear courtyard or other levels, and those places are only accessible to internal members. Just then, Elder Suo personally came out to meet them. Elder Luo greeted him. Have you been well lately? Elder Suo did not waste words and declared bluntly, the president has ordered me to inform your Leiwu sect that within 10 breaths, you are to take all your people and get out of here. Elder Luo still wanted to argue for justice. Elder Suo, the one who killed martial cultivators of our Leiwu sect, has hidden inside your Monster Hunter Association. We're only waiting outside the association. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful? But Elder So merely counted, you have 7 breaths left. The Leiwu sect members could not help protesting. Our Leiwu sect is the greatest force in Dohai County, Protector. What you're doing is insulting our Leiwu sect. Elder Su continued counting. You have 3 breaths left. This time Elder Luo could only swallow his anger. Let's go. But the black-haired protector refused to let it go. Then where does that leave the dignity of our Leiwu sect? Elder Suo's tone turned stern. It seems you made your choice. The 10 breaths are up. The black-haired protector remained arrogant. I like to see for myself, with the 3 spirit refining martial ancestors from our side here, what could possibly happen? Yet in the very next instant, a powerful cyan aura crashed toward them. Without the slightest hesitation, it blasted the Leiwu sect members away in an instant, accompanied by a voice. 10 breaths, and you still didn't leave. You're courting death. Even Elder Luo and the other 2 protectors could not withstand it and fell to their knees on the ground. Elder Luo cried out in shock. This oppressive force that controls heaven and earth. A martial king powerhouse. Latu also witnessed that aura with his own eyes and thought to himself, this kind of might, these methods of such a powerhouse. It must be President Shun acting personally. He smiled and muttered, to use divine sense to control the world's origin, chi, and launch attacks without even showing himself. This is what a martial king is. A violent explosion immediately erupted where the Leiwu sect group had been standing. Elder Luo crawled out of the rubble, cursing inwardly, damn it. Then Shun Yuannan's voice came from the other side. Luo Bangcheng, for your master's sake, I spared your life. Go back and tell Lei Weilong that if he still dares come to my Monster Hunter Association to provoke us, then your Leiwu sect will have no need to continue existing. Seeing this, Latu assessed, this really is peerless divine power. To people like us, all martial cultivators are like ants in the eyes of a martial king. Lu Mingyao looked at him with complete confidence. Latu, I believe you could do it too. He merely shook his head modestly and replied, if a martial king is already this powerful, then how strong must the 10 martial lords of the Tianwu kingdom be? People like Yenyu, the heavenly phoenix martial lord. For example, his thoughts turned once more to Yenyuer. If Yuer could recover to her full state, then even Shun Yuanan standing before her would probably be like these spirit refining martial ancestors standing before Shin Yuanan, unable to withstand even a single move. Latu looked at Lu Mingyao and said firmly, let's go, Mingyao. We're still far too weak. And just like that, a month passed. La Tu walked quietly, calculating inwardly. Ever since I entered the 9th level of the innate realm, mid-grade origin chi stones have become completely useless to me. He mocked himself. I suppose this makes me someone who, once full, no longer understands the hungry. Many martial cultivators, even after reaching the spirit refining realm, still cannot use mid-grade origin chi stones to aid their cultivation. Burning with determination, he made up his mind. But I want even greater power. Perhaps I can use the reincarnation law of the reincarnation pearl, destroy and rebuild. At the martial training grounds of the Monster Hunter Association, Shin Yuan stood there and asked La Tu what he wanted. Do you want me to strike you into a serious injury? Or do you want to be beaten to the brink of death? Seeing what La Tu was doing, Lin Jiaer wondered, has La Tu gone mad? It really is easier to break through on the boundary between life and death, but he's only my age. Does he really need to go this far? La Tu cupped his hands and said, this junior feels that my cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. I urgently need the pressure of a life and death crisis. Shin Yuan scolded him. Nonsense. This is gambling with your life. Once you die, you lose everything, let alone making a breakthrough. You're still young. Breaking through to the spirit refining realm is only a matter of time. But La Tu still insisted. I have my reasons for doing this. Senior Shun, I asked for your help. At that moment, he was thinking anxiously about Lu Mingyao. Only by becoming stronger can I help her. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself for failing to protect her. Shin Yuan explained gravely. Seek life through death. Fail, and her body dies, and your Tao vanishes. Succeed, and all will be greatly auspicious. Boy, you're committing 2 great taboos of martial cultivation, craving quick gains and advancing recklessly. But I cannot truly blame you, because I myself have also committed the taboo of clinging to life and fearing death. He still wanted to ask La Tu one last time. I'll ask you again. Do you understand how dangerous this is? Life and death are each half the chance. Even I cannot fully control my power. I may accidentally kill you. Are you certain you still want me to act? La Tu remained résolute. Senior, please make your move. Shin Yuan no longer refused and began to attack. La Tu also drew his sword and stood ready in solemn anticipation. Sword and palm collided. La Tu was weaker and found it hard to withstand it, immediately being blasted backward. Elder Sual was somewhat astonished. Even I might not have been able to take that palm strike from the president just now. Yet La Tu only suffered internal injuries. Though in immense pain, La Tu still said, this level is still not enough. I still haven't felt that kind of fatal pressure, like a 1,000-pound weight hanging by a single hair. Shin Yuan indulged his request. Then, as you wish, he unleashed the move cauldron of heaven and earth, and a gigantic golden cauldron appeared above La Tu's head. La Tu hurriedly used his move to resist. Guantian transformación, al heavens reincarnación seal. The reincarnation seal collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth, creating an overwhelming pressure all around. Lin Jiaer said in shock, he actually dares take that move? Shin Yuan praised him. Not bad. That seems to be some kind of secret technique that forcibly stimulates one's own potential. The martial arts of a powerful major sect are indeed astonishing. La Tu was beaten until he coughed up blood, but still felt it was not enough. Senior, I want even greater pressure. Shin Yuan agreed as well. Very well, then receive my third move. Watching Shan Yuan's technique, La Tu thought to himself, this is exactly what I want. The oppressive aura of a martial king powerhouse. This is a powerful move that my current cultivation absolutely cannot shake. This is the true threat of death. Facing the huge phantom cauldron, La Tu raised his long sword and waited in all seriousness. Shin Yuan smiled. Sword intent? This boy La Tu is actually broken through. Under the impact of the massive cauldron, La Tu was blasted away, and Elder Suo hurried forward to catch him. After checking La Tu's condition, Elder Suo reported, President, La Tu is fine. His injuries are not too serious, but he's already unconscious. Elder Suo quickly fed La Tu a medicinal pill. Shin Yuan stroked his beard, though he spoke as if scolding him. Inwardly, he was extremely satisfied with La Tu's day, that little brat daring to toy with his life like that. He nearly scared the old man's heart right out of his chest. Lin Jiaer asked curiously, Master, just now La Tu was. Shin Yuan cut her off and explained, Jiaer, help me take La Tu back to his room. I have something to do and must leave first. She could not refuse. Yes, Lin Jiaer did as Shen Yuan instructed and helped La Tu back to his room. Only then did a streak of blood seep from the corner of Shen Yuan's mouth. Afraid Elder Sual would worry, he explained, "It's nothing. I forcibly dispersed part of the force and changed the direction of the attack, so I suffered a bit of backlash. A little rest, and I'll recover." Elder Sual asked doubtfully, "President, that sword intent just now." Shen Yuan explained, "Though this boy is young, he has managed to condense a body full of killing aura. That proves he is ruthless and decisive in killing. And just now he asked a martial king like me to create a life and death dead end for him. This bastard is ruthless enough toward himself as well." Elder Sual evaluated La Tu. When it's time to be ruthless, one must be ruthless, whether toward the enemy or oneself. If this boy matures a little more, he'll definitely be extraordinary. Damn it, how did that old man surnamed Yeet get his hands on such a good seedling? At this moment, Lin Jiaer was supporting La Tu as they headed toward the secret chamber in the rear courtyard of the Monster Hunter Association. Looking at this hateful fellow, she thought to herself, this La Tu really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually daring to let a martial king powerhouse impose life and death pressure on him. Why would he do such a thing? Just then, Lu Mingyao pushed the door open and stepped out. Seeing the two of them like that, Lu Mingyao was extremely startled. Why are this girl and La Tu being so intimate? Wait, what happened to La Tu? Upon seeing Lu Mingyao, Lin Jiaer immediately asked, "You're Lu Mingyao, right?" She pushed La Tu a little closer and said, "You came at the right time." La Tu overestimated himself and challenged my master and ended up seriously injured. "You take him inside. My master already gave him a healing pill." Lu Mingyao took La Tu from her arms and said at the same time, "Thank you." Looking at the blood from La Tu that had gotten on her hand, Lin Jiaer thought in disgust, what an arrogant and conceited man. Now he's only suffering the consequences himself. Lu Mingyao helped tend to La Tu's wounds, and the white cloth, soaked red with blood, was tossed into the basin. Lu Mingyao still had many questions in her heart. Who exactly is her master? Why would he strike so heavily at La Tu? Lu Mingyao blamed herself. If I weren't so useless, why would I only be a burden? Every time, all I can do is let La Tu protect me, while I could do nothing, help with nothing. After that incident, La Tu fell unconscious and only woke half a month later. When he opened his eyes, he felt a little unfamiliar. Where is this? Lu Mingyao had remained by his bedside the entire time and had even fallen asleep there. Seeing him awake, she was overjoyed. "La Tu, you're awake? How does your body feel? You were unconscious for half a month. You scare me to death." La Tu felt a little apologetic. "I'm fine now. You should go and get some rest too. You've worked hard these past half a month. Look how worn out you are." Lu Mingyao immediately replied, "Then stay here and rest well. If you need anything, just call for me." La Tu nodded. Afterward, he quickly left the room, only to happen upon Lin Jiaer approaching, her face carrying a cold, serious expression. La Tu thought to himself, why does this Lin Jiaer look like she doesn't want anything to do with me? Walking up in front of him, Lin Jiaer took out a small bottle and said, "You're awake? Master told me to bring you some pills." La Tu replied with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Lin." Lin Jiaer looked disgusted. "I'm only doing what Master asked." Lin Jiaer turned and left, but La Tu followed behind her. She was clearly put off by it. "Why are you following me?" La Tu explained, "I'm not following you. I'm going to see Elder Sun." He muttered inwardly, "Why is this girl suddenly so cold to me? She's even petty." Lin Jiaer gave a soft snort. "What? Under the life and death pressure created by my master, not only did you fail to break through, but you were seriously injured too. So now you've decided to ask Elder Sual for help." La Tu found it strange when he heard that. Failed to break through? In that instant, he felt a bit of disdain for her. She had clearly been there at the time, yet she still failed to see the clues. When he met Elder Saw, the old man asked as soon as he saw him, "Young Master La, are your injuries any better?" La Tu cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Saw. Thanks to the President's pills, I should recover completely before long." Elder Suwa said happily, "Young Master La, please sit." He got straight to the point. "Did you come to see this old man for something?" La Tu went straight to the matter as well. "I still have some items on hand and would like to exchange them for some vital energy stones." Taking the items, Elder Suwa examined them carefully, then said with delight, "Although the grade of these items isn't very high, young Master La has quite a lot of them. They could be exchanged for 50,000 low-grade vital energy stones." La Tu was quite satisfied. "All right, Then I'll trouble you, Elder Su. Elder Suo said with a smile that there was no need to be so polite. La Tu toyed with the ring in his hand, murmuring 50,000 low-grade vital energy stones. If converted into mid-grade ones, that's still 500 stones. My cultivation may not be high, but the resources I consume for training are practically comparable to the entire fortune of an ordinary martial king. Then again, those martial kings also consume huge amounts of resources when they cultivate. He suddenly remembered, now that I think about it, I really do have quite a few good things in my possession. But this is Dohai County after all, and I can't be sure President Shun is the same as Senior Yi. Latu tucked the ring into his chest and thought to himself, in the days ahead, I need to recover quickly, then condense true essence, transform my divine sense, and step into the spirit refining realm to become a martial arts grandmaster. Just like that. Another half-month passed. Latu stepped out of his room and stretched beneath the sunlight, thinking, this time, President Shin really did me a huge favor. At the very least, he saved me several years of bitter cultivation. Latu was in an excellent mood. Meng Yao is training hard too, so I won't go disturb her. With that thought, he went to see Elder Suo again. Stroking his beard, Elder Suo greeted him with a smile. Judging by young Master LA's cheerful expression, it seems not only have your injuries fully healed, but your cultivation has improved quite a bit as well. La Tu cupped his hands and said, thank you for your concern, Elder Su. Your insight is truly sharp. I really can't hide anything from you. Elder Suo reminded him, young Master La, are you planning to go out? The people from the Leiwu sect may have behaved a little more honestly lately, but there are still people outside secretly watching. Latu remained completely calm. It's no problem. I just want to go out and stretch a little. This past month, if I wasn't lying in bed recovering, I was cultivating. Elder Suo thought to himself, this kid really is the type who can't stand peace in the world. Dohai County has already been thrown into turmoil several times because of him. But with the president here before, those people from the various forces who blocked the entrance to the association could only turn a blind eye. The president even acted personally for this kid, which shows just how highly he values him. I'd better follow along and take a look. Latu strolled leisurely along the street outside the Monster Hunter Association. Looking around, he indeed discovered that the Leiwu sect's people were still closely watching him. The moment they saw Latu, those people started moving. The target has appeared. Latu has left the association. They whispered among themselves, I'll go inform the protector. You junior brothers keep a close eye on him. Latu heard every word. He thought to himself, I'll head to the Array Masters Association and the Alchemist Association first. The Leiwu sect has definitely gone to invite a spirit refining protector, and he's probably about to arrive. As Latu passed by a certain place, he finally ran into Elder Luo. Elder Luo spoke first. Latu, we finally meet. I've often heard Meng Yao mention you before, but I never had the chance to see you. Latu simply stood there with his arms folded. Elder Luo tried to negotiate. Latu, for the sake of my granddaughter Meng Yao, as long as you surrender, I won't injure you. After all, I'm a 9th layer spirit refining grandmaster, a whole major realm above you. I hope you won't waste my goodwill. Latu exposed his intentions. Surrender without a fight? Do you take me for a fool? Did you think I couldn't see through your goodwill? Elder Luo dropped all pretense and shouted angrily. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Looks like you have a death wish. He rushed toward Latu's die. Elder Saw, who had followed behind, was greatly alarmed. This is bad. Luo Bangxing has made his move. This brat Latu has caused a huge disaster. He shouted, kid, are you crazy? Elder Luo and Latu clashed right in the middle of the street, and both were forced back by the other. Latu thought to himself, the 9th layer of spirit refining really isn't something I can forcefully withstand right now. Elder Luo remained confident. To be able to block one move from me, even if you use your full strength, being able to withstand a single blow from a grandmaster is already enough to shock people. Unfortunately, you're still too young. If another 10 years were to pass, I, Luo, might not necessarily be your match. Gritting his teeth, he said, unfortunately, you don't have that much time left. Latu turned and ran. Is that so? Elder Luo immediately gave chase. Brat, hand over your life. Latu avoided his attacks as casually as if strolling through a courtyard, deliberately provoking him. That depends on whether you actually have the ability. Elder Luo drew his blade with contempt. A mere innate martial master wants to escape from me. He unleashed falling thunder slash. Latu swiftly drew his sword to counter. Elder Luo gnashed his teeth, unable to believe it. Oh, That's martial intent? I still haven't comprehended martial intent to this day. Yet a mere innate martial master has grasped it? Someone like this absolutely cannot be allowed to live, where there will be endless trouble in the future. Protector Sun used only a single slash, throwing the surroundings into chaos as dust and smoke filled the air, like mist swiftly scattered by the wind. After that slash, Latu was still completely unharmed. It had dissipated. The spirit-refining martial sect protector was shaken by the scene. A mere innate martial master had actually made a dignified martial grandmaster like him strike 3 times without being able to capture him. What was going on? Seeing this, Latu did not forget to mock the old man. A martial grandmaster? Huh? Take your time and enjoy yourself. Today, this young master isn't in the mood to play with you. This made the protector glare furiously at Latu's retreating figure. Grinding his teeth, he said angrily, "Damn brat. Next time, I definitely won't let him off." Latu said smugly, "A martial master? That's all there is to it." Suddenly, Protector Sun charged straight at Latu's day. "You little bastard." Latu walked straight to the entrance and met Xinyuan. He asked softly, "That brat surnamed Luo is 2 realms above you in cultivation. Yet you actually managed to escape from his hands? That's truly no simple feat." Latu respectfully lowered his head and replied, "If not for Senior Xinyuan's guidance, I would have needed at least 2 or 3 more years to reach this level." Xinyuan said, "Almost no one dares, in their youth, to challenge a breakthrough in a desperate situation the way you did. Your future prospects are limitless. You may be young, but you possess such courage and boldness, along with such firm martial conviction and will." Latu hurriedly cupped his hands and asked for guidance. "If I don't dare to try while I'm young, then I'll never be able to reach the martial king realm." He quickly expressed what was on his mind. "Senior, I've already stepped into the half-step spirit refining realm, but I don't know how one can walk the skies and fly." Hearing this, Xinyuan let out a light laugh. Then he flicked Latu's forehead teasingly. "You brat are too greedy," he said. "Only those in the spirit refining realm can use the method of walking the skies and flying. The reason is that only spirit refining martial sects can use divine sense. Those at half-step spirit refining who can walk the skies all rely on condensed divine sense. That requires decades of true essence." Latu rubbed the back of his neck and replied awkwardly, "It's not that I'm greedy. It's just that being chased down from the sky by others while not knowing how to fly myself is really hard to accept." After that, the two of them entered the room together. "You've only just stepped into half-step spirit refining, so you still can't condense divine sense. You're still far from being able to walk the skies." Following behind him, Latu said, "I hope Senior can enlighten me." The Senior then instructed him, "If you want to walk the skies and fly, you must cultivate divine sense. Only by condensing divine sense within the sea of consciousness can you break free from the constraints of heaven and earth. Once you cultivate divine sense, you will naturally understand that you know de respectfully." At the teleportation array of the Monster Hunter Association, Xinyuan spoke together with his 3 disciples. "In 1 more year, the mysterious Nether Secret Realm will open. Right now, we're preparing to head to Qinghua County to compete for quota slots." He said, "Latu, you were recommended by the Yunlong County branch, but that old fellow Wen Tianhong is in seclusion attempting a breakthrough, so he entrusted me to take you there." Latu obediently replied, "I'll trouble you, Senior." The Senior waved his hand and comforted him. "It's nothing. I already told you before. So now I'm only confirming it with you once more." He continued, "The quota slots for the mysterious Nether Secret Realm are limited. Across our 13 counties, there are only 10 spots, so the competition will be extremely fierce. You two must do your utmost." The 3 replied in unison, "Yes." Xinyuan quickly gave the order. "Then let's depart." The 3 of them set out together for their destination. 2 days later, in the county city of Qinghua County, Latu thought to himself, "The people who came here are not only talents recommended by the 4 major associations of the 13 counties, but also genius disciples from the major powers. This is truly a grand competition where heaven's proud talents and outstanding heroes are all gathered." The elder quickly announced the start of the competition. The first round of quota competition, a survival battle. He pointed toward the city ahead. This random teleportation array will send you into the primeval forest. Every participating genius will receive one red jade talisman and one white jade talisman. Then he clearly explained the rules of the competition. Your objective is to seize the white jade talismans from others while also facing the monsters in the primeval forest. If you crush the red jade talisman, you will be teleported back to the city within 5 breaths. After glancing around, Latu thought to himself, it looks like the ranking in the first round will be determined by the number of white jade talismans. Xin Yuan quickly assessed the situation. The strong survive and the powerful are respected. That is the way of survival for martial artists. You've all heard the rules clearly, but after you enter, if the two of you meet each other, remember to support one another. Latu agreed, saying, yes, I will respectfully follow your instruction. Lin Jiar also promptly accepted the order. Understood, Master. The old man, presiding over the competition, then spoke to the 3 of them. Brother Shun, it's been decades since we last met, hasn't it? Xin Yuan quickly introduced that elder. This is Yuan Xiong, president of the Manhwa County branch of the Monster Hunter Association. Then he introduced his own juniors to Brother Shun. Brother Shun, let me introduce them to you. A top-grade yellow rank genius. Yuan Nan is the genius our Manhwa County recommended for this competition. President Yuan Xiong looked at the 2 of them and stroked his beard with a smile. So these are La Tu and Lin Jiar, recommended by Brother Shin and Brother Yi. As expected, they're truly handsome and spirited youths. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, you youngsters can get acquainted with each other. The first round will begin very soon. I hope you can seize a place in the top 10. La-tu and Langio Herboed. Yes, Senior Yuan. Yuan Xiong then looked towards Xin Yuan and instructed them, go wait at the entrance to the formation. As long as one of you wins a quota slot for the mysterious Nether Secret Realm, the association will prepare generous rewards for you. Martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, divine weapons, battle armor, treasures, pills. You may choose any reward you want. Immediately afterward, Xin Yuan, La Tu, and Lin Jiar replied in unison, we will not disappoint President Yuan and President Shun. Elder Yuan Xiong responded in satisfaction. Good. I'll wait for your good news. Go. Next, the host quickly announced, the first round is about to begin. All participants, please step forward to receive your jade talismans. Then enter the teleportation array. The 3 of them quickly entered together with the other contestants. Latu appeared in a remote area and said, in this first round, not only do we have to guard against the demonic beasts in the mountains and forest, but we also have to face the other contestants. Then he took out a treasure and thought smugly, but as far as I'm concerned, this place is basically my home field. He muttered to himself, this is a hunt, but the prey isn't demonic beasts, it's people. A solitary young man quickly entered Latu's field of vision. The young man immediately drew his sword in caution. Someone's here. But before he could make a move, a sword had already flown past his ear, frightening him so badly that his face went pale. Cold sweat broke out on him as he thought in horror. How is that possible? I don't even know where the other party is. If he hadn't shown mercy, then Latu strode out of the bushes with imposing momentum and said, hand over the white jade talisman on you. But that young man was not someone who would surrender so easily. He replied, thank you for showing mercy, but I have more confidence in my movement technique. He immediately leaped high into the air and looked proudly at Latu's day. You won't be able to catch me. Latu merely folded his arms across his chest, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A 5th grade movement technique at great mastery. Not bad. This made the young man secretly feel relieved. He's not chasing me. Sure enough, he knows he can't catch up to me. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Latu appeared right in front of him, catching the young man completely off guard. What's wrong? Still want to run? He was so tense that veins bulged on his forehead, and inwardly he was shocked. Damn it, how can there be a monster like this in a quota competition? I never imagined that the movement technique I'm most proud of will be so thoroughly crushed by my very first opponent. The young man immediately jumped down and tried to negotiate. If I hand over the white jade talisman, will you spare me? Latu replied blandly, yes. The young man quickly handed over the white jade talisman. Here. Then he fled from where Latu stood. Watching the young man's retreating back, Latu thought to himself, these contestants and I are merely competitors. If I can show restraint, I should show some restraint. But looking at the white jade talisman in his hand, he narrowed his eyes and thought, there are nearly 10,000 participants, those recommended by the 4 major associations of the 13 counties, plus the geniuses of the major sects and aristocratic families. There's no way I can search for them one by one and only get a single white jade talisman each time. Then he quickly headed elsewhere. But the truly powerful ones will definitely be able to gather many white jade talismans. From the sky, Latu looked down and observed below, so I only need to find those people. That way, I can seize many jade talismans in one go. Then he activated a secret technique, ignoring the contestants moving alone as he sensed their auras. I just need to find the contestants gathered together who have strong auras. Elsewhere, 3 contestants were acting together. Suddenly, the young man in the lead signaled to his companions. Stop. Above them, Latu was looking down at the 3 of them with overwhelming presence. The leader struck a stance. You've got some nerve. You actually dare show yourself in front of the 3 of us. Even if you're a half-step spirit refining, you're too confident. Then he ordered his companions to charge together. Brothers, the 3 of us attacked together. But when they rushed close, Latu defeated all 3 of them at the same time with a single move. The group was beaten into a miserable state and could only collapse onto the ground. Latu landed lightly and walked toward them. One of the 3 contestants shrank back in fear and begged, "Please show mercy. The jade talisman's on us. I'll leave everything to you." Latu easily took the jade talismans from them. The 3 clasped their hands in thanks. "Many thanks for showing mercy, sir, and sparing the lives of the 3 of us brothers. Thank you for not kicking us out of the competition." Latu watched them leave and thought to himself, it looks like they've already gone through quite a few battles. Could it be that some people were killed before they could crush their red jade talisman, or right after crushing it? After all, it takes 5 breaths for the jade talisman to teleport someone out, and that span is enough for an innate martial artist to do many things. Just then, a loud explosion from the other side of the forest caught his attention. Latu pondered, someone's fighting over there. That's an opportunity for me. Then he quickly left his original position and climbed up a large nearby tree. From his high vantage point, he observed the situation below. Every one of those dozen or so people was at the great martial master level. He thought, there are even 2 at the half-step spirit refining realm. Looks like aside from the small groups, there are now people banding together into factions. Below, a young man signaled for the fighting to stop. Everyone on the other side, someone is sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, hoping to reap the fisherman's profit. His words made everyone immediately understand. Then kill him first. More than a dozen people rushed toward Tuesday. Everyone attacked together. Then we'll settle the winner afterward. Latu merely gave them a calm glance. Perfect timing. The other contestants lunged at Latu like starving tigers, pouncing on prey. But with one casual yet heavy punch, he suppressed all of them. Latu leaped down with overwhelming momentum, causing one of them to grow wary. Careful, this kid is also at the half-step spirit refining realm, and he's already condensed true essence. The dozen or so people quickly discussed a countermeasure. Let's join forces. One man, apparently the leader, immediately gave the signal. Together, everyone attack, but standing above them, Latu merely slashed out a gigantic sword aura, instantly making them break out in cold sweat. What? How is that possible? Their formation was frightened apart in an instant. Even if he's condensed true essence, this strength is absolutely far above the 2 of us, which is why he can suppress us so easily. From above, Latu did not forget to unleash a few dazzling ultimate moves, beating the group below into utter disarray. The contestant who had looked like the leader just now was terrified and hid behind a large tree. What terrifying power! He's not just someone who's condensed true essence. He may even be a body-refining martial cultivator. Latu quickly noticed him and said, "Hand over your white jade talismans. Then crush your red jade talismans." To that leader, his words were like a bolt from the blue. What? Latu glared at him threateningly. "Don't test my patience. Hand them over now." Suddenly, a young man in the crowd shouted. Everyone split up and run. Hearing this, the others immediately fled in all directions. Scatter and run. He can't catch all of us. Latu looked at them coldly. Seems I've been too merciful. Among them, one young man willingly handed his talisman to Tuesday. I'm willing to hand over my white jade talisman and then crush my red jade talisman. Latu quickly took the talisman from him, then headed in another direction. Looks like you're the only smart one. When you get outside, he did not forget to remind the young man. You'll understand just how right your choice was, being a smart man. Latu activated the secret technique. And with the speed of a streak of light, he quickly caught up to one of them. Let's see where you think you're running. He pointed his sword forward. Sensing danger behind him, That young man turned around at once. Damn it, how is this kid's movement technique so fast? He hurriedly unleashed a defensive move, but was still blasted away and slammed into a nearby tree trunk. Lot 2 rushed toward him at once. The man held up his jade talisman and threatened, "I've already crushed my red jade talisman. Even if I'm eliminated, don't think you'll get my white jade talisman." Then he looked at Lot 2 smugly. "I'm about to be teleported into the city. What can you possibly do to me?" But Latu only sneered and pointed his sword at him. "You think I can't do anything to you?" The man cried out in horror. "No, impossible. Spare me." Latu's merciless sword strike pierced through several nearby trees. The contestant was utterly defeated. Latu thought to himself, "I never expected that showing mercy would instead make them think I don't dare kill." Afterward, Latu sheathed his sword behind his back. "In the battles ahead, I'll have to be more ruthless if I want to crush the delusions of fools like these." Night had already fallen, and a wisp of green smoke rose from one corner of the forest. Latu had caught a wild boar for dinner. The first day had passed, and he had already obtained more than 30 jade talismans. As he butchered the meat, he thought, but the other contestants are still holding a large number of talismans. Latu reflected, there are still many contestants in the villages deeper ahead, and they're stronger. Each of them must have quite a few jade talismans in hand. A group in the sky drew his attention. Fighting this late at night. Latu thought, since I've run into this kind of 100-man melee again before nightfall, I might as well sit back and profit from it. Within that group, a pink-haired young woman was being hunted down. If enemies pursue from behind, there's also a 4th-grade killing array and trapping array set up over there. Watching from afar, Latu said, "I remember now. So it's that young lady after all. Looks like she got all the jade talismans in the end." Sitting on the ground, Latu paid them little mind. Those 3 are definitely after her jade talismans, which is why they ambushed her. But what does that have to do with me? The people above quickly discovered his location. "Big brother, that kid below seems to be watching us." The commotion above drew Latu's attention. "Oh." The 3 masked figures quickly divided their tasks. "Second brother, come with me and continue the pursuit. Third sister, you go deal with that kid." "Understood." A petite woman from the trio swiftly descended in front of Latu's day. "Give me your life." Latu thought helplessly, "I was planning to stay out of it." Yet trouble came knocking on its own. That woman swiftly launched an attack at Latu, but he easily dodged her consecutive strikes. Then he retaliated with a palm strike. "Get lost." The 2 men from before immediately recognized the enormous threat. "This is bad. Second brother, come with me and rush in to deal with this guy." One of them charged at Latu arrogantly. "You're only half-step spirit refining and can't even fly. So hurry up and die." But Latu merely waved his sword indifferently in response. "Break!" The young lady who had just been chased by the 3 was already badly injured. Before landing, Latu quickly caught her, then touched down lightly and with one hand forced the 3 back. The man in the air shouted, "Not good. Second brother, get out of the way." No one had expected the 3 of them to be beaten by Latu into such a miserable state. The leading man glared at him furiously. Who is this guy? He clearly hasn't reached the spirit refining realm. So how can he have grasped martial intent? The pink-haired young woman from before quickly woke up. "I am Yin Shiro. Thank you, young master, for saving me. I will surely repay this kindness in the future." But a few seconds later, she fainted in front of Latu's day. Her injuries were extremely severe. After checking briefly, Latu quickly judged, other than the external wounds, her internal organs are all damaged. And even her dantian and chi-si are injured. The young man standing in the air still shouted smugly. Though martial intent is impressive, that brat's cultivation isn't high at all. Then he shot out hundreds of arrows straight at Latu and Yin Shiro, shouting, "Perish!" Latu merely dodged lightly and smiled. A petty trick. Even a 7th grade martial skill amounts to nothing in your hands. Then he quickly erected a defensive barrier. "With your cultivation wanting to break the defense of my peak battle body, you're still far too early for that." This shocked the young man greatly. After all, he himself was a top genius in his sect, so how could he be inferior to this opponent? Left with no choice, he turned to flee, thinking that since the other party could not fly, he would surely be unable to catch up. However, danger was already close behind him. All heaven's life and death seal. In the midst of the young man's extreme panic, he could only console himself. "Run. I have to escape no matter what." The one-eyed masked young man was filled with fear and anxiety. Otherwise, he would die here. But no matter how lucky he was, he could not avoid this strike. He was hit and quickly defeated. Meanwhile, Latu still stood calmly within the formation he had set up. Seeing this, the young man's two companions showed fear on their faces. How is this possible? Big brother was actually killed. One of them quickly fled from where he stood. Third sister run, but Latu's attack pursued relentlessly. Blazing fire sword, the man was swiftly killed by his opponent, causing his third sister immense grief. Second brother, no, Latu chased right after him and followed up with a fatal blow to finish him off. The third sister of those two fled in haste. And Latu said with a smug smile, "All you know how to do is shout? I thought you siblings were deeply attached to one another." He quickly returned to his original position and sighed. Not being able to fly in the air really brings too many limitations in battle. He set up a defensive array outside his hiding place, then walked toward the frail Yen Shirua. He took her pulse and found that her internal organs were shattered, her meridians severed, and her dantian damaged. With injuries like these, she was practically crippled already. But based on what he had observed over the past few days, he rested his chin on his hand and pondered. With her strength, even if she had been ambushed, she shouldn't have been injured this badly. In the end, he decided to save the girl. Forget it. I don't know the reason, but I have a strange feeling that I can't just leave her to die. Latu helped her sit upright and began treating her. Early the next morning, Latu clenched his fist in excitement. I broke through. Thanks to the soul condensation mystic art Yuer gave me, I've finally condensed spiritual consciousness. Satisfied, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. At dawn, Latu was training, the aura around his body fluctuating. He had just broken through and was at a crucial moment in consolidating his cultivation. His inner breath circulated smoothly in rhythm when a slight movement came from behind him. Covered in injuries, Yen Shua, who had remained unconscious after yesterday's battle, finally woke up. She opened her mouth and broke the silence, her voice still carrying a trace of heroic spirit. "Thank you, brother, for helping me. How long have I been unconscious?" Seeing that she had awakened, Latu stopped cultivating and answered, "I am Latu's day. Today is only the second day since the assessment began. Miss, you have only been unconscious for one night." Yen Shua looked at Latu, her eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Latu's day. Once we get out, I will certainly repay you." An indescribable feeling rose in Latu's heart, as if an invisible thread were winding itself around his spiritual consciousness. He frowned and silently looked at her, thinking, what exactly is going on? Why is it that when I look at this woman, I feel the urge to protect her? We've clearly only just met for the first time. Latu recalled the scene of treating Yen Shurua's injuries last night. Moreover, while treating her, he had not discovered anything special about her physique. Yen Shurua was also checking her own injuries and asked in surprise, "The wounds on my body. I remember I was terribly injured last night. So why now?" Latu explained softly, "Last night, I gave you some pills and also used a few methods to help you recover quite a bit. The remaining injuries will need rest. By the way, I hope you." Before Latu could finish, Yen Shurua interrupted him. "I understand. Thank you." The two of them looked toward the mouth of the cave together, where the array flags outside began to fluctuate. Yen Shurua said worriedly, "I saw the array flags at the cave entrance. Could someone have touched the formation you set up?" Latu only frowned slightly and walked steadily toward the cave entrance, his expression calm. "There are two people outside. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so let me see whether these two are just passing by or have other intentions." In midair, there were indeed two people radiating killing intent. Latu swept his gaze over them and silently assessed their strength. The one in Yin-Yang Taoist robes was the genius Yi Chuan of the Array Masters Guild. The other was the madman Meng Kuang from the Forging Masters Guild. If those two join forces, it'll be troublesome. Yi Chuan spoke in a contemptuous tone. "I wonder who set up this formation. The technique is far too crude. Fortunately, the quality of the array flags isn't bad, so the effect looks passable enough." The other man gave a cold laugh and added, "I'd guess any array master who appears in a desolate place like this could never compare to an elegant genius like you from the Array Masters Guild, brother." Yen Shurua anxiously stepped out of the cave. "Latu, you haven't broken through to the spirit refining realm yet. You're no match for the two of them. You can't protect me. You should just run first." Each one continued arrogantly. "A trash fourth-grade formation like this? I can break it with a casual wave." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a golden array flag and launched it directly at Latu's formation. A loud boom rang out, but the formation remained completely unharmed. Each one's expression immediately darkened. As expected, some unusual runes have been inscribed on these array flags. He immediately used another move. sending countless golden array flags flying toward the formation. If you're just some trash array master, then you have no right to possess array flags of this level. Là-tu instant-li réalise dit je suis en S intention. Damn it, this guy's divine sense has already invaded my array flags. He wants to erase the imprint of my will from them. Ichuan thought he had succeeded and taunted smugly. Such weak spiritual consciousness. No wonder your 4th grade formation is so trash. Unexpectedly, La-Tu merely waved his hand, and a beam of light shot straight at Ichuan, accompanied by a loud explosion that destroyed every array flag Ichuan had released. Meng Kuang, who had been watching all this time, suddenly attacked in a threatening manner. Kid, hand over the white jade talisman on you right now. Then crush your blood jade talisman yourself, and I'll spare your life. After barely blocking La-Tu's previous strike, Ichuan's gaze had also changed, and a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. He warned Meng Kuang, be careful. But Meng Kuang, eager to prove himself, paid no attention at all to Ichuan's advice, and still charged forward at astonishing speed. He looked at Yan Shiruo with lustful eyes. Kid, that pretty little thing behind you is really delicate and beautiful. Perfect timing for this lord here to vent some pent-up fire. With a boom, La-Tu shifted slightly and avoided the opponent's fatal strike. Ichuan was startled when he saw this and fell into thought, calculating inwardly. What powerful aura. This brat has definitely killed a spirit refining martial sect before. Meng Kuang is probably no match for him. Damn it, I didn't even have time to warn Meng Kuang. This brat's formation level is ordinary, but he's definitely not someone easy to provoke. Meanwhile, Meng Kuang was still locked in fierce combat, with sounds of collision ringing out without end. When Meng Kuang's fist collided with La-Tu's, a cracking sound was heard, and it seemed that Meng Kuang's arm had suffered a broken bone. As for La-Tu, he landed lightly, completely unharmed. Meng Kuang was utterly shocked. What is going on? He's just a half-step spirit refining brat. How can his physical body actually be stronger than mine? La-Tu thought to himself, my spiritual consciousness has already condensed. Even if I'm not yet a spirit refining martial sect, I can still walk through the air and fly. He circulated his power and rose into the air, launching a fierce assault. Injured, Meng Kuang fell into a passive position and could only grit his teeth and defend. His heart was full of confusion. My peak battle body is clearly stronger than this brat's. So why is it that every exchange leaves me getting hurt for no clear reason, suppressed by someone only at half-step spirit refining? Meng Kuang turned his head and shouted for help. Ichuan, why aren't you making a move yet? How long are you going to wait? Let-Tu stopped attacking, then suddenly retreated, leaving Meng Kuang baffled. What is this brat trying to do? La-Tu grabbed Yan Shiruo and ran into the cave, quickly explaining the situation as they moved. Your injuries still haven't recovered. Whether it's Ichuan or Meng Kuang, I'm confident I can defeat them one by one. As he explained, La-Tu drew his sword and activated his cultivation art, trying to tear open a spatial passage for the two of them to escape. But if they join forces, with one suppressing me in close combat and the other attacking from afar with array techniques, we won't stand chance. Yan Shiruo felt deeply guilty, but there was nothing she could do. She could only say, I'm sorry. If I weren't injured, you wouldn't have to fight the enemy with everything you have. La-Tu did not reply and focused entirely on opening a way out. Meng Kuang seized the chance to charge forward and try to kill La-Tu's day kid. It's too late to run now. You made me suffer a loss and still think you can leave. La-Tu swung his sword backhandedly and blocked Meng Kuang's strike, then shouted, get lost. Meng Kuang was blasted away and crashed to the ground. While La-Tu was fighting Meng Kuang, Ichuan secretly set up an array. By the time La-Tu noticed, the whole area had already been sealed by Ichuan, making escape impossible. Damn it, Ichuan sealed off the entire surrounding space. Countless yellow array flags flew out, forming a dazzling golden array. The surroundings were covered by a killing formation, and the air turned heavy with murderous intent. Recognizing the formations, La-Tu grew extremely worried for Yan Shiruo's safety. A trapping array and a killing array were surrounded. The yellow flags released powerful light and shot straight toward La-Tu. Let me stop them. But La-Tu was already nearing his limit. Seeing this, Yan Shiruo was frantic with anxiety. She tried to stop him and was ready to sacrifice herself willingly. La-Tu, stop worrying about me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. We only met by chance. and I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay you for saving my life last night." But La Tu was determined not to let a beauty die unjustly, and he still did everything he could to block every attack. Cut the pointless talk. Seeing La Tu's strength, Yichuan seemed to recognize him at last. "Brother, you're La Tu, aren't you?" Meng Kuang beside him also recognized him. "Kid, you're La Tu, that genius member of the Monster Hunter Association?" But he still feared neither La Tu nor his reputation, and even threatened him. "I heard you're pretty famous in Dohai, but today, if you don't crush that jade talisman, you'll die by my hand." Yichuan also put on a kind face and tried to persuade him. "Brother La Tu, we're all genius members of the 4 great guilds. Hand over the white jade talisman and crush your red jade talisman. Don't hurt the harmony between us. Otherwise, if the 2 of us join forces, we could even defeat a spirit refining grandmaster, much less someone like you, who's only at half-step spirit refining." But La Tu saw through all of it and bluntly refused. Wishful thinking. At the same time, he had already begun calculating his battle strategy. He had to deal with each one first to create an opening. However, seeing how resolute La Tu was, Meng Kuang completely lost patience and rushed straight at him. "You overestimate yourself. Do you think the 2 of us are ordinary spirit refining grandmasters? Take my heaven-splitting, earth-crushing axe, killing array. Activate." As he charged, he arrogantly shouted, "Submit obediently." Seeing this, La Tu only turned his head calmly and reminded Yin Shao, "Are you ready?" Then he raised his sword toward the sky and shouted, "Break!" With one strike, he directly shattered the gray-haired elder's move. Seeing that, Yichuan immediately realized La Tu's intent and hurriedly warned his ally, Meng Kuang, "Be careful. He's breaking my killing array." But Meng Kuang still looked down on La Tu's ability. "In your dreams." However, they really had underestimated La Tu's strength. He actually broke through the killing array and escaped the encirclement. Even Yichuan was horrified when he saw it, his expression changing drastically as he cursed in anger. "Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong." He actually got away. He turned and saw Meng Kuang standing stiff and motionless. Then asked anxiously, "Meng Kuang, are you alright?" Unexpectedly, because Meng Kuang had charged forward so arrogantly, he had already been hit. Yichuan panicked and hurriedly took out a medicinal pill. "You're injured? Quick, take this healing pill." Meng Kuang was in obvious pain now, still unable to believe that La Tu had managed to wound him. That La Tu, could it be that he's comprehended martial intent? If my cultivation hadn't been higher and my battle body stronger, that sword strike just now would probably have killed me. Although Yichuan was unwilling to accept it, he also had to acknowledge La Tu's ability. That's a method even martial kings may not have comprehended. He's only a young man who just stepped in a half-step spirit refining. How could he possibly have grasped it? If he hadn't been carrying around a burden beside him, I'm afraid neither you nor I would have been his match. Then he turned to tell Meng Kuang to retreat first. "Forget it. You're injured now. Find a safe place to recover first." After Meng Kuang swallowed the pill, he entrusted the rest to Yichuan. Now that the qualifying round has begun, the fighting is only going to get fiercer. "I need time to recover, so I'll leave the rest to you." Yichuan replied, "Don't worry. Let's go." The next day, La Tu continued defeating opponents, and 3 more people were eliminated. Seeing this, Yin Shihua expressed both admiration and gratitude toward La Tu's day. "Young Master La Tu, I'm for White Star Valley. After this competition ends, I want to repay you properly. But that you politely refused. No need to be so courteous. I treated your injuries, and over the past 3 days, you've also helped me collect quite a few jade talismans." Even though La Tu said that, Yin Shihua continued thanking him. "If not for you, young master, I would already have become crippled, let alone obtained any jade talismans." At this moment, La Tu reminded her, "Right, don't tell anyone that I healed your injuries in just 2 days." Yin Shihua promised firmly, "Of course. Please rest assured, young master." After that, the 2 of them continued on their way. La Tu warned, "Today is the last day. I'm afraid there are fewer than 20 people left in the secret realm, so we have to be even more careful." Just then, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Several auras were closing in. There are 6 of them. All of them are spirit refining martial lords. "Be careful." At that moment, Xiao Shu Zhengqi suddenly landed in front of them. Seeing him, La Tu frowned slightly. 4th level spirit refining? Looks like this is probably the strongest group in the competition this time. Unexpectedly, there were others following behind Xiao Shu Zhengqi, including Yichuan and Meng Quan. Latu, we meet again. Seeing this, Latu could not help feeling puzzled. What happened over the past few days? Why are all these people together? Yan Shiruo's face was filled with anger as she explained Xiao Shu Zhengqi's identity to Latu's day. The one leading them is called Xiao Shu Zhengqi. He's a top genius from the number 1 force in Qinghua County, the Clear Sky Sword Sect. He was the one who ambushed me before. Right after that, Yichuan said to Latu of the Monster Hunter Association of Yunlong County. Latu, Xiao Shu Zhengqi also greeted Yan Shiruo with a teasing smile. Shiruo, I really didn't expect to run into you here. But Yan Shiruo showed him no courtesy at all and cursed him right to his face. You shameless, despicable, vile little man. Standing beside her, Latu grew suspicious. Why did Xiao Shu Zhengqi attack Yan Shiruo? Their relationship doesn't seem simple. Xiao Shu Zhengqi smugly said, White Star Valley has already promised her to me. In name, she's already my fiancée. I only attacked because she betrayed me. It's just, he even seemed a little regretful that he had failed to completely cripple her. Logically speaking, her dantian should already have shattered and all her meridians should have snapped. I'm really curious. How did you recover? Yichuan stepped forward and answered Xiao Shu Zhengqi's question. After hearing it, Xiao Shu Zhengqi sneered. Just half-step spirit refining. So what if you've comprehended martial intent? Crush your red talisman and get out right now, or death is your only path. After hearing about their relationship, Latu only let out a cold laugh and mocked him. I was wondering what it was. So it turns out you tried to force her and got angry out of humiliation when you failed. If the Clear Sky Sword Sect can raise trash like you, then I guess it's no righteous or honorable sect at all. Those words instantly enraged Xiao Shu Zhengqi, and his face turned livid. You dare talk about my sect like that? You want to die? He immediately ordered his men to charge. All of you, get him. Kill this Latu. Latu showed no fear at all. If you've got the guts, come. Seeing Xiao Shu Zhengqi act so impulsively, Yichuan could only complain inwardly. Xiao Shu Zhengqi is far too arrogant. Anyone who underestimates that guy is asking to suffer. Latu leapt into the air and slashed down with his sword. Sever. Xiao Shu Zhengqi's subordinates were instantly thrown into chaos, and some even cried out loudly for help. Young master, save us. Seeing this, Xiao Shu Zhengqi turned purple with rage and personally joined the fight. You bastard, how dare you injure my men? With killing intent all over his face, he lunged at Latu's kid. Pay with your life. The two clashed head-on, and both were forced backward by the impact. At that moment, Xiao Shu Zhengqi also began to realize Latu's true strength. This kid really is formidable. I really underestimated him. So he put away the earlier mockery on his face. Relying on his 4th level spirit refining cultivation, he had only managed to force this half-step spirit refining brat back 3 steps, but he did not forget his goal. Yan Shiruo, I almost forgot about her. He turned and ordered Yichuan and Meng Quan. Yichuan, Meng Quan, don't let Yan Shiruo escape. I'll kill this brat first. Then he continued fighting fiercely with Latu's day. Although he acknowledged Latu's strength, he was still arrogant because of his higher realm. Latu, you may not be weak, but I am a 4th level spirit refining expert. A mere half-step spirit refining. You can't even withstand a single move from me. But Latu had no interest whatsoever in listening to that scum's nonsense. He only wanted a quick victory, so he attacked first. Why do you talk so much? Xiao Shu Zhengqi naturally refused to be outdone and immediately countered, Kid, don't get arrogant. However, in the middle of the fight, Latu discovered that Yan Shiruo had been surrounded by Yichuan and Meng Quan. This is bad. Yan Shiruo is in danger. Yan Shiruo fought desperately to resist, but she really was no match for the two of them, and she was quickly struck. Seeing Latu's concern for Yan Shiruo, Xiao Shu Zhengqi mocked him while attacking. Latu, do you like Yan Shiruo? Once I kill you, that woman will become my toy. Any woman I, Xiao Shu Zhengqi, want, I always get. Hearing that, Latu's anger exploded, and he unleashed his ultimate move. Xiantian Transformation, Dragon Slaying Slash. Feeling the enormous power of the attack, Xiao Shu Zhengqi hurriedly retreated to dodge and secretly gritted his teeth in shock. What terrifying sword chi. If my cultivation weren't so much higher than this kid's, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it, but outwardly he still looked disdainful. Is this your strongest attack? Using a secret technique to increase your attack power is certainly effective, but how long can you keep it up? Yan Shiruo also looked at Latu with deep worry, blaming herself for becoming a burden. young Master La Tu. But La Tu paid it no mind at all and continued escalating his move. Xiantian transformation. If sixfold isn't enough, then 20-fold. Let's see whether that's enough or not. Seeing this, Xiao Shu Zhengqi could no longer stay calm, and shock appeared on his face. This kid actually has an even more powerful secret technique. He can raise his power to this degree in an instant. Right afterward, La Tu slashed down with one sword strike and directly sent Xiao Shu Zhengqi crashing to the ground, coughing blood. Injured and panting, Xiao Shu Zhengqi kept cursing in his heart. Damn it, I'm a dignified 4th level spirit refining martial artist, and yet I'm being threatened by a half-step spirit refining brat. Because La Tu had used power beyond his limits, he also suffered backlash. Blood seeped from the hand gripping his sword, trembling non-stop. Xiantian transformation could still unleash even greater power. 24-fold was not yet the limit. But he looked firmly at the sword in his hand, as though he had already made a decision. My body still hasn't reached the peak of the battle body, and I'm still far from a king grade battle body. If I forcibly open the 3rd stage of Xiantian transformation, my body probably won't be able to bear it. But I can't worry about that anymore. Xiao Shu Jingqi also realized that La Tu had reached his limit and shouted, La Tu, let's see how much longer you can hold on. Meng Kuang, Yichuan, finish off Yin Shuo now. But La Tu had already decided to risk his life and fight them to the death. If you have the guts, then come try. Meng Kuang immediately obeyed Xiao Shu Zhengqi's order and attacked La Tuesday. Take my mountain-cleaving axe. However, with a single sword strike, La Tu cut Meng Kuang into 2 halves. Yichuan, standing nearby, was so shocked he froze, his face changing dramatically. How is this possible? Why does La Tu suddenly have the aura of 3rd level spirit refining? Meng Kuang was actually killed in one move, but Yichuan no longer had time to worry about his companion. La Tu quickly swung another sword at him. You could disappear too. Only then did he cry out in terror and beg for mercy. No, don't kill me. Xiao Shu Jingqi and I were only cooperating. After dealing with the 2 lackeys, La Tu turned toward Xiao Shu Zhengqi, who was standing there dumbstruck. Now it's your turn. Xiao Shu Zhengqi no longer had any of his former arrogance. His face had gone deathly pale with fear, and he fled in panic. No, I don't want to die here. By then, La Tu was also utterly exhausted and no longer had the strength to chase that scum. He immediately lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Seeing this, Yin Shuo hurriedly caught him. Young Master La Tu, with tears in her eyes, she reproached him. Why are you so foolish? While unconscious, La Tu's consciousness seemed to enter a strange space. Wasn't I knocked unconscious by severe injuries? This place is inside the Pearl of Reincarnation, the space where I comprehended the law of reincarnation. Within the Pearl of Reincarnation, he saw an image of himself and Yin Shuo standing face to face. That is the Pearl of Reincarnation. Could this be a previous life of mine in Yin Shuo? No wonder I felt an indescribable feeling when I saw Shuo. So we really did know each other in a past life. After seeing that former life clearly, he gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, he looked around blankly. This is seeing that La Tu had awakened. Yin Shuo cried with joy. La Tu, you're finally awake. How are your injuries? When La Tu woke up, he discovered that his power had reached an entirely new level. My cultivation actually broke through to 1st level spirit refining while I was unconscious. In that case, I've become a martial arts grandmaster in the spirit refining realm. And with the help of the Pearl of Reincarnation, my injuries have completely healed as well. Then he asked Yin Shuo, my cultivation method is rather special, so my injuries have fully recovered. May I ask, what time is it now? Yin Shuo replied, you haven't been unconscious for long. It's only the afternoon of the final day. There are just 3 more Shurchen before everyone is teleported back to Qinghua County City. She also mentioned the number of white jade talismans they currently had. Only the top 500 will pass the first round. There were tens of thousands of participants, but each of us has more than 100 white jade talismans, so that should definitely be enough. However, La Tu felt that their current amount was still not safe enough, so he asked again, Miss Yin, I'll have to trouble you a bit longer. I've just broken through, and I need time to stabilize my cultivation. Yin Shuo happily agreed. All right, young master, don't worry. After that, the 2 of them entered the primeval forest. Yin Shuo's expression turned serious, because the competition was about to end, and this final day was destined to be the most frenzied and chaotic one of all. Those who didn't have enough talismans had nowhere left to hide, and time was running out. Suddenly, là tu noticed something strange. Why are the jade talismans flying out on their own? Just then, the competition ended and time ran out. The first round had finally come to a close. That also meant it was time for the two of them to say goodbye. Young Master Latu, I will never forget that you saved my life. On the arena grounds, spiritual energy churned as the cultivators looked up at the lingering waves of energy in the sky. Some folded their arms, while others sank into thought. One person spoke up with a guess. It seems the first-place finisher of round 1 has already been decided. Seeing the powerful burst of spiritual power and the overwhelming aura erupting in midair, the elder nodded in satisfaction and praised, "That boy truly didn't disappoint me." Latu frowned, his deep gaze studying the situation as he fell into thought. The first round had truly been brutal. More than 10,000 people had participated, yet in the end, only a little over 1,000 remained, and of those, only 500 would advance to the next round. At that moment, Prince Nansong slowly descended from the sky, his eyes sweeping over the young cultivators who had just survived the survival round. His voice was firm and imposing. "First of all, congratulations to all you young heroes for enduring until the end of the survival round." Without wasting time, he continued, "I am Prince Nansong, and I am responsible for presiding over the quota competition for these 13 counties." Prince Nansong gave the order, lightly waving a hand through the air. Streaks of mysterious white light, like comets, began to appear and circle around them. Whoever is marked by white light is among the top 500 and may enter the second round. Like stardust falling from the heavens, the white lights descended one after another and attached themselves to the cultivators below. He coldly continued, "The rest will be eliminated." Pointing ahead, he announced, "Those advancing may go to the stone monument to view their rankings." Third place, Latu. 37th place, Yan Shirua. Latu crossed his arms over his chest, his expression alert. "Looks like both Shirua and I made it through." Prince Nansong cast a blade-sharp glance over the contestants and declared, 3 days from now, all contestants who advanced are to gather in this square to begin the second selection round." His voice echoed through the air, and as soon as he finished speaking, he flew straight back into the sky. "I await good news from all of you." Shen Yuan walked over to Latu with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. "Good, very good. I never expected you, Brad, to make it into the top 50. Standing behind him, Lin Jiaer folded her arms arrogantly, clearly unconvinced. Maybe this guy just got lucky. The opponents he ran into these past few days were probably all weaklings. That's why he managed to collect so many jade talismans. Suddenly, Shen Yuan widened his eyes in surprise. "Oh," then he burst into laughter, patting Latu on the shoulder in praise. "I didn't expect you to give me another surprise. You really broke through to the spirit refining realm." Latu awkwardly scratched his head, humility flashing through his eyes. As expected, I couldn't hide it from Senior Shin's eyes. But I was only lucky. Lin Jiaer gaped at him, then pointed at him in bewilderment. "Spirit refining? How long has it even been? Master, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Shen Yuan sternly explained, "Being able to break through to spirit refining is his own ability. On the path of martial cultivation, there is no such thing as luck." Inwardly, his heart burned with envy and regret. This boy was gifted and had a good temperament as well. What a pity that old Yi had gotten to such a genius first. After saying that, he kindly suggested, "All right, let's head back to the county city first." He earnestly instructed Latu and Lin Jiaer. "Both you and Jiaer have made it into the second round. Over the next 3 days, stop cultivating and get some proper rest." Then, as if remembering something important, he abruptly added, "Right, every year, the second round is held at the Flying Dragon Tower on Wulong Mountain." Shen Yuan suddenly turned serious and warned them, "When you enter the second round, you must be extremely careful. There are ancient ruins there, and they may conceal unknown dangers." Faced with the president's stern warning and weighty instructions, everyone answered in unison, "Understood." 3 days later, the atmosphere in Qinghua County City's square became even more tense and exciting. Shen Yuan instructed and encouraged his two disciples, Latu, Jiaer, Do your best to perform well in this round, but the most important thing is to protect yourselves. The two of them nodded together, their gazes as firm as steel. Understood. A gigantic warship would carry the cultivators there together. Latu could not hide his astonishment. This is a warship? He raised his brows and carefully observed the scene before him. The hull would require a master craftsman to forge it, and formation masters to inscribe the formation patterns upon it. It was truly exorbitantly expensive. However, in his view, it was well worth the cost. Its combat power was immense, and both the core formation and the many arrays upon it must have consumed years of painstaking effort. One cultivator stared at the warship with shining eyes, inwardly full of longing. This warship looks so mighty. If only I had one too. Another rival immediately mocked him. Keep dreaming. Even if someone gave you one, you wouldn't be able to operate it. Another great martial master chimed in. That's right. Even an ordinary martial lord couldn't afford to maintain this kind of warship. Latu silently guessed that this warship had to belong to the Tianwu Kingdom's royal family. Prince Nansong had brought it here to display the royal family's authority and power. Amid the lively atmosphere, Prince Nansong stood on the ship in all his majesty and called out loudly, "Heroes, please board. I will take you to the site of the second round." The cultivators boarded one after another, and the scene was extremely bustling. When it was time for Latu and Yin Shiro to part, she sincerely thanked him. "Latu, thank you for the first round." Latu looked at her gently and softly said, "Shiro." Standing nearby, Lin Jiaer felt thoroughly fed up with this display and mocked. Wasn't Lu Mingyao already by Latu's side? Why has another beauty shown up now? This guy really is a complete flirt. While everyone was busy boarding, Prince Nansong sternly warned, "Everyone, be careful as you board. We are about to depart." At the same time, Latu frowned as he considered the warship's value more deeply. This ship was truly priceless. Even this defensive formation alone had at least reached the level of a fifth-tier array. A familiar place name echoed through the air, Wulong Mountain, Flying Dragon Tower. The scene was both majestic and desolate. Latu could hardly believe his eyes. He muttered, "So this is the famous Flying Dragon Tower?" He pointed out the awe-inspiring might of the defensive force. Isn't that the Black Tiger Army? One of the two royal guard armies of the Tianwu Kingdom. Their commander truly looks extraordinary. The corners of Latu's mouth curved slightly upward, his competitive spirit surging. It seems the Tianwu royal family places great importance on this competition and the mysterious Nether Secret Realm. This really makes me look forward to it. Prince Nansong issued a majestic command. "Black Tiger Army, receive the order." The commander loudly proclaimed, "By the decree of Tianwu, the 500 heroes of the 13 counties are permitted to enter the Flying Dragon Tower. The Black Tiger Army is not to obstruct them and must instead station itself 300 meters away to stand guard." The commander shouted the command again. "Black Tiger Army, receive the order." Witnessing the strength of the defensive forces, Latu was shaken inwardly. Such a powerful aura. Was this the Tianwu Kingdom's ruler himself? A clear thought flashed through his mind. It was only a divine sense imprint on an imperial decree, yet it carried such overwhelming power. The signal that the competition was about to begin rang out. The 500 participants of the second round descend. As the scoring system was introduced, everyone narrowed their eyes in concern. After entering the Flying Dragon Tower, the first 3 floors will award no points. He then added the rules. Only upon entering the 4th floor will you receive 100 points, the 5th floor 200 points, the 6th floor 400 points, the 7th floor 800 points, the 8th floor 1600 points, and the 9th floor 3200 points. He solemnly reminded them. Take note, after entering the Flying Dragon Tower, everyone will be teleported into different spaces to undergo their trials. He also gave them a path to survival. If you encounter danger you cannot withstand, all you need to do is shout once, and within 3 breaths you will be teleported out. His gaze was full of concern as he warned the cultivators. So you must know your limits. Otherwise, you may not even last those 3 breaths and will die inside. As the stone gates of the Flying Dragon Tower slowly opened, the sound of the wind mingled with the pounding heartbeats of the contestants, and everyone entered one after another. Latu was certain of one thing. The martial path is indeed filled with hardship. The 500 people here have already surpassed millions. How could they possibly give up in a place like this? A phantom floated in midair, poised to attack and kill. Latu remained calm and composed. "So I'm already inside?" He quickly guessed. "Looks like this this is a stage-clearing trial. I probably have to defeat this phantom before I can enter the next floor. With that thought, he casually struck and defeated the phantom. Strength, huh? Let's first try using the 8th innate layer. Once the trial had begun, he made up his mind. Looks like the first few floors all work like this, so I'll just finish them as quickly as possible. Latu displayed extraordinary ability on each floor. Every strike was confident and decisive, leaving his opponents no time to react. Second floor, 9th innate layer. Third floor, half-step spirit refining. He steadily raised his strength, and each time he lifted a hand, the violent shockwaves blasted his opponent backward. Fourth floor, first level spirit refining. His tone was resolute as he began to condense his inner power. Fifth floor, spirit refining. A voice cried out. He's already reached the 6th floor. Outside the tower, the spectators could not hide their astonishment. Look, the names on the jade tablet have started to appear. Someone has already passed the first floor. They added, now names are appearing on the 2nd floor too, and the 3rd. The 2 overseers standing outside the testing grounds stared in shock at the constantly changing ranking board. One name suddenly shot into the lead, making them unable to stop talking about it. The man in purple looked astonished. Who is this Latu? He already has 700 points, so quickly? He's entered the 7th floor already. Folding his arms, he sank into thought. Looks like a Monster Hunter Association has picked up a genius. After the first survival round, his cultivation rose from half-step spirit refining to first-level spirit refining. Prince Nansong continued watching the situation inside the trial tower intently. Although he acknowledged Latu's strength, his eyes gradually showed serious regret as he assessed him inwardly. First-level spirit refining. Yet he can pass the 6th floor and defeat an opponent at the 3rd level of spirit refining. His strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, he will probably stop at the 7th floor. Upon stepping into the 7th floor, Latu realized he had reached an important threshold and said warily, if I remember correctly, this should be the 7th floor. From here on, this is the real turning point. A brown-haired phantom of extremely high level appeared and declared, congratulations on making it this far. Defeat me, and you will receive the reward for clearing the stage. Latu was startled because all the previous opponents had attacked in silence from beginning to end. You can speak. He immediately sensed that something was unusual. This phantom did not seem simple at all. From the 1st to the 6th floor, everything that had appeared had attacked directly without saying a single word. Latu silently évaluait them. They had all seemed like dead things without intelligence. He sank into thought. His own cultivation had now reached the spirit refining realm, but against a 7th level spirit refining powerhouse, the gap was still far too great. Latu calmly accepted the reality. Fine, I'll go all out and see what happens. If I really get into danger, lasting 3 breaths until I'm teleported out shouldn't be difficult. He leapt nimbly aside to evade the attack and taunted his opponent. Come on, faster. A little more too fast. A trace of astonished admiration appeared in his eyes. You're very strong. Your true essence is deep and powerful, and there's even saber intent hidden within your attacks. So this guy has already grasped the power of martial intent. Feeling the might contained in his opponent's saber intent, Latu could not help cursing inwardly. Damn it, I've already been locked onto by this stream of saber intent. No matter how exquisite my movement technique is, I won't be able to dodge this strike. Seeing the incoming force, he had to admit his opponent's skill. This phantom's strength is truly terrifying. He immediately unleashed his strongest defensive move, Xiantian Transformation. The phantom had originally looked down on him, but when it saw him block the attack, it cried out in surprise. You actually managed to withstand it? It praised him. First level spirit refining, yet you possess such strength? Interesting. You are very interesting. Latu was startled to see it showing emotion. This thing, even its emotions can change. He had heard that some high-grade treasures could give birth to intelligence. The vague feeling in his mind gradually became clear. Latu realized, could it be that this entire flying dragon tower can actually be considered a gigantic treasure array artifact? The brown-haired phantom summoned a blue dragon and launched a fierce attack. Its power so great that Latu had to marvel, so strong. Saber Chi taking the form of a dragon. This is something I've never seen before. Anxiety rose in his heart, and while defending himself, he realized he needed a new strategy. This won't do. Ordinary methods are no match for him at all. If I retreat, lasting 3 breaths, won't be a problem. A dangerous thought sprang into his mind, and he wrestled with it. What if I risk it and use the 24-fold power of Xiantian transformation? I might just have a chance to kill him. He weighed the situation carefully. But my cultivation is only at first-level spirit refining. To increase my power 20 times over on that basis would definitely exceed my body's endurance limit. In the end, Latu decided to gamble. The backlash would leave him gravely injured. If he failed to kill the opponent, he would probably lose his life here. Facing the ferocious dragon surging toward him with overwhelming force, he resolved to fight to the end. No matter what, on the martial path, one advances and never retreats. He poured all his power into the move. Xiantian transformation, chasing wind and catching moon. Raising his sword, Latu unleashed a Taiji diagram to block the dragon's assault. 24-fold Xiantian transformation. Open. Latu drove his power to its utmost limit. Heaven's birth-death seal. He frowned in confusion. This is, with a low roar, the seal on his sword condensed into the shape of a Bagua diagram. Heaven's birth-death seal. Latu's overwhelming divine power cleaved the phantom in two, and he shouted, "I won." Having exhausted too much inner power, Latu dropped to his knees on the ground, gasping heavily. The power of the Heaven's Birth-Death seal was truly immense, but every time he used it, all the cultivation in his body was drained dry. He braced himself painfully with one hand, drenched in sweat, like someone who had just crawled out of hell. I'm completely spent. If anyone appeared right now, one move would be enough to kill me. Suddenly, the phantom that had just dissipated came back to life again, throwing him into panic. What's going on? It clearly vanished. So how is it back? It calmly reassured him. Don't worry. You have already passed the trial of the 7th floor. I will not attack you again. Latu let out a breath of relief. His face was pale, but hope shone in his eyes. I passed. What luck. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have had the strength to keep fighting. The phantom waved a hand and summoned the rewards, including a treasured sword, armor, and pills. You may now choose your reward for clearing the 7th floor. It may be a martial art, pills, or a treasure, but you may choose only one. Latu frowned in thought, his gaze sweeping over each item. I'll pass on the battle armor and the battle sword. I don't need them for now. Besides, the highest grade rewards in the Flying Dragon Tower were only Earth tier. Facing the two remaining objects, he pondered. These two are jade slips, so they should contain martial arts, and the jade bottle must contain pills. The phantom calmly explained the two choices. If you choose the jade slips, I will present you with several martial arts to select from, including cultivation methods, martial skills, and movement techniques. It continued, if you choose pills, there will be types that increase cultivation, temper the body, condense the spirit, or heal injuries. You may choose as you wish. Without the slightest hesitation, Latu said firmly, I choose the jade slip, martial arts. With a trace of sincere nostalgia, he added, in this world, nothing is more precious than martial inheritance. The strength I have today comes entirely from the methods I cultivated in the past. The phantom waved a hand in approval. As you wish. Choose one, cultivation method, martial skill, or movement technique. Latu swept his gaze across the options, and his eyes stopped on one name. He said, doubtfully, True Dragon Force Mirror? It can condense true essence into a dragon and carries the pressure of a true dragon. This is the martial art that person used in the battle just now. The phantom asked in return, you choose the True Dragon Force Mirror? It praised him warmly. Being able to pass the 7th floor proves that you are a genius. If you continue to challenge the 8th floor, or even the 9th, the rewards will be even better. Latu smiled bitterly. His internal aura was in chaos, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Just passing the 7th floor already forced me to use the 24-fold Xiantian transformation. My body is severely injured. If I continue onward, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. He thanked it. Thank you for your generosity, Senior, but I've already reached my limit. Please save the remaining rewards for someone more capable. Activating his power, he took his leave. I dare not continue. I'm going out. In the tense atmosphere before the Flying Dragon Tower, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in astonishment. Quick, look, they've come out. Lin Jiaer and several other cultivators emerged from the 4th floor, drenched in sweat. In a heavy voice tinged with shock, she said, just charging to the 4th floor already cost cost me dearly. She muttered helplessly to herself. An opponent at the first level of spirit refining is truly too difficult for me. She shook her head and sighed, thinking gloomily. It seems most people stop at the first 4 floors. Only a very small number can make it past the 5th. She then thought of La Tuesday. That guy still hasn't come out? Could he have died in there? Lin Yi a frownet in disdain. That La Tu may be at the first level of spirit refining, but at best he could only reach the 5th floor. That alone would already be astonishing. She racked her brain and analyzed. Or maybe he was too confident in himself and charged into the 6th floor. If so, he may well have lost his life. Yan Shuo lightly landed on the 4th floor, and Lin Jiaer glanced over at her. Isn't she the woman who was close to La Tu earlier? Tilting her head, she wondered, why is this woman here? Could she also be looking for La Tu? A moment later, Lin Jiaer looked around curiously. Ranked 8th. La tue sera-t-il assez dispersée? That proves he's still alive. Her eyes lit up, and his points have risen to more than 1,800, which means over 800 more than after the end of the first round. She cried out in shock. Did he pass the 6th floor? How'd he do that? A cultivator shouted and pointed at the Jade ranking board. Quick, look! He continued indignantly. On the green Jade ranking board, the name of that 4th level spirit, refining genius, has suddenly disappeared. Another person asked doubtfully, did he die? An old man lamented in panic. Heavens! His face turned deathly pale, and his voice trembled as if his soul had left him. My grandson, the most outstanding junior in our family, raised with so many resources. And now he just died like this. A whole batch of eliminated cultivators was thrown out. Cries rang out from the crowd. Look, they've come out. Someone shouted, this is bad. All the geniuses coming out are seriously injured. Someone said decisively, quick, treat their wounds. Another surge of powerful aura erupted from the Jade board, and the 2 words, La Tu, appeared. Someone noticed it and called out. Someone's rushed into first place. A young cultivator could not suppress his fear. My God, this guy suddenly gained another 800 points. The old man murmured in astonishment. This La Tu was originally in 8th place, yet he suddenly gained 800 points and jumped to first. Could it be that he passed the 7th floor? Shin Yuannan's gaze was sharp as a blade as he said thoughtfully, this kid from the Monster Hunter Association is no ordinary one to perform like this. The old man beside him added in praise. Anyone who passes the 7th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower will receive a precious reward. La Tu leapt proudly out from the top of the tower, his momentum like a rainbow piercing the sky, and the crowd cried out in alarm. Look, another person has come out of the Flying Dragon Tower. Someone recognized the familiar figure and shouted loudly. That's La Tu. He truly is extraordinary. A senior holding healing pills stepped forward, a satisfied smile on his lips. In a voice as imposing as thunder in the ear, he said, well done, boy. In more than 1,000 years, fewer than 10 people have been able to reach the 7th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower. That means you have already reached the level of a peerless genius, one rarely seen in a century. Supporting him, the elder ordered, come, treat your injuries first. La Tu bowed respectfully and said, many thanks, senior. The man laughed heartily, his tone excited and slightly teasing. What are you thanking me for? For a genius of your caliber, what is a 5th grade pill worth? He praised him further. With such an outstanding result in this trial, you've brought great honor to our Monster Hunter Association as well. The praise for La Tu came without end. Being able to pass the 7th floor is truly astounding. Another person was filled with shock, unable to hide the fear on his face. But the most astonishing thing is that this boy seems to be only about 15 years old, and his cultivation is merely at the first level of spirit refining. Someone else shook his head and sighed. Among all those who passed the 7th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower before, who was under 20 and below the 4th level of spirit refining, the next statement affirmed La Tu's stature. This isn't a genius seen once in 100 years. He is clearly a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Someone spread the rumor further. One can already foresee that before long, La Tu's deeds will spread across the whole kingdom like snowflakes, shocking countless major powers. Prince Nansong laughed heartily, his tone full of excitement. A true hero arises young. Little brother, you have truly broadened this prince's horizons. He extended an invitation. Little brother, would you be interested in developing your talents in the capital of the Tianwu kingdom? Everyone was stunned, hardly believing their ears. He actually received a personal invitation from Prince Nansong. He's about to soar to the heavens in a single step. Bing Zhen ground his teeth in envy and growled. Damn it, how could this brat have developed to this extent? The senior smiled, his deep and meaningful gaze resting on La Tuesday. The association cannot protect its genius members forever. You have now made a name for yourself, which means you are standing right at the crest of the storm. He seriously advised La Tu that he could take this chance to join a major power and gain himself a backer. La Tu respectfully thanked him and said he would think it over. The man smiled, took out a crystal-clear jade bottle, and said, "All right, take this first. It is a 6th grade healing pill, the spring snow pill." Someone nearby whispered, "Not bad at all. Prince Nansong really is generous." Latu looked at them with a solemn expression. The other person's gaze turned grave and admiring. The value of this spring snow pill was such that many martial kings would not be able to buy it even if they emptied their entire fortunes. 3 days later, Latu sat cross-legged, his breathing steady. A black dragon silently circled around him, while above him a pitch-black bagua revolved. His eyes were firm and clear. After cultivating the true dragon force mirror, besides the heaven's birth-death wheel, an additional black and white dragon had appeared. He carefully considered it. This black and white dragon had originally been condensed through cultivating the true dragon force mirror with the dual polarity birth-death true essence. He clenched both fists, his gaze burning like a torch with determination, while that majestic black dragon seemed to reflect his own brilliance. This true dragon force mirror contained a mysterious martial intent. The true dragon martial intent. Latu calculated inwardly that if he used the true dragon force mirror to assist in cultivating the heaven's birth-death wheel, while simultaneously circulating the soul condensation mystic art to strengthen his divine sense, then he would have no need to worry about his future martial techniques. Above, as Latu meditated, a golden fire dragon coiled around him, blazing with dazzling flames and intertwined with overbearing force. He calmly analyzed the situation. Winning a spot to enter the mysterious nether secret realm was not a problem for him. What he needed to consider now was how to raise his strength. He suddenly remembered something, and his eyes turned serious, because he knew that the dangers within the mysterious nether secret realm were far from ordinary. Nothing the 7th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower could compare to. Latu calculated inwardly. The mysterious nether secret realm opened once every 30 years, and the top 80 young geniuses of the Tianwu Kingdom entered it each time, yet the mortality rate exceeded 50%. He weighed his own situation. Although he had quite a few trump cards, his own cultivation was indeed still rather low. He clenched his fist, resolve flashing in his eyes. Therefore, he had to make more preparations to ensure nothing went wrong. Resting his chin in thought, he said seriously, "Spirit of reincarnation, now that I've reached the spirit refining realm, can I enter the life and death jade once more?" A trace of anticipation and curiosity rose in Latu's heart. He did not know what benefits he might obtain this time from the origin laws. A black vortex formation surged, and streaks of red-violet light lit up. From within it came an ancient, icy voice, "Successor, as you wish." A blue spirit body passed through the energy vortex and flew toward La Tuesday. He calmly confirmed, "It's here." The voice sounded again, carrying the aura of ancient time and space. "Successor, you have obtained the 3rd gift of the origin laws. I hope you will soon cultivate to the martial king realm, so as to receive the 4th gift." He stood upright with solemnity and gently reached out to touch it. His mind seemed to be swept into a storm. He rubbed his head and muttered as fragments of memory surfaced one after another within his mind. He felt an instinctive sense of familiarity arise. These memories all merged into his own, as if he had personally experienced them himself. Latu stood amid a violent stream of spiritual power, wrapped in blue light like ribbons. Frowning, he pressed at his brow and muttered, half in self-mockery. Again, he sighed, his eyes contemplative. He had originally thought that the 3rd gift of the origin laws would grant him some powerful method. Clenching his hand, he gave a bitter smile. He had not expected what he received to be completely different from what he imagined. In a space filled with the dense smell of pill smoke, Latu looked at the pills before him and murmured to himself, "Alchemy. The memory granted by the 3rd gift of the origin laws is actually alchemy." After reflecting on it, he discovered that what he had fused with was the alchemy experience of a 9th-tier Emperor-level Grand Alchemy Master, including all kinds of knowledge, techniques, and insights. A trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes as he sighed. No wonder in the Tianwu Kingdom, Reaching the martial lord realm is already considered the limit. To a large extent, it's because the pills are too poor, causing pill toxins to accumulate in the body and making them impossible to expel. At La Tu's command, those pills floated in midair, and he told himself that he needed to be more resolute. Looking at the pills he had taken out now, they all seemed like trash. He decided to use what he had learned to refine a fresh batch of pills. La Tu decisively threw medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace and ordered Een Spirit Spring Water, Tiger Yang Vermilion Fruit, Origin Soul Grass, refined for me. Tossing in the ingredients took some effort, and he let out a breath of relief. Next, I only need to wait for the pills to finish refining. Suddenly remembering the girl who had been in mortal danger during battle, he wondered, I don't know how Yin Yuer is doing now. The enemies pursuing her were indeed too strong. La Tu sighed, his eyes filled with worry. In her primordial spirit's injuries still haven't fully healed, so her cultivation cannot recover. She must have suffered greatly. Suddenly, a voice from outside drew La Tu's attention. Young Master La, are you there? His mind tensed. The restriction array he had set up outside the secret chamber had been touched. Opening the door, La Tu asked, what is it? A young junior disciple answered somewhat stiffly. Senior brother La, Master told me to inform you that tomorrow is the final stage of the battle for the quotas. Qinghua County will be holding an auction. There will be many treasures there, and Master asked me to come ask whether you'd like to go together. Folding his arms, coldness radiating from him, La Tu nodded slightly. An auction? I'll go later. With a wave of his hand, a pile of pills appeared before him. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his tone calm but calculating. These pills are trash to me, but if I take them to the auction, there will definitely be plenty of people willing to buy them. As more important figures appeared, the atmosphere at the venue became even more heated. People called out enthusiastically in greeting. President Shun has arrived. I've long admired you. President Shun waved toward the stands. It's really lively today. Our room is over there. La Tu walked up to an attendant and asked, may I auction off a few items? The attendant replied carefully, of course, but they must first be appraised by our auction house to determine whether they are worthy of being listed. The man looked puzzled. Oh, kid, what exactly did you bring to auction? La Tu explained modestly, I'm a bit short on hand right now, so I brought a few things to exchange for some origin chi stones. The man looked at La Tu with a probing gaze, his tone somewhat stiff. You short on money? I know very well how many precious gifts you've received. La Tu scratched his head awkwardly and brushed the matter aside. An attendant walked over and politely led the way. Please follow me, young master. I'll take you to the treasure appraisal room. A short while later, in the appraisal room, the appraiser could not hide his astonishment when he saw the valuables La Tu had brought. 4th grade Jade Marrow Pill, 5th grade Radiant Glow Pill. La Tu himself was likewise a little surprised. The appraiser exclaimed, heavens, this is a 6th grade Spring Snow Pill. In a serious and respectful tone, La Tu requested, about this matter, I hope it can be kept confidential. The appraiser readily agreed. That is our rule. Please rest assured, young master. On the auction stage, a domineering fire-red inner armor appeared. The auctioneer proudly introduced the treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item is a top-grade human tier inner armor. It is made from the hide of a gale-chasing silver fox, and both its formation and runes were inscribed by a 4th-tier master. It is sufficient to withstand attacks from top-grade human-tier weapons without being damaged. The starting price for this inner armor is 4,000 low-grade origin chi stones, and each bid increase must be no less than 100. Finally, the auctioneer threw out the bait. If the young geniuses participating in tomorrow's competition have this armor to aid them, their chances of victory will certainly be higher. The crowd was immediately tempted and began bidding one after another. 4,300 origin chi stones. 4,500. Soon, the first treasure found its owner, and the auctioneer announced, congratulations to the guest in private room number 3 for purchasing this low-grade earth-tier weapon for 30,000 origin chi stones. The next auction item will be the true highlight of tonight's auction. The auctioneer lifted the red silk cloth, revealing the final item and shocking the entire venue. Next, it is time to witness a miracle. A sacred healing medicine, a 6th grade Spring Snow Pill. Starting price, 50,000 origin chi stones, with each increase no less than 1,000. The crowd erupted. Someone shouted in shock, what? A Spring Snow Pill. Another quickly explained its effect. That's something that can save your life. Even a heavily injured martial king can preserve his life after taking one. Another said coldly, healing pills are already precious to begin with, and this Spring Snow Pill is actually 6th grade. Yet another added, to martial lords, it may not be considered excessively precious, but to martial kings, this is equivalent to gaining an extra life. High above, Prince Nansong looked toward the stage, his eyes filled with confusion and concern. Ordinary martial kings in the Qianwu kingdom could never possess a spring snow pill. Only our royal family has a 6th grade alchemy master. Unless it's the pill I gave away earlier. Anger and killing intent spread from him as he said coldly, "He actually dares to auction off something I gave him? This young man's nerve is no small thing." Someone shouted a bid. "I offer 70,000 origin chi stones." Prince Nansong suddenly called out. "This prince offers 80,000. Startled, Latu wondered in confusion. That's Prince Nansong's voice. Why is he participating in the auction too? He gave me the spring snow pill, and now he wants to spend his own money buying it back. Early the next morning, the atmosphere in the arena was tenser than ever before. In a loud voice, an elder announced, "The final decisive battle for the 10 quota slots to the mysterious Nether Secret Realm officially begins. This is a clash between 20 top geniuses from 13 counties. Only the top 10 will have the chance to enter. The rules are simple. The 20 contestants will be divided into 2 groups. With a wave of his hand, the elder displayed imposing momentum. Each group will have the opportunity to challenge those ranked in the top 10. Whoever defeats one of the top 10-inch will take that person's place." Latu walked toward Yin Shuo, his gaze firm as he handed her a sword, and said gently, "Shuo, please accept this sword." Yin Shuo looked at the sword and asked in confusion, "Latu, what do you mean by this?" Latu explained seriously, "Although this sword does not contain my sword intent, you can still use it in your challenge. If you win, the quota for the mysterious Nether Secret Realm will be yours." Latu frowned slightly as he thought. Although Yin Shuo knew she could not break into the top 10, she could still sense the power contained in the sword in her hand. It was not just a weapon, but also a tremendous encouragement. Yin Shuo firmly refused. "If you give this sword to me, then what will you do if you become the challenger?" La tuerie de réassuredeur. "Don't worry. Even without a sword, among these people, no one could defeat me." Blushing, Yin Shuo thanked him shyly, her heart in turmoil. "Latu is treating me like this. Could it be that I really do have feelings for him?" she murmured inwardly. A mid-grade, Earth-tier battle sword? She asked herself, why would Latu directly give me such a precious weapon? Lu Changkai stood watching from afar, his eyes filled with hatred as he inwardly cursed Latu, that damned bastard. He was so furious that he ground his teeth. Nominally, she's my fiancée. This marriage agreement will forge an alliance between the Clear Sky Sword Sect and White Star Valley. Because Latu was not carrying his sword, it stirred up quite a bit of discussion. Rumor had it that Latu drew his sword with astonishing speed, yet he had actually given his battle sword to someone else. If someone challenged him, how would he respond? Perhaps he believed he was already so strong that he could defeat his opponents without even using a sword. A young man in white shot down from above like heavenly thunder descending upon the square, his presence overwhelming as he said coldly, "I want to challenge the one ranked first." La Tuesday, someone spoke up. Does this guy really think that just because Latu has no sword, he's like a tiger without claws? Others, more clear-headed, saw the truth about the strong. A true beast does not rely on its claws to intimidate others. One martial artist exclaimed in shock, "This man is a genius from the Array Masters Guild, Cheng Xian." Cheng Xian clenched his fists in fury, glaring at Latu with eyes full of hatred. "You killed my friend in the first life and death round." With arrogant contempt, he declared war on Latu. "Today, I want to see whether you are worthy of the title of genius who surpassed the 7th floor of the Flying Dragon Tower." Latu landed lightly, his expression calm as he accepted the challenge. "As you wish." Chang Xian swept his gaze over Latu and sneered, "I'll give you 10 breath time to go fetch your battle sword. Otherwise, when you lose, you'll only have an excuse to say, 'I won unfairly.'" Beneath the shadow of power, 3 old men passed cold judgment, as though the young man's fate had already been decided. No matter how talented a genius is, if he is strangled in the cradle, he is no different from a pile of dung. Another elder added darkly, "If anyone is to blame, blame him for not knowing how to hide his strength, and for seeking death himself." Chang Xian summoned a blazing flame array and said through gritted teeth, "I admit it, anyone who can pass the 7 floors of the Flying Dragon Tower is indeed powerful, but I will not lose to you." He shouted proudly, "Activate the array." Latu raised his eyes to look at his opponent, his gaze as sharp as a blade. In his hand, he tightly gripped a crimson long sword blazing like the fires of hell. He spoke in a low, clipped voice, tempered fire sword. The onlookers all went pale, and one of them trembled as he blurted out, "His true essence is pure to this degree." Another swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Only when one reaches this level of cultivation can true essence become pure enough to condense into a tangible weapon. Around Cheng Xian, a storm of scarlet flames took shape, and he roared furiously, "Go to hell." The 9 long whips, transformed from my array flags, can kill even a late-stage spirit refining cultivator. You're nothing more than this. Watch my tempered fire sword chi. Latu gave a cold laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. "Humph, nothing special. Watch my tempered fire sword chi." As his long sword swung out, Latu severed the swirling red-gold flames, carving out a dazzling streak of light and splitting apart the chaotic sea of fire. Cheng Xian's face drained of all color in shock. "What? You broke my array with a single sword strike?" Latu dove downward, brandishing the long sword wreathed in crimson sparks as he attacked with chilling, killing intent. Xiantian transformation. Cheng Xian defended himself within a blue energy barrier. Array shift. He waved his hand and summoned a spiraling current of blue air like a vortex, then hissed viciously, "Die. You're dead for sure. To die beneath this 5th grade talisman. You can close your eyes in peace." An elder cried out, "This is bad. That's his killing move." Yet Latu remained standing calmly where he was, completely unharmed, and coldly added another line to provoke Cheng Xian. "You're celebrating too early." Cheng Xian froze, then stammered in rage, This is impossible. Why didn't a 5th grade talisman kill you?" Latu looked utterly composed, as if slapping his opponent across the face in front of the whole crowd. With a sword in hand, he charged at Cheng Xian and said coolly, "Because your divine sense cannot lock onto me at all. So no matter how powerful the talisman is, with your cultivation you still can't control it. If it can't hit me, what use is it?" Suddenly, Elder Sai used his power to strike back and ordered Latu to stop. Latu casually blocked the attack and mocked him. "So this is the method of a 5th grade array master?" Under the crushing pressure of Latu's aura, Cheng Xian let out a miserable cry and admitted defeat. The next match was Yan Shuo against Wang Chuan, who had ranked 7th in the final examination round. Yan Shuo smiled confidently and said with a heroic bearing, "It's my turn to go up." Wang Chuan glanced at her, his face full of scorn. "Beauty, your strength may not be weak, but choosing me as your opponent is definitely the biggest mistake of your life." Yan Shuo did not retreat in the slightest and thought to herself, "This time, I have to test the power of this sword. Latu used it so perfectly. I wonder how much of its power I can bring out." She urged her opponent coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Make your move." The two instantly charged at each other. Wang Chuan raised his blade, killing intent flashing as the corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant smile. "Since this is what the beauty wishes, blades and swords are merciless. Don't blame this young master later for not knowing how to cherish a flower and pity jade." Yan Shuo refused to be outdone and shot back. "With your strength alone, you're not enough to wound me." Yan Shuo's sword blocked Wang Chuan's blade. Wang Chuan was sent flying backward and cursed inwardly in anger. "Damn it, my battle spear is a top-grade human tier spirit weapon. So how could it be cut apart by a black sword?" Elder Sa said in astonishment and confusion. Wang Chuan's battle spear was clearly a top-grade human tier spirit weapon, so why was it damaged now? The elder beside him added, "Could it be because of the battle sword in Yan Shuo's hand? Could it be earth tier quality?" Yan Shuo easily knocked his weapon away, making him cry out, "What? My battle spear?" Even she herself was shocked by the sword's divine might. "So Latu's sword is this powerful. I only poured a little spiritual force into it, and its sword intent automatically defeated the enemy." Yan Shuo calmly sheathed her sword and declared coldly, "Victory and defeat have already been decided. You lost." Still arrogant and unwilling to accept it, Wang Chuan roared, "If you hadn't used that earth-tier battle sword, I definitely wouldn't have lost to you." Suddenly, with eyes full of hatred, Wang Chuan charged at her and screamed, "I can't lose. How could I lose to a woman like you?" Driven mad with rage, he shouted, "How dare you look down on me like this? Then die for me." Latu's figure shot up.